Chapter 77. The Manifestation of Celestial Treasures, as the heavenly path once again suppresses the Emperor. After enduring 81 heavenly tribulations, the surrounding area spanning 1,000 miles lay utterly desolate, devoid of any life. This commotion has alerted the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the formidable warriors from the Tianling dragon family. However, they merely observe from a distance, refraining from advancing. Even the Chaos Pearl, having attained the status of a supreme imperial artifact, does not entice a single imperial-level warrior to seize it. Their reluctance to act stems entirely from the presence of Yi Xinghui, who is merely 10,000 miles away. The disturbance caused by the Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder is profoundly overwhelming. Upon being roused from his distant abode on the ice and snow continent, Yi Xinghui immediately makes his way to the vicinity. Yet, due to his own pinnacle imperial realm, he too dares not approach the Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder. Other imperial-level warriors share the same hesitation. This is because the Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder is specifically designed to target those at the imperial level. Naturally, when Yi Xinghui's divine sense probed and discovered it was Yi Lingxi, he was taken aback. Only upon confirming that Yi Lingxi was unharmed, and with the Holy Void sword present, did he finally feel at ease. Throughout the entirety of the 81 Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder, Yi Xinghui remained vigilant. Should any hint of danger arise, he could instantly employ spatial power to whisk Yi Lingxi away. Nevertheless, it was also the first time Yi Xinghui laid eyes upon the true form of the Holy Void sword, a truly exalted divine weapon. Yi Lingxi scrutinized the Holy Void sword with great care. Upon inspecting the tip of the blade, she discovered a hint of rust. What is this? The 81 Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder should have eradicated any rust. Why is there still a trace? Just as Yi Lingxi pondered this, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. A premium super gift package, a premium special gift package, and a premium advanced gift package have been dispatched to your inventory. Following the system's notification, the insufferable voice of the dog's hit system returned. Due to the weakness of the 9 continents domain, it cannot bear the karmic consequences of the Holy Void sword's unsealing. Thus, the Holy Void sword itself refrains from fully lifting the seal and retains a trace of rust. I see. Yi Lingxi experienced an epiphany. It can only be said that this realm is exceedingly feeble. The sword spirit of the Holy Void sword had already sealed its power, and due to the deteriorating quality of the realm, it was compelled to maintain an additional layer of rust. Under the pressure of 2 layers of restraint, even the heavenly path felt wary of the Holy Void sword. Were it not for Yi Lingxi's suppression, the heavenly path would undoubtedly unleash countless Jiuzhou Purple Mansions, annihilating divine thunders to obliterate the Holy Void sword. At this moment, the Chaos Pearl had ascended to the status of a supreme imperial artifact, reaching the pinnacle attainable by treasures in this realm. The surrounding warriors gazed at the Chaos Pearl with increasingly covetous eyes. Not to mention the Holy Void sword in Yi Lingxi's possession, which could withstand the Jiuzhou Purple Mansion's annihilating divine thunder. With these 2 exceptional artifacts, acquiring even one would render one invincible across the entire 9 continents domain. 2 more peak saint-level warriors from the Dragon and Phoenix clans arrived, as well as one from the Tianling dragon family. A total of 3 artifacts lay before them, perfectly sufficient for their division. The 3 great powers advanced with mounting pressure. Yet, Yi Lingxi paid them no heed, directly employing a purple summoning card to summon a peak saint-level warrior. Fortune does not seem to favor me today. Yi Lingxi glanced at her inventory, noted she had 2 purple summoning cards, and decided to use them both. 3 peak saint-level warriors emerged. Still, they were fearless peak saint-level warriors. The 3 of them surged forward. Despite their numbers, facing reckless peak saint-level warriors proved to be a challenge. Subsequently, Yi Lingxi approached the Chaos Pearl. As she approached the Chaos Pearl, a formidable and pure wave of energy enveloped her. Yi Lingxi extended her hand and gently touched the Chaos Pearl, and in that instant, a brilliant light radiated forth, signifying her immediate recognition of its mastery. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon 1. Just as Lingxi contemplated placing the Chaos Pearl into her system backpack to examine its attributes, the Yin-Yang Pearl leaped forth on its own. The two pearls were irresistibly drawn to one another, gradually beginning to rotate in tandem. As their spinning accelerated, they slowly drew closer together, while Lingxi anxiously observed the two orbs, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying in anticipation. At the moment when the Yin-Yang Pearl made contact with the Chaos Pearl, an explosion of dazzling light erupted. The brilliance was so overwhelming that even Lingxi found herself compelled to retreat. Within the radiance, an ancient and mysterious chant resonated, echoing the melodies of a bygone era. As the light gradually dissipated, a completely new pearl emerged, suspended in midair, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, its power far surpassing that of either the Chaos Pearl or the Yin-Yang Pearl when alone. It actually fused. Lingxi gazed in disbelief at the pearl before her. The pearl retained its original size, indistinguishable from the previous Yin-Yang Pearl, save for a subtle yet enigmatic essence that now accompanied it. Suddenly, a white figure materialized before Lingxi, reaching out to seize the pearl. By the time she reacted, the figure's hand had already made contact with the pearl. "You again." Lingxi unsheathed her sword and lunged forward. The guardian chuckled, grasping the pearl in an attempt to flee, only to find himself unable to lift it. Meanwhile, Lingxi's blade had already thrust toward him, leaving him with no choice but to relinquish the pearl. He had witnessed the might of the Holy Void Sword. Even with his unfathomable realm, he dared not confront it head-on. With a swift motion, he evaded the strike. "Little girl, do not be impulsive. Let us speak calmly, without resorting to weapons." The white-clad youth maintained a jovial expression while scrutinizing the Holy Void Sword. The simultaneous emergence of two supreme treasures could be a double-edged sword. Lingxi disregarded him, hastily reaching out to touch the pearl once more. The moment her fingers brushed against the pearl, a jolt coursed through her as an immense power surged into her being, signifying her successful recognition of its mastery. Subsequently, Lingxi placed the pearl into her system backpack for convenient access to its name and tiered effects. However, before Lingxi could inspect it further, the sky darkened as a mass of thunderclouds gathered. Judging by its oppressive aura, it was the Nine Heavens Purple Mansion's annihilation divine thunder. Simultaneously, an extremely oppressive force descended from above. Though Lingxi's realm was not particularly high, she felt little impact. The white-clad youth's face turned ashen in an instant, as if resisting an overwhelming pressure. "Damn the heavenly Tao! Here it comes again." He employed a secret technique, teleporting himself to another location. He was not alone. All the Emperor-level powerhouses within the 9 continents Dao Domain experienced the same. The higher one's realm, the greater the pressure felt, particularly for peak experts like Xinxiaaudiobooks. With no other option, they could only retreat underground to the divine capital for shelter from the storm. This was not the first instance of the heavenly Tao repressing these emperor-level powerhouses, but it was the most severe to date. Even the ancient ancestors, who had sealed their senses, felt its weight. Xinxiaaudiobooks, this oppression seems to have emerged from a celestial-grade treasure. Xinxiaaudiobooks, upon hearing the words of the ancient ancestor, was momentarily taken aback. A celestial-grade treasure had actually come into being. Could it be that pearl? After the pearl was recognized, the thunderclouds had converged, making it highly probable. Chapter 78. The Woman in Red Who Resembles Lingxi. Lingxi gazed upon the tumultuous, roiling thunderclouds, her mind consumed by a singular thought: flee. With a swift motion, she retracted the Lotus platform and summoned the 9 Heavens Xiannu ship. After ushering Feng Ling and the members of the Martial Academy aboard, she vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the bewildered Dragon and Phoenix clans. Following the battle, they had gained nothing, and had, in fact, lost 2 powerful beings from the returning Ruins realm and 1 from the early stages of the Sacred Realm. What a colossal loss. Meanwhile, the Tianling Dragon clan had slipped away unnoticed, having contributed little to the fray, merely idling about. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were oblivious to this, or they would have surely sought retribution against the Tianling Dragon clan. The Yi family's Martial Academy branch in the Dragon and Phoenix continent was in close proximity to the site of the impending Thunder Tribulation. The 9 Heavens Xiannu ship arrived with a whoosh. Though it was merely a small branch, its scale resembled that of a quaint city. only slightly smaller than the 9 heavens, Xiannu ship itself. Upon arrival, the entire academy found itself enveloped within its presence. To the academy, this truly represented a canopy that obscured the sun. Had it not been for Yi Xinghe's timely arrival, they might have mistaken it for an assault from another faction. Following Yi Xinghe's introduction, excitement surged among the gathered crowd, for before them stood a divine maiden. The entire martial academy mobilized, lining up to extend their warm welcome. Yi Lingxi smiled gracefully, nodding in acknowledgement as her gaze swept across the crowd, taking in the faces filled with reverence and anticipation. Subsequently, she followed the throng into the academy's interior. The grand hall was adorned with opulent decorations, its walls etched with ancient runes and heroic tales. The dean then arranged the most luxurious quarters for Yi Lingxi and Feng Ling. As night descended, Yi Lingxi stood by the window, gazing at the distant mountain ranges, and opened her system backpack. She retrieved the orb from earlier that day and activated it. Chaos Yin-Yang Orb, Celestial Grade. Upon seeing the word Celestial Grade, Yi Lingxi was taken aback. She had not anticipated it to be a celestial artifact. Was it not said that this realm could no longer give birth to artifacts above the celestial level? How then could a celestial artifact emerge? Yi Lingxi continued to explore its properties, discovering that aside from a slight infusion of chaotic energy, its functions remained unchanged. When her consciousness delved into the Chaos Yin-Yang Orb, the first sight that greeted her was the woman in red, now imbued with a vital life force. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer. What in the world? This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Yi Lingxi was startled. Regaining her composure, she scrutinized the woman in red carefully. The garments were crimson, the hair was crimson, the nails were crimson. Looking down, she noted even the toenails were crimson. With the eyes closed, she could not ascertain their hue. Driven by curiosity, Yi Lingxi withdrew her consciousness and entered the Chaos Yin-Yang Orb. She began to observe meticulously once more. The likeness was astonishing, even the skin tone matched perfectly. Moreover, as Yi Lingxi grasped the hand of the woman in red and gently touched her cheek, she gasped. Everything felt identical. Aside from certain areas being red, the rest seemed like a flawless replica. Even the dimensions of the chest were exactly the same. Yi Lingxi could not help but pinch lightly. However, she was unable to resist the urge to gently pry open the eyes of the woman in red. Indeed, they were crimson. Was this not the same appearance she exhibited when unleashing the domain of slaughter? How could this be replicated here? Reflecting upon past events, Yi Lingxi recalled that aside from a brief period of amnesia during her time at the Misty Cloud Ancient Ladder, she remembered everything else. Thus, it could only be concluded that after losing consciousness, she had been rescued by the Yin-Yang Orb, which, through a process of Yin-Yang balance, had replicated her. With this realization, everything fell into place. As she leaned in closer, the woman in red suddenly opened her eyes, startling Yi Lingxi. The mere act of opening her eyes amplified her life force even more. Damn system, will this identical replica awaken? Yes, she is gradually reviving. Once fully awakened, her realm will surge dramatically. Upon reaching a certain level, she may even merge with you, aiding you in breaking through your bottleneck. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Lingxi fell into contemplation. It seemed her thoughts were not far from the truth. After much deliberation, she decided to leave it be. All would be revealed once the replica awakened. To be honest, Yi Lingxi was quite curious about what this replica would be like once she regained consciousness. After observing for a while, she exited the Chaos Yin-Yang Orb. Upon her exit, the replica blinked her eyes and opened her mouth. After leaving the Chaos Yin-Yang Orb, Yi Lingxi returned to bed and reopened her system backpack, navigating to the gift package section. She commenced with the Premium Advanced Gift Package, double-clicking to open it. She received 3 yellow summoning cards, 2 purple summoning cards, and 2 yellow summoning cards. That was all. However, Yi Lingxi had grown accustomed to it. The first gift package had been lackluster, perhaps the second would prove better. Double-clicking to unveil the Premium Special Gift Package, a radiant light burst forth. Subsequently, she received 1 yellow summoning card, 2 red summoning cards, 1 black summoning card, 1 Barret bullet, and a substantial clump of earthly essence. The earlier items were unsurprising, yet the last one was entirely unfamiliar. Confirming her findings in the backpack, she examined it further. Earthly essence. No grade. The essence of the utmost earth. Born at the dawn of creation. Function. Capable of nurturing the most exquisite spiritual herbs. The brief description underscored the formidable nature of the earthly essence. Remarkably powerful. Yi Lingxi placed the earthly essence into the small world within her spatial ring and subsequently took out dozens of imperial-grade spiritual herbs to plant within it, filling the earthly essence to the brim. Most of these herbs had been procured from Feng Ling. Though Feng Ling could consume spiritual herbs directly, they were far less effective than refining them into pills, so she entrusted all the imperial-grade herbs to Yi Lingxi. intending for her to concoct pills once she became an imperial-grade alchemist. Having completed these tasks, Lingxi opened the premium super gift package next. This was her first time opening such a package. A dazzling light radiated forth. Following this, she received 2 black summoning cards, 3 golden summoning cards, 1 platinum summoning card, 1 blue-gold summoning card, 5 Gatling fragments, 3 Barrett bullets, 1 extreme Dao imperial weapon, 1 heavenly fortune creation pill, and 1 discount for the points mall. Lingxi glanced over the items. Aside from the last one, most were indeed valuable. Another extreme Dao imperial weapon. Truly, the premium super gift package was bounteous. Lingxi nodded in satisfaction. As for the points mall discount, she could not be bothered to look. It was better not to check, as doing so would waste time. After opening the packages, Lingxi gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 79. The replica unaffected by causality. In the dead of night, Lingxi sensed something beside her in her dreams. Groggily, she opened her eyes. What the? Upon opening her eyes, Lingxi was startled into a jolt. Propelling herself upright on the bed. At the bedside sat 2 long-haired women, one clad in white and the other in red, gazing intently at her with glistening eyes. It was only when she discerned the identity of the woman in red that she exhaled in relief. However, the sight of a figure entirely draped in crimson, staring at her in the dead of night, was undeniably disconcerting. The white-clad woman, however, was a stranger to her. "You, master," the woman in white spoke, causing Lingxi to momentarily freeze, though she remained vigilant. The white-clad woman continued, "I am the spirit of the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl. You may call me Xiaozhu." At this revelation, Lingxi finally felt at ease. It was no wonder the spirit had quietly taken a seat by her bedside. It was the spirit of the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl. Lingxi nodded, responding with an "Oh, Xiaozhu." The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl continued, "Master. This is what occurred previously in the Yin-Yin ancient mirror." The spirit recounted the origins of the woman in red, confirming Lingxi's suspicions. She was a product born of the balance of yin and yang. Lingxi inquired, "Then, has my spiritual root also been replicated? What about the others?" The spirit clarified, "That is impossible. It is a unique 5 elements spiritual root. What has been replicated is merely the semblance, the realm, and the domain of slaughter, nothing more." Lingxi found this explanation reasonable. The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl elaborated, "However, due to being a copy, she is unbound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao, allowing her to disregard any causal ties. This means she can transcend the limitations of this realm and ascend to the celestial realm, or even higher. The woman in red is inherently a copy. She possesses neither a spiritual root nor any physical attributes, only a realm. Yet, one thing piqued Lingxi's curiosity. Without a spiritual root, how can one cultivate? Lingxi questioned, "Xiaozhu, is it possible to cultivate without a spiritual root?" The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl explained, "It is not possible. However, this body will gradually adapt to this world, eventually condensing a spiritual root. Yet, the condensed spiritual root will still not belong to this realm. It will be a completely new type of spiritual root." A new type of spiritual root? Lingxi was intrigued. Beyond the 10 commonly known spiritual roots, what other types could be formed? Can this copy speak? Lingxi poked the cheek of the woman in red, but there was no response save for her wide-open eyes. The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl clarified, "She has fallen back into a deep slumber. She awoke suddenly just now, emerging from within me. Since she has come out, I also took the opportunity to explain things to you." Lingxi pressed on, inquiring when the copy would be able to remain awake continuously. The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl replied, "Only after the copy awakens her spiritual root can she remain fully conscious and avoid slipping into slumber intermittently." No sooner had the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl finished speaking than dark storm clouds began to gather outside. Lingxi furrowed her brow, questioning the situation. "Is it the 9 heavens, purple mansion annihilation thunder again?" The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl explained, "Since my rank has reached the celestial level, this realm cannot tolerate my existence. As soon as I manifest, the heavenly Tao will unleash the 9 heavens purple mansion annihilation thunder until my rank falls below the celestial level." After this explanation, the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl swiftly took the copy away. Remaining any longer would provoke the 9 heavens purple mansion annihilation thunder. The booming thunder reverberated, shocking the entire martial academy. When Yixinghe looked up at the sky, he was taken aback. This was indeed the 9 heavens purple mansion annihilation thunder. A single strike could level the entire martial academy. Why is it still here? Lingxi rose from bed, approached the window, and peered out. The storm clouds showed no sign of dissipating. They churned ominously, as if in search of something. "Master, once the 9 heavens purple mansion annihilation thunder gathers, it is arduous to disperse. We must either wait for it to strike or proactively dissipate it." The chaos Yin-Yang Pearl conveyed through a mental message, which, unbeknownst to them, alerted the heavenly Tao. The thunder grew louder, seemingly locking onto Yi Lingxi's room. Yet, after losing its target, it lingered ominously. It seems I must take action. Yi Lingxi retrieved the sacred void sword, stepped outside, and called forth, "Sacred void, return to source." The sword radiated with brilliant light as a surge of sword energy soared towards the storm clouds. Where the sword energy passed, the air seemed to tear apart. Emitting a sharp, whistling sound, the storm clouds sensed the threat and instantaneously unleashed several bolts of purple lightning in an attempt to thwart the sword energy. However, Yi Lingxi's sword energy was unstoppable, piercing through the lightning and striking fiercely at the heart of the storm clouds. With a resounding crash, the storm clouds were forcibly torn apart, gradually dispersing. The surrounding space trembled as if it had weathered an earthquake. After accomplishing this, Yi Lingxi returned to her room and resumed her slumber. The previously bewildered teachers and students finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the dispersal of the storm clouds. Had the thunder struck, they would have been reduced to ashes. Yi Xinghe gazed in admiration, murmuring, "The goddess is truly formidable. She can cleave apart such formidable storm clouds with a single sword strike." Just then, 3 vice deans hurriedly approached Yi Xinghe. The pressure from the storm clouds had been overwhelming, dissuading them from moving about freely. "Dean, what was that storm cloud all about? How could such a potent thunder tribulation manifest here? Has a heavenly treasure appeared?" I was utterly terrified. Thankfully, it did not strike down and was instead dispersed by a sword energy. "Do we have an imperial-level powerhouse among us? Or has an ancestor descended?" The 3 vice deans inquired in unison. "That sword energy belonged to the goddess. You are unaware that during the contest with the Dragon and Phoenix clans for the treasure yesterday, the goddess." Yi Xinghe recounted the events of the previous day in detail, especially the part about the 9 Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Thunder, which he narrated vividly. The 3 vice deans were left agape upon hearing this. They had merely encountered Yi Lingxi once and had never imagined her to be so powerful. One vice dean suddenly proposed, "Dean, could we perhaps request the goddess to stay for a day, or even half a day, to give a lecture?" Yi Xinghe nodded affirmatively, stating, "I share the same intention. It is a rare opportunity for the goddess to visit. If we can persuade her to teach, that would be even better." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xinghe resolved to make the request once the goddess awoke. Chapter 80. The Tianling Dragon Clan Strikes. The next day, at dawn, Yi Lingxi had yet to rise, while Feng Ling was already awake. Bouncing with energy, she made her way to Yi Lingxi's room. Sister Shi, wake up. The sun is shining on your behind." Feng Ling pushed open the door and approached Yi Lingxi's bedside. Yi Lingxi mumbled a response and stretched lazily, tugging at her blankets to continue her slumber. Feng Ling nestled atop Yi Lingxi, insisting, Sister Shi, please wake up. I have to tell you. I had a dream last night where a thunder tribulation formed, and you dispersed it with a single sword." "Oh." Yi Lingxi rolled over and slowly opened her eyes. "Is it possible that I indeed cleaved through a thunder tribulation last night?" With that, Yi Lingxi sat up. "Is it really true?" Feng Lingxi reminisced. Realizing why she had faintly heard the rumble of thunder last night, it was indeed real. After Yi Lingxi rose and refreshed herself, she prepared to return to her clan. Yi Xinghe arrived with 3 vice deans. The 4 bowed in unison, Greetings, Divine Lady." "Good morning." Yi Lingxi slightly nodded, signaling them to refrain from excessive formality. "I am about to return to my clan. Since you are here, it is a good opportunity to speak with you." Yi Xinghe hastily added, "Divine Lady, we would like to request you to give a lecture at the academy, just for half a day." After speaking, he anxiously awaited her response. This was a rare opportunity, one that could not be missed. "A lecture?" Yi Lingxi shook her head, saying, "I truly lack the time for such matters. Moreover, each individual's cultivation method is distinct. As teachers, you are far more adept in this regard." Disappointment flickered across Yi Xinghe's face, and one of the vice deans quickly interjected, "Divine Lady, the disciples of the academy have heard of your remarkable display of power yesterday, and they hold you in high esteem. If they could benefit from your teachings for even half a day, it would be invaluable to them, and half a day would not take too much of your time." Upon hearing the vice dean's words, Yi Lingxi's heart wavered slightly. She glanced at the eager expressions surrounding her and sighed, "Very well, but this shall be a one-time occasion." Instantly, joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. Yi Xinghe, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Thank you, Divine Lady. When would be the most suitable time for the lecture today?" Yi Lingxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let it be in the afternoon." Soon, the news spread throughout the entire academy, and the students were all aflame with excitement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the afternoon. However, they would not have to wait much longer. Several warships appeared in the sky above the martial academy. Led by a 9th-tier warship, Yi Xinghe was taken aback and immediately activated the strongest defensive formation, for these warships belonged to the Tianling Long family. The sudden arrival of so many warships from the Tianling Long family surely indicated ill intent. The three vice deans returned to their posts to stabilize the defensive formation. Yi Xinghe respectfully addressed Yi Lingxi, Divine Lady. It seems the Tianling Long family has unfriendly intentions. We beseech you to lend us your assistance. The Martial Academy's defensive formation was of the 9th tier, but it did not rule out the possibility that the Tianling Long family could breach it. The Tianling Long family, you say? Yi Lingxi released her divine sense, sweeping across all the warships. 1 peak Sacred Realm expert, 1 early Sacred Realm, 6 returning Void experts, and a dozen minor Kalami were present. This configuration could only be deemed mediocre. Yi Xinghe had already approached the warships, facing the Tianling Long family directly. Long Penghai, the peak Sacred Realm powerhouse from the Tianling Long family, clasped his hands and greeted, Director Xinghe, it's good to see you. Yi Xinghe responded in kind. What is the intention of the Tianling Long family? Long Penghai smiled and stated, it is simple. Your Yi family has seized a treasure from my Long family. Hand it over swiftly, or we shall lay waste to your entire academy. As soon as he finished speaking, all the formidable experts surged forth. There were only 100 of them, but they were all of high rank. For the academy, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow, especially since many students lacked combat experience. A treasure? Yi Xinghe recalled, realizing that it could only refer to the orb from yesterday. The 100 Qi Frost Finger. Before Yi Xinghe could finish recalling, the surrounding atmosphere chilled, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky. A colossal middle finger coalesced above the warships. Long Penghai's expression shifted dramatically. This massive finger contained terrifying power, and he could sense the threat potent enough to annihilate their fleet. This is an Imperial-grade spiritual technique. Long Penghai bellowed, everyone, disperse at once. But it was too late. The warships were large and unwieldy, unable to evade swiftly. All managed to flee the range of the middle finger. Boom. The enormous finger crashed down. Except for the 9th tier warship, the remaining vessels were obliterated into fragments. The 9th tier warship fared little better, rendered in tatters. Yi Lingxi hovered in the air, her expression calm. You claim the Yi family has stolen a treasure. Do you possess any evidence? To threaten to destroy the academy based solely on unfounded accusations is excessively tyrannical. This finger serves as your warning. The members of the Long family exchanged glances. Had they not managed to escape, even their Sacred Realm status would not have withstood the sudden assault of the finger. Long Penghai snorted coldly, regardless. If you do not surrender today, our Long family will never relent. Moreover, do not expect any Imperial Realm experts to assist you, after yesterday. Any Imperial Realm expert that emerges will be relentlessly suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. Upon saying this, Long Penghai let out a sinister laugh. His audacity to brazenly attack the Taixu Yi family martial academy stemmed entirely from the fact that the Emperor could not move freely. The moment they appeared, they would be suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. Long Penghai laughed heartily. I advise you to surrender the treasure from yesterday, and then marry into my Tianling Long family. Seeking death, Yi Lingxi summoned the sacred void sword. As the sword emerged, its blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if it could cleave through space itself. With a swing of the sword, a wave of sword energy surged towards Long Penghai. He hurriedly conjured a shield, yet the formidable sword energy forced him to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, the 3 vice deans of the martial academy, along with the teachers, emerged. Although they had all appeared, their combat strength was still inferior to that of the Tianling Long family. Long Penghai cackled, do not struggle. I have already sealed off the surrounding space. Your messages cannot be transmitted, and my Tianling Long family is right nearby. You should surrender peacefully. Is that so? Yi Lingxi scoffed dismissively. She opened her system backpack, double-tapped the yellow summoning card. An apex expert of the Imperial Realm materialized. Upon their appearance, the aura of the Emperor emanated, suppressing the entire scene. An Emperor? Long Penghai gasped in astonishment. Was it not said that Emperors could not traverse this realm? No, it must be the Bean Sprout soldiers. He had heard that the Divine Lady of the Taixu Yi family could indeed summon soldiers from beans. Initially skeptical, he now fully believed. However, he distinctly remembered that even the Emperor summoned from beans should be subjected to the Heavenly Dao suppression. Why was the opposing party completely unharmed? In less than a quarter of an hour, merely within 3 breaths, the Tianling Long family was utterly annihilated. All warships were destroyed. This exemplified the chasm between the Imperial and Sacred Realms. No matter how gifted, one could not transcend this divide, unless, like Yi Lingxi, one possessed an inexhaustible array of trump cards. In the distance, the Long and Phoenix clans, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated, thoroughly intimidated. They had believed that with the Emperor absent, their clans could sweep across the 9 continents, almost forgetting that Yi Lingxi could summon Emperor-level puppets. This matter is entrusted to you, Yi Lingxi declared, Before boarding the Jiuzhou Envy, the task of clearing the battlefield was left to Yixinghe. Yixinghe was overjoyed. These were indeed the experts of the Tianling Long family. The resources they carried would surely be abundant, enough to elevate the entire academy to new heights. He immediately commanded everyone to commence the cleanup, as various treasures, elixirs, and rare materials were continuously unearthed, delight illuminating everyone's faces. Meanwhile, Lingxi stood aboard the Jiuzhou Envy, her gaze penetrating and focused on the horizon. She understood that after this encounter, the Tianling Long family would undoubtedly pursue vengeance. The martial academy would no longer be a sanctuary. Even if they refrained from launching a direct attack on the academy, they would likely ambush the disciples during their excursions for training. The only course of action now was to deliver a stern warning to the Tianling Long family. The distance was not great, and they would arrive shortly. The colossal Nine Heavens Xiannu ship hovered above the Tianling mountain range, startling Long Weichen, the head of the Tianling Long family. He had never witnessed such an immense warship, nor had he seen its insignia before. The entire Tianling mountain, where the Long family resided, was enveloped in an imperial-grade grand formation, an advanced one at that. Long Weichen approached Lingxi with trepidation, pondering whether the intelligence he had received was erroneous. He frantically recalled if he had offended anyone, as such a formidable warship must belong to an ancient clan or a superpower. However, he had always maintained a low profile and had not antagonized anyone. Moreover, all the imperial realm powerhouses had retreated into seclusion. How could anyone possibly control such a vast warship? He had confirmed this with both the Long and Phoenix clans. All their powerful members, as well as those from other factions, were in closed-door training. It was precisely due to this circumstance that the Tianling Long family had taken in 2 wandering imperial realm cultivators. Once the oppression from the heavenly Tao was lifted, the strength of their clan would ascend to new heights. Seeing that no one emerged from the warship, Long Weichen respectfully inquired as to which esteemed person had graced them with their presence. Yet, there was no response. At that moment, a disciple of the Long family stepped forward and whispered a few words to Long Weichen, causing him to gasp in shock. The envoy they had sent had perished, and this warship belonged to the ancient Yi family's goddess. This realization struck him. Before he could contemplate further, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The 100 Qi frost finger. This technique was one that Yi Lingxi had labored over for nearly a quarter of an hour to perfect. Utilizing her ice spirit root as the primary source and the other 7 spirit roots as support, she compressed the ice attribute spiritual energy to its utmost limits, causing its power to soar dramatically. As for how elevated it had become, she could not ascertain. So she decided to test it against the grand formation of the Tianling Long family. The colossal finger was positioned at the very center of Tianling Mountain, precisely at the heart of the grand formation. Long Weichen and the other members of the Long family, terrified, sought refuge within the formation. Even as a saint-level cultivator, he felt the chill and the impending terror of pressure bearing down upon him, a clear indication that he could not withstand this finger. Simultaneously, he confirmed that the ancient Yi family still had imperial realm powerhouses who had not entered seclusion. Boom! The colossal finger struck down, colliding with the imperial-grade grand formation, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. The entire Tianling mountain trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The once seemingly indestructible formation began to show signs of cracks, and Long Weichen's eyes widened in fear. Yi Lingxi stood atop the 9 heavens Xiannu, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated such power from this technique. It could indeed inflict damage upon an imperial-grade formation. The Long family members within the formation were thrown into chaos, with some of the lower-tier cultivators even spitting blood from the residual force. Such strength. Yi Lingxi was equally astonished but felt a twinge of regret. Unfortunately, the preparation had taken too long, and the consumption of spiritual power had been significant. Long Weichen understood that this formation would not withstand for long. If he did not devise a countermeasure, the Tianling Long family would face annihilation. All the ancestors were in seclusion, and he could not disturb them. Although they possessed a defensive supreme imperial weapon, his talent and strength were insufficient to unleash its true power. There was a risk it could be seized from him. In a moment of desperation, Long Weichen made a decision that contradicted his ancestral teachings. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a precious artifact, the Starlight Stone, from the family treasury. This Starlight Stone contained immense stellar energy that could temporarily enhance the defensive capabilities of the formation. He embedded the Starlight Stone into the formation's core. In an instant, the formation radiated with renewed brilliance. The previously spreading cracks ceased to expand and began to heal slowly. Originally intended for repairing the supreme imperial weapon, the Starlight Stone was now repurposed for defense. Restored? Truly worthy of an ancient power, but alas, you lack imperial realm cultivators. Lingxi scoffed dismissively, then opened her system backpack. With a yellow, a red, and a black summoning card activated simultaneously, she summoned 3 Imperial Realm powerhouses, one at the initial stage of the 2nd level, one at the mid-stage of the 4th level, and one at the peak of the 5th level. The 3 Imperial Realm cultivators appeared in unison, and at Lingxi's command, they launched an attack on the Tianling Long family. Subsequently, Lingxi departed with a flourish. As for the fate of the Tianling Long family, that would depend on their fortune. If the formation could withstand the onslaught of 3 Imperial Realm powerhouses, they would be safe. If not, their survival would rely on luck. Faced with the 3 Imperial Realm cultivators, Long Weichen was in a state of panic, nearly summoning all the members of his clan. He gathered their combined spiritual energy along with a significant number of spirit stones to fortify the defensive formation. However, reality proved to be far harsher than his aspirations. The 3 Imperial Realm cultivators shattered the defensive formation within 10 moves. In roughly a quarter of an hour, the defensive formation was utterly destroyed. At that moment, the Tianling Long family was thrown into chaos. 3 Imperial Realm cultivators. Slaying them was akin to crushing an ant. Despairing, Long Weichen knelt, clutching his head, and cried out, "Ancestor, save me." Following his plea, an Imperial Realm avatar appeared, swiftly attempting to subdue the 3 Imperial Realm cultivators. However, before it could reach them, time ran out. The 3 Imperial Realm avatars vanished without a trace. The Imperial Realm avatar stood momentarily stunned, and in that instant of hesitation, it was suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. Within the Longling's secret realm, the ancestor, who had been in seclusion, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell a small realm. Chapter 82, Red Moon City. Aboard the 9 Heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lingxi queried the system. "Damn system, how long does this Heavenly Dao suppression typically last?" It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she could only ask the system. The system replied, "This time, it may indeed be permanent." For the 9 Heavens Purple Mansion's world-destroying divine thunder did not strike the chaos yin-yang pearl. Thus, the suppression of the Heavenly Dao will persist, unless at this point. The system paused, contemplating. Lingxi pressed, "Unless what?" The system continued, "Unless you are truly yourself. For only by receiving the Heavenly Dao's blessing upon breaking into the Imperial Realm can you contend against the Heavenly Dao." Breaking into the Imperial Realm? That indeed posed a significant challenge. Lingxi fell into contemplation. She had only reached the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm. Ahead lay the return to the Sacred Realm, and her own breakthroughs were exceedingly arduous. She had no idea how long it would take to achieve the Imperial Realm. One could only continuously seek opportunities for advancement. Ordinary absorption of spiritual energy was no longer sufficient for her. The system added, "The only downside is that when you attempt to break into the Imperial Realm, you may encounter the most formidable thunder tribulation in history, particularly a frenzied one." Lingxi remarked, "Thunder tribulation? That's a minor issue. The real challenge lies in finding the opportunity." The system affirmed, "Indeed, however, as far as I am aware, there exists a Red Moon City on the extraordinary continent. This Red Moon City is one of the 7 mightiest forces in the Jiuzhou Dao Domain, possessing a small secret realm known as Red Moon." The mention of Red Moon City sparked an immediate change in Lingxi's warship's direction. The destination, Red Moon City on the extraordinary continent. Concurrently, Lingxi sought to gather information about Red Moon City. Red Moon City, an ancient power that, in recent years, has garnered strength comparable to that of the ancient Tang family, rendering it impervious to the control of any ancient forces. Number of Emperor Realm experts. The City Lord is at the pinnacle of the 7th layer, while the former City Lord is at the initial stage of the 9th layer. The Grand Elder stands at the 5th layer's peak, accompanied by 2 elders at the initial stage of the 2nd layer, and 3 guest elders at the initial stage of the 1st layer. Upon reviewing the introduction of Red Moon City, Lingxi noted the presence of a formidable 8 Emperor Realm experts. There was no record of the Saint Realm experts, indicating that there were likely plenty as well. Lingxi murmured to herself, acknowledging that such a configuration surpassed that of ordinary ancient forces. It was no wonder they could independently possess a small secret realm without attracting covetous glances. Naturally, their independence was not without reason. Firstly, this was merely a small secret realm. Unlike the rare grand secret realms such as the Smoke and Cloud Ancient Mirror, small secret realms were relatively common, with many factions of some strength possessing one. However, the might of Red Moon City suggested that this small secret realm was indeed something extraordinary. Perhaps beneath its modest exterior lay treasures typically reserved for grand secret realms. As Lingxi pondered, a voice broke through her thoughts. Sister Shi, where are we headed?" It was Feng Ling. Lingxi replied, "To the Red Moon City on the extraordinary continent." "Red Moon City? I have never heard of it. Is it fun?" Feng Ling shook her head. Having spent her life within the clan, never allowed to step beyond its confines. Lingxi smiled. You will find out once we arrive. The Jiutianzuan ship surged forward at full speed, traversing the Qingtian continent and the Qukan continent. After 2.5 days, they finally reached the extraordinary continent, unbothered along the way. This was largely due to the fact that Emperor Realm experts were engrossed in their seclusion, causing even the most reckless young heirs to think twice before causing trouble, especially with the imposing presence of the Jiutianzuan. Upon entering the extraordinary continent, they immediately caught the attention of the ancient Tang family, who were anxious about Lingxi's intentions, fearing she might be there to attack them. Only the newly appointed patriarch of the ancient Qin family, Qin Pinyin, came forth from the city to personally welcome Lingxi to the extraordinary continent. Surprised by Qin Pinyin's greeting, Lingxi nonetheless responded with courtesy. Qin Pinyin respectfully inquired, Goddess, may I ask what brings you to our extraordinary continent? Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. Ever since the heavenly path imposed restrictions on the Emperor realm, his father had retreated into seclusion. Thus Qin Pinyin naturally ascended to the position of patriarch. His rapid advancement in strength upon emerging from the smoke and cloud ancient mirror had garnered unanimous approval, save for a few disgruntled Saint Realm experts who sought to contest his leadership. Seizing the moment, Lingxi inquired, Are you familiar with Red Moon City? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Pinyin replied, Of course, if the goddess wishes to visit Red Moon City, I can certainly guide you. Lingxi nodded in agreement, and thus, under Qin Pinyin's guidance, they set forth towards Red Moon City. After their departure, the few Saint Realm experts from the Qin family began to murmur amongst themselves. Particularly, Qin Pinyin's excessive deference to another family dismayed them, as it was detrimental to the Qin family's reputation. However, they could only grumble in private. With Qin Pinyin leading the way, they swiftly arrived at Red Moon City. After Lingxi stored the Jiutianzuan, she entered the city alongside him. Qin Pinyin followed closely, aware that being in Lingxi's company would surely yield favorable outcomes. Even if there is no meat, there is soup, he thought. Goddess, entering Red Moon City requires the payment of a premium spirit stone, but as part of the ancient forces, we need only present our identity, Qin Pinyin explained. Producing his family patriarch's token, the gate guards immediately bowed in respect upon recognition, an honor reserved for those of ancient lineage. In contrast, individuals from lesser factions, even Emperor Realm experts, would be obliged to pay the premium spirit stone. Lingxi nodded in understanding, revealing her goddess token as well. However, the goddess token was not widely recognized, especially among other factions. The threshold to become the goddess of the ancient Yi family was exceedingly high, let alone possessing the goddess token itself. While the guards did not recognize the token, they were familiar with the insignia of the ancient Yi family, and the aura emanating from the goddess token left them quaking in trepidation. They promptly bowed in respect. Following this, Qin Pinyin led them deeper into Red Moon City, and news of the new patriarch of the Qin family, accompanied by a mysterious woman and child entering the city, quickly spread. The arrival of a patriarch from an ancient force was significant, particularly that of Lingxi, whose identity remained a tantalizing mystery to them. They were puzzled as to how the Yi and Shun families had joined forces to come to Red Moon City. This was indeed a matter of great import. Previously, Red Moon City and other ancient forces had maintained a respectful distance from one another, with the Emperor realm oppressed by the heavenly path. The sudden arrival of the Yi and Shin families was a source of considerable concern, particularly regarding the impending opening of the Red Moon secret realm in a month's time. Simultaneously, Lingxi and her companions became the focal point of attention in Red Moon City, not only for their prominence, but also as subjects of vigilant protection, lest any misfortune befall them within the city. Chapter 83, The Red Moon Auction. In Red Moon City, the influx of visitors was particularly pronounced in recent days, most of whom were outsiders. As an open superpower, Red Moon City naturally attracted a plethora of wandering cultivators, leading to a diverse and eclectic mix of individuals. Though the majority adhered to the established rules, those who disregarded the regulations faced expulsion, imprisonment, or even immediate eradication. Fighting was strictly prohibited within Red Moon City. Any disputes requiring resolution through combat were to be directed to designated duel arenas. Qin Pinyin had visited Red Moon City twice before, and as a member of an ancient family, he dared not cause any disturbances within the city. Goddess, you may not be aware, but today Red Moon City is hosting an auction known as the Red Moon Auction, organized by the Ruan family, who are also the lords of Red Moon City. Qin Pinyin explained as they walked. Being a local of the extraordinary continent, he possessed knowledge that surpassed that of outsiders. Upon hearing about the auction, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. An auction? That sounds delightful. Sister Shi, let us go. Lingxi nodded in agreement. eager to experience the auction herself after such a lengthy stay in this world. Upon Chun Pingin's cue, he swiftly led the way. The Red Moon auction was situated in the very heart of Red Moon City. As they approached, the crowd grew denser, with many eyes drawn intermittently towards Lingxi. The reasons were apparent. Her unfamiliarity and striking beauty, coupled with the presence of an enigmatic child whose strength was unfathomable, captured attention. Most individuals present were cultivators, with a significant number being wandering Saint Realm experts. While they could discern Qin Pingin's power, they were unable to gauge the realms of Lingxi and Fengling. A young girl and a youthful lad. How elevated could their realm possibly be? So much so that even the formidable saints failed to discern their true nature. This inability to perceive them rendered the onlookers hesitant to engage in conversation, leaving them with no choice but to follow discreetly until they arrived at the Red Moon auction house. Upon Qin Pingin presenting the family patriarch's decree, they were graciously invited into the exclusive VIP room on the second floor. The VIP rooms on this level were all independent chambers, specifically reserved for superpowers or those of imperial lineage. However, with no imperial figures present, the threshold was slightly lowered. Now only those at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm could access these chambers and indulge in extraordinary privileges. Inside the VIP suite, Lingxi and Fengling observed from their elevated positions. The auction would span 7 days, and today marked the 5th. Yet, due to the absence of affluent patrons and prominent families, only ordinary items suited for common practitioners had been auctioned thus far. With the arrival of Lingxi, a substantial influx of saint-level individuals gathered, capturing the attention of the wealthy and noble families alike. They anticipated that today would unveil extraordinary treasures. In an instant, all the waiting affluent individuals and notable families entered the Red Moon auction house, disrupting the grand plans that had been laid out. Originally, it was tacitly understood that the most coveted items would be showcased on the final day. However, the newly appointed head of the Ruan family had no choice but to adapt to the shifting tides and commence the auction of items rated above the 8th tier on the 5th day. As a rare 7th grade advanced elixir was auctioned off, the previous appraiser exited the stage, replaced by another renowned master. Of course, most ordinary cultivators were unfamiliar with this new appraiser, but a select few influential figures understood the significance of his presence. The truly valuable treasures were about to be unveiled. With Master Mao taking the stage, it implied that items of 8th tier or above would be presented. But wait, weren't those supposed to be saved for the 7th day? Why the sudden advancement? Did you not notice the influx of numerous esteemed families and powerful beings today? Surely there must be some insider information. Undoubtedly. A great treasure was about to appear. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly anticipating the next grand item to be unveiled. Standing beside Master Mao, the attendant proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent." In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Once the hush enveloped the hall, 2 burly men brought forth the item for auction. Placing it upon the display platform, the item was covered by a red cloth. Esteemed guests, I am Mao Tian, the 162nd generation appraiser of the Mao family. I shall preside over the upcoming auction. After his introduction, Mao Tian commenced the presentation of the auction item. As the red cloth was drawn back, the audience beheld a sword radiating an ethereal blue light. The blade was adorned with ancient and mysterious runes, and the hilt was embedded with a massive blue gem. Encased behind glass, the power emanating from the gem was palpable. This sword, known as the Blue Ice Sword, was an ancient 9th grade advanced magic weapon, whose might had not waned despite the ravages of time. Crafted from celestial meteorite iron, it was remarkably resilient, capable of slicing through steel with ease. Moreover, it possessed innate ice attribute spiritual energy. When infused with the user's own spiritual power, it could unleash even more potent ice-based techniques. The starting bid was set at 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, declared Mao Tian loudly. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was no trifling sum, yet the allure of this sword was irresistible. Previously, items had commenced at the 8th tier and then escalated. But now, they were starting with a 9th tier advanced magic weapon, indicating that even more astonishing treasures lay ahead. 110,000 top-tier spirit stones. 150,000 top-tier spirit stones. 18,000 top-tier spirit stones. 300,000 top-tier spirit stones. The first to bid was an ordinary cultivator from the first floor. Naturally, among these ordinary practitioners were several at the saint level, especially those with ice spiritual roots, who were eager to acquire the Blue Ice Sword. However, as scattered cultivators, their financial means could hardly compete with those of the prominent families. Before long, the price was escalated to 1 million top-tier spirit stones from the second floor, 2 million top-tier spirit stones, 220,000 top-tier spirit stones, 250,000 top-tier spirit stones. The bidding continued to soar. A 9th-grade advanced magic weapon, especially one from ancient times, was worth every bid of 5 million top-tier spirit stones. The value of this sword extended beyond mere practicality. It harbored rules within its very essence. Possessing this sword might even afford one the opportunity to comprehend those rules. The blue gem was an enigma never before encountered. 5 million top-tier spirit stones. 510,000 top-tier spirit stones. 511,000 top-tier spirit stones. The frenzy escalated, the bids climbing ever higher. However, once the price surpassed 5 million, the number of bidders dwindled, and the increments in bidding became more modest. The blue-eye sword had nearly reached its price ceiling. 520,000 top-tier spirit stones. A voice called out, "I am Du Ruebois, the newly appointed head of the Du family. I hope everyone will grant me the courtesy of allowing this magic weapon to come into my possession." The Du family was among the most prestigious clans on the continent, and with the family head personally stepping forward, it was a request that many were inclined to honor. The bidding halted at 520,000. 520,000 once. 520,000 twice. Just as Mao Tian was about to finalize the sale, a cool voice emerged from the 6th VIP room on the 2nd floor. 6 million. The voice was soft yet resonated in the ears of all present. Du Ruebois was taken aback. At this price, there was still someone willing to contend. And it was a mere young girl. Moreover, this girl was right next to him. "Young lady, are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" 6,100,000. The girl persisted. "You best not raise the bid again." Du Ruebois gritted his teeth, raising his bid to 6,100,000, subsequently threatening Lingxi. However, Lingxi paid him no heed and continued to bid. 7 million. Each increment of 1 million was an extravagant display of her wealth. How infuriating. "Are you mute? Are you deliberately provoking me? You better not leave after the auction concludes." Du Ruebois exclaimed, his voice trembling with rage. Lingxi's indifference only fueled his ire as she continued to raise the stakes. Each bid was increasingly substantial. She had promised her darling little wife that she would secure this 9th-grade magic weapon for him. With the stakes so high, there was no turning back. Yet, 7 million was exorbitantly beyond his means. A slender, fair-skinned young man nestled against Du Ruebois, playfully pleading, "I just want that sword. Darling, please win it for me." Du Ruebois gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 780,000 top-tier spirit stones. He escalated to 800,000 top-tier spirit stones. This was already his limit. Furthermore, if he persisted, he would miss out on any future treasures. Nevertheless, he held confidence. 800,000 top-tier spirit stones was no trifling sum. Yet, the very next moment, the bid soared to 10 million top-tier spirit stones. The emergence of 10 million superior spirit stones sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Such a staggering sum is tantamount to a modest spirit vein. Acquiring an ancient 9th-tier sword for such an amount seems utterly unwarranted. If one fails to derive any enlightenment, the loss would be even more profound. This is, after all, a grand gamble. Yet, someone dares to bid 10 million superior spirit stones. 10 million superior spirit stones, once. Upon hearing Mao Tian's voice, Du Ruebois glanced at the handsome youth in his arms, gritting his teeth, and ultimately declared, 10 million superior spirit stones, twice. 10 million superior spirit stones, thrice. Mao Tian's hammer fell decisively, his smile widening. He stood to gain a commission. The higher the auction price, the greater his share. Chen Pingyan was equally astonished. He was aware of the ancient Yi clan's wealth, but did not anticipate such extravagance. Truly, the divine lady is extravagantly affluent. A 9th-tier magic artifact worth 10 million is hardly justified. Lingxi nonchalantly remarked, "It's a trivial matter." Du Ruebois, overhearing, nearly spat blood. "A mere trivial matter, you say? That is 10 million superior spirit stones, enough to cover half a year's income for the Du family." Of course, Lingxi's ostentation was entirely due to her recent replication of a superior spirit vein within the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl. The replicated spirit vein was exchanged in the recovery mall for points, which were then converted into superior spirit stones on a one-to-one basis, with no exchange rate issues. This process was remarkably effortless, consuming only 1/5 of her spiritual energy, thanks to the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl and her little pig companion. The replication required minimal energy, devoid of the complications of the past. Thus, there was no shortage of superior spirit stones. Bid for anything that appears. The second superior spirit vein was currently undergoing replication. Soon, the next auction item was presented. The ceremonial red cloth was drawn back to reveal a suit of armor radiating an ethereal green glow. The armor was inscribed with enigmatic runes, unmistakably extraordinary. One of these runes resembled tadpole script. Of course, very few families have preserved their legacies from the ancient era. leaving most attendees unable to comprehend its significance, merely recognizing its high prestige. This armor, named the Ethereal Blue Guardian Armor, is a pinnacle 9th-tier magic artifact. Crafted by a master artisan from the twilight of the ancient era, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, with a starting bid of 2 million superior spirit stones. Mao Tian enthusiastically introduced it. Just as he finished, Lingxi made her move. 10 million superior spirit stones, she proclaimed, initiating her bid at an astounding sum. Naturally, this 9th-tier artifact warranted such a price, for the ancient tadpole script was visible to the naked eye. Anyone capable of comprehending it would undoubtedly gain significant enhancement. Yet, most remained oblivious to its true worth. Is there a higher bid? 10 million superior spirit stones, once. Just as Mao Tian was about to call for a second time, Du Ruibwa interjected, 20 million superior spirit stones. He raised his bid by another 10 million. Lingxi, unfazed, quietly raised her bid to 30 million superior spirit stones. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Even the wealthiest factions were taken aback. Such lavish spending, even for those abundant in spirit stones, seemed extravagant. 30 million superior spirit stones. Du Ruibwa shouted, 40 million superior spirit stones. Lingxi countered, 50 million superior spirit stones. The bidding escalated rapidly. 60 million superior spirit stones. 70 million superior spirit stones. 80 million superior spirit stones. 90 million superior spirit stones. Du Ruibwa was now utterly blinded by greed, standing and shouting. 100 million superior spirit stones. A deafening silence enveloped the hall. The price of a 9th-tier artifact soared to an unfathomable 100 million superior spirit stones. Such an amount could procure a medium spirit vein. Exchanging a medium spirit vein for a pinnacle 9th-tier artifact from the twilight of the ancient era is a staggering gamble. If the ancient artifacts have not been passed down through generations, the uncertainties are immense. Should complications arise, the losses could be catastrophic. Continue. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid? Why don't you keep bidding? You claim to be affluent, yet here you are, stalling. You little petty thing, if you lack funds, refrain from posturing. Hurry and raise your bid, coward. Keep bidding. Du Ruibwa's voice grew increasingly frantic, almost to the point of madness. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon him. This madman. Yet, Lingxi remained silent, allowing Du Ruibwa to vent his fury without a word, maintaining her calm demeanor. 100 million superior spirit stones, once. 100 million superior spirit stones, twice. 100 million superior spirit stones, thrice. Mao Tian's hammer fell decisively. Du Ruibwa was left in a state of shock. He simply did not possess such an amount of superior spirit stones. The entire assembly erupted in an uproar. They all recognized that Du Ruibwa had completely lost his composure. Although the Du family was a prominent clan, they could not possibly produce 100 million superior spirit stones without liquidating assets. The risks associated with such a liquidation were immense. A misstep could lead to division of their holdings. Particularly, rogue cultivators thrive in such predicaments, seizing opportunities to plunder when one is at their most vulnerable. In his frenzied state, Du Ruibwa had lost all reason, brandishing his weapon as he charged toward Lingxi's chamber. However, before he could exit the room, he was unceremoniously thrown out, along with his petite wife. Faced with the oppressive tactics of the Red Moon auction house, Du Ruibwa was like a defeated dog, devoid of any power to resist. Other factions cheered, relaying news of the Du family's plight back to their clans. Now, let the auction continue. Mao Tian maintained his smile, treating the incident with nonchalance. In the subsequent auction, 3 items from the ancient era and 5 from the prehistoric era were all acquired by Lingxi, without contest. None dared to challenge her bidding prowess. Intimidated by her lavishness, the total for the 9 items amounted to 50 million superior spirit stones, all paid on the spot. Each item was bought and settled immediately. Even a superpower like the Red Moon City had to weigh the risks. It was far too audacious to purchase so many ancient and prehistoric artifacts in one go. Truly the divine lady, Shen Pingyan praised from the sidelines. Yet, Lingxi paid him no mind, her gaze fixed on the recovery mall. The recovery prices were astonishingly high, exceeding auction prices by 3 to 4 times. Lingxi examined each item. Even the lowest was priced 300 times higher, with the highest reaching 5 times the original value. Such inflated prices were entirely due to their historical significance. A tremendous profit. These 9 artifacts, all 9th tier, held significant value. Lingxi reclaimed everything at once. The redemption price for the 9 9th tier magical artifacts reached an astounding 200 million points. Such a sum equates to 200 million premium spirit stones. Just as Lingxi was redeeming, Feng Ling had successfully bid on 5 auction items. No one dared to inflate the prices, for they were unable to fathom the identities of Lingxi and Feng Ling. They were individuals whom even the patriarch of the Chun family treated with utmost respect. Moreover, their wealth was unparalleled, whether from prominent families or ancient clans like Qinping'an. None could rival Yi Lingxi's extravagance. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside. Patriarch Chun, I am the person in charge of this Red Moon auction. Upon hearing this, Chun Ping'an glanced at Yi Lingxi, who slightly nodded, signaling him to open the door. As the door swung open, the representative wasted no time and stated, Patriarch Chun, esteemed goddess, this is the Azure Guardian armor, which I am gifting to you on my own accord. He then produced a spatial ring containing the Azure Guardian armor. After Chun Ping'an inspected it and confirmed its authenticity, he accepted it. The representative, relieved by Chun Ping'an's acceptance, exited the VIP room, closing the door behind him. Goddess, your Azure Guardian armor. Chun Ping'an presented the spatial ring with both hands. Yi Lingxi proceeded to inspect the armor. After a thorough examination, she abruptly stood up and began a second inspection. To her astonishment, it was a counterfeit. The ancient tadpole script was merely etched on without any inherent principles of the Great Tao. Yi Lingxi smirked disdainfully and tossed the Azure Guardian armor back to Chun Ping'an. Chun Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. What? A 9th-tier pinnacle artifact valued at 100 million premium spirit stones is fake? He scrutinized it repeatedly. Yet it appeared authentic in every aspect. The material, the aura it exuded. Everything screamed 9th-tier pinnacle quality. Yi Lingxi clarified that while it was indeed 9th-tier pinnacle armor, the ancient tadpole script was a forgery. The true value lay within the script itself, which could impart the principles of the Great Tao. Without it, the armor was worthless. Furthermore, devoid of the ancient tadpole script's enhancement, this 9th-tier pinnacle artifact was inferior to a low-tier 9th-tier artifact, as it was tainted with numerous impurities, forcibly elevated to the pinnacle tier. Upon hearing Yi Lingxi's explanation, Chun Ping'an experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the underlying truth. Unfortunately, he could not comprehend the ancient tadpole script, let alone grasp its significance. Had he acquired this item at the price of a 9th-tier pinnacle artifact, it would have been a catastrophic loss. Thankfully, since it was a gift, Yi Lingxi decided to give it to Chun Ping'an, considering it compensation for his efforts. Thank you, esteemed goddess. Even though it was merely a counterfeit 9th-tier pinnacle artifact, it was still preferable to having nothing at all. Moreover, despite his current status as patriarch, his access to 9th-tier artifacts was limited. During this time, Feng Ling was thoroughly enthralled. This was her first experience with the excitement of an auction. Primarily, she was wealthy, immensely wealthy. She felt no concern for prices or the quality of the auction items. Wealth afforded her the freedom to indulge, securing everything in sight. During this period, others attempted to outbid Feng Ling, but they were unable to withstand her financial might. Additionally, due to Du Ruibu's influence, they were left with lingering apprehensions, fearful of being deceived. After the auction of the divine grade items concluded, a break ensued. In the first half, Yi Lingxi had secured a total of 19 auction items, comprising magical artifacts, elixirs, and various rare materials. Including the gifts, she possessed a total of 20 items. Feng Ling joyfully approached Yi Lingxi and exclaimed, Sister Shi, I won 5 more items. Thank you, little Ling. The 5 auction items were quickly delivered, all acquired with premium spirit stones. Out of the 20 auction items, only 4 held value, 1 given to Chun Ping'an, while the rest were reclaimed. After deducting costs, they netted a staggering profit of 360 million points. Although it was in points, 1 point equated to 1 premium spirit stone. In reality, the premium spirit stones were merely replicas. Rounded off, there was no cost, pure, unadulterated profit. As the first half concluded, numerous factions entered the Red Moon auction, for the second half promised to be the main event. Almost all formidable forces from the unparalleled continents were present, including those from other realms. The VIP room was filled to capacity. So many people. Yi Lingxi extended her consciousness, scanning the entire Red Moon auction venue. The second floor was predominantly occupied by peak Saint Realm experts. After all, without attaining the Saint Realm, one might struggle to protect the items they acquired. Of course, with Yi Lingxi present, they merely needed to safeguard themselves. Chapter 86. No one has more money than me. Shortly after, the second half commenced, still under the auspices of Master Mao Tian. All items presented had been authenticated and graded by Mao Tian. Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the second half of the Red Moon auction, featuring 10 auction items. As soon as Mao Tian finished speaking, 10 burly men entered, bearing the auction items. These men were all at the initial stage of the Cave Heaven realm, demonstrating the weight of the items they carried, despite their seemingly small size. As the red cloth was ceremoniously removed, a palm-sized dark red box was revealed, emanating a faint glow, intricately etched with ancient and mysterious runes. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. This box is a mid-level imperial-grade spatial artifact from the late ancient era, known as the All-Inclusive. What lies within its spatial confines is subject to your fortune. However, it is bound by 6 complex restrictions, which to this day, no one has managed to breach. The starting bid is 10 million premium spirit stones. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. 10 million premium spirit stones was no trifling amount. Many were tempted by the imperial-grade mid-level artifact. Yet the 6 restrictions loomed like an insurmountable chasm. In a corner, a man clad in a black robe, his features concealed, brightened at the prospect. He murmured, "Heh, the Red Moon City has finally released the All-Inclusive." Those surrounding him cast puzzled glances at his murmurs, yet he remained unfazed. At this moment, a wealthy young man in the front row boldly proclaimed, 1,100,000 premium spirit stones. The crowd turned their attention, marveling at his extravagance. Before they could fully process this, the bidding erupted. 1,200,000 premium spirit stones. 1,500,000 premium spirit stones. 20 million premium spirit stones. The price soared. Though it was an imperial-grade, mid-level spatial artifact, the 6 restrictions rendered it effectively useless, if unbroken. However, the allure of the unbreached artifact was undeniable. It could harbor treasures like the Breaking Emperor Pill, supreme imperial weapons, or even primordial imperial energy and celestial essence. If one could break the restrictions, any number of premium spirit stones would be a worthy investment. The Saint Realm experts were driven to madness, and the price skyrocketed to 100 million premium spirit stones. Finally, Lingxi made her move, bidding 200 million premium spirit stones. Initially, many assumed Lingxi was out of premium spirit stones, which was why Xianxiaaudiobooks engaged in bidding. It now appears that they have indeed underestimated Lingxi's financial prowess. However, the second half of this event diverges significantly from the first. The foremost trading consortium of the Jiuzhou Dao Domain, Wanbeilu, has also arrived, personally represented by its president, Xianxiaaudiobooks. This is a genuine top-tier tycoon. 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Xianxiaaudiobooks' initial bid amounts to 500 million. Lingxi furrows her brow slightly, taken aback by Wanbeilu's extravagant wealth. Yet, her resolve to secure the Haina Baichuan remains unshaken. After all, this is a blind box. 600 million top-grade spirit stones. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckles softly, ready to raise his bid once more, when a figure in the corner, draped in a black robe, leisurely interjects, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. The voice is unassuming, yet it reverberates through the hall like a boulder plunging into a lake, creating ripples of astonishment. All eyes turn to the man in black, speculating about his identity. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifts. This price exceeds his budget. Lingxi, too, is astonished. But a glimmer of determination flashes in her eyes as she counters with 1,100 million top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are in abundance. The man in black remains silent for a moment, then rises slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura. 1,500 million top-grade spirit stones. I am resolute in acquiring this Haina Baichuan. I hope no further bids will be made. His words carry an undeniable authority. Yet, this display becomes a mere farce. Lingxi continues to escalate her bid. 2 billion top-grade spirit stones. This time, the shock reverberates not only among the crowd, but also within Xianxiaaudiobooks. The entirety of Wanbeilu's assets barely total 200 billion top-grade spirit stones, even when accounting for various magical artifacts, elixirs, and real estate. The only entity in the Jiuzhou Dao Domain that could rival them is the ancient Yi family. Yet, he is aware that the ancient Yi family is absent. Had they come, he would not have graced this event with his presence. A spendthrift. Surely, she is a spendthrift. This singular thought occupies Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. 2 billion top-grade spirit stones, once. 2 billion top-grade spirit stones, twice. Is there a higher bid? Mao Tian raises his small hammer, surveying the room. Silence envelopes the attendees. Observing this, Mao Tian brings his hammer down. 2 billion top-grade spirit stones, sold. The finality reverberates. Chen Ping'an stands dumbfounded beside him. This is 2 billion top-grade spirit stones. And it has transpired without a blink. Summoning his courage, Chen Ping'an inquires, "Goddess, do you truly possess such an abundance of top-grade spirit stones?" Lingxi replies nonchalantly, "It's a trifle. Then, might I request?" Chen Ping'an hesitates, fumbling for words. "What is it? Speak plainly," Lingxi urges. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Ping'an states, "There will be an auction for 2 slots in the Hongyue secret realm. Might you assist me in acquiring them? In return, my Chen family is willing to become a subsidiary family of the Yi family." Chen Ping'an finds himself in a precarious position. His bloodline's strength has waned over the years. The sole pinnacle expert of his family, at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, is nearing the end of his lifespan. Once that ancestor passes, the Chun family will no longer be a force of the ancient era and may even find themselves targeted. After all, a withered camel is larger than a horse, and seizing the Chun family's assets would be a lucrative endeavor. Moreover, their scouts have sensed that the ancient Tang family has been engaging in underhanded tactics. Only by becoming a subsidiary of an ancient family can they hope to endure, and the ancient Yi family presents an excellent option. As the current patriarch of the Qin family, he holds the authority to make this decision. Yi Lingxi nods. Very well. Though both are ancient families, Yi Lingxi can distinctly sense the thinness of Chun Ping'an's bloodline. His current achievements are solely the result of his own efforts. Oh. Chun Ping'an is taken aback by Yi Lingxi's prompt agreement, having anticipated that she would need to consult with her ancestors or family head. Thank you, goddess. Chun Ping'an bows deeply. Not only does he gain 2 slots without expenditure, but he also secures his family's protection from encroachment by other forces. While the two converse, the price for the second auction item has already escalated to 200 million spirit stones. This item has not captivated the audience like the first, resulting in fewer bids, as many await the slots for the Hangyue secret realm. Ultimately, Yi Lingxi acquires it for 300 million top-grade spirit stones, a reasonable price for a mid-tier imperial artifact. Chapter 87. An existence comparable to the heavenly Dao, Tianxi. The third, fourth, and fifth items fall into Yi Lingxi's possession as well. The leaders and decision-makers of various great powers are left in a frenzy. They had prepared extensively for the myriad treasures at this Hangyue auction, yet have failed to secure even one. They began to suspect that Yi Lingxi was merely a ruse. Simultaneously, they initiated inquiries into her identity. However, upon discovering that she is the goddess of the ancient Yi family, they were left astounded. Yet, they could not comprehend how the ancient Yi family and the ancient Qin family, which have no ties, now find themselves allied. The ancient Yi family resides far in the central continent, a considerable distance from their own absolute world continent. Even the ancient Yi family's martial academy has only 12 branches on the absolute world continent, posing no threat to them. Now, one cannot help but wonder if there is a collaboration between the ancient Chun and Yi families. If so, the powers of the absolute world continent may soon face dire straits, especially concerning the upcoming slots for the Hangyue secret realm. There are a total of 5 slots, auctioned in 5 separate instances. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is a slot in the Hangyue secret realm, starting at 1 top-grade spirit stone. With bartering permitted, Mao Tian announces, igniting a fierce bidding war. Though the starting price is merely 1 spirit stone, the slots are limited, prompting intense competition. Many families lacking secret realm access vie for a single slot. Yi Lingxi remains composed, refraining from placing an early bid. The bids escalate quickly, reaching 10 million top-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, a voice emanates from the 20-numbered VIP room. I offer 10 million top-grade spirit stones plus a 7th-tier flame dragon crystal for this slot. Gasps of surprise ripple through the crowd. Flame dragon crystals are exceedingly rare treasures. Yet, a voice from the 27th VIP room merely smiles and states, I bid 10 million top-grade spirit stones plus 2 7th-tier flame dragon crystals. An uproar ensues. A 7th-tier flame dragon crystal is valued at 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. These crystals are the cores of dragons, formed only after reaching the 7th tier. Additionally, dragons are formidable beings, seldom leaving the dragon and phoenix continent, making them difficult to hunt. Most dragons that are captured tend to self-detonate at the last moment, which explains the exorbitant price of a 7th-tier flame dragon crystal. To produce 2 such crystals suggests the slaying of at least 20 dragons. The first VIP room interjects 20 million top-grade spirit stones, 1 8th-tier flame dragon crystal, and 1 9th-tier purple pattern-breaking spirit pill. The moment this bid is announced, the entire venue falls into a hush. 8th-tier flame dragon crystals are already rare, let alone the incredibly precious 9th-tier purple pattern-breaking spirit pill. It is said that this elixir can revive a severely wounded saint-level expert from the brink of death and enhance the probability of breakthrough. Its market value could soar to 50 million top-grade spirit stones. An 8th-tier flame dragon crystal alone could fetch 30 million top-grade spirit stones. In the face of the first opportunity for the Red Moon secret realm, the majority of individuals were reluctant to offer exorbitant prices, as there were still 4 more chances to come, and the likelihood of acquiring one at a lower bid remained plausible. After several intense rounds of bidding, the value of the first Red Moon secret realm slot escalated to 900 million superior spirit stones. Notably, the highest bid he placed was merely 100 million superior spirit stones. The remaining 800 million were comprised of equivalent valued items. Yet, this already equated to the worth of 2 slots. Considering the price for a single slot in the Red Moon secret realm was at most 500 million superior spirit stones. Although the superpower that initiated the 900 million bid felt a pinch, The potential opportunities made it worthwhile. 900 million superior spirit stones, once. 900 million superior spirit stones, twice. Mao Tian, wielding his small hammer, surveyed the room for any higher bids. As silence enveloped the space, and he was about to bring down the hammer, a voice rang out, 1 billion superior spirit stones. In that final moment, Feng Ling made her move. Yi Lingxi, meanwhile, was engrossed in comprehending the essence of the Red Moon's secret realm. Normally, even a grand secret realm would not command such an exorbitant price. For instance, an ancient artifact like the Yan Yun Gu Zhao would be considered extraordinary at a valuation of 100 million superior spirit stones, and the risks of entering were substantial. One might perish within, while only the fortunate could secure a legacy or encounter an opportunity, thus reaping immense rewards. 1 billion superior spirit stones, once. 1 billion superior spirit stones, twice. Any higher bids? Although it seemed improbable, Mao Tian inquired habitually. 1 billion superior spirit stones, thrice. Sold. The first slot of the Red Moon secret realm was secured by Yi Lingxi. Swiftly, the bidding for the second slot commenced. As Yi Lingxi continued to delve into the intricacies of the Red Moon secret realm, Chun Pingan narrated the origins of the Red Moon secret realm. Finally arriving at the pivotal details. The Red Moon secret realm opened once every decade, offering only 25 slots each time. While not vast, its interior was remarkably unique. Imbued with dense spiritual energy, and housed a special legacy known as Tianxi. The nature of this Tianxi legacy remained a mystery to all save the first lord of Red Moon City. After obtaining the Tianxi legacy, that lord experienced a meteoric rise in power, establishing Red Moon City and becoming a formidable sovereign, ultimately ascending to divinity and vanishing beyond the void. Subsequently, Chun Pingan continued with a plethora of irrelevant information. Yi Lingxi, uninterested, opted to inquire about the Tianxi legacy from the system. What is this Tianxi within the Red Moon secret realm? The system, appearing lethargic, responded, Tianxi, you say? It's rather extraordinary. After a brief pause, the system elaborated. Tianxi was created alongside the 9-continent Dao Domain, a force comparable to the Heavenly Dao. After failing to contest the 9-continent Dao Domain against the Heavenly Dao, its realm was ruthlessly suppressed. As a result of its defeat, Tianxi created the secret realm as a refuge to conserve its strength and seek opportunities to reclaim the Dao Domain. Those who obtain the Tianxi legacy are likely mere puppets of Tianxi, akin to representatives of the Heavenly Dao. Upon absorbing the system's explanation, Yi Lingxi comprehended the existence parallel to the Heavenly Dao. Within this Red Moon City, there are 2 traces of Tianxi's essence, likely belonging to cultivators who have received its legacy. After hearing the system's words, Yi Lingxi unleashed her divine sense to perceive, yet found nothing. The system reminded her, ahem. I scanned directly. It would be challenging for you to detect with your divine sense. Yi Lingxi sighed, very well. However, I have faith that the host can refine Tianxi. Yi Lingxi paused, refining Tianxi, that is an existence analogous to the Heavenly Dao. However, battling it could be quite exhilarating. The system affirmed, refinement is certainly possible, yet we must ascertain the strength of Tianxi. If it proves too formidable, we shall reconsider. It surely could not be all that powerful, could it? Not to worry, not to worry. The opening is merely 5 days away, and we shall see then. Chapter 88. No one is free from jealousy. No one is free from hatred. The second slot for the Red Moon secret realm was claimed by Feng Ling for 15 billion superior spirit stones. The third slot soared to an astounding 20 billion superior spirit stones. Feng Ling successfully acquired 3 consecutive slots. Other powers grew increasingly anxious, as only 2 slots remained. The fourth slot had already escalated to 40 billion superior spirit stones, a figure that exceeded the expectations of the Red Moon auction house. 40 billion superior spirit stones. Only Wanbao Tower could muster such an amount. Qian Duo felt a pang of regret. Little girl, please refrain from bidding further. Allow me a slot. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow, an ambiguous smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the speaker. On what grounds? If you lack funds, refrain from posturing. The individual was left speechless, utterly at a loss. Although he had prepared 100 billion superior spirit stones for this event, he could not justify expending it all for a single slot in the Red Moon secret realm. Moreover, with 100 billion superior spirit stones, there was no guarantee of securing one. The opposing bidder was wealthier than his Wanbao Tower, having monopolized all auction items. Most critically, no one dared challenge the ancient Yi family, unless they were seeking death. It was a quagmire of despair, an invincible situation. 41 billion superior spirit stones. Originally, Feng Ling had been increasing her bid by 10 billion. Now she was raising it by a mere billion. It remained to be seen if Qian Duo would follow suit. After a moment's hesitation, Duo resolved against continuing. Following Feng Ling's successful acquisition of that slot, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They marveled at her financial prowess while pondering her unwavering dedication to the slots of the Red Moon secret realm. Yet, Feng Ling remained composed, as if she held all in her grasp. At that moment, the host cleared his throat and announced, "We are now preparing to auction the final slot for the Red Moon secret realm, starting at 1 superior spirit stone." As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Ling interjected, 2 superior spirit stones. This time, no one dared to bid further. It was futile. Mao Tian stood in stunned silence. Just as Mao Tian hesitated, the president of the Red Moon auction house discreetly transmitted a message. Subsequently, Mao Tian decisively hammered down his gavel. The entire audience was left dumbfounded. They realized they had been foolish, and regret washed over them. Had they known, they would have participated. 2 superior spirit stones, especially for Duo, it was a devastating blow. He erupted in anger. Is the Red Moon auction house colluding to swindle us? At that moment, the president of the Red Moon auction house emerged. His demeanor calm as he replied, "Master Qian, please tread carefully. This is merely standard procedure." Naturally, as the president, his words constituted the standard. Faced with someone more formidable than Wanbao Tower, they realized that Wanbao Tower was inconsequential. Furthermore, Red Moon City surpassed Wanbao Tower in strength, leaving them unperturbed. Duo simmered with fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was their territory. All he could do was seethe in silence. The crowd, seeing no further opportunities, began to disperse. Although they too were incensed, they could only continue to fume. "Sister Shi, that was exhilarating. I plan to return tomorrow," Feng Ling remarked, stretching her limbs, her joints cracking. She had lost count of how many superior spirit stones she had spent that day. Lingxi smiled gently and nodded. "All right, I'll come again tomorrow." After all, there was no shortage of exquisite spirit stones. It was best to come directly. "Yay, thank you, Sister Shi," Feng Ling exclaimed, her joy evident as she beamed. Spending money was indeed exhilarating. "Let us go retrieve the Red Moon secret realm's tokens," Lingxi urged as she took Feng Ling by the hand. To enter the Red Moon secret realm, one needed the Red Moon tokens. Feng Ling obediently nodded, "Sure." As the trio exited the VIP room, an attendant appeared at the entrance to guide them. Just as the attendant was about to speak, footsteps echoed behind them, accompanied by a deep voice, "You may leave now." "Yes, President," the attendant replied before departing. The president of the Red Moon auction house approached Lingxi. He was a robust man. "I am Ruanzhan, the president of the Red Moon auction house. It is an honor to meet the divine lady, clan leader Chun, and this young lady." Ruanzhan bowed respectfully to the 3 of them. Despite being the president, his status paled in comparison to theirs, especially since they were the patrons. Lingxi slightly nodded and inquired, "What is it that President Ruan wishes to discuss?" "Divine lady, here are the tokens for the Red Moon secret realm. A total of 6, all contained within this spatial ring," Ruanzhan replied, presenting a spatial ring with both hands. 6. Lingxi accepted it and confirmed the count. Ruanzhan smiled. "Indeed, our esteemed city lord has graciously gifted one to the divine lady." "Thank you very much," Lingxi said, retrieving a spatial ring filled with exquisite spirit stones and handing it to Ruanzhan. Ruanzhan accepted it with both hands, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, divine lady." At that moment, he was ecstatic. Hundreds of billions of exquisite spirit stones. His commission would be immense. Subsequently, Lingxi took out 2 Red Moon tokens and tossed them to Qin Pingan. He caught them and immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, divine lady. This is a chance to change my destiny. Moreover, entering the Red Moon secret realm means I can follow you and enjoy the benefits. All right, let us depart," Lingxi declared, pulling Feng Ling along as they left. Ruanzhan hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately choosing silence. Qin Pingan, however, eagerly followed. "Sister Shi, where are we off to next?" Feng Ling asked. "Home," Lingxi replied. Feng Ling, puzzled, questioned, "Right now?" "But the Red Moon secret realm doesn't open for another 5 days. Lingxi explained. "Those below the Imperial realm can enter the Red Moon secret realm immediately. We still have 2 spots available to take back to our clan, and it would be beneficial to see how things are in the clan." Feng Ling nodded. "Oh, will we make it in time?" "Yes, it is only 100 miles from here to our Yi family's martial academy, which has a teleportation space that can send us directly back to the clan." "Then let us go," Feng Ling said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she realized they would miss the auction. Lingxi gently patted Feng Ling's head, smiling. "Don't worry. It will only take a day, and there are still 2 days left for the auction afterward." "Yay," Feng Ling cheered. Soon, the 3 exited the Red Moon auction house. The moment they stepped out, countless eyes fixated upon them. Throughout the day, all auction items had been associated with Lingxi, and those items were of the highest quality. It would be another decade before such exquisite items appeared again. Jealousy and resentment brewed among the onlookers. As they walked, they were followed by a group behind them. Feng Ling tugged at Yi Lingxi's sleeve, saying, "Sister Shi, so many people are watching us and following us." Yi Lingxi chuckled, "It is of no concern. Let them follow." Chapter 89. I have more trump cards than I can use. After exiting Red Moon City, the followers revealed sinister smiles, as if exquisite spirit stones, top-tier magical treasures, and rare heavenly materials were within their grasp. A glance around revealed dozens of individuals, the strongest among them at the late stage of the sacred realm, while the weakest were at the early stage of the returning ruins. Most were rogue cultivators, though others from different factions mingled among them. "Little girl, hand over your belongings, and we may spare your life." "Yes, give us everything, and perhaps we will treat you well," another sneered. "Ha ha, that little one is mine. So small, so adorable, so tender." Yi Lingxi cast a disdainful glance at them, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "You think you're worthy to covet my possessions?" Enraged by her words, the group drew their weapons and charged at her. However, Yi Lingxi remained still, making no move. In the distance, the city lord of Red Moon City intended to intervene, but suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. An Imperial Realm powerhouse appeared out of thin air, standing before Yi Lingxi. The bandits had no time to react before being overwhelmed. With just a single aura, the weaker ones were obliterated, while those at the sacred realm fared little better, either gravely injured or on the brink of collapse. Yi Lingxi looked on dispassionately, her voice icy. "Kill them all." No sooner had she spoken than dark clouds gathered overhead, though their power was considerably weaker than that of the earlier calamity. Just as Yi Lingxi processed this, a bolt of lightning struck down upon the imperial puppet, reducing it to ashes in an instant. With the puppet annihilated, the thunder clouds dissipated. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the calamity hadn't arrived a moment later, as they would have perished. Yet, they were now as good as dead, each one severely wounded. With the imperial puppet destroyed, the rogue cultivators began to stir restlessly again. The Heavenly Will's intervention proved that no Imperial Realm power could continue to rampage across the world. The upcoming era would belong to the peak of the Sacred Realm. Are they even eradicating puppets now? Yi Lingxi looked up at the sky. In that instant, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, locking onto hers before closing once more. The city lord of Red Moon City sensed the heavenly fluctuations. Meanwhile, the others reveled in their invincibility. With no emperors in sight, the Sacred Realm reigned supreme. They eagerly prepared for action. After some discussion, they surged forward. A total of 26 powerful figures, 7 of whom were at the peak of the Sacred Realm, all leaders of significant, even super, factions. "Little girl, you see for yourself that this realm can no longer tolerate the existence of emperors. I advise you to obediently hand over all your auction items. And you, Chun family brat, hurry and surrender your treasures." The Sacred Realm powerhouses pressed closer, dragging Qin Pingon into their scheme. After all, the strongest remaining were in the Sacred Realm, rendering any thoughts of super or ancient factions irrelevant. They seized this opportunity to suppress the Chun family as well. Chun Pingon felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he looked to Yi Lingxi, asking, "Divine Lady, what should we do now?" "No need to worry," Yi Lingxi replied dismissively, her gaze fixed on the Sacred Realm powerhouses. Even though the summoning cards were rendered useless, there remained a plethora of hidden cards to choose from. Yi Lingxi rummaged through her system backpack, contemplating her options: the 98K, the Barret, and the 9 Heavens, Xian knew. After careful consideration, she opted for the 98K, noting that she had yet to wield the Barret, whose power was simply too formidable. The 98K, however, came equipped with 8 rounds, more than sufficient to deal with these feeble foes. With a decisive motion, she withdrew the 98K, eschewing any unnecessary words. She chambered around, leaving the Holy Realm warriors bewildered, unable to comprehend the weapon in her hands. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air. A bullet was unleashed, striking down the foremost Holy Realm expert. In a straight line, the projectile pierced through his skull, resulting in 6 more Holy Realm warriors collapsing simultaneously. The bullet ultimately crashed into the walls of Red Moon City, creating a gaping hole. All it took was a single, thunderous bang. 7 Holy Realm experts met their demise in an instant. The city walls, crafted from materials of the pinnacle of Imperial grade, had withstood assaults from the 6th tier of the Imperial Realm, yet now bore a substantial breach. None could discern the nature of the weapon. The incident transpired with astonishing swiftness. The Lord of Red Moon City stood in stunned silence, for the walls had been constructed to endure the ravages of time and the onslaught of formidable foes. However, this singular breach seemed irreparable. The materials for such walls were scarce, and none were available for crafting by an Imperial-grade blacksmith. As the Lord regained his composure, The sound of another round being chambered reached his ears, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Lady Goddess, please show mercy. Spare us. The Lord of Red Moon City, in a moment of desperation, materialized beside Yi Lingxi, deftly avoiding the weapon's muzzle. Lady Goddess, allow me to handle these individuals. You must, for the love of all, refrain from using that artifact again. He feared the consequences of another devastating blow. Lord Wan, do not fear her. That artifact must surely be a one-time use, and we can overwhelm her together. They clamored. Yes, even if it can be used again, it would take considerable time to recharge. Let us swarm her. Their eyes were not only set on Yi Lingxi's auction items, but also on the coveted 98K in her possession. Such a precious artifact was safest only in their hands. Though they boisterously proclaimed their intent to attack, trepidation lingered. None wished to be the first to step forward, wary of the potential hidden cards Yi Lingxi might possess. Is that so? Yi Lingxi scoffed, having already chambered another round. She pulled the trigger, with another resounding bang, despite their anticipation. The bullet's velocity was beyond their capacity to evade. 5 more Holy Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, and yet another gaping hole marred the walls of Red Moon City, creating a pair of symmetrical breaches. The Lord of Red Moon City was left dumbfounded. While the loss of those individuals was regrettable, what truly pained him were the 2 sizable holes now marring his city's defenses. Lady Goddess, please cease your onslaught. Allow me to deal with this, he implored, commanding several Holy Realm experts to emerge and surround the remaining 13 adversaries, escorting them to the dungeons. Any resistance from the remaining 13 was met with immediate and ruthless annihilation, leaving no room for mercy, even outside the confines of Red Moon City. Content with the outcome. Yi Lingxi ceased her expenditure of bullets, stowing away the 98K and retrieving the 9 Heavens Xiannu as she set forth toward the Martial Academy. Chapter 90. Not hard, but fated to suffer. Aboard the 9 Heavens Xiannu, Shen Ping'an trailed behind, filled with exuberance. There was no other reason. Being in Yi Lingxi's presence imbued him with a profound sense of security. Naturally, Yi Lingxi also intended to bring him back to her clan to confirm the affiliation of the ancient Shen family. The heavenly Dao had become increasingly absurd, even targeting her puppets. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yi Lingxi grumbled, "It seems I can only utilize it within the secret realm. Because host, you are so extraordinary that even the heavenly Dao has begun to regard your existence with trepidation. It may soon turn its sights on you. All right then. Once I mature sufficiently, I'll make the heavenly Dao regret its decision," Yi Lingxi replied, a chill suddenly running down her spine. The system sensed it too, a gaze emanating from the heavenly Dao itself. Yet, there was little to be done. Yi Lingxi's prowess had drawn relentless scrutiny. Currently, the heavenly Dao's strength is akin to that of an Earth Immortal. As for any hidden capabilities, I cannot say. Earth Immortal? Just how formidable is that realm? The consciousness of Emperor Zixuan is at the initial stage of Immortal Immortal. Beyond Mortal Immortal lies Human Immortal, followed by Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Spirit Immortal, Immortal Monarch, Immortal King, Immortal Sovereign, and Immortal Emperor. So there are 10 realms, then? If above Immortal is divine, how many realms exist in the divine? In the divine realm, there are half-gods, divine spirits, divine monarchs, divine kings, divine sovereigns, and divine emperors, 7 realms. Beyond that, I cannot disclose, lest I face dire consequences. Well, I hadn't anticipated there to be so many realms. Yi Lingxi pondered, realizing she was merely at the initial stage of the Cave Heaven realm. It would be a long road ahead before reaching the status of an immortal emperor. She could only wish for a rapid ascent. Dreaming of the day, she could simply lay back and relax. As Yi Lingxi contemplated, they arrived at the Martial Academy. The imposing warship once again astonished the Academy's dean, who, along with the assembled experts, gazed at the 9 Heavens Xiannu with trepidation. Once the vessel came to a halt, Yi Lingxi stowed it away and produced the goddess token, stating, "I require transportation back to my clan." Upon examining the token, the dean immediately bowed. "I have the honor of meeting you, Lady Goddess. Please, follow me." After confirming Yi Lingxi's identity, he exhaled in relief and led her to the teleportation space wormhole. In no time, they arrived. The spatial wormhole was located in the core area of the Martial Academy, within a guarded pavilion. "Lady Goddess, please." The dean gestured for her to enter. The guards bowed, acknowledging her presence. Upon entering the pavilion, they beheld the spatial wormhole, 5 in total, with the foremost designated for transportation back to the headquarters on the central continent, while the remaining 4 connected to other martial academies. As they approached the wormhole, it appeared as a constantly twisting and rotating halo of light, within which faint stars flickered, resembling countless fragments of time and space colliding and drifting. The surrounding area emitted a ghostly blue glow, tangible and ethereal, shimmering with silver arcs of electricity that crackled softly. The dean explained, Lady Goddess. This is the spatial wormhole that will take you back to your clan. Lingxi nodded slightly and stepped toward the wormhole. Feng Ling grasped her hand and entered alongside her, with Qin Pingyuan closely trailing behind. Although Feng Ling could also perform spatial teleportation, this specific destination would be significantly faster. As they stepped into the wormhole, a powerful suction engulfed them, and they felt as though they were being drawn into a massive whirlpool. Before them, a kaleidoscope of lights and bizarre sights whirled past at dizzying speed. Certainly, Feng Ling's demeanor is bound to improve. Her mastery over spatial power has reached an exceptional level. 2 seconds later, a sudden brightness enveloped her surroundings. They found themselves in a similar loft, with an architecture that bore striking resemblance to the one they had just left. We've arrived. Hooray, I'm finally home. Feng Ling exclaimed with joy as she dashed out, closely followed by Lingxi. Upon seeing Lingxi, the guards immediately saluted, greetings. Lady Divine. Lingxi merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sister Shi, I'm off to play on my own. Please let me know when it's time to return to Hangyue City. After conveying her intentions, Feng Ling hurried away. Lingxi smiled and replied, all right. She then flew towards the place where her father usually resided, with Qin Pingyuan trailing behind her. As they passed by, the people they encountered bowed in respect to Lingxi. After approximately 15 minutes of flight, they finally arrived. Oh my precious daughter has returned. Min Xiaoxuan exclaimed as she came outside to greet her beloved daughter. Mother. The two embraced joyfully. Min Xiaoxuan was overwhelmed with excitement, having not seen her precious daughter for quite some time. Lingxi held her mother tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. After a while, they parted, and Min Xiaoxuan scrutinized Lingxi from head to toe, smiling as she remarked, my dear daughter has grown up. You are even more beautiful and stronger than before. Lingxi playfully leaned against her mother. Min Xiaoxuan gently caressed her hair, saying, my child has endured so much hardship. Lingxi replied, it wasn't too tough, really. At that moment, Min Xiaoxuan noticed Qin Pingyuan standing nearby and inquired, and who might this be? Lingxi hurriedly introduced, Mother, this is Qin Pingyuan, the newly appointed patriarch of the ancient Qin clan. I brought him back to confirm the Qin clan's allegiance. Min Xiaoxuan nodded slightly. Understanding the situation and noting that the young man appeared quite well behaved, Qin Pingyuan respectfully bowed, addressing her as the matriarch of the clan. Although he was the patriarch of an ancient power, the Qin clan was now seeking to align with the Yi clan, and his strength was not on par with Min Xiaoxuan's. With a gentle smile, she replied, no need for excessive formalities. Then she turned to Lingxi, asking, my dear daughter, how has your cultivation progressed? Have you encountered any dangers? Lingxi began recounting her experiences from outside, sharing everything with Min Xiaoxuan as they walked into the house. As Min Xiaoxuan listened, her expression varied from frowning to smiling, ultimately expressing, my dear daughter is truly remarkable. But you must remain vigilant and act with caution while you are out there. Lingxi responded, I understand, mother. By the way, where is father? Min Xiaoxuan replied, your father was summoned by the ancestor to the ancestral grounds. He may be a while. Oh, I see. With Yixian absent, Lingxi took Min Xiaoxuan's hand, engaging in conversation. Time passed, though Qin Pingyuan stood outside, not daring to enter without an invitation, and chose to wait patiently. Chapter 91, The Qin Clan's Allegiance. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yixian returned. Upon his arrival, he spotted Qin Pingyuan squatting in the courtyard, drawing circles in the dirt. Yixian frowned and inquired, in the early stages of returning to the void, who are you? Naturally, he was certain that this was not a disciple of the Yi clan. However, reaching the early stages of returning to the void at merely 22 years of age was a talent that would be recognized in the Yi clan. Qin Pingyuan turned to see the impressive aura of the newcomer, whose realm far surpassed his own, and deduced the individual's identity immediately. He promptly bowed respectfully. I am Qin Pingyuan, the patriarch of the Qin clan. It is an honor to meet you, clan leader Yi. Yixian nodded slightly, his gaze scrutinizing. The Qin clan? I have met your clan's patriarch. That must be your father. Qin Pingyuan respectfully replied. Yes, I have just assumed the position of patriarch of the Qin clan. As Yixian was about to ask further questions, Lingxi and Min Xiaoxuan emerged upon hearing the commotion. Father, Lingxi called out with a smile. Little Shi. Upon seeing his precious daughter return, Yixian disregarded Qin Pingyuan and walked directly towards Lingxi. After a brief discussion about her experiences and training, Lingxi explained Qin Pingyuan's situation to Yixian. An allied force. Though Yixian was the leader of the Yi clan, he was still somewhat taken aback. For an ancient power like the Qin clan to seek to become a subordinate force of the Yi clan is quite unexpected. The Yi clan had several subordinate forces, the strongest being the Kaishan sect, a superpower second only to Hangyue City. Following closely was the Wu clan, another superpower. there were dozens of major forces, and countless minor ones, some of which even Yi Xian had never heard of. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Indeed, clan leader Yi. Our only emperor-level ancestor at the 9th realm has little time left, and the Tang clan has been eyeing us covetously. The Li and Lin clans are utterly unreliable, leaving us no choice but to seek refuge with your esteemed clan." After listening, Yi Xian pondered deeply. In this era, lacking primordial imperial energy was one thing, but the heavenly Tao was also suppressing emperors. Even if one were to enter seclusion and close their senses, their lifespan would still diminish at a far faster rate than before. Yi Xian had heard of the Chun clan's emperor-level ancestor, who had reached the 9th heaven of the emperor realm over 10,000 years ago. He had been ambushed and severely injured during a battle with the ancestor of the Tang clan. Was he truly nearing his end now? After contemplating for a moment, Yi Xian replied, "This matter is acceptable, but I must discuss it with the elders first. However, it is highly likely they will agree." Chen Pinggan was elated and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader Yi." He then approached Yi Lingxi and Min Xiaoxuan, whispering a few words to Min Xiaoxuan. She stealthily kissed Yi Xian on the cheek and said, "Go ahead. All right, wait for me." After gently patting Min Xiaoxuan's head, Yi Xian smiled at Yi Lingxi, saying, "Little Shi, let us go." He then turned to Chen Pinggan and said, "Follow me." "Yes." Chen Pinggan replied eagerly, hastening to keep pace. As the Divine Maiden, Yi Lingxi possessed the same authority as the elders. However, for significant matters affecting the clan's development, they would still consult the ancestors for divination. Along the way, Yi Lingxi shared the details of the Hangyue's secret realm with Yi Xian. After she finished, Yi Xian contemplated. He had never been to the Hangyue's secret realm, only having heard of it. "I have heard of the Hangyue's secret realm, although it is a minor secret realm. Its level of danger far exceeds that of the Yinyun Guzhou, as well as our clan's 3 major secret realms and 6 minor ones. Moreover, the Hangyue's secret realm is accessible to those below the Emperor realm, making it perilous for Shao Qin and Shao Chun to venture there for training." Yi Xian remained concerned. Yi Qin and Yi Chun were merely at the pinnacle of the cave realm, not yet having stepped into returning to the void. As for his precious daughter, he felt quite at ease. She possessed numerous trump cards and was unafraid even of those in the immortal realm. Of course, there were no emperors remaining now. Feng Ling had reached the mid-stage of the holy realm, her physicality unrivaled within that realm, thus posing no threat. "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the Hangyue's secret realm. Once inside, we will not be separated. I will ensure they follow me," Yi Lingxi reassured, confident in her ability to safeguard her younger siblings. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian agreed. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the conference room, where 5 elders had also been summoned. "Little Shi has returned. It has been quite some time. I can hardly recognize your cultivation level. It won't be long before you surpass us old fellows. Welcome back, Little Shi. It is truly delightful to see you." "I have said it. The little phoenix has returned, and so has Shao Shi." Upon seeing Yi Lingxi, the 5 elders were filled with joy. Yi Lingxi smiled in response. "Greetings, esteemed elders." After some time, Yi Xian cleared his throat and informed the elders about Chen Pinggan's desire for the Chun family to affiliate with the Yi family. The elders were initially taken aback, then began to whisper amongst themselves. The Grand Elder slowly spoke. "Although the Chen family finds itself in a predicament, it was once a formidable clan. Their allegiance to our family may lead to future complications." Chen Pinggan felt a tightening in his chest and hastily replied, "Elders, please see clearly. My Chen family sincerely seeks affiliation, harboring no ulterior motives, only a desire for protection." The 3rd elder stroked his beard in contemplation before saying, "In these ever-changing circumstances, having an additional ally could be beneficial, and the Chun family does possess some heritage." The 2nd elder interjected, "I find this unwise. The Chun family is an ancient force with profound roots. Should any disputes arise, it could become quite troublesome." The 5th elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and you, a newly appointed clan leader, still a mere child, possess the strength only of the early stages of the returning ruins. Are you truly empowered to decide such matters of allegiance?" Chen Pinggan immediately responded, "Esteemed elder, the matter of allegiance was determined by my ancestor, who also spoke of his limited lifespan." The elders exchanged glances and began to engage in a private discussion with Yi Xian and Yi Lingxi through sound transmission. The Grand Elder reiterated, "I still find this unwise. The Chun family is an ancient power, distinct from a superpower like the Mountain Sect, with a scale far too vast." The 2nd elder concurred. "Indeed, the Chun family's magnitude is excessive, and being situated far on the peerless continent is difficult to control." The 3rd elder remarked, "Though the Chun family is large, it remains manageable for us to exert control." Yi Xian added, "Once the lifespan of the Chun family's ancestor concludes, their magnitude will be akin to that of a superpower. I believe their affiliation is permissible." After a lengthy discussion via sound transmission, no conclusion was reached. However, the voice of the Grand Ancestor resounded, permitting their affiliation, albeit with a stipulation of surrendering 30% of their resources. With the Grand Ancestor's affirmative response, a joyful decision was made. Subsequently, the Grand Ancestor continued via sound transmission. Xiaoxi, please come to the ancestral grounds. Understood. Lingxi replied before heading to the ancestral grounds. With the Chun family's affiliation confirmed, the matter now rested with her father and the elders. Her role was merely to participate ceremonially. Chapter 92. The 6 Halls of the Divine Capital. In the ancestral grounds, Lingxi entered with ease, greeting the various ancestors one by one. She was then led by Xinghui into the Divine Capital, the place where the ancient ancestor was in seclusion. This marked Lingxi's first entrance into the Divine Capital. The entrance to the Divine Capital was remarkably concealed, requiring immense spatial power to unlock. Before her lay a breathtaking spectacle. Countless crystals, radiating a soft glow, floated in the sky, resembling stars that had descended to this realm. The ground was paved with a translucent jade stone, through which vibrant streams of energy could be faintly seen flowing beneath. In the distance, magnificent palaces were arranged harmoniously, their walls adorned with mysterious runes, as if narrating ancient tales. Curiously, Lingxi walked forward, her senses enveloped by an invigorating fragrance that not only uplifted her spirit, but also allowed her to perceive her spiritual power gradually increasing. How wondrous! Is this the Divine Capital? Lingxi marveled, feeling her spiritual roots being nourished in a most delightful manner. Xinghui smiled and explained. This fragrance is the spiritual aroma birthed by the Divine Capital, greatly beneficial for cultivation. As they conversed while walking, they soon arrived before the most grand and imposing palace. The great doors were tightly shut, intricately carved with complex patterns, seemingly chronicling the rise and fall of their clan. Xinghui formed a seal with his hands and chanted softly. Gradually, the doors creaked open. Afterward, Xinghui introduced. There are a total of 6 ancient halls here. I can only enter 3. Each hall was personally forged by our progenitor and can completely shield against the heavenly Tao, serving as a secluded microcosm. The interior was dimly lit, yet imbued with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. In the center stood 2 colossal statues, lifelike and exuding an aura of infinite majesty, evoking a sense of reverence within Lingxi. Xinghui approached, bowing respectfully, and said, "These are the statues of our clan's progenitor, flanked by the statues of 10 great ancestors. Each progenitor and great ancestor leaves behind a statue upon ascending, containing their residual consciousness, though after numerous battles, only a trace remains." Xinghui continued to introduce each statue, and Lingxi paid her respects in turn. Some of the statues felt familiar to her, as she had encountered them previously within the ancient sacred tower. As they continued their introductions, they arrived at the next palace. Xinghui elaborated. These statues represent the ancient ancestors, a total of 9, arranged on either side. There are 10 ancient ancestors, but one could not leave a statue behind as he did not ascend to the immortal realm. After completing the introductions, Xinghui led Lingxi to another side hall. This was the seclusion place of the 10 ancient ancestors. Following Xinghui's gaze, Lingxi beheld an ancient coffin at the forefront, exuding a chilling aura, its lid inscribed with intricate characters. The coffin's body was adorned with peculiar patterns, resembling archaic formation seals. "Xiaoxi, please wait a moment," Xinghui said before striding directly to the coffin, gently patting its lid. "Old man, Xiaoxi has come to see you." Lingxi was taken aback, realizing that the ancient ancestor was the father of the 10 great ancestors. Shortly after Xinghui patted the coffin lid, wisps of white mist began to emanate from it. Lingxi felt an instinctive sensation that the ancient ancestor was about to emerge. However, no such event occurred. Instead, the white mist gradually coalesced into the shape of a person, a weathered elder with a kind demeanor, whose presence exuded warmth akin to that felt at birth. Lingxi respectfully bowed. "I have come to pay my respects to the ancient ancestor." The ancient ancestor smiled gently, raising a hand to indicate that she need not bow. His gaze was warm and profound, as if he could see through all things. The 8 spiritual roots. The ancient ancestor began slowly, his voice resonating like a bell throughout the hall. Lingxi was momentarily startled, unable to respond in time, when the ancient ancestor continued. "This was something I devised alongside my rebellious son." With a flick of his sleeve, a beam of light manifested, revealing scenes from the ancestral lineage of the Yi family. Lingxi watched intently as the images shifted, unexpectedly showcasing her own figure, yet the scene depicted a future she had not yet experienced. Amidst darkness, she stood alone, confronting an onslaught of malevolent forces. A look of perplexity and concern crossed Yi Lingxi's face. The scene felt eerily familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Hiss. Yi Lingxi pondered, her head throbbing with recollections. It seemed, perhaps, to resemble the scenes beyond the misty cloud ancient ladder. Scenes beyond the misty cloud ancient ladder? The ancient ancestor mused for a moment before continuing. You are the only one who has ascended the misty cloud ancient ladder. Xiaoxi, I suspect there is a connection between these two. The ancient ancestor's expression grew grave as he raised his hand, pointing into the void, revealing a clearer vision. The malevolent force depicted in the image resembles a swirling mass of black mist, within which glimmers pairs of blood-red eyes. The ancient ancestor further extrapolated additional information from the vision and cautioned, Xiaoxi, exercise utmost caution as you venture into the Crimson Moon secret realm. I have traversed that peculiar place before, and its mysteries are both strange and enigmatic. I ultimately declined the opportunities it presented. Upon hearing the words of her ancestor, Yi Lingxi exhaled in relief. Had she consented to the opportunities offered by Tianxi, she would have become a mere puppet to him. With a gentle smile and a nod, she replied, Thank you for your warning, ancestor. Moreover, there lies an opportunity here. Xiaoxi, take your time to comprehend it well. Subsequently, the ancient ancestor opened the door to another side hall. Thank you, ancestor, she exclaimed, stepping into the side hall. Before her lay a crystalline orb, exquisitely translucent, suspended in midair and emanating a gentle blue glow. It appeared to harbor a miniature universe within, with swirling nebulae and twinkling starlight. As Yi Lingxi approached the orb, she sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Upon reaching out to touch the crystal, she was instantaneously engulfed by a bizarre space. Here, she found herself amidst a vast starry expanse, with a dazzling river of stars beneath her feet. To her astonishment, she discovered she could traverse the cosmos with ease. While strolling through the celestial realm, she suddenly spotted a comet radiating iridescent hues, hurtling directly toward her with incredible speed. Before she could react, several beams of colorful light shot forth, illuminating her from all directions. This is extraordinary. Her realm was ascending, and her 8 spiritual roots were being profoundly enhanced. Yi Lingxi fully relaxed, absorbing the elevation bestowed by the vibrant beams. Chapter 93, Spatial Wormhole and Space Worms. After an indeterminate period, Yi Lingxi slowly opened her eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself once again in the original side hall, with the crystalline orb still before her. Were it not for the palpable enhancement of her spiritual roots and the elevation to the pinnacle of the cave realm, she might have thought it all a mere dream. How astonishing this place is! Within such a brief duration, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the cave realm, and her 8 spiritual roots had improved so significantly. Yet, she could not ascertain how much time had truly passed. It felt exceedingly swift. After regaining her composure, she exited the side hall. The ancient ancestor, seeing Xiaoxi emerge, nodded in satisfaction. She had reached the pinnacle of the cave realm, truly deserving of her 10-star talent. Yi Xinghui remarked, How extraordinary. After my own baptism, I only managed to elevate a minor realm. Yi Lingxi slightly bent her knees in a salute, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. She then inquired, May I ask how long I have been inside? Yi Lingxi was apprehensive about spending too much time within, fearing she might miss the opening of the Crimson Moon secret realm, which contains entities akin to the heavenly Tao. Missing it would mean waiting an extensive period. Yi Xinghui explained, 1 year in the outside world equates to a single day in the divine capital, and 1 year in the divine capital corresponds to a day in the profound starry sky. Xiaoxi, you have likely spent about a quarter of an hour in the profound starry sky. Yi Lingxi was astonished. The passage of time here is remarkably slower than in the outside world. By this calculation, it is indeed an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. 1 year of training here equals 365 years in the outside world. The ancient ancestor sighed. Indeed, only here can I mitigate the loss of my lifespan. His tone revealed a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He had come so close, just a fraction more, and he could have ascended to immortality when the celestial realm's passage closed for a month, rather than remaining confined within this coffin, leading a life devoid of light. Although he could project a wisp of consciousness, what purpose did that serve? In the past, he was able to manifest an external incarnation. But now, the oppression of the heavenly Tao has intensified to the point where even that is no longer feasible. Yi Lingxi gently reassured, Ancestor, perhaps there is still a chance. The ancient ancestor smiled wryly and shook his head. The prospect seems dim. However, Xiaoxi, your potential is boundless. Perhaps you can break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Yi Lingxi clenched her fists, instilling confidence in her ancestor. Yi Xinghui cautioned, Xiaoxi, the Crimson Moon secret realm is fraught with peril. While it harbors treasures, it is also home to numerous unknown and formidable beings. Yet, Lingxi remained undaunted. Ancestor, I am unafraid. This is my opportunity, and I must seize it. With that, Lingxi bid farewell to her ancestor and exited the divine capital with Xinghui. Watching Lingxi's retreating figure, the ancient ancestor murmured to himself, this young lady may indeed possess the ability to shatter the bonds of the heavenly Tao. Upon leaving the divine capital and the ancestral land, Lingxi returned to her small courtyard. Upon entering, she found Feng Ling reclining in her chair. Hearing the commotion, Feng Ling immediately sprang up, exclaiming, Sister Shi, you're back. When shall we return to Crimson Moon City? If we leave now, we can still catch the latter half of the Crimson Moon auction. Feng Ling smiled cheerfully, having perfectly timed her anticipation. Lingxi playfully teased, you're in quite the hurry. I was thinking of going to Crimson Moon City tomorrow. No, let's go today. Feng Ling insisted, wrapping her arms around Lingxi's, adopting a pitiful expression. Lingxi shook her head in resignation. All right, we shall depart today. Yay! Feng Ling cheered joyfully. Soon, the pair arrived at the location for the spatial wormhole transfer. Lady Goddess. After the meeting, Chen Pingyan, who had been waiting there, was visibly excited to see Lingxi. You're here too. Let us go, she replied. Uncertain of how long they had been waiting, but they would set off together nonetheless. As the three entered the spatial wormhole, a lengthy journey commenced. Due to the exit from the Yi family headquarters wormhole, which connected to multiple martial academies, the transfer would take longer than if they had used a singular wormhole to return directly to the Yi family headquarters. Fortunately, Feng Ling had reached the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, allowing her to form a shield using her spiritual power combined with spatial energy, capable of withstanding the impacts from the spatial forces. However, it is worth noting that such long-distance spatial wormholes can be somewhat unstable, especially without regular inspections from the ancestors of the Emperor Realm. A normal Saint Realm cultivator, even one at the peak, would be unable to construct such an extensive spatial wormhole and could only traverse through jumping. It's taking so long. It feels like an eternity, Feng Ling sighed. Clearly fatigued, Lingxi reassured her, we've only been traveling for a quarter of an hour. We should arrive in about half an hour. Just then, the tunnel of the spatial wormhole suddenly shook violently. The shield that Feng Ling was sustaining rippled with waves, and a strained expression appeared on her face. Chen Pingyan anxiously scanned their surroundings. What is happening? Is the wormhole about to collapse? Lingxi harnessed her internal spiritual energy, attempting to stabilize the surrounding spatial forces. Suddenly, a black rift appeared out of thin air, and a massive tentacle emerged from the fissure, reaching out to ensnare them. Lingxi's eyes narrowed, and she summoned the sacred void sword to strike at the tentacle. After severing a portion of it, the tentacles swiftly retreated, but even more tentacles soon followed. What manner of creature is this? Feng Ling exclaimed in shock. Lingxi furrowed her brow, about to reply that she did not know, when the system interjected. Spatial worms. Terrifying and repulsive creatures that thrive at various spatial nodes. Suddenly, Lingxi cautioned, this is a space worm. Be careful. Space worm? Feng Ling shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with the term. Chen Pingyan suddenly recalled, exclaiming, I believe I have encountered it in ancient texts. They are mysterious creatures that thrive at various spatial nodes. If the space tunnel is not maintained periodically, it will be invaded by space worms, and they are quite terrifying. Lingxi furrowed her brows, the brilliance of her holy void sword intensifying. Everyone, exercise caution, she urged. Feng Ling and Chen Pingyan promptly complied. More and more tendrils emerged, writhing and exuding a nauseating aura. Lingxi's swordplay was as swift as the wind, each strike meticulously severing the encroaching appendages. Feng Ling formed hand seals, sending waves of flames toward the space worms, temporarily thwarting their assault. Meanwhile, Chen Pingyan produced a talisman, chanting incantations, causing the talisman to instantly transform into a barrier that reinforced their defense. However, the attacks from the space worms grew increasingly ferocious, and the black fissure began to widen. This could not continue. They must locate its core. Lingxi's gaze was resolute. She closed her eyes, channeling her consciousness to sense the spatial fluctuations. This won't do. Attempting to eliminate the space worm would result in the collapse of the space tunnel. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. Chapter 94, Crunchy Chicken Flavor. If they did not exterminate the space worms, they would persist in their harassment. Yet, to eradicate them would unleash enough destructive energy to obliterate the tunnel. In that case, the entire segment of the tunnel would collapse. Before Lingxi could make a move, the tunnel began to crumble. As the space worms realized they could not subdue Lingxi, they commenced their assault on the space tunnel. Oh no, this is disastrous, Lingxi sighed helplessly. While the collapse of the space tunnel would not harm them, as they all wielded the power of space, the sole drawback was that they would be randomly teleported away. With a thunderous rumble, that section of the space tunnel completely collapsed, and the three were swept into the chaotic currents of space. Lingxi felt as if the world was spinning, surrounded by blinding light. After an indeterminate period, the dizziness gradually subsided. The three slowly opened their eyes, revealing a vast expanse of desert before them. This was the eastern desert of the peerless continent. Chun Pingyan, recognizing the familiar landscape, exhaled in relief, grateful that they had not been transported to an unfamiliar place. However, the eastern desert was also a perilous locale. Your Excellency, this area is particularly dangerous. Sand scorpions lurk underground, ready to ambush. We must depart swiftly, Chun Pingyan cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed something moving rapidly beneath them. Just as I feared, Lingxi released her consciousness, detecting a multitude of scorpions charging towards them. Each was sizable, and there were many, all above the 7th rank, with some even reaching the 9th. Perfect, let's vent some frustration. Lingxi summoned her holy void sword, infusing it with the power of her 8 spiritual roots. After a moment of gathering strength, she plunged the sword fiercely into the sand. Instantly, a torrent of violent sword energy surged forth. As the sword energy cascaded, the sand rose like waves, surging toward the horde of desert scorpions. The scorpions, struck by the overwhelming force, emitted anguished cries, with many lower-ranked scorpions perishing on the spot. Yet, the 9th-ranked desert scorpions sustained only minor injuries and grew even angrier, accelerating towards Lingxi and the others. Your Excellency, Chun Pingyan warned. The exoskeletons of these desert scorpions are exceptionally tough, especially those of the 9th rank. Even semi-emperors find them troublesome. Quite formidable indeed, Lingxi acknowledged. Forming hand seals once more, the holy void sword soared from the sand, transforming into countless sword shadows that descended like raindrops. Each sword shadow precisely targeted the desert scorpions, particularly the few 9th-ranked ones. The desert scorpions quickly coalesced, using their hard exoskeletons to shield themselves from the rain of swords. However, it was futile. Under the might of the holy void sword's energy, the scorpion shells shattered. The desert scorpions attempted to burrow into the ground. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Lingxi altered her hand gestures once more. The holy void sword radiated with brilliance, golden runes unfurling from its blade like chains that pursued the scorpions retreating into the sand. These runes penetrated the sand layers, swiftly ensnaring several 9th-ranked desert scorpions and dragging them back to the surface. Subsequently, she struck them down in an instant. 4 9th-ranked scorpions met their demise. The remaining approaching desert scorpions fled in terror. Your Excellency, you are truly remarkable, Chun Pingyan praised before rushing to dismember the desert scorpions. The 9th-ranked desert scorpions were treasures in their entirety, particularly their cores, which were exceedingly rare. As he meticulously disassembled the 4 scorpions and stored their parts in his spatial ring, he approached Lingxi with reverence. Your Excellency, this is the desert scorpion. Lingxi replied, you may keep it. Feng glanced at the scorpion meat, exchanging a knowing look with Lingxi. Sister Shi, Feng remarked. Very well. Lingxi acquiesced. Chun Pingyan, bewildered, could only wonder at their exchange. As night fell, the 3 gathered around a campfire. Crispy and delectable, indeed. Feng savored bite after bite, boasting incessantly. Of the 4 9th-ranked desert scorpions, she had consumed 3 by herself. Lingxi also indulged significantly, while Chun Pingyan found himself overwhelmed after merely 2 bites, needing to pause and meditate to absorb the violent energy from the 9th-ranked scorpions. He silently envied Lingxi and Feng for their ability to withstand such ferocious energy. How I wish I could be like them. By the time he had refined the energy from the 2 bites, Feng had finished the remaining scorpions. Burp. Feng let out a soft belch. The flavor pales in comparison to that of the phoenix. I wonder what dragon meat tastes like. Lingxi mused, though I am unaware of the taste of dragon meat. I must certainly try it when the opportunity arises. Let us return to Red Moon City first, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Chun Pingyan immediately interjected, Your Excellency. Might we first return to the Chun family, so I can confirm our allegiance with the elders? Lingxi nodded. Very well, let us resolve this matter promptly. With that, the 3 boarded the 9 Heavens Xiannu, heading directly towards the Chun family. The Chun family, situated adjacent to the eastern desert, had limited resources, which had led to their gradual decline. In contrast, the Tang family, located in the southern domain of the peerless continent, thrived due to the abundant resources found there, ensuring their enduring prosperity. Before long, the 9 Heavens Xiannu entered the territory of the Chun family. As usual, the arrival of the 9 Heavens Xiannu startled the members of the Chun family significantly. Chun Pingyan hurried to step forward, calming them down. Patriarch, Patriarch. The elders of the Chun family addressed him perfunctorily. They were all at the Holy Realm and held no fear or respect for Chun Pingyan, their patriarch. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi retracted the 9 heavens. Xin Nu Qin Pinyin promptly introduced. This is the Divine Maiden of the Yi family. Here today to confirm the Qun family's allegiance to the Yi family. His words resonated like thunder, echoing in their ears. Each person present believed they had misheard. One elder bellowed, the Qin family aligning with the Yi family? We, the Qin family, are an ancient lineage and would never submit to the Yi family. Another elder, filled with fury, shouted, you wretched brat. The moment you assume the role of clan leader, you engage in such treachery against our ancestors. It's tantamount to seeking death. The grand elder spoke solemnly, for the sake of your father, if you resign from your position as clan leader, we shall overlook your transgressions. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. It was not only the elders, others, even those from collateral branches, joined in the condemnation of Qin Pinyin. However, he merely smiled coldly and replied, the decision for the Qun family to align with the Yi family was made personally by our revered ancestors. With that, Qin Pinyin produced the ancestral token, the highest decision-making emblem of the Qin family. Chapter 95, Burning Lifespan, Battling the Heavenly Path Alone. Humph, Qin Pinyin. Do you think we are so old that we can be deceived? Qin Yutong stepped forth from the void. Although he was at the pinnacle of a half-emperor, as the chief elder of the Qin family, he held more authority than anyone else unless the ancestor intervened, even dismissing Qin Pinyin's father. Moreover, Qin Pinyin himself was merely at the nascent stage, lacking any saint realm prowess. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged. Qin Yutong unleashed a palm infused with spiritual power, sending Qin Pinyin flying hundreds of meters, his lack of strength rendering him incapable of resistance. He lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. That was a blow from a half-emperor pinnacle. Not even a peak saint could withstand it. Yi Lingxi, incensed, exclaimed, arrogance, as she summoned the sacred void sword, pointing it at Qin Yutong. Initially, she had intended to observe the spectacle, but was compelled to intervene upon witnessing Qin Pinyin, the clan leader, being attacked by his own kin. Qin Yutong coldly retorted, do not overreach, Yi family. The Qin family is not intimidated by you. In his eyes, Yi Lingxi was merely a young girl, posing no threat to a half-emperor of his caliber. Even Feng Ling beside her was merely in the mid-stage of the saint realm. With a single slap, he could easily send them both flying. Is that so? Yi Lingxi scoffed. After enhancing her abilities amidst the vast starry sky, she was yet unaware of the extent of her limits. It was the perfect opportunity to test her strength against a half-emperor pinnacle. What followed was a torrent of sword energy stretching for 3,000 miles. Qin Yutong, feeling the overwhelming sword energy approaching, was momentarily stunned. How could the sword energy of a mere girl be so formidable? Yet, he retained confidence that, no matter how powerful the sword energy, it would merely brush against him like a gentle breeze. Until the moment of contact, he found himself unable to retreat into the void in time. Caught off guard, he lost an ear. You, Qin Yutong, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding, furiously pointed at Yi Lingxi. Though enraged, he felt elated inside. He was certain that Yi Lingxi could only injure him by wielding an imperial weapon. Otherwise, how could a mere girl inflict harm upon him? As fortune would have it, he found himself without an imperial weapon. How convenient. With this realization, he wasted no time summoning his own imperial weapon. Upon seeing Qin Yutong summon his imperial weapon, Yi Lingxi's heart sank. She understood that even with the sacred void sword in her possession, she could not afford to be careless against a half-emperor pinnacle wielding an imperial weapon. At that moment, Feng Ling also prepared to assist, but was halted by Yi Lingxi, who instructed, little Ling, I can handle this. Go check on Qin Pinyin. With a thunderous roar, Qin Yutong charged forth, his imperial spear radiating blinding light as it advanced towards Yi Lingxi. The 13 styles of flying flowers and falling snow, unified. Yi Lingxi tapped into the power of her ice spiritual root, continuously channeling it into the sacred void sword, which began to hum with energy. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and she unleashed a formidable force to counter his attack. When their powers collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, rippling through the surrounding space. Under the terrifying fluctuations of spatial energy, the very fabric of space began to distort. How could the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm unleash such terrifying combat prowess? Qin Yutong was taken aback. He had assumed he could easily subdue Yi Lingxi, only to find her standing her ground against a half-emperor pinnacle. In fact, she appeared to be handling the situation with remarkable ease. Of course, he was unaware that Yi Lingxi could compress the power of her 8 spiritual roots to match the strength of a half-emperor, albeit at a much faster rate of energy consumption. Excellent, excellent, truly remarkable. No wonder the Divine Maiden of the ancient Yi family is extraordinary. Qin Yutong laughed heartily, his spiritual energy surging wildly. After all, he was a half-emperor pinnacle. The 13 styles of flying flowers and falling snow, unified. Yi Lingxi refused to grant him the opportunity to gather strength and struck decisively. As Qin Yutong witnessed the force of her world-shattering attack approach, he narrowed his eyes and positioned his imperial spear before him. The runes along the spear flickered, attempting to withstand this fierce onslaught. However, Yi Lingxi's strike was imbued with the utmost icy essence, causing the chill to swiftly envelop the spear. Qin Yutong felt his hands grow numb, and the power of the imperial weapon was significantly suppressed. Yi Lingxi's figure flickered, appearing like a specter behind Qin Yutong, delivering yet another piercing strike. Qin Yutong hastily turned but was still grazed on the arm. "You have quite the tricks," he seethed, rage and humiliation surging within him. His internal spiritual energy roared forth, forcefully breaking free from the icy restraints. He wielded his spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows that descended upon Yi Lingxi like a tangible storm. Yet, Yi Lingxi remained composed, her footwork fluid as she deftly avoided the barrage of spear shadows. "I refuse to believe that I, a dignified half-emperor pinnacle, cannot best you. A mere cave heaven pinnacle." Qin Yutong rapidly altered his hand seals, pushing his strength to its limits while simultaneously burning through his lifespan. Yi Lingxi furrowed her brow. Burning lifespan? That could become troublesome. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Feng Ling finally managed to rouse Qin Pinyin from his unconscious state. Feng Ling sighed in relief, finally awake. Qin Pinyin glanced around, his head throbbing painfully. "What happened to me?" Just as he attempted to rise, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. "Pinyin, my lifespan dwindles to but an hour. I shall borrow your body for a time." Recognizing the voice of his ancestor, Qin Pinyin had no time for sorrow as his body fell under the ancestor's control. In an instant, a wave of terrifying, domineering power surged forth from within him, silently enveloping the battlefield. In a heartbeat, Qin Yutong felt as if he were being suppressed, his power drastically diminished. The lifespan he had been burning began to gradually replenish. This was the means of a top-tier emperor. Then, in a flash, Qin Pinyin appeared before Qin Yutong. What followed was a resounding slap. Smack! The blow landed squarely on Qin Yutong's face. Still in a daze, Qin Yutong felt a fiery sting on his cheek. "Yutong, this slap is a repayment for Pinyin." After uttering these words, the ancestor of the Qin family turned his gaze towards the younger generation behind him, his voice booming, "From this day forth, Qin Pinyin shall be the clan leader of the Qin family, and the Qin family shall align with the Yi family." Upon listening, they all lowered their heads. The words of the clan's ancestor were not to be disregarded. After imparting his final instructions, the ancestor of the Qin family departed from Qin Pinyin's body, returning to his true form. Meanwhile, in the distance, a streak of luminous energy surged upward from within the Qin clan. "Heavenly Dao, today I shall witness your true strength," resonated the voice of the Qin ancestor throughout the unparalleled continent. Consuming the last hour of his lifespan, he forcefully elevated his realm to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, unleashing his most formidable ultimate technique. At that very moment, a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the clouds. Merely the act of opening them enveloped the entire 9 continents in an aura that demanded reverence. In this instant, the Qin ancestor was reduced to ash. The emperor fell, yet there was no resonance from heaven and earth. The sky did not weep crimson rain, nor did the mountains and rivers lament. All that remained was the anguished weeping of Qin Pinyin. Chapter 96. A day of leisure, listening to melodies at the brothel. Beneath the hazy night, the situation remained obscured. All that was known was that someone had dared to challenge the heavenly Dao. Yi family's Yi Xinghui mused. Burning the last of one's lifespan to challenge the heavenly Dao? The ancient ancestor of the Yi family sighed softly. The heavenly Dao is not to be profaned. The ancient families, including the Tianling Dragon clan, the Ice and Snow Ancient clan, the Yuming Dugu clan, the Kukin Buddhist temple, and the Xuanli Lei clan, were all struck with astonishment. They had never witnessed anyone challenge the heavenly Dao before. Regrettably, they did not see the heavenly Dao make a move. As the Qin ancestor perished, initially, when suppressed by the heavenly Dao, they had contemplated resistance, but now all hope had vanished. Burning his lifespan to reach the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, he was obliterated. All emperors lay quietly in their coffins, awaiting the next opportunity for release. In Hanyue City, as dawn broke, after resolving matters concerning his clan, Qin Pinyin took his sister and made their way to Hanyue City, awaiting the opening of the Hanyue secret realm. As for Yi Qin and Yi Chun, they were escorted by the second elder, utilizing a spatial wormhole to leap to Hanyue City. Upon entering the city, Yi Lingxi hurried directly to the Hanyue auction house. Upon seeing this esteemed lady, those who had intended to auction items felt deflated, for in terms of wealth, none in Hanyue City could rival her. What was once an intention to auction had turned into mere spectatorship. Qin Pinyin, alongside his sister, followed Feng Ling to the auction house to see if there was anything suitable for his sister. Yi Lingxi, however, chose not to accompany them, finding the prospect rather dull. She wandered aimlessly without discovering anything, yet her mere presence attracted a considerable number of onlookers. There was no other reason. She was simply captivating. Upon entering Hangyue City, Lingxi caught the attention of numerous powerful individuals. Although she noticed them, she could not be bothered to engage. Wandering further, she arrived at the most bustling street. How boring. Perhaps I should find a tea house, she mused, and just as she looked up, she spotted the words Yiqing Lu. In addition, a voice from the second-floor window called out, "Young master, come in and have some fun." A heavily made-up and alluring woman waved her sleeves and cast flirtatious glances. Most of these women were unable to cultivate this brothel, Lingxi thought without hesitation. After all, it was a day without pressing matters. A perfect opportunity to indulge in music and witness the legendary brothel for herself. Thus, she stepped into Yiqing Lu. Following her was a companion, utterly bewildered. What on earth is a woman doing in a brothel, especially during broad daylight? The owner of Zuaxian Lu was equally perplexed. It was her first time seeing a woman visit her establishment. The key point was that even the top courtesan in Yiqing Lu paled in comparison to Lingxi's beauty. Just as the owner intended to advise Lingxi to venture next door to Zuaxian Lu, a venue more suited for her, she was interrupted. Once inside Yiqing Lu, Lingxi beheld a wooden stage set up in the center of the hall, surrounded by patrons. Beneath the gauzy drapes, courtesans danced and played music. The melodies were indeed enchanting. "Dear guest, please pay the entrance fee," politely reminded the attendant at the entrance. As the largest brothel in Hangyue City, it naturally had its share of rules. Lingxi said nothing, extracting several exquisite spirit stones and tossing them over. The attendant was overjoyed. These were premium spirit stones. "Please, come inside." Lingxi casually selected a spot to sit. The moment she did, she captured the attention of everyone present. It was their first experience witnessing a woman visit a brothel, particularly one of such extraordinary beauty, which rendered the elegance of the dancers on stage trivial. Lingxi paid them no mind, her gaze fixed on the stage. However, the gauzy curtain obscured her view, revealing only the graceful figures, pleasing to the eye. Most had never seen Lingxi before and, unable to gauge her, dared not approach her directly, instead continuing to cheer for the performers. Despite it being daytime, the crowds were substantial. There was no avoiding it. Hangyue City was teeming with people. With nothing pressing to attend to, patrons frequented the brothel to enjoy music. Hence, Yiqing Lu remained bustling from dawn till dusk. As Lingxi listened to the melodies, she relaxed, leaning back in her chair. Soon, the music ceased. The courtesans lined up, entering the bidding phase. These performers sold their art, not their bodies. The auction and bidding were merely for companionship while drinking. Most patrons engaged in drinking with the courtesans in the hall. Private rooms commanded a different price altogether. Whether or not a courtesan would reveal herself depended on the guest's sincerity. If one was deemed too unattractive, no amount of wealth would suffice. Naturally, most would opt for the red courtesans. The bidding was lively, with prices soaring. Lingxi merely observed the spectacle, intrigued by this scene, though she restrained herself from participating in the bidding. Ultimately, the auction concluded, with even the least desirable courtesan fetching 10 premium spirit stones. 10 premium spirit stones could purchase a 7th-tier elixir. Here, it would only allow for one courtesan to accompany a guest for an hour. Those who arrived during the day were either wealthy scions or individuals continuing from the previous night. With the music concluded, Lingxi felt a wave of boredom wash over her and contemplated leaving. "Hey, beauty, come over and drink with me. I have plenty of spirit stones," called out a debauched youth from the next table, tossing a large handful of spirit stones onto the table. He and his companions erupted into laughter. The trio, intoxicated, mistook Lingxi for someone seeking to cozy up to a wealthy patron. Ignoring them, she sipped her tea and prepared to depart. "Oh, still pretending to be aloof. Ha ha. Take some more, another youth exclaimed, brandishing another handful of spirit stones. The onlookers regarded the scene as mere entertainment. Each of them was either accompanied by a courtesan or sharing drinks with a red courtesan, while the trio remained alone, unattractive enough that even their wealth could not procure them companionship. Lingxi's gaze sharpened as she glanced at the three. They felt a chill run down their spines, yet in their drunken state, they were oblivious to the gravity of their situation and continued to provoke her. One of them produced yet another handful of spirit stones. However, this time, instead of placing them on the table, he hurled them towards Lingxi. Before the spiritual stones could even approach Lingxi, they shattered into countless fragments. The three individuals, finding the spectacle amusing, rose to their feet and staggered towards her. Though merely at the foundation establishment stage, their wealth and influence within their clan rendered them audacious. As they drew near, Lingxi instinctively covered her nose, nearly gagging from the overwhelming stench. It was unbearable. With a mere glance, she caused the trio to gasp for breath, writhing in agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Bystanders mistook their demise for drunken antics and chose to ignore the scene. The innkeeper, wishing to avoid trouble, pretended not to see. After eliminating the three, Lingxi departed. Chu, having listened, held no interest in the entertainment. It was only after Lingxi had left that the waiter approached to rouse the trio. Unaware of their fate until he called out, he was shocked to discover they were dead. Indeed, death was a commonplace occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 97. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, where men dominate men. Upon exiting the pleasure pavilion, Lingxi continued her stroll, only to be confronted with a rather shocking sight. Numerous pairs of men were embracing each other, tall, short, stout, and slender, a veritable array of combinations. Each couple cast their gaze towards Lingxi, their curiosity piqued. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion? It buzzed with activity, both men and women entering and exiting. Suddenly, an even more shocking scene unfolded before her. A rotund man, weighing at least 300 pounds, was playfully pinching the bottom of an exceptionally slender companion as they laughed and made their way into the establishment. Lingxi gasped, taken aback by the unexpected and outrageous display. Just as she contemplated leaving, an elderly woman rushed out. Young lady, why not come inside for a look? We have many handsome gentlemen." The old woman approached Lingxi with an ingratiating smile and attempted to pull her inside. Lingxi stepped back, exclaiming, "Ahem. I'm still quite young." Although she had lived 2 lifetimes, she was merely 15 years old in her current incarnation. Nonetheless, curiosity got the better of her, and she ventured in. Upon entering, several handsome men gravitated towards her. It was no wonder. Lingxi's beauty was otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Each man was dressed scantily, as the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had a policy that forbade them from speaking, compelling them to showcase their allure instead. However, Lingxi paid them no mind and circled around to an empty table where she seated herself. Recognizing her disinterest, the handsome men discreetly withdrew to attend to other patrons. Once seated, Lingxi unleashed her spiritual consciousness. Though she knew it was rather improper, her curiosity was insatiable. Unlike the pleasure pavilion, which was bustling, this establishment had a sparsely populated hall. As she scanned the private rooms with her consciousness, she observed various combinations. 1 woman and 1 man, 1 woman and 1 man, 2 women and 1 man, 1 man and 1 man, 2 men, 3 women and 1 man, until she reached the final room. The sights were indeed shocking. Lingxi fully comprehended the true purpose of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a place for dual cultivation, where the men served as cauldrons. The methods employed by each cultivator were exceedingly ruthless, showing little regard for the cauldron's well-being. Moreover, each private room was soundproof, rendering any pleas for help utterly futile. Those unfortunate enough to encounter relentless cultivators often ended up as mere corpses. The pleasure pavilion likely operated under the same grim realities. Pondering this, Lingxi resolved to leave. "Ah, my beautiful young lady, please don't rush off." The elderly woman, noticing Lingxi's intent to depart, hurried forward. Just as Lingxi was about to decline, a loud banging on the 2nd floor interrupted. Who the hell was spying on me and disrupting my rhythm? A burly man leaped from the 3rd floor to the 1st, glaring at everyone present. No one dared to meet his gaze, except for Lingxi, who curiously glanced his way. What an insidious cultivation technique, she thought, recognizing the male's methods as exceedingly malevolent. With just a glance, she discerned that his cultivation relied on relentless dual cultivation to steadily enhance his realm, propelling him to the peak of the returning ruins stage. Further dual cultivation would surely lead him to the sacred realm. The burly man's attention shifted to Lingxi, and with just one look, he was captivated by her extraordinary beauty. "What a delightful little beauty," he remarked, hastening towards her. "Stay back," Lingxi shouted, thrusting her palm outward, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy. The man was sent flying, crashing into a wall, causing the entire Drunken Immortal Pavilion to tremble. The commotion drew the attention of many patrons who, aside from those engaged in more intimate pursuits, rushed to peek outside. Upon witnessing the scene, they were left utterly astounded. The burly man slowly rose, shaking his head, and exclaimed, "What a domineering little beauty. I like it, I like it." With that, he extended his claw-like fingers toward her. "Not again," Lingxi exclaimed, delivering another powerful palm strike that sent him crashing into a pillar, which splintered under the impact, blood trickling from his lips. "Please, don't fight in my establishment. My Drunken Immortal Pavilion, my pillars." The elderly woman was frantic, particularly distressed by the broken pillar. Her establishment had always maintained a harmonious atmosphere, unlike the pleasure pavilion, which occasionally witnessed scuffles. She glanced at the burly man, then back at Lingxi, pleading, "Dear lady, I beg you, cease this fighting." Lingxi shrugged her shoulders, replying, "I have no desire to continue this. In this world where strength reigned supreme." She could indeed retaliate without justification. After all, there was little he could do in retaliation. The elderly woman approached the burly man, saying, "Sir, please temper your anger. Do not cause a ruckus in my drunken immortal pavilion." The burly man snorted disdainfully, "No way. I can't let these 2 palms go to waste. I've set my sights on this little beauty." He strode toward Lingxi with determination, fully unleashing his aura. Lingxi frowned, noting, "What a wicked technique. Just the aura he is emitting is suffocating." The burly man laughed sinisterly, "Little beauty, soon you'll find it even more suffocating." However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he felt a chilling presence creep up behind him. Before he could turn to investigate, a gnarled hand landed on his shoulder. It was the elderly woman, suspended in midair, her terrifying aura fully unleashed. "You've brought this upon yourself." With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The burly man howled in pain, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me." It was too late. The elderly woman casually tossed him aside, and he flew out of the drunken immortal pavilion like a discarded rag doll. Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd. The seemingly meek elderly woman was, in fact, a powerhouse of the sacred realm. "How many years must you compel me to take action?" The elderly woman retracted her breath, once again adopting a submissive demeanor. Everyone understood that this elderly woman was indeed as meek as she appeared. It was inconceivable for her to establish the drunken immortal pavilion on such a bustling street, nor could she stand resiliently against adversity. The elderly woman approached Lingxi, smiling as she spoke, "My dear little beauty, I sincerely apologize." Lingxi replied coolly, "No need for pleasantries." With that, she turned and left. The burly man at the entrance had already been taken away by the enforcement team of the Red Moon. Meanwhile, inside the drunken immortal pavilion, curiosity buzzed among the patrons. There was a reason for the elderly woman's actions, thus the enforcement team would not take any measures against her. Lingxi's 2 strikes had no justification. Yet the enforcement team refrained from apprehending her. After a fierce battle, the minds of those present were somewhat muddled. Only the elderly woman was aware of the true terror that Lingxi possessed. Chapter 98. The Wealth of the 9 Continents? Not so impressive, after all. Sister Shi. As Lingxi stepped out of the drunken immortal pavilion, she heard Feng Ling's voice. "Little Ling, why are you out so soon?" Feng Ling pouted, saying, "It was dreadfully boring. They were merely trifles of the 6th and 7th ranks." Lingxi nodded. "Oh, I see." At that moment, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Lingxi's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister Shi, look at Wanbao Tower." Feng Ling pointed ahead, where the 3 golden characters of Wanbao Tower shone brightly. "I can already smell the many treasures inside. Let us hurry, Sister Shi." With that, Feng Ling grasped Lingxi's hand and headed towards Wanbao Tower. Aside from these rare materials, Feng Ling had no interest in anything else. Although she might not use them herself, she simply desired them. "All right, let us go." Lingxi was also intrigued by what could possibly pique Feng Ling's interest, which typically only included treasures of the 9th rank or above. Though she had harvested many in the ancient smoke and cloud, Lingxi yearned for more. The more she possessed, the greater her sense of security. Chen Pingan and Chun Yuzhu followed closely behind. The group had already been marked for pursuit by Wanbao Tower. Everyone associated with the tower recognized them. Naturally, Lingxi's formidable combat prowess had rendered Wanbao Tower hesitant to take any action against her. Inside the grand hall of Wanbao Tower, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, akin to a marketplace. Most of the ordinary cultivators could only linger in the first-floor hall, which had grade restrictions. Generally, treasures did not exceed the 6th rank, with occasional 7th rank items to whet the appetite. "Esteemed guests, please proceed to the 3rd floor." The attendant gestured respectfully, guiding everyone upwards. The 1st floor mainly featured treasures of the 6th rank and below, while the 2nd floor housed 7th and 8th rank items. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, one encountered treasures of the 9th rank. Even ordinary Sacred Realm experts lacked the qualifications to enter the 3rd floor. As the crowd watched Lingxi ascend to the 3rd floor, they could not help but feel envious, for they often did not possess the privilege to even catch a glimpse from afar. Once on the 3rd floor, Feng Ling immediately sensed the aura of rare materials. Indeed, it must be here. As the grand door swung open and the 4 entered, the attendant closed it behind them. Inside the exhibition hall, 3 pinnacle 9th rank spiritual herbs were displayed, along with 3 pinnacle 9th rank refining materials. Yes, this is the scent. Feng Ling rushed to the 3 spiritual herbs, taking a deep breath that invigorated her spirit. Lingxi walked straight to the foremost seat and sat down, exuding a slight pressure as she remarked, "Since you have invited us here, why hide in the shadows?" No sooner had Lingxi spoken than a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. Ha! Lady Yi. Clan leader Chen, what a pleasure. Three figures emerged from the void, with Qian Duo at the forefront, flanked by two peak Sacred Realm experts. Qian Duo walked directly to the secondary seat and smiled, saying, Lady Yi, all these treasures have been prepared for you. May I inquire if they meet your satisfaction? Before Yi Lingxi could respond, Qian Duo continued, those three spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. There are no more than 5 throughout the entire 9 continents. As for the 3 refining materials, they are also among the world's few. He then proposed, might we exchange these for a slot in the Red Moon Secret Realm? Ultimately, Qian Duo was still fixated on acquiring a slot in the Red Moon Secret Realm. Having only recently attained the Sacred Realm, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. However, Yi Lingxi declined, stating firmly, no, it cannot be done. Qian Duo's expression turned awkward. He had assumed that his offer would be sufficient to sway Yi Lingxi. After all, he had specifically arranged for these items to be brought from the headquarters. Of course, he could opt to negotiate with the Red Moon City, which would undoubtedly agree, and likely at a cheaper price. Yet, in the face of the ancient Leaf clan, Red Moon City paled in comparison. If he could exchange 6 treasures for a slot in the Red Moon Secret Realm, it would forge a favorable relationship with the ancient Leaf clan, truly an ideal situation. Qian Duo urged, Lady Yi, I implore you to reconsider. This is a significant opportunity. At this moment, Chen Yuzhu was about to offer her own slot in the Red Moon Secret Realm, recognizing that 9th-rank treasures were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, given her talent and strength, relinquishing her slot was entirely justifiable. Yi Lingxi scoffed, a mere 9th rank is hardly worthy of displaying its might before me. With that, Yi Lingxi produced all materials of 9th rank and above from her system backpack, including the earthroot soil from the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl and various imperial-grade spiritual herbs. Once everything was laid out, Qian Duo was left speechless, as were the 2 peak Sacred Realm experts and the Chen siblings. The sheer abundance nearly filled the entire hall. Even Qian Duo, who presided over the wealthiest establishment in the 9 continents, had never witnessed such a plethora of 9th-rank treasures, not to mention the myriad imperial-grade treasures that lay before them. This, Qian Duo was momentarily at a loss for words. After Yi Lingxi had collected all the treasures, she teased, Qian Tower Master, which establishment possesses more treasures, yours or mine? Naturally, she included the 6 items from him in her collection as well. Qian Duo offered a bitter smile. Lady Yi, you flatter me. If the Heavenly Tao were not to suppress the emperors, how many 9th rank and imperial-grade treasures could cultivate how many emperor-level experts? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao does impose restrictions on emperors. Otherwise, the ancient Leaf clan could dominate the entire 9 continents. The crux of the matter was that such an abundance of treasures might not even belong to the clan, but rather to Yi Lingxi individually. The notion that one person could possess so many treasures was astonishing. Qian Duo steadied himself, a smile returning to his face as he remarked, Lady Yi indeed possesses profound depth. I have been presumptuous. However, the slot in the Red Moon Secret Realm remains an enticing offer. Might I inquire if the goddess has any further requests? Anything within the capacity of Wanbao Tower, we shall endeavor to fulfill. Yi Lingxi raised an eyebrow lightly and stated, since you are so keen on the Red Moon Secret Realm, if you truly wish to exchange for that slot, then present 2 extreme Dao Imperial weapons. Otherwise, do not mention it again. Qian Duo's expression faltered at this, for extreme Dao Imperial weapons were extraordinarily precious, with only a handful existing throughout the 9 continents. Although Wanbao Tower was exceedingly wealthy, even they had owners for their extreme Dao Imperial weapons. Even as the master of the Wanbao Tower, he had never possessed the supreme weapons of the underworld. If he could not present such treasures, then so be it. With that, Yi Lingxi rose to depart. Qian Duo wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only watch as Yi Lingxi left. Once she had departed, Qian Duo remained in a state of lingering regret. The hall was filled with rare treasures. It was only when a powerful figure from the Holy Realm reminded him, Master, our treasures are missing, that Qian Duo snapped back to reality. Chapter 99. The Martial Arts Competition for Marriage, Tang San breaks through. The following day, early in the morning, the Lord's mansion in Hongyue City was bustling with excitement. Talented individuals from all corners gathered at the mansion. Yi Lingxi also rose early, spurred on by the uncomfortable bed at the inn. Upon opening her door, she was greeted by an elder of the returning ruins realm. Goddess, here is the invitation to the martial arts competition for marriage at the Lord's mansion in Hongyue City. Yi Lingxi raised an eyebrow, accepting the invitation with intrigue. A competition for marriage? How novel indeed. The elder bowed respectfully, acknowledging her esteemed status, and departed after delivering his message. Yi Lingxi toyed with the invitation in her hands, contemplating her next move. With the Hanyue's secret realm opening in 3 days, it seemed an opportune time to pass the hours. Meanwhile, the Qin siblings and Feng Ling also received invitations. Sister Shi, a martial arts competition for marriage. We should go and take a look. Feng Ling was particularly intrigued. Eager to explore the unknown, Lingxi nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. Feng Ling tore through the void, accurately transporting the 4 of them to the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the martial arts stage within the Lord's mansion had already been set up. In attendance were not only the talented individuals from various continents, but also the foremost powerhouses from myriad factions. The seating was full, with only 12 spots available. Lord Wan Xingfeng had specifically reserved 4 seats for Lingxi and her companions. Aside from the people of Hanyue City, only 6 positions remained, each occupied by individuals of considerable influence. Among them was even the patriarch of the Tang family, accompanied by his pride and joy, Tang San. Tang San's arrival drew the eyes of the entire assembly, hailed once as the unrivaled genius of the continent, until Qin Pingan emerged to overshadow him. However, the entrance of Lingxi ignited a fresh wave of excitement. She was the master of countless exquisite spirit stones, her wealth and status nothing short of astonishing. Additionally, the presence of Qin Pingan, who had previously eclipsed all other geniuses of the continent, added pressure to the competition. Lingxi and Qin Pingan swiftly became the subjects of discussion, particularly Lingxi, whose ethereal beauty outshone even the Lord's favored daughter, Wan Tianyin. Renowned as the most beautiful woman of the continent, Wan Tianyin felt diminished in comparison to Lingxi. Within the loft, a voice inquired, "Miss, who is that enchanting woman? She resembles a celestial being." Wan Tianyin had been fixated on Lingxi, having never encountered anyone as stunning. In both appearance and form, Lingxi vastly surpassed the so-called beauty of the continent. She must be the legendary goddess of the Taixu Yi family, Lingxi, Wan Tianyin remarked nonchalantly. Though envy swelled within her heart, she envied Lingxi's beauty, strength, and wealth, as well as her freedom to roam without the constraints of becoming a mere tool for marriage. Lost in thought, Wan Tianyin felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes moistening. Yet, she steeled herself with a deep breath, turning her gaze toward Qin Pingan, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Meanwhile, Wan Xingfeng, noting the arrival of all the invited guests, rose and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, thank you for attending my daughter's martial arts competition for marriage. The rules are quite simple. Those under the age of 25 with a talent rating of 7 stars or higher may challenge my 3 sons. Should they triumph, they may wed my daughter." Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured. Everyone was familiar with Wan Xingfeng's 3 sons. The eldest was at the peak of returning ruins, the second in the late stages of returning ruins, and the youngest at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. All were exceptional talents. The prospect of defeating all 3 before the age of 25 seemed a daunting task, limited to but a handful across the 9 continents. Naturally, those capable of besting the trio would likely not desire the Lord's second daughter. The eldest daughter might be a more suitable match. As the crowd fell silent, Wan Xingfeng continued, "The dowry will consist of 2 coveted spots in the Hanyue secret realm." This announcement sent a ripple of excitement through the eligible talents. Such opportunities were rare. "I shall participate," declared a young genius from the Xuanwu continent, stepping forward onto the martial arts stage. "I am Yuan Zhua, 24 years old. With a 7-star talent and at the peak of the cave heaven realm, I humbly request mercy from my 3 esteemed brothers." His declaration stirred a clamor among the spectators. Wan Xingfeng's youngest son, Wan Xianxia, stepped forward with an expression of indifference. "Let us begin." Yuan Zhua made the first move, fully aware of his opponent's prowess, unleashing his ultimate techniques. However, the eldest son countered effortlessly, soon exploiting Yuan Zhua's flaws and sending him crashing off the stage. Gasps arose from the crowd, acknowledging that despite their equal realms, differences in talent, experience, and hidden capabilities could create vast disparities in strength. Next came Taixu Pengtao from the central continent, Gu Yanwei from the Xuanwu continent, Fang Mingkai from the absolute world continent, and Hua Wenbin from the ice and snow continent. 13 7-star talents engaged in a round-robin battle, all emerging defeated. Yet, Wan Yangxia was left exhausted and unable to continue, passing the challenge to his brother, Wan Yangpu, who possessed formidable strength in the late stages of returning ruins, placing immense pressure on the challengers. Crucially, they had but one chance, while the Wan brothers enjoyed unlimited attempts. On the sidelines, Feng Ling rested her chin on her hands, expressing her discontent. "They are rather pathetic. This is dreadfully boring." Qin Pingan affirmed, "Indeed, they are rather mediocre." Lingxi teased, "Little Chun, why not give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Wan Xingfeng eagerly joined in. "I believe the goddess is correct. Why not, Patriarch Qin?" Wan Xingfeng held a favorable view of Qin Pingan. Young, handsome, Talented and powerful, he was also the head of an ancient family. A union with the Chun family would indeed be a splendid match, despite the presence of the ancient Tang family, which he viewed with disdain due to their poor reputation. Seeing Chun Pingon hesitate to respond, Wan Qingfeng pressed again. What say you, Patriarch Qin? Uncertain of how to reply, Chun Pingon chose to deflect the inquiry. Meanwhile, some among the crowd were beginning to feel the pressure, particularly Tang San. Is this really all they have? These individuals are the pinnacle of genius. How many possess a 7-star talent? Every individual possessing a 7-star talent is regarded as the pinnacle of excellence within formidable factions. An 8-star talent, even within the ancient Tang family, is considered a paragon of exceptional prowess. As for a 9-star talent, the ancient Tang family has only seen the emergence of a single one in nearly 100 millennia. Chapter 100. A dead eunuch competing for marriage? Tang San, sensing that the battle had reached an adequate intensity, prepared to intervene. Despite being only at the mid-stage of the returning ruins realm, he felt no trepidation facing Wan Yongdong, who stood at the pinnacle of the same realm. This confidence stemmed from prior discussions assuring him that the competition would be lenient. The high threshold was merely a means to filter out the unworthy, or those who did not meet expectations. Should a satisfactory contender appear, leniency would surely be granted. Unbeknownst to Tang San, he himself was being outmaneuvered. Wan Qingfeng's ideal candidate was Chun Pingon. Tang San was merely invited to lend support and showcase Wan Qingfeng's connections. Just as Tang San rose, a formidable imperial weapon descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the martial arena. Evidently, I have not arrived too late, a sharp voice announced, followed by a distortion of space above the arena, revealing a delicate young man clad in green, who positioned himself atop the imperial weapon. Yi Lingxi, upon seeing the newcomer, was incredulous and exclaimed, "A dead eunuch." The visitor was none other than Wang Yonggang. How did he come to be here? Wan Qingfeng was taken aback. He had refrained from inviting the Wang family precisely to avoid the presence of this dead eunuch. Furthermore, he believed that a family of the ancient Wang stature would disdain the prospect of an alliance with them, particularly looking down upon his second daughter. Wang Yonggang, having risen to the pinnacle of returning ruins after a period of rebirth, surveyed the surroundings, delicately gesturing with his fingers. I am Wang Yonggang from the Xuanwu continent. Aged 25, endowed with 9-star talent, and at the pinnacle of the returning ruins realm. The words pinnacle of the returning ruins reverberated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. A 25-year-old at the pinnacle of the returning ruins. Across the vast 9-continent Dao Domain, such individuals could be counted on one hand. Moreover, wielding an imperial weapon, he could contend even against those of the sacred realm. Wang Yonggang, I believe our Red Moon City did not extend an invitation to you? Wan Qingfeng's tone was laced with irritation, yet he could not outright dismiss Wang Yonggang. After all, the ancient Wang family ranked just beneath the ancient Yi family among the human races, and their might was far beyond what Red Moon City could provoke. Wang Yonggang chuckled. But did Lord Wan specify that only those who received invitations are permitted to participate? Look at the multitude gathered here. Did you invite each and every one? Wan Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had only invited certain ancient and super factions. The others had come of their own accord after hearing rumors. For these factions, the prospect of realizing their dreams was too enticing to ignore, especially given that Red Moon City was among the most powerful of the super factions. Wang Yonggang flashed a devilish smile. Since there is no issue, shall you three come forth together, or shall we engage in a rotation? Among the three brothers, only Wan Yongdong possessed an imperial weapon. However, facing an imperial weapon with an extreme imperial weapon felt daunting. Wan Qingfeng almost scolded him as a eunuch devoid of honor, but restrained himself. He communicated with his 3 sons, instructing them to take turns. Even if they could not win, they could at least engage in a war of attrition. If this dead eunuch were to win, it would bring disgrace upon Red Moon City. Wan Yongdong ascended the martial arena, summoning his strongest treasure, a high-grade imperial sword. In comparison to Wang Yongdong's extreme imperial weapon, it paled in significance. Wan Yongdong initiated the attack, launching a fierce thrust aimed at Wang Yongdong's face. Yet, Wang Yonggang nimbly evaded. Akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. With a delicate gesture, he unleashed a powerful force toward Wan Yongdong. Wan Yongdong hastily defended with his sword, but was still forced back several steps. The audience below watched with bated breath, while Tang San furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. Confronting this dead eunuch was indeed a formidable challenge. At that moment, Wang Yonggang pressed the advantage, his BCS sword radiating a blinding light. BCS sword technique. Wan Yongdong's expression grew grave. He knew the technique's ferocity and could only muster his spiritual energy for passive defense. As he channeled his energy, a faint blue aura enveloped him, forming a protective shield. The sword energy from the Bixia sword collided with the shield, creating a cacophony of clashing metal. Ruan Yangdong gritted his teeth, striving to hold his ground. However, the disparity between an imperial weapon and an extreme imperial weapon gradually became apparent. With both combatants at the same realm, Ruan Yangdong found himself at a further disadvantage. Wang Yangdong's onslaught intensified, the Bixia sword technique advancing in waves. Its sword energy seemingly capable of piercing the void. Ruan Yangdong began to feel the strain. His shield flickered erratically, and his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Damn it! Is this dead eunuch truly this formidable? Ruan Yangdong cursed inwardly. With a swift stroke, Wang Yanggang shattered Ruan Yangdong's protective shield, sending him careening through the air. Yet, he did not deliver a fatal blow, instead moderating his strength, taunting, "Big brother-in-law, you seem a bit lacking." Ruan Yangdong. A dead eunuch dares to call me lacking? This was intolerable. You dead eunuch, perish. Ruan Yangdong's fury surged, and so too did his fighting spirit. Wang Yangdong's eyes flashed with a glint of ruthlessness. He too despised being labeled a dead eunuch. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more. Ruan Yangdong fighting with reckless abandon, disregarding defense in pursuit of inflicting harm. Wang Yanggang was momentarily pressed back, caught off guard by Ruan Yangdong's ferocity upon being provoked. Ruan Qingfeng's expression darkened. He could see that his eldest son had reached his limit. In contrast, Wang Yanggang had yet to exert his full strength. Boom! Ruan Qingfeng intervened, solidifying the surrounding space and immobilizing the combatants. Ruan Yangdong gasped for breath, his face pale. Wang Yangdong's Bixia sword had nearly pierced his heart. Had it not been for his father's intervention, he would have faced dire consequences. After forcibly separating the two, Ruan Qingfeng's expression remained grim, and he said nothing. Heh! Wang Yanggang sneered, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he pointed his sword at Ruan Yangpu and Ruan Yangxia. You two, come forth together. Ruan Yangpu and Ruan Yangxiao exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Wang Yanggang was still in peak condition. Even if they joined forces, they would be no match for him. The two brothers hesitated, casting a bitter look toward Ruan Qingfeng. Ruan Qingfeng, feeling helpless, pondered if he truly had to allow his daughter to marry a dead eunuch. With no one stepping forward, Ruan Qingfeng had no choice but to announce the outcome. Wang Yanggang stood proudly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Ruan Qingfeng's complexion paled. This was not the outcome he desired. Among the younger generation, none could contend with Wang Yanggang. Even Tang Sen lacked the strength to do so. Within the loft, Ruan Tianin's eyes were swollen with tears, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. She had never anticipated the arrival of a eunuch. To be wed to such a man was akin to death. With a swift movement, Ruan Tianin rose and rushed to the window, forcefully flinging it open. Shenpingon, do you truly wish for me to marry a eunuch? Chapter 101, The Caged Sparrow and the Moon in the Well. All eyes were drawn towards the loft. However, with Ruan Tianin veiled by a crimson canopy, only those with formidable spiritual awareness could discern her features. Tianin. Shenping and S expression grew troubled. The two had met during a previous expedition and subsequently formed a team, their bond blossoming into one of profound intimacy. Yet, at that time, Shenping had concealed his true identity, leaving Ruan Tianin unaware of who he truly was. Despite their deepening connection, Ruan Qingfeng would never permit their union. Moreover, at that time, Shenping was still shackled by the seals placed upon his spiritual roots and power. Yi Lingxi glanced between Ruan Tianin and Shenping, swiftly deducing the nature of their relationship. Xiaochen, can you bear this? You have endured long enough. It is time to lift the seals. Yi Lingxi had also perceived the seal deep within Shenping and S spiritual roots. With his 9-star talent, it was inconceivable that he was merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins. Just as Shenping hesitated, Wang Yanggang licked his lips, leaping towards Ruan Tianin with intent. Little beauty, here I come. Ruan Qingfeng was poised to intervene, but was interrupted by a sound slicing through the air. Whoosh! A longsword shot forth. In a moment of urgency, Wang Yanggang had no choice but to withdraw. The sword embedded itself directly beside the window. Shenping flickered and stood upon the blade, his gaze icy as he regarded Wang Yanggang. Pingin. Ruan Tianin felt a surge of excitement at Shenping and S display of action. After all these years, she had finally awaited this moment. Tianin, do not worry. I am here. These 6 words evoked memories of their shared trials, where Shenping had always stood before her, facing the fiercest of beasts. Merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins? Shenping, I advise you to retreat and avoid seeking your own demise. Wang Yanggang dared not strike, knowing he faced the formidable Chen clan, an ancient power. Ha! Shenping laughed heartily, then produced a medallion left by his ancestors, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Although the ancestors had fallen, They had bequeathed various means, including the method to lift Qinping and S seal. As his energy surged into the medallion, it erupted with a terrifying aura that enveloped him. The energy, like ethereal threads, wove into Qinping and S body, bringing warmth to the previously sealed roots within him. Moments later, the seal shattered, and a torrent of pure, overwhelming power radiated from him. Everyone felt the immense pressure that far surpassed the initial stage of the returning ruins. Wang Yanggang's expression shifted dramatically. You have reached the pinnacle of the returning ruins. Regret flooded his heart as he realized he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. Qinping and withdrew the caged sparrow, an ultimate imperial weapon, pointing it menacingly at Wang Yanggang, his gaze frigid. You, a wretched eunuch, your time of demise approaches. As the caged sparrow emerged, the blade emanated a chilling brilliance, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Wang Yanggang, terrified, retreated repeatedly, well aware of the sword's might. Although he too possessed an ultimate imperial weapon, it paled in comparison to Qinping and S caged sparrow, which was not merely a weapon but a divine sword. A legacy of the ancient Qin clan, forged in primordial times. Whoosh! Qinping and thrust the sword towards Wang Yanggang with lightning speed. In a state of panic, Wang Yanggang hastily raised his protective sword. The clash of their blades erupted in a dazzling display of light, the force of the impact sending bystanders staggering backward. Each strike from Qinping and bore the weight of catastrophic might, swiftly inflicting multiple wounds upon Wang Yanggang. In mere moments, he was overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. You shall find no salvation here, wretched eunuch. Qinping and summoned the power of his four spiritual roots, channeling the caged sparrow. Instantly, the heavens roared with fierce winds and crackling lightning. Come forth. The command echoed through the realm. The entire Red Moon City seemed to respond. Swords flying toward the Lord's manor as if summoned by an unseen force. How intriguing indeed. Lingxi raised her hand to grasp Qin Yuzhu's sword, carefully attuning herself to its power before releasing it to soar forth. Ruan Qingfeng was equally astonished, never expecting Qinping and to unleash strength surpassing that of the returning ruins. Wang Yanggang was doomed. I concede. I concede. I concede, he shouted, but the winds drowned out his cries. Nevertheless, Ruan Qingfeng, Lingxi, and Feng Ling heard him, yet they remained unmoved. They could not intervene. For someone like Wang Yanggang, endowed with 9-star talent, his demise would be all the more beneficial. Feng Ling could not contain herself, cheering from the sidelines. Go, Xiao Pingyan, vanquish him. Wang Yanggang, in despair, turned to Ruan Qingfeng, pleading humbly, City Lord Ruan, save me. However, the winds howled, and his words were lost. Ignored, Wang Yanggang sank further into despair. Returned to the source of 1,000 swords. Qinping and roared with unrestrained fury, his sword intent boundless. Countless flying swords converged in the sky, forming a colossal sword formation, their tips aimed at Wang Yanggang. Wang Yanggang's complexion turned ashen. He understood that he could not escape this fate. With resignation, he could only laugh maniacally at the sky, a dark, foreboding laugh. Just as Qinping and was about to strike down Wang Yanggang, a flash of purple light intervened, blocking the fatal blow. A sage-level expert behind Wang Yanggang finally took action. The newcomer, an elderly man with flowing white hair, gazed coldly at Qinping and Clan Leader Chun. Do not act with such finality. Where mercy is possible, one should show it. Qinping and scoffed disdainfully. He has insulted my beloved and sought to harm her. How could I easily forgive? The elder furrowed his brow, preparing to retort, when Qinping and interjected, let them perish. Qinping and was driven to madness, disregarding all else. Moreover, with the Chun clan now serving as a subsidiary force of the Yi clan, what did he have to fear from the Wang clan? Seeing the situation escalate, the white-haired elder bellowed furiously, you reckless youth. With a wave of his staff, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Qinping. But Qinping and pressed forward, the caged sparrow spinning, cleaving the energy in two. Ruan Tianyin, though veiled by her canopy, sensed the danger and looked helplessly at her father. Yet, Ruan Qingfeng remained motionless, as the unfolding events now lay in Lingxi's hands. In the conflict between the two clans, the true beneficiaries would only be Red Moon City. Fear not, Lingxi reassured, patting Ruan Tianyin's shoulder. A nearby maid was startled, unaware of how Lingxi had approached her side. Ruan Tianyin, equally taken aback, turned to find Lingxi beside her. I have seen the Divine Lady. She quickly bowed, followed by the maid. Then, Ruan Tianyin implored, Divine Lady, that elder is a sage-level expert. I beseech you to lend your aid. Lingxi comforted her. He is merely a late-stage sage. Xiao Chan's strength surpasses this. No sooner had she spoken than Qinping and summoned another ultimate imperial weapon, the moon in the well. Chapter 102, the dragon clan of the Western Sea. With dual swords in hand, he appeared as a god of war descending upon the earth. He wielded dual swords with a flourish, creating a flurry of shimmering blades that echoed the moon in the well and the caged sparrow, producing a peculiar resonance. This resonance transformed into a tangible sword aura, surging towards the white-haired elder. Sensing the intense threat, the elder's face darkened with gravity. He shifted his stance, conjuring an illusory divine mountain behind him in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet, Chen Ping'an's assault was not so easily thwarted. The sword aura sliced through the illusion of the divine mountain with ease. The elder was taken aback, retreating in alarm. However, Chen Ping'an would not grant him a moment's respite, darting forward with the lightest of steps, like a shadow in pursuit. Once more, he swung his dual swords, this time manifesting the sword aura as two dragons, claws bared, charging at the elder. With a sudden bite of his tongue, the elder spat forth a mouthful of essence blood onto his staff. In an instant, a crimson barrier materialized, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the dragon-like swords. Boy, are you truly intent on exterminating me? The elder bellowed in fury. He had not anticipated that, despite being a dignified figure of the Holy Realm, he would find himself outmatched by Chen Ping'an, who stood at the pinnacle of the returning ruins. The thought of such news spreading would be a disgrace beyond measure. That is your due punishment, Chen Ping'an retorted coldly. No sooner had he spoken than his dual swords erupted in resplendent light. The air around them seemed to be siphoned off by this power, forming miniature whirlpools. The terrifying spatial energy rampaged forth, compelling Ruan Qingfeng to act swiftly to stabilize the surrounding space. Without his intervention, the entire lord's estate would be shattered by this spatial force. The white-haired elder was acutely aware that today would not end well, a flash of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a black talisman from his robe, forming a hand seal and muttering incantations. In an instant, the talisman ignited, exuding an aura of malevolence and power. This dark energy momentarily suppressed the might of Chen Ping'an's dual swords. You have forced my hand. This is forbidden magic. Even if we perish together, I will take you with me. The elder cackled madly. To be unable to best someone at the pinnacle of the returning ruins, even if he survived this encounter, would be a mockery. Sacrificing a prodigy of 9-star talent was worth the price. This power, Ruan Qingfeng's brow furrowed. It was clearly not of their 9 continents Dao Domain. It even stirred the celestial power within him. Bizarre. Yet, Chen Ping'an displayed no fear. Even if you resort to forbidden arts, your demise is inevitable today. With that, a golden aura enveloped him, embodying the might of the 9 Yang sacred body. As this force surged forth, the previously suppressed brilliance of his dual swords blossomed anew. The white-haired elder's heart skipped a beat, taken aback by Chen Ping'an's hidden prowess. However, with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to unleash the forbidden power, causing fissures to appear upon his body as blood seeped forth. The blood was dark, continuously absorbed by the talisman, while his lifespan dwindled in the process. Lingxi, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tightening in her chest. Sacrifice? Such a grotesque power, more sinister than those perverse dual cultivators. By the window, Lingxi had already summoned the sacred void sword. Beside her, Ruan Tianyin softly murmured, "My lady, go." Seeing the malevolent power intensifying, Lingxi acted without delay. In his current state, Chen Ping'an could not withstand such a force. However, just as the sacred void sword positioned itself before him, a red figure emerged, seizing the sword and thrusting it through the heart. Simultaneously, the vile power was absorbed. Has the clone attained self-awareness? Lingxi pondered, observing the crimson figure. Despite the significant changes, the dazzling red attire remained unchanged, though the hair had transformed into a dark tea color, and its aura had undergone a profound shift. Has it gained spiritual roots? What kind of roots might they be? In its realm, it has astonishingly reached the initial stage of the Holy Realm. While Lingxi contemplated, the red figure vanished, retreating into the chaos yin-yang pearl to commence refining the malignant energy. Lingxi reclaimed the sacred void sword, returning to her original seat. Ruan Tianyin, seeing Chen Ping'an unscathed, finally exhaled in relief, her previously racing heart now at ease, allowing her to slump back into her seat. Chen Ping'an consumed 2 restorative pills, reorienting himself. Regrettably, he had failed to eliminate Wang Yanggang, who had seized the opportunity to slip into the spatial void. Is the battle over? A gruff voice resonated from the void. It is indeed over. Now, it is my turn. Following this, a burly figure with dragon horns and an unseemly appearance emerged. Chen Ping'an's heart raced. Who are you? I am Ao Huang of the West Sea Dragon Clan, age 18, with an 8-star talent, at the pinnacle of the returning ruins. After observing for so long, it was finally my turn. Such beauty deserves my attention. Ao Huang gazed at the loft, having been watching from the shadows, now emboldened by the absence of rivals. Had he encountered Wang Yangyang earlier, the odds would have been even, but now it was different. Chen Ping'an's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him no match for Ao Huang. Even with 2 supreme imperial weapons, he would stand no chance. The West Sea Dragon Clan. Chen Ping'an frowned. The Sea clans had always been reclusive, rarely involving themselves in the affairs of humankind. Ruan Qingfeng thundered, "Does your Sea clan wish to meddle in our human affairs? Are you seeking war?" He was utterly enraged. First, the eunuch, and now this grotesque 1,000-year beast claiming to be 18. What audacity! Feng Ling spat, "You ancient beast. How dare you claim to be 18? Ao Huang turned his gaze towards Feng Ling, astonished. A pure-blooded phoenix, and a mid-stage being of the holy realm at that. He felt a slight pressure due to the phoenix blood flowing within him. Nevertheless, Ao Huang maintained his composure, replying, "What is age to you? I alone determine my own years." Ruan Qingfeng. Lingxi. While there was some logic in his words, it was irrelevant at this juncture. Regardless, it was a self-defined declaration. Ruan Qingfeng observed the increasingly ludicrous contest, a sense of powerlessness welling within him. These were beings he could not provoke. He could only let them be. After all, he had given up. One could only say that the heavenly Dao's oppression was exceedingly unfriendly to their Red Moon City. Among the younger generation, the top-tier combatants were far too few. Only the elder emperors sustained them. Meanwhile, Tang Sen remained taciturn, his expression somber. His strength barely reached the initial stage of the returning ruins, while the challengers were either at the pinnacle of that realm or wielding 2 supreme imperial weapons. Initially, he had boasted of marrying Ruan Tianyin. Other factions were captivated by this level of combat, a rare opportunity indeed. "Heh, let me test you, little sea dragon." Feng Ling chuckled, emboldened by the circumstances. She was ready to join the fray. Chapter 103, The West Sea Dragon King Arrives. As Feng Ling made her move, she swiftly subdued Ao Huang, leaving him with no chance to resist. Roar! Ao Huang bellowed in frustration, utilizing his last resort to transform, barely escaping Feng Ling's grip. However, upon transforming, Ao Huang's excitement only intensified. Under the sea, a dragon was still a dragon, and now, one was delivered right to her doorstep. "Heh, little dragon, where do you think you're running?" Feng Ling conjured a spatial confinement, effectively sealing Ao Huang within its grasp. Roar! He bellowed, "You cannot slay me, for I am the 6th son of the West Sea Dragon King." His fury echoed, a pang of regret coursing through him, realizing too late that he should have refrained from his ostentation. Little did he anticipate that Ruan Qingfeng would remain indifferent, completely disregarding the rules he had previously announced. Seeing his pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears, Ao Huang could only helplessly turn towards Ruan Qingfeng, exclaiming, "Are you truly willing to see your daughter wed to a female demon beast?" Ruan Qingfeng let out a cold laugh, replying, "I never stated that females could not compete for marriage, and besides, they are my guests." He was well aware that Feng Ling and Chen Ping'an were in cahoots. Thus, it was imperative to deal with this shameless demon beast first. Ao Huang found himself at a loss. Ruan Qingfeng was indeed correct. "Heh, there's no way out now." Feng Ling chuckled, then turned to Lingxi, saying, "Sister Shi." Lingxi understood the unspoken message and nodded in agreement. Die. As the spatial confines tightened and collapsed, Ao Huang met his demise, his essence captured within Lingxi's spatial ring. The onlookers were left in shock. What had begun as a matrimonial competition had escalated to such chaos. A powerful Saint Realm expert had just perished, one from the ancient royal family, followed by the death of another from the formidable Sea clan. Fortunately, they had sustained no losses themselves, gaining valuable insights instead. Only Tang Sen remained in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to act, for Chen Ping'an was not yet at his peak. If he revealed all his hidden cards, perhaps there would still be a chance. Before he could reach a conclusion, Ruan Qingfeng announced the outcome. "Tang San," he lamented inwardly, "regret will be your only companion." Tianyin. Ruan Tianyin could no longer contain her exhilaration. Chen Ping'an mirrored her sentiments. Tianyin. Thunder rumbled ominously above, as dark clouds coalesced, crackling with electricity. "Who has slain my 6th brother?" A commanding voice boomed from the tempest, followed by the emergence of a colossal golden dragon. The crowd gasped in horror. The West Sea Dragon King had arrived in person, indicating that this matter would not end amicably. Though most had never encountered the underwater dragon clan, they had heard whispers of the golden form of the West Sea Dragon King. Only those who ascended to the rank of Sea King possessed such a form. Feng Ling scoffed, "It was I. If you're unconvinced, then hold your breath." The West Sea Dragon King's eyes widened in fury. "You insignificant phoenix. Dare you utter such arrogance? None shall leave this place alive today." His form radiated golden light, and the surrounding storm intensified. Meanwhile, In the eastern part of the unparalleled continent, near the West Sea of the Nine Continents, the waves surged higher, and the sky darkened with thunderclouds. Coastal residents, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated to their homes. The lord of the nearby Hanhai city felt the oppressive aura and began to question. I have not provoked the underwater dragon clan. Why do they seek to attack? Moreover, he had seen no sign of the demon beasts from the dragon clan. In Hanhua city, the scent of the sea wafted through the air. Ruan Qingfeng feigned calmness, remarking, You are the newly appointed West Sea Dragon King, are you not? Your father was never so rash. Though the new West Sea Dragon King had attained the peak of the half-emperor realm, he was not to be underestimated. An all-out war could spell disaster for the entire unparalleled continent. Ao Zong sneered, Do not speak of my cowardly father. The West Sea is under my command now. Hand over my sixth brother at once. If you refuse, or if he is harmed, prepare to bear the wrath of the West Sea. With that, Ruan Qingfeng understood the purpose behind the demand, reparations. Ao Huang's death had reached him, and his appearance was undoubtedly motivated by the desire for resources. If war were truly on the horizon, it would have already begun. This was merely an act of intimidation. Xiaoling, that golden dragon looks even more delectable. Yi Lingxi floated into the air, confronting Ao Zong. Feng Ling chuckled. Haha, sister, she is right. That golden dragon seems particularly appetizing. However, Ao Zong dismissed their banter. Utterly captivated by Yi Lingxi, having dwelled in the depths of the sea for so long, he had never encountered such ethereal beauty. She was breathtaking beyond words. And he thought it would be perfect to take her as his wife, with the little phoenix as a concubine. Licking his lips, Ao Zong was completely entranced by Yi Lingxi. My two exquisite beauties, I offer you a chance. Become my wives, and I shall overlook the death of my sixth brother. Otherwise, hearing Ao Zong's words, Yi Lingxi's brows furrowed, sensing the impending danger. Baiqi Hanshuang finger. Her fingers coalesced with formidable ice spirit energy. Feng Ling likewise quelled her mirth, flames igniting around her. Ruan Qingfeng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, thought it necessary to teach Ao Zong a lesson. He discreetly conveyed to Yi Lingxi, Goddess Yi, do not hesitate to strike. I shall activate the grand formation of Hanhua city to assist you. No need. He is merely a half-emperor, she replied dismissively. Then, a colossal middle finger materialized above Ao Zong, while snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Upon seeing the enormous gesture, Ao Zong was momentarily taken aback, then grinned. Ah, to strike is to care. It seems this little beauty has some interest in me too. Yet despite his words, the golden aura surrounding him flared even more intensely, and lightning coiled around him like serpents. Too formidable, I must defend myself. Yi Lingxi felt a wave of nausea. He was insufferable. The Baiqi Hanshuang finger shot toward Ao Zong, infused with biting cold. In response, Ao Zong unleashed a torrent of golden dragon breath. Attempting to counter the icy assault, the clash of dragon breath and icy power erupted in a dazzling display of light and turbulence. Seizing the moment, Feng Ling transformed into a blazing flame, charging at Ao Zong, distorting the air in her wake. Ao Zong sidestepped her attack, capturing Feng Ling instead. Little beauty. We shall settle this later. With Feng Ling secured, Ao Zong turned his attention back to Yi Lingxi. Now, it is your turn. He reverted to his true form, revealing the same grotesque appearance as his sixth brother. Goddess, I come to your aid. Chen Pinggan arrived at Yi Lingxi's side, now fully restored. However, standing against the half-emperor Ao Zong, he could barely withstand the pressure. This is no place for you. You are no match for him, Yi Lingxi urged, dismissing him. He would only serve as a hindrance. Chapter 104. It turns out to be a power grab, hence the bluster. As Feng Ling remained behind Ao Zong, Yi Lingxi refrained from using her sniper rifle. One shot would leave no room for redemption. I have arrived. Draped in red, Yi Lingxi emerged. After refining her malevolent power, she was finally able to speak. Apart from her crimson attire, her red eyes and nails, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Lingxi. You have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Yi Lingxi was taken aback, astonished at how quickly this doppelganger had ascended. Ao Zong stared at the red-clad Yi Lingxi. Stunned. Twins. Now I am even more enamored. The prospect of having two unparalleled beauties as wives was the pinnacle of his aspirations. However, in the next moment, both women struck simultaneously. Breaking the boundary power, Yi Lingxi wielded the holy void sword. In the crimson garb, Yi Lingxi was devoid of any spiritual techniques, yet possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual power. Before Ao Zong could relish his moment of triumph, he was ensnared in the fray of battle. Despite his formidable prowess, he found himself beleaguered by the formidable onslaught of the two. Yi Lingxi unleashed her tumultuous spiritual energy, while the other Yi Lingxi adeptly countered with exquisite techniques. Are these two delicate beauties truly this formidable? I am utterly enamored. Prepare yourselves to be conquered. Ao Zong exulted, albeit hesitantly refraining from unleashing his full strength for fear of harming them. However, Yi Lingxi showed no restraint, confronting a being of semi-imperial caliber. She was aware of her own limitations and opted for a powerful initial strike. Only thus could she hope to vanquish her opponent before her spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Of course, should her adversary prove to be a monster, the outcome would be uncertain. Channeling the power of her ice spirit root, Yi Lingxi unleashed a realm of slaughter. The 13 styles of flying flowers and falling snow coalesced. The power of ice crystallized upon her blade, shattering thousands of foes. Under the influence of the slaughter realm, blood-red snowflakes began to fall from the sky, a terrifying aura of carnage enveloping the entire Crimson Moon City. This marked the first occasion for Wan Qingfeng to witness the true might of Yi Lingxi, and he was struck with dread at her terrifying strength. Is this merely the pinnacle of the celestial realm? How can such formidable power be unleashed? Is this the result of a 10-star talent? Wan Qingfeng pondered, relieved that he had previously avoided conflict with Yi Lingxi. As Ao Zong evaded Yi Lingxi's fierce strikes, he found himself cornered by the crimson-clad Yi Lingxi, who seized the opportunity to close in. Her hands radiated a fierce red light as she struck towards Ao Zong. Caught off guard, he staggered back several paces. Yi Lingxi pressed her advantage, the holy void sword glinting coldly as it aimed for Ao Zong's vitals. With a furious roar, Ao Zong summoned a surge of black energy that temporarily repelled both women. Do not be ungrateful. It is a privilege for you that this young master has set his sights on you. He bellowed. Silence. With a swift motion, the holy void sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a chilling radiance. The terrifying frigid force surged forth. Ao Zong narrowly evaded the icy glare, his face twisting in anger. You dare to disregard my warnings? Today, you shall learn of my true power. With that, his aura surged, the black energy swirling around him like a tangible entity. Undaunted, the crimson-clad Yi Lingxi charged again. Though lacking spiritual techniques, she tore through a portion of the black energy with pure spiritual force. Following closely, Yi Lingxi traced intricate trajectories in the air with her holy void sword, sending waves of sword energy towards Ao Zong. Wan Qingfeng observed the battle closely before approaching the vicinity of the three combatants. Your aura is anything but pure. It appears you are not the true Dragon King of the West Sea, but rather a usurper. Ao Zong, feeling cornered, retorted defensively. Wan Qingfeng, this matter has no bearing on you. I advise you to mind your own business. However, Wan Qingfeng persisted. What will happen to you when the true ruler of the Four Seas learns of this? No wonder. You are merely posturing. You lack the power to summon a tsunami. It is evident you are not worthy. Furious, Ao Zong shouted. If you continue to prattle, I shall annihilate the entirety of Crimson Moon City. Just you alone? If you were truly the Dragon King of the West Sea, you would not come here alone to threaten me. Wan Qingfeng declared, brandishing a weapon only the Lord of Crimson Moon City could wield, his aura escalating to mid-semi-imperial level. Goddess Yi, I come to lend you my strength, he proclaimed, plunging into the fray. Ao Zong, whose bravado was but a facade, faltered further with Wan Qingfeng's entrance. Curse it, I have miscalculated, he thought, retreating step by step under the relentless assaults of Yi Lingxi and the crimson-clad Yi Lingxi. His pride forced him to maintain a facade of strength. Yet with Wan Qingfeng's involvement, he felt the ground slipping beneath him. As he defended himself while retreating, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Since you insist on pushing me, do not blame me for resorting to my trump card. He spat forth a black orb, which exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, accompanied by a foul stench. Wan Qingfeng's expression shifted. Everyone, be cautious. That is the Dragon Pearl of the West Sea, an ultimate imperial weapon. Normally golden, this black version indicates it is not a legitimate inheritance. It seems you are indeed a usurper. At that moment, Wan Qingfeng's suspicions solidified, using the celestial path to suppress the emperor and murder his father. Certainly, if the Dragon Pearl were not inherited, it must have been forcibly extracted. Otherwise, upon the bearer's death, the pearl would self-destruct, obliterating all in the vicinity. Yi Lingxi remarked nonchalantly, an ultimate imperial weapon, you say? Quite fortuitous to acquire such a treasure. As her words fell, she dashed towards Ao Zong. The crimson-clad Yi Lingxi mirrored her movements, launching her own attack. Ao Zong, wielding the black dragon pearl, attempted to fend off their assault. The orb unleashed tendrils of black light that slithered towards the two like a shadowy dragon. Yi Lingxi wielded the holy void sword, its blade emanating a sanctified brilliance. Holy void, return to source, she declared, effortlessly severing the tendrils of darkness. The crimson-clad Yi Lingxi unleashed powerful waves of spiritual energy, obliterating the encroaching dark forces. Ruan Qingfeng swiftly followed suit, his spear striking towards Ao Zong's back. Ao Zong, caught in a dual focus, maintaining control over the Dragon Pearl while defending against the onslaught, found himself in disarray. At that moment, the crimson-clad Yi Lingxi seized the opportunity. Channeling all her spiritual energy into her right hand, transforming it into a colossal red hand that struck fiercely at Ao Zong. Unable to evade in time, he was struck in the chest, spitting out blood, and the Dragon Pearl fell from his grasp. Ruan Qingfeng attempted to seize it, but Yi Lingxi was quicker, snatching the orb into her possession. In one fluid motion, she stepped forward, positioning the Holy Void sword against Ao Zong's throat. Despair washed over Ao Zong's features as he pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I can offer you the Dragon Pearl of the West Sea." Chapter 105. The Arrival of the Ruler of the Four Seas. The Dragon Pearl of the West Sea is a treasured heirloom of their domain, with two methods of inheritance. One is a voluntary transfer within the same bloodline, unlocking the pearl's full potential. The other, as demonstrated by Ao Zong, involves utilizing it through bloodline power without voluntary transfer, yielding only a fraction of its power. The originally golden orb was now reduced to a mere shadow of its true form. Thus, Ao Zong believed that for the sake of an ultimate imperial weapon, they would surely spare him. Yet he underestimated Yi Lingxi's resolve. She brandished the Dragon Pearl. "You, a mere wastrel, cannot even unleash 1/10 of its power. And you dare negotiate with me?" With her words, the Black Dragon Pearl gradually transformed into its true golden form. Within moments, the Dragon Pearl revealed its original glory, radiantly golden and resplendent. Ao Zong's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you possibly activate the Dragon Pearl completely? This is impossible." Yi Lingxi chuckled coldly. "A wastrel is simply a wastrel." The astonishment was not limited to Ao Zong. Ruan Qingfeng and the onlookers were equally taken aback. To say that refining a supreme imperial weapon is challenging would be an understatement. Even mastering a mere ordinary imperial weapon of inheritance demands considerable effort and time, and success is never guaranteed. Yet, with effortless grace, Yi Lingxi had already refined the inherited supreme imperial weapon of the West Sea Dragon clan. It was nothing short of astonishing. Ao Zong was filled with reluctance, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, the West Sea Dragon Pearl now rested in Yi Lingxi's hands. As she toyed with the West Sea Dragon Pearl, her icy gaze fixed upon Ao Zong, she mused, "How fortunate you are to have arrived. Your brother is roasting your flesh for soup. How delightful. Let this serve as a lesson for your arrogance." Feng Ling, having freed herself from the spatial bindings, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. "This is for your arrogance, for your hubris, for your pretense." With a swift motion, she unleashed two punches that left Ao Zong battered and bruised. Yet Ao Zong had lost all temper. Any further indignation could lead to his demise. A dignified figure at the late half-emperor stage, he was shamefully defeated by a mere girl at the peak of the cave realm. "Cough, cough, Divine Lady Yi. Please refrain from taking his life. He is unlike the other dragons. He is the West Sea Dragon King. Even a usurper like him cannot be slain," interjected Ruan Qingfeng, clearing his throat to halt Yi Lingxi's advance. He was well versed in the affairs of the Four Seas. While it may be trivial to eliminate other dragons, the four Dragon Kings were untouchable. Although the ancient Yi family would not face retribution, the city of Red Moon certainly would. However, Yi Lingxi made no reply. Ruan Qingfeng hastily explained, "Divine Lady Yi, the dragon clans of the Four Seas are governed by the Wave Clan, the supreme rulers of the oceans. Their might is comparable to that of the Yi family. In ancient times, they stood alongside the Abyss Demons of the South Pole and the Lei Clan of Xuanli Island, forming the notorious quartet of the Nine Continents. Such historical matters are scarcely known in contemporary times, as these four powers have since adopted a more subdued demeanor." Upon hearing this, Ao Zong erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Release me at once." This was his first encounter with such knowledge, and it bolstered his confidence. He was certainly aware of the Wave Clan, a formidable force that ruled the Four Seas. Alas, before Yi Lingxi could finish her thoughts, a sword struck decisively at his throat. Ao Zong had no chance to react, and blood gushed forth in torrents. "Don't waste it," cried Ruan Qingfeng and Feng Ling in unison. "That is dragon blood, and of half-emperor caliber. The blood of a being at such a level, regardless of its origin, was exceedingly precious." Both made a swift move to collect it, but Feng Ling was a fraction quicker, consuming it raw. In an instant, she transformed into her true form, devouring Ao Zong's blood with fervor. A terrifying surge of spiritual power coalesced, propelling her to the late Saint realm in a heartbeat. With a triumphant roar that echoed through the skies, she exclaimed, "What bliss!" Yet she noted the briny taste of the dragon blood from the Oceanic clan. Regardless, her ascension in power outweighed any unpleasantness. The demise of a half-emperor dragon was bound to incite a frenzy among the onlookers, particularly as many were formidable figures at the Saint Realm, yet none dared to approach. Just as the crowd was taken aback by Feng Ling's audacious actions, the sky darkened ominously. Thunder clouds rolled in, and flashes of lightning illuminated the churning gloom. A commanding voice boomed. "Who dares to slay the West Sea Dragon King and provoke my four seas?" Simultaneously, a phantom descended, revealing the external incarnation of Bo Dong, the lord of the Wave Clan. Recognizing the child of the Yi family, he concluded, "Then all is well." With that, Bo Dong retracted his external incarnation, leaving Yi Lingxi and Ruan Qingfeng in stunned silence. After a moment of hushed astonishment, the crowd collectively gasped. Most were aware of the Wave Clan's formidable reputation. Their immense power was undeniable. Even Bo Dong's external incarnation dared not confront Yi Lingxi and retreated instead. Only Yi Lingxi comprehended the true terror of such an external incarnation, which could only be manifested by those who had reached the pinnacle of power. The oceanic clans possessed beings rivaling the celestial realms. Furthermore, his external incarnation could manifest freely within the Dao Domain of the 9 continents. It was utterly terrifying. "I shall return first. Call me when it's time to feast," Yi Lingxi declared, retreating to the Chaos Yin Pearl after the crisis had been averted. The battle had drained her significantly, and she needed to replenish her strength. Ruan Qingfeng approached her with a smile, saying, "Divine Lady Yi, the Red Moon's secret realm opens in 2 days. Why not stay with me for a while? It would be my pleasure to host you." "Very well," Yi Lingxi nodded. The recent conflict had indeed left her weary. It was a perfect opportunity to recuperate and sample the legendary dragon meat to discern its true flavor. As night fell, the atmosphere within the city lord's mansion was lively and bustling. The martial arts contest had concluded, and many unexpected events had transpired. Ruan Qingfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but decided to keep everyone entertained with a banquet. However, one individual was notably absent, Tang San, who had suffered a crushing defeat. Convinced that his prowess at the early stage of the return to ruins made him the undisputed champion of the continent, he was blindsided to discover that Chun Pingan was at the pinnacle of the return to ruins and possessed 2 supreme imperial weapons. Realizing that remaining would only bring him shame, he discreetly departed. In a small courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Yi Lingxi and Feng Ling sat around a crackling fire, accompanied by the Chen siblings. This time, however, they were joined by 4 additional individuals: Yi Lingxi, Ruan Tianyin, and the siblings Yi Qin and Yi Chun. Yi Lingxi remained silent, mirroring Feng Ling's relentless appetite. Both possessed formidable physiques that allowed them to consume without pause. Once satiated, Yi Lingxi exchanged her plate for a reclining chair and gazed up at the starry sky. Hardly had she settled when she heard the voice of a small pig. "Master, may I have the West Sea Dragon Pearl?" "Sure, here you go," Yi Lingxi replied without hesitation, placing the West Sea Dragon Pearl into the Chaos Yin Pearl. "Hee, I can enhance myself a little more." With that, she began the process of refining the West Sea Dragon Pearl. Simultaneously, she explained, "Master, I can elevate myself by refining and devouring other pearls, and the Four Seas Dragon Pearl is the finest choice. Originally, it was a singular entity that came into existence alongside me, only to be divided into 4 after that great battle, and I was also split into 2. As she elucidated, the spirit of the West Sea Dragon Pearl began to resist. Yet, before the fully formed Chaos Yin Pearl, it could not withstand even 3 seconds before being consumed. In that fleeting moment of absorption, Yi Lingxi could distinctly sense the aura of the heavenly Dao. "Oh, the heavenly Dao," she mused, gazing at the sky, her heart a medley of emotions. Gradually, she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 106. The Red Moon appears. The secret realm opens, and the wandering souls. 2 days later, as night descended, the day of the Red Moon's secret realm's opening had arrived. With 4 slots allocated to the Yi family and 4 to the Qin family, one could round off the total to 8 slots for the Yi family. This marked the first time since Red Moon City had governed the Red Moon secret realm that so many slots had been claimed by other forces. Particularly after realizing that the Chun family is a subordinate force of the Yi family, an indescribable discomfort settled in. Nevertheless, establishing a connection with the Yi family is not without its merits. The Wanbao Tower has made a significant investment to secure a single quota, complemented by 6 additional quotas granted to its affiliated forces by Hanyu City. In the end, only 10 quotas remained for oneself. The Hanyue secret realm is situated at the back of Hanyue City, nestled within Hanyue Mountain. As for the specific location within the mountain, one can discern it by observing the crimson light that emanates when the secret realm opens. This phenomenon occurs as the secret realm randomly refreshes itself within the confines of Hanyu Mountain, evading the constraints imposed by the heavenly Dao. The crowd arrived early at the foot of Hanyue Mountain, eagerly awaiting the event. As the time approached, the moon in the sky gradually became bathed in a blood-red glow. Suddenly, a blinding scarlet beam shot up from a certain point within the mountain, marking the opening of the Hongyu's secret realm. It has commenced. The opening of the Hongyu's secret realm lasts only 10 days, so everyone must proceed with caution. With Yuan Xingfeng's words echoing, the forces from Hongyu City, along with its affiliates, were the first to enter the secret realm, followed closely by Qian Duoduo. He had not only spent a considerable sum to purchase a quota, but also invested heavily in seeking protection. Otherwise, entering alone would be perilous. While there were no ferocious beasts within the Hongyu secret realm, various souls of ancient powerful beings roamed. Most of these souls were known for their murderous tendencies, requiring the vitality of the living to sustain their existence. Lingxi and her companions were the last to enter. Upon their entry, the entrance to the Hongyu secret realm sealed shut. The secret realm automatically monitors the number of participants. If the count does not reach 25, it will remain open indefinitely. Inside the Hongyu secret realm, upon entry, one is greeted by a landscape drenched in red hues, a reflection of the crimson moon above, exuding a rather unsettling aura. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, accompanied by faint, sorrowful cries that startled everyone. Among the 25 participants, only 2 from Hongyu City had previously ventured into the Hongyu secret realm. Yet, they were still filled with trepidation, recalling their harrowing experience from their last visit. After some deliberation, they turned to Lingxi, first offering a respectful bow before suggesting, "Goddess Yi, should we form a team?" They had observed her formidable combat prowess and believed that if they could align with her, they would surely navigate the next 10 days safely. However, Lingxi declined, stating, "No, I have my own plans." The group was taken aback. The prospect of securing her formidable support had evaporated. Nonetheless, they refrained from any desperate pleas and simply turned away. Subsequently, Lingxi advised them, "Exercise caution. This place is exceedingly strange," while casting her gaze toward the crimson moon above. Beep, detecting that the host is within the Hongyu secret realm. A new task has been initiated. Task, Refine Tianxi. Task completion reward, 5 premium super gift packs. Host, please be cautious. Within the Hongyu secret realm, everything is governed by Tianxi. Although Tianxi was defeated by the heavenly Tao of the 9 continents, its power remains formidable, and after years of cultivation, its strength has significantly increased. Is it truly that powerful? Lingxi pondered, realizing the magnitude of the task when considering the reward of 5 top-tier super gift packs. Reflecting on this, she found herself at a loss for the next steps. Deciding to wait for the appearance of the Tianxi inheritance to see if she could seize the opportunity to refine it. Let us proceed. Lingxi extended her spiritual sense outward, surveying the surroundings. She discerned numerous semi-transparent souls drifting about. These wandering spirits were mostly devoid of consciousness, their power akin to that of the nascent soul stage. This lack of vitality had led to their diminished states. Only by consuming vital energy could they regain or enhance their original strength. "Hey, Sister Shi, I caught a wandering spirit." Feng Ling triumphantly revealed a completely red, translucent soul. Its power limited to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Let me probe its memories. Lingxi enveloped the soul with her spiritual sense. After a brief moment, she sighed. The knowledge possessed by these souls was rather scant. They merely indicated the presence of a vast gathering of souls further ahead. "Absorb it," commanded the red-clad Lingxi, who promptly consumed the soul. Lingxi inquired, "Can we absorb more?" "Indeed," the red-clad Lingxi explained. "These souls merely require purification to transform into pure spiritual energy. My chaotic spiritual root can thoroughly cleanse these souls." Lingxi nodded in understanding. "Very well then. Let us proceed to the area with the highest concentration of souls." Along the way, Lingxi elaborated on the nature of the secret realm. Aside from slaying these souls for training, the Hongyu secret realm serves no other purpose. As for the Tianxi inheritance, none of you are permitted to interfere. I shall explain why after we exit. Once inside the Hongyu secret realm, all was under Tianxi's watchful gaze. The group was taken aback. The most valuable aspect of the secret realm was indeed the inheritance, with the souls being a secondary concern. Each individual had come in pursuit of the inheritance. However, given Lingxi's decree, they had no choice but to comply. Before long, they arrived at a dense forest teeming with wandering souls of all tiers, though the strongest among them barely reached the peak of the returning ruin stage. So many souls. The red-clad Lingxi was the first to act, devouring every soul that ventured close. Upon witnessing this, Chen Pinggan quickly summoned a caged bird to strike. If he hesitated any longer, he too would become a meal for the red-clad Lingxi. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 1,000 souls had been vanquished. After resolving this, they continued onward. According to records, One merely needed to head in the direction of the Red Moon to locate the site of the Tianxi inheritance. Yet, as they progressed, they encountered no signs of the people from Hongyue City. They had entered the secret realm, heading toward the Red Moon's direction. Yet the surroundings bore no traces of human passage, instead exuding a heavy, lifeless atmosphere. Just as the group began to feel perplexed, a faint reddish mist suddenly enveloped the area. Within the fog, deep growls echoed ominously, as if some great terror lurked within. Instantly, a sense of unease surged within Lingxi. This feels eerily like an illusion. Ziqing illusion charm. She attempted to employ her illusionary technique, but to no avail. This only confirmed that they were not in a mere illusion or, perhaps, were ensnared in a more advanced one. You all stay close, Lingxi called out. But when she turned back, she found that everyone had vanished. Gasping in shock, she realized the gravity of the situation. They had disappeared without a sound, and she had failed to notice. This underscored the terrifying nature of the illusion. When Lingxi turned around once more, she found the red-clad Lingxi standing directly in front of her. You're still here? The red-clad Lingxi nodded, saying, we are one entity. No illusion can sever our bond. However, the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl then spoke. She is not the real one. Not real? Lingxi scrutinized her companion closely, but could not discern any discrepancies. Indeed, she is a mere replica of me. However, I can discern the truth. Yet, Tianxi's prowess is remarkable, capable of creating such an authentic imitation. Upon hearing the words of the chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, Lingxi exhibited no hesitation. She drew her sword and charged directly at the false red-clad Lingxi. The latter displayed a look of astonishment, attempting to resist, but it was too late. A fake will always be a fake. With a single strike, the false red-clad Lingxi was vanquished. Nevertheless, Lingxi felt a wave of frustration wash over her. The strength of this illusion was insurmountable. She could not break free. All around her was a sea of blood red. Even when she released her divine sense, she could see no end, nor could she ascertain the extent of this realm. The only entities visible were the surrounding flora and the crimson moon in the sky. The blood-red moon. Tianxi. Lingxi glanced at the sacred void sword in her hand, and then at the red moon. Sacred void, return to source. Since she could not find a means of breaking the illusion, she would have to take aim at the red moon. The sacred void sword emitted a brilliant light as it surged toward the moon. However, upon contact with the moon's essence, it absorbed the power as if it were a sponge soaking up water, suffering no harm. Lingxi's brow furrowed. Just then, the ground beneath her began to writhe, and skeletal arms erupted from the earth, reaching for her ankles. Lingxi felt a chill run down her spine. Her figure flickered as she leaped into the air. Yet those skeletal arms seemed to possess an infinite reach, relentlessly pursuing her. What is this? Observing the skeletal arms, Lingxi swung her sword, severing a portion of them. It appeared to be a burial ground for the powerful who had perished. Even in death, their bones retained a semblance of power, though they had transformed into spirit forms. The bones still held their essence. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy surged toward the skeletal arms, cleaving them asunder, scattering them across the ground. Yet, soon after, the skeletal arms reformed, now in greater numbers. This is inconceivable. It seems I must uproot and obliterate every last one of you. Lingxi formed a hand seal with one hand, channeling her earth spirit root, chanting, break the ground. Seek the roots. Powerful spiritual energy surged into the earth, and with a violent tremor, bones were forcefully extracted from the soil. The moment the bones emerged, she swiftly wielded the sacred void sword, which radiated with an immense wave of earth's spiritual energy. With a decisive sweep, the bones were instantly reduced to powder, scattering into the air. It was effective. However, the number of bones only increased, multiplying exponentially. There were too many to eliminate. Crack, crack, crack. As the bones multiplied, some of the more formidable ones began to coalesce, forming a larger skeletal entity. This aura, it was at the Saint Realm, at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Lingxi gazed upon the towering skeleton, towering at least 10 meters high, as it continued to merge, its power ascending ever higher. Blade of Tetanus. Lingxi denied it the opportunity to complete its formation. Seizing the moment while it was still merging, she unleashed her most potent technique. A powerful sword energy howled forth, striking the amalgamating giant skeleton. Yet, to Lingxi's astonishment, the skeleton merely paused momentarily before resuming its fusion, swiftly ascending to the level of the 8 emperors, surpassing the Saint Realm. Upon the successful completion of its formation, the skeleton exhaled deeply. It then opened its blood-red eyes and spoke with human words. Human with 10-star talent, your fortune does not belong here. You should not have entered this realm. You are unwelcome. The skeleton's ability to speak was a testament to Tianxi's control over it. Are you Tianxi? Lingxi scrutinized the enormous skeleton, acutely sensing its aura. Although somewhat restrained, it remained overwhelmingly powerful. Of course, Lingxi was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Her purpose here was to refine Tianxi. Initially, she was uncertain how to locate Tianxi. Now, however, with Tianxi revealing itself, finding its true form would be considerably simpler. Sacred Void Nebula. Lingxi simultaneously harnessed the power of her 8 spirit roots, materializing it into a nebula. Previously, lacking the support of such abundant spiritual power, she could only form the nebula with the aid of the Sacred Void Sword. But this time was different. The 8 spirit roots provided a terrifying spiritual force, sufficient to coalesce a nebula in a short time and to extraordinary effect. What is this technique? Tianxi gazed in astonishment. Has the 9 continents Dao Domain evolved such a combat style? Sacred Void, return to source. The Sacred Void Sword was likewise manifested upon the nebula. This was also due to the sword's spirit's self-awareness, enabling it to cooperate willingly. Otherwise, merely controlling the Sacred Void Sword would consume a vast amount of spiritual energy. Observing this, the skeletal entity controlled by Tianxi began to move its arms, drawing the surrounding blood energy toward itself. 10,000 evil calamities. Countless blood-red skulls coalesced. With a sweep of the skeletal arms, the innumerable skulls surged toward Lingxi. The blood-red skulls collided with the return to source sword energy, erupting in a brilliant flash and a tumult of energy waves. Where the sword energy passed, all the skulls were obliterated. Ultimately, the sword energy struck the skeleton's chest, shattering it to dust. At the pinnacle of the cave realm, leveraging her 8 spirit roots, she could unleash an attack rivaling that of a peak semi-emperor. You are formidable. I shall await you in the courtyard. After uttering these words, Tianxi departed from the skeleton. Bereft of Tianxi's control, the skeleton became a raw machine of slaughter. Upon spotting Lingxi, it charged directly at her. Lacking any finesse, it relied solely on brute force to assault her. Break. Swish. A single sword strike cleaved through the air, shattering the skeleton to pieces. Chapter 108. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Having dealt with the skeleton, the illusion shattered. Lingxi proceeded toward the red moon. Following her dialogue with Tianxi, she could now pinpoint Tianxi's location with greater accuracy. That blood-red orb in the sky was not the true Tianxi, but rather its eye. The genuine Tianxi must be concealed somewhere, possibly in a place of inheritance. What is going on? Why can I still not find them? As she traversed onward, Lingxi's divine sense frantically searched. Yet, no matter how extensively she searched, she could not locate them. They were no longer within the illusion, ordinarily. She should have been able to find them. Yet, within 100 miles, there was nothing. It was exceedingly strange. After advancing for a brief while, the Chaos Yin Pearl spoke up. Master, the replica is nearby. Nearby? Lingxi released her divine sense once more, but still found nothing. Not at all. The Chaos Yin Pearl elucidated. There is presence, but it is faint and elusive. It should exist in an alternate space, an amalgamation of the illusion and the realm created by Tianxi. This space is extraordinarily ephemeral, one might never escape it. Lingxi spoke solemnly. An alternate space? Her brow furrowed tightly. How does one enter this alternate space? The Chaos Yin Pearl replied, I can attempt to open a rift, but it will only last for a moment. A moment? That should suffice. Subsequently, Lingxi summoned the Chaos Yin Pearl. Upon its emergence, a celestial-grade artifact. Tianxi was also taken aback. Regarding the suppression from the 9 continents and the heavenly way, he was well aware of it within the Red Moon's secret realm. His cultivation level had been constrained to that of a half-emperor, rendering the emergence of any celestial-grade artifacts utterly impossible. While astonishment gripped him, Tianxi dared not act against Lingxi, for he perceived an extraordinarily terrifying fortune surrounding her. Furthermore, the sword in Lingxi's hand instilled in him a profound sense of caution. Simultaneously, Lingxi activated the Chaos Yin Pearl. The pearl began to harness its inherent power, emanating rings of peculiar light. Before long, the air ahead shimmered and distorted, revealing a narrow rift through which a chilling and eerie aura seeped. Shortly after, a crimson figure emerged from the fissure. Upon her arrival, the rift sealed itself once more. Goodness, I thought I would never escape, nearly resorting to self-detonation. The red-clad Lingxi gasped, clearly having undergone a harrowing ordeal. Lingxi approached her with concern, asking what transpired within. With lingering trepidation, the red-clad Lingxi recounted, inside, countless phantoms assaulted the soul, and the space continuously warped and transformed, as though it had no end. Although her physical form was robust, her soul was comparatively fragile, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand such formidable soul attacks. I cannot endure any longer. I must return to recuperate, she declared, retreating back into the chaos yin-yang pearl. Recovery from soul damage is an arduous endeavor. Observing this, Lingxi retrieved a mid-grade Emperor Level 9 Yin-Qi Nurturing Pill and presented it to her. One mid-grade Emperor Level 9 Yin-Qi Nurturing Pill was sufficient to restore the red-clad Lingxi to her peak condition. Perhaps, with the essence of imperial energy contained within, she might even break through to the Emperor realm, or at the very least, ascend to the pinnacle of Half-Emperor. After securing the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, Lingxi turned to continue her search for Tianxi's whereabouts. At the center of the Red Moon, the inhabitants of Red Moon City, having come for the second time, swiftly reached the site of the inheritance. This place of inheritance was an eerie courtyard with 8 entrances and exits, each flanked by ominous red lanterns. The leader skillfully pushed open the door and stepped inside. The last time he had come, he was part of a group of 25, comprising 18 formidable Saint Realm experts. All elites among the elite. The remaining were returned to Void Realm practitioners. Such a fearsome assembly had lost 9 Saint Realm experts within this courtyard, with all returned to Void Realm members perishing. By the time the Red Moon Secret Realm closed, only 3 remained, one of whom received the Tianxi inheritance. The other 2 were within this iteration of the Red Moon Secret Realm. Xianxiaaudiobooks was the last to enter the courtyard, feeling a chill creep down his spine. As soon as he stepped inside, the surroundings shifted dramatically. The once ominous courtyard became shrouded in mist. Then, he experienced a dizzying sensation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself alone. Before him lay a room illuminated by candlelight. Through the window, he could clearly see a delicate maiden engaged in her grooming. Her movements graceful and embodying gentleness to the fullest extent. Having been single for over 80 years, Xianxiaaudiobooks found himself utterly captivated. Unable to resist, he approached the room and gently knocked on the door. The woman inside spoke softly, "Come in." Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman's visage was shrouded in a misty haze, yet undeniably beautiful, an ineffable beauty. "Why do you gaze upon me so, young master?" she chided playfully, regaining his composure. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt his heart race uncontrollably. She was stunning, exceedingly so. Her attire was quite revealing, with crucial areas tastefully obscured, yet tantalizingly visible. He swallowed hard, stammering, "Fair maiden, your beauty has rendered me momentarily speechless." The woman smiled delicately. "Do not be so reserved, young master. Today, fate has brought us together. Why not sit and share a cup?" As she spoke, a jug of wine and 2 cups materialized on the table. Though Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a twinge of unease, he found it impossible to resist her allure and took a seat. After consuming several cups of wine, he felt lightheaded, his consciousness beginning to blur. At that moment, the woman's voice seemed to resonate from a distant realm. "Young master, do you know where this place is?" In his inebriated state, he merely shook his head symbolically. The woman slowly rose, radiating a chilling aura. Approaching him from behind, her delicate hand rested on his shoulder. Her hand was unnaturally pale, yet oddly adorned with long, black nails. Then, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered hauntingly, "This is the place for your wedding night." After speaking, she blew a breath towards him, infused with a hint of darkness. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks shuddered, becoming increasingly entranced, unable to extricate himself. "Come, young master. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces." She lifted his chin, leading him towards the bed, still lost in the embrace of her tenderness. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt no sense of wrongdoing, merely following her lead until they reached the bed. It was only then that the woman revealed a sinister smile and began to peel away his garments. As she reached the final layer of clothing, a golden jade pendant was unveiled, instantly emitting a blinding light that sent the woman flying across the room, crashing heavily against the foot of the bed. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally roused from his stupor. What just happened? He wondered, feeling groggy and suffering from a throbbing headache. He looked down to find himself in tattered clothes. Glancing at the crimson skull at the foot of the bed, his memory flooded back, and he was instantly gripped by a wave of cold sweat. Whoa, that was close. With a swift roll, he leapt from the bed, adjusted his clothing, and dashed for the door. This Red Moon secret realm was indeed as bizarre as rumored. After exiting the room, the woman within stirred awake once more. "Young master, come play with me. Do not abandon me." Her voice echoed, haunting and ethereal, reverberating through Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. In an instant, his gaze began to glaze over, and he felt compelled to re-enter the room. Just as his hand touched the door, the jade pendant on his chest flared with golden light, sending the woman flying once more, transforming her back into a crimson skull. Xianxiaaudiobooks regained his senses. He gasped sharply, hastily departing. Even with his strength as a Saint Realm practitioner, he found no means of resistance against her. Had it not been for the jade pendant left by the ancestor, he would have perished here. In the courtyard, aside from Duo, others were experiencing similarly unsettling encounters. Each individual faced different trials, each scene unique, all birthed from their inner demons. Only those devoid of such turmoil, with steadfast hearts, could emerge unscathed. Of course, there were also individuals like Duo, who possessed extraordinary advantages. In another scene, the gambling father, the ailing mother, the school-going younger brother, and the shattered self. Upon witnessing this scene once more, his heart crumbled instantly. Memories of the deceased surged back to assault him. Why does misfortune befall me alone? With a sudden thud, he sank to his knees, weeping bitterly. When he finally lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of his mother hanging lifelessly and his father, who succumbed to his drinking. Every corner birthed its own inner demons. Aside from the fortunate few who thrived through external means, only 3 individuals of the sacred realm remained unaffected. The rest were either lost in gentle oblivion or grappling with the tragedies of youth. Outside the courtyard, Lingxi looked up at the plaque, which boldly bore the characters Tianxi. So this is the place of the Tianxi inheritance. No wonder it is called thus, for this courtyard too is named Tianxi. Using her spiritual sense, Lingxi scanned the surroundings. Silence enveloped her, the desolation palpable. Still, she had not spotted them. Perhaps they were already inside. 2 days had elapsed. Yet there was still no sign of Chen Ping'an and Yi Qin. With no choice left, she stepped into the courtyard. As she entered, an overwhelming force struck at her very soul. A spiritual assault. Lingxi quickly attempted to resist, but to little avail. In an instant, the world spun around her. When she regained consciousness, she found herself at her workstation, clad in the shabby attire she wore while working. She gasped as she swallowed hard, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Shaking her numb arm, a familiar foul odor wafted toward her. Indeed, it was the drool that had pulled on her arm during sleep. No. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? April 1st, 2024. This was the day I met my untimely demise. Lingxi slapped her heavy head, as if trying to recall something, yet her mind felt clouded. Suddenly, the familiar ping of a WeChat notification shattered her train of thought. Grabbing her long-lost phone, she recognized the familiar feel of it. Upon opening it, she saw a message from someone saved as dead bitch, along with 2 files. This proposal was to be used in the meeting scheduled for 9:30 the following morning. With a swift motion, Lingxi pressed send instinctively. It was dispatched seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. After replying, her fingers began to dance across the keyboard uncontrollably, her mind racing to formulate the proposal. Though she sensed something was amiss, her hands could not be stilled. The only thoughts occupying her mind revolved around the proposal. The sound of keys clattering filled the air, unabated, until the sun dipped below the horizon. Finally, Lingxi lifted her gaze to the window. Outside, skyscrapers towered, and the last rays of the sun graced her face. One by one, her colleagues departed, leaving her alone with an unfinished proposal, still needing completion. Yet, overtime came without compensation. The proposal was due the next day, and failure to complete it would result in reprimands and a deduction in performance metrics. At that moment, her inner grievances erupted, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was impossible to finish. It simply could not be done. Memories of the departed surged once more, haunting Lingxi. She vaguely recalled working late into the night until 2 a.m., her consciousness fading into oblivion. When awareness returned, she found herself back in the womb. Her head throbbed painfully. Shaking her heavy head, she felt dizzy as memories of her 2 lifetimes flickered before her like slides in a projector. Lingxi struggled to regain her composure, aware that this was the work of inner demons. How infuriating. Having transmigrated, she still had to endure such a wretched narrative. Drawing a deep breath, she forcefully quelled the turmoil and indignation within her. Closing her eyes, she reconnected with her spiritual roots, channeling her spiritual energy to break free from the shackles of her inner demons. As her energy coursed through her meridians, calmness gradually enveloped her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The sacred void sword materialized, and with a swift strike, she shattered the illusory office scene around her. Amidst a dazzling flash of light, the surroundings splintered like a shattered mirror. Panting heavily, Lingxi wiped the sweat from her brow, exhausted yet relieved to have escaped. Tightening her grip on the sacred void sword, she surveyed her surroundings, releasing her spiritual sense to sweep across the entire courtyard. All around her, rooms were aglow, each door adorned with 2 red lanterns. Somewhat eerie, yet not unusual for Lingxi. She approached one of the rooms, and as she drew near, a murmur of hushed voices drifted from within. Gripping her sword tightly, she gently pushed the door open, stepping inside as it closed behind her. The room was shrouded in swirling smoke, and turning her gaze, she spotted a handsome man seated upon the bed, his upper body bare. Humph. I'm not falling for this trick. With a cold huff, Lingxi swung her sword, instantly dispelling the illusion before her. The man transformed into bones, crumbling into dust. The room returned to normal, the haze dissipating. Just as she turned to leave, the door swung open. Chapter 110. The Will of Tianxi, imitating Feng Ling Xiaoling. Upon seeing Feng Ling, Lingxi finally relaxed her guard. Sister Shi, you're here too. Feng Ling rushed forward, enveloping Lingxi in a tight embrace, bursting into tears. Sister Shi, you have no idea. Once I entered the fog, I couldn't see any of you. There were lost souls everywhere. I thought I was going to die of fright. Then, by chance, I stumbled into this courtyard, and as soon as I entered, everything spun around. And I found myself hanging, losing blood. Thankfully, I regained consciousness and broke free from the illusion. But I could feel my blood was indeed drained, so much of it. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Just thinking about it now sends shivers down my spine. As she spoke, Feng Ling began to cry anew, her tears soaking Lingxi's clothes. There, it was all an illusion, all an illusion. Lingxi gently stroked Feng Ling's head, wiping away her tears. In that moment, she noticed Feng Ling's complexion was rosy, not at all resembling someone who had been drained of blood. She recalled how pale Feng Ling had been after even a single drop of her essence was taken. Thus, Lingxi surmised that the Feng Ling before her might not be genuine. Wah! Feng Ling continued to sob. Lingxi was curious to see how long this charade could persist. Feng Ling clung to Lingxi, weeping without pause, neither of them making a move. Sister Shi. Lingxi caressed Feng Ling's head, replying, Yes, what is it, little one? Before Lingxi could finish her sentence, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air. Rip! Xiaoling Yu. Lingxi began to protest, yet Feng Ling's actions did not cease. Rip! 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 The sound repeated countless times, merely tearing at Lingxi's clothing. Like lifting a chick, Lingxi hoisted the imposter Feng Ling into the air. Feng Ling's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Lingxi. What is happening? How could this be? This is a divine weapon. How can it possibly fail to pierce your defenses? The figure before Lingxi, more accurately, was Tianxi. Feng Ling managed to break free from Lingxi's grasp, her form gradually becoming ethereal, ultimately transforming into a semi-transparent red apparition. Are you Tianxi? Lingxi scrutinized the entity that stood before her. The system interjected. The essence of Tianxi is indeed akin to this, but he is merely a fragment of Tianxi's will. With a sinister chuckle, Tianxi's will remarked, Since you have recognized me, your existence has become redundant. Lingxi retorted with a cold smirk. I would argue that it is you who holds no necessity for existence. Although this was but a fragment of Tianxi's will, its power had reached the zenith of the Emperor realm, a formidable force surpassing Barrett's striking range. Fortunately, Lingxi had numerous trump cards. The spirits of the chaotic Yin-Yang Pearl, the Holy Void Sword, and the crimson-clad Lingxi appeared simultaneously. Despite the peak strength of Tianxi's will, the chaotic Yin-Yang Pearl was a celestial artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, the crimson-clad Lingxi charged towards Tianxi's will. However, she was easily evaded, provoking a shrill laugh from Tianxi's will. Is this pitiful talent truly your attempt to harm me? Is it? The crimson-clad Lingxi seized the Holy Void Sword, her power surging dramatically. With the sword in hand, she dashed towards Tianxi's will at lightning speed. A flicker of surprise crossed Tianxi's will, but composure quickly returned as he rapidly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a barrier of red light before him. The Holy Void Sword radiated a brilliant glow, shattering the red light defenses and poised to strike at Tianxi's will. Yet, in a mere instant, Tianxi's will vanished, reappearing behind the crimson-clad Lingxi. With a divine weapon aimed at her neck, Tianxi underestimated her resilience. The weapon merely grazed her, leaving a mark. Lingxi chuckled, Huh? Since my ascendance to the Emperor realm, my physical form has become invincible. With a swift motion, she unleashed her sword. Tianxi's will, taken aback by her formidable strength, regarded her with a malevolent glare. It swung its divine weapon, distorting the surrounding space as countless dark souls surged towards Lingxi. Undaunted, she wielded the Holy Void Sword with unwavering precision, creating an impenetrable barrier against the approaching souls. Simultaneously, Lingxi utilized 3 platinum summoning cards, manifesting the crimson-clad Lingxi and the Holy Void Sword, merely to buy a fleeting moment. Today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, she proclaimed, propelling herself like a blazing comet towards Tianxi's will. Sensing the immense threat, Tianxi's will abandoned its defenses in a full frontal assault. The clash of their divine artifacts unleashed cataclysmic waves of energy. Now, at Lingxi's command, 2 peak 9th-tier Emperor Realm puppets and 1 puppet at the zenith of the Emperor Realm charged towards Tianxi's will. Subsequently, Lingxi became the focal point, channeling her energy through the chaotic yin-yang pearl to construct a colossal spirit-binding array. The array radiated dazzling light, enveloping Tianxi's will within its confines. The 3 puppets anchored the corners, thoroughly ensnaring Tianxi. In a state of sheer terror, Tianxi's will struggled, but the oppressive force of the spirit-binding array rendered it powerless. Lingxi scoffed, "What does it matter if you once rivaled the Tao of Heaven? You are nothing more than a pitiful wretch too afraid to face me." With that, she initiated a soul search on Tianxi's will. As the search progressed, the heart's demons experienced by everyone materialized vividly in her mind, showcasing a myriad of scenes, culminating in the final heart demon, Feng Ling, suspended and bleeding profusely. Little Ling. After confirming the whereabouts of all involved, she ceased the soul search. With Tianxi's will now devoid of value, Lingxi grasped the Holy Void sword and swiftly vanquished it. She then set off in search of Feng Ling's location. The puppets at the zenith of the Emperor Realm were not comparable to ordinary puppets, possessing a modicum of self-awareness. In the underground chamber of the central hall of Tianxi Academy, the true essence of Tianxi slowly opened her eyes. The annihilation of that will had backfired upon her, and she pondered, who are these beings? What are those towering edifices? What of the iron boxes and those luminous objects? Those orbs and swords seemed to surpass the deity level, reaching an echelon beyond my comprehension. How could such artifacts exist in this realm? Moreover, she was perplexed by the appearance of a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. They could not possibly be twins, appearing instead as if they had been conjured. Tianxi grappled with these thoughts, unable to fathom the existence of such extraordinary beings. Suddenly, she sensed a looming danger, a peculiar sensation that eluded her understanding. In her confusion, she drank a mouthful of Feng Ling's blood and stood up, releasing her divine consciousness to envelop the entirety of Tianxi Academy, scrutinizing each individual, particularly focusing on Lingxi. Upon feeling the sweep of Tianxi's consciousness, Lingxi smirked inwardly. Now I have effectively pinpointed Tianxi's location. However, this location appeared somewhat concealed, seemingly beyond the confines of the academy. Let me not find you. Upon exiting the academy, she encountered 2 individuals from Red Moon City, both bearing various injuries. Lady Yi, please save us," they implored upon spotting Lingxi. As newcomers to this realm, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they might have perished here. Lingxi grew wary upon seeing them, fearing they might be manifestations of Tianxi's will. For the earlier Feng Ling had been alarmingly lifelike, even sharing her aura. After thorough verification, she confirmed their authenticity. "In that case, you may accompany me." Lingxi did not dismiss them, reasoning that they were still within the confines of the academy. "Thank you, Lady Goddess. Thank you, Lady Goddess." The 2 immediately bowed in gratitude, tears in their eyes. Clinging to such a powerful ally offered them a glimmer of hope for survival. Initially, they believed they were destined to obtain Tianxi's legacy upon entering, but now realized their hubris. The notion of inheriting Tianxi's legacy was mere folly. Survival was the only victory worth pursuing. After confirming her current position, Lingxi ventured deeper into Tianxi Academy, recognizing that her present location was merely the secondary courtyard. Surely, Tianxi resided either at the heart of the academy or in the main courtyard. Lingxi and the crimson-clad Lingxi led the way, followed closely by the 2 formidable individuals from Red Moon City. As they proceeded, Lingxi sensed a sudden absence. Glancing back, she noticed one of the Red Moon City individuals had vanished, the other appearing bewildered, oblivious to the missing companion. The remaining Saint Realm powerhouse was utterly perplexed, questioning, where has he gone? It was indeed strange. They had walked side by side, yet one had inexplicably disappeared without a trace. No spatial fluctuations, no residual power. He had simply vanished. Lingxi, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. If someone had indeed taken action, remnants of spatial power would undoubtedly linger. Yet, the surroundings were eerily tranquil, devoid of any detectable force. Moreover, an unusual power suppressed the space around her, making it exceedingly difficult for Lingxi to wield spatial energies. Even after her breakthrough to the Emperor Realm, she found herself firmly restrained. With a furrowed brow, she crouched down to scrutinize the ground, hoping to uncover some clues. Suddenly, she noticed subtle discrepancies in the tiles beneath her feet. Some patterns appeared chaotic, yet subtly formed the semblance of a formation. Could this formation be the source of the anomaly? Lingxi murmured to herself. Just then, a melodious flute sound wafted through the air, ethereal and distant, as if emanating from another time and space. The onlookers turned towards the source of the sound, but saw no one. As the flute's notes resonated, The scenery around them gradually became blurred. Dressed in red, Lingxi whispered, "This sound, this force is most peculiar, as if it seeks to impede our progress." With a sardonic chuckle, she added, "Heh, Tianxi, what are you afraid of?" She had already sensed a trace of Tianxi's power entwined within the haunting melody. The two scanned their surroundings, only to discover that another Saint Realm expert had vanished as well. "Humph, mere parlor tricks, daring to display their prowess before me." Lingxi scoffed, recognizing the hypnotic essence within the flute's notes. The formation beneath her feet was indeed the primary reason for their disappearance. "Break!" Lingxi summoned the sacred void sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The sword blazed with brilliance as it struck down upon the formation beneath her. There was no need to locate the formation's core, sheer power sufficed to shatter it. A resounding crash echoed as several tiles shattered, and the almost imperceptible aura of the formation dissipated in an instant. The enchanting flute melody abruptly ceased, and the surroundings regained clarity. The room was no longer brightly lit. The once majestic lanterns now lay in ruins. The scenery was desolate, confirming her suspicions. Lingxi sheathed her sword. The environment had merely been a simulation conjured by the formation. Moreover, the formation comprised 9 layers, each individual trapped within a different tier, experiencing diverse scenes. However, one final layer of restriction remained unbroken. Before anyone could exhale in relief, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth, clawing and snapping in their direction. They were the souls of the deceased. Those who perished within Tianxi Academy were doomed to remain trapped eternally, becoming integral components of the formation. Lingxi's gaze sharpened as she gripped her sacred void sword tightly. Just in time, I was lamenting my inability to unleash my wrath. With a swift motion, she unleashed waves of sword energy. Each strike met with anguished wails from the souls, which then dissipated into nothingness. The cacophony of their cries filled the air. In mere moments, the souls were eradicated, and the formation shattered completely. As it crumbled, those who had been ensnared within the void tumbled out, bewildered. Many appeared disheveled, some still ensnared in their dreams, while others wept bitterly, pounding their chests in despair. A total of 7 individuals emerged. As for the others, they had either not yet entered or had found themselves elsewhere. The 2 previously vanished Saint Realm experts also reappeared, their faces pale, as if drained of color. They had seemingly conquered their inner demons, only to be ensnared once more. Observing the disheveled state of her companions, Lingxi snorted derisively. "Such frail state of mind. And you dare to seek the Tianxi legacy?" The group, witnessing the scene before them transform, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, lowering their heads in shame. Particularly those who were in tatters, ensnared in their dreams, wished fervently for a chasm to swallow them whole. The 2 unaffected Saint Realm experts stepped forward to express their gratitude to Lingxi. "No need for thanks. The path ahead will be fraught with peril. You must tread carefully," she replied before continuing deeper into Tianxi Academy, now reaching the 3rd courtyard. The others swiftly regained their composure, trailing closely behind. They recognized the importance of clinging tightly to this opportunity. Passing through a stone archway, a faint red glow flickered within. A colossal statue loomed in the center, emanating an overwhelming aura, an embodiment of Tianxi himself. Beneath the statue lay a platform upon which floated a pearl radiating a spectral glow. As Lingxi approached to examine it, the statue's eyes suddenly shot forth 2 beams of light directly at her. With a swift movement, Lingxi evaded the beams effortlessly. The rays struck the wall behind her, leaving 2 deep craters. The pearl's rank was undoubtedly exceptional. Lingxi discerned that the energy of the beams had originated from that very pearl. At that moment, the Chaos Inyan Pearl spoke, "Master, Master. That pearl is a divine artifact." Lingxi, taken aback, inquired, "A divine artifact?" The Chaos Inyan Pearl replied, "Indeed. Due to the suppression of the 9 continents' heavenly Tao, Tianxi was compelled to restrain the pearl's true rank. Otherwise, it would easily attract attention. Its actual classification is that of a divine grade. Beyond the celestial grade lies the divine grade. How many other treasures might be concealed within Tianxi Academy?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the radiant red pearl. Chapter 112, Blood Red Demon Pearl, Divine Beast Qilin. It was not merely a celestial grade, but even an extreme path imperial weapon. Such ordinary imperial weapons might never be possessed in their lifetimes. The emergence of a divine grade artifact stirred desire in everyone. They gazed longingly, yet even if Lingxi granted them 1,000,000 chances, none would dare to seize it. They could only covet it from afar. Sensing the fervent gazes directed at her, Lingxi remained unfazed. She approached the red pearl. But just as her fingers were about to make contact, the statue launched another assault, unleashing a deluge of beams that rained down upon her. Lingxi formed hand seals. conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy before her, causing the beams to splatter harmlessly against it. She then reached out to grasp the red pearl. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed against its surface, the pearl erupted in a dazzling crimson radiance. This brilliant light enveloped Lingxi, blinding the onlookers. As the brilliance began to fade, Lingxi found herself suspended in a bizarre space, surrounded by swirling red mist. Below her was a void, and she floated weightlessly. The red pearl hovered before her, emanating a gentle glow. Everyone had been drawn into this realm, filled with terror. This was an experience unlike any they had encountered, particularly the sensation of weightlessness, which intensified their anxiety. Despite being Saint Realm experts, they were powerless to stabilize themselves, merely floating aimlessly within this surreal space. Even their perception of spatial power had vanished entirely. Lingxi steadied her mind, aware that panic was futile. She attempted to channel her inner spiritual energy, realizing she could still manipulate a limited amount despite the constraints. Gradually, she began to draw upon the power of her 8 spiritual roots. The activation of her spiritual energy allowed Lingxi to continuously challenge the confines of this strange space, until the final moment. The spiritual energy of the 8 spiritual roots erupted completely, breaking free from the constraints of the alternate space. Freed from these bindings, Lingxi gradually steadied herself. Subsequently, it was the red-clad Lingyan who also broke free from her shackles. Although the red-clad Lingxi possessed but a single spiritual root, its essence transcended the confines of this realm within the 5 elements. Not even the 9 provinces' heavenly Tao could suppress her, let alone Tianxi. The others, inspired by her example, attempted to shatter their own chains, yet their lack of strength and hidden cards rendered them unable to muster even a trace of spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to escape their restraints. In stark contrast, upon her liberation, Lingxi moved closer to the crimson orb. Just then, the surrounding crimson mist suddenly transformed into 9 red chains, sweeping toward the group. Panic ensued as they struggled to resist. Lingxi reacted swiftly, immediately summoning the sacred void sword. As the sword emerged, it radiated a dazzling aura, clashing with the red chains. Each collision ignited waves of energy, and though there were many chains, they struggled to breach the defenses of the sacred void sword. Seizing this opportunity, Lingxi swiftly altered her hand gestures and began to chant incantations. The runes inscribed on the sword flickered incessantly before she forcefully swung it forward, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that severed several chains rushing toward the group. The trapped individuals, witnessing this, revealed glimmers of hope in their eyes. However, the severed chains quickly reassembled, growing thicker, longer, and faster as they lunged toward the group once more. 2 powerful beings of the sacred realm were pierced through their bodies. The chains, once embedded, refused to withdraw, remaining lodged within as they voraciously drained their life force and vitality, leaving them as nothing more than desiccated corpses before retracting. The sight left the others pale with terror, cold sweat pouring down their brows, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After devouring the life force and vitality, the 9 chains turned an even more ominous shade of red, a hue that was unsettling. These chains continued to derive their strength from the crimson orb. All of this stemmed from that very source. Lingxi furrowed her brow, acutely aware that if the chains were not dealt with promptly, everyone would perish here. With a steely gaze, she resolved to take a bold risk. Infusing her spiritual energy into the sacred void sword, it instantly blazed with brilliance, its blade shimmering with a golden hue. In a flash, she charged toward the crimson orb. The 9 chains sensed Lingxi's intent and launched an assault against her. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Lingxi engaged the chains in fierce combat. She deftly maneuvered the sacred void sword, each strike landing precisely on the critical nodes of the chains. As the battle raged on, Lingxi discerned that the source of the chain's power seemed to lie within the core mark inside the crimson orb. With each successive clash, she drew closer to the orb. Just as the chains prepared to ensnare her once more, Lingxi swiftly extended her finger, targeting the core mark on the orb. The instant her finger made contact with the crimson orb, she successfully refined it. The red chains ceased their attack, slowly dissipating. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Fortune had smiled upon them, sparing their lives. Subsequently, the alternate space began to fracture and collapse. Devoid of spiritual energy, the crowd plummeted into the abyss. And when they regained consciousness, they found themselves before the statue of Tianxi. Upon returning to Tianxi Academy, Lingxi placed the crimson orb into her system's backpack. The blood-red demon orb concealed within it a miniature world. Out of curiosity, she ventured into this small realm. The world within appeared as an ethereal paradise, adorned with exotic flowers and flowing spiritual springs. The onlookers marveled in awe, Yet Yi Lingxi's keen senses detected an undercurrent of hidden danger. Suddenly, a colossal phantom of a divine beast materialized, roaring as it charged toward her. Undeterred, Yi Lingxi swiftly drew the sacred void sword, its brilliance intensifying as she faced the beast's apparition. The phantom opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames, which Yi Lingxi deftly countered with a swing of her sword, cleaving through the fire. As the wind swirled beneath her feet, she agilely evaded the beast's onslaught while searching for its weakness. "Damn human, you shall perish," the beast roared, revealing its true form, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a qilin. The system remarked, "Indeed, it is the divine beast qilin. This qilin was born alongside this world and is the sole one of its kind. How surprising that it has become trapped within this blood-red demon orb." The chaos yin-yang orb echoed, "It is the divine beast qilin. Host, do not kill it, but rather subdue it." Upon hearing the words of the chaos yin-yang orb, Yi Lingxi's heart stirred. She understood the immense power of the qilin. If she could subdue it, it would undoubtedly be a great ally. After all, this was the legendary qilin. A mischievous smile graced Yi Lingxi's lips as she declared, "Fear not, little qilin, I am here to rescue you." However, the qilin, enraged, retorted, "Liar! You humans are all liars. You all deserve to die." It roared fiercely, charging at Yi Lingxi. In chapter 113, the attempt to subdue the qilin unfolded. The qilin's eyes burned with fury, exuding an intimidating presence. "I cannot overpower it," Yi Lingxi thought, retreating from the blood-red demon orb. The qilin's strength far exceeded her comprehension, undoubtedly surpassing the realm of the immortal. Moreover, within the confines of the blood-red demon orb, she found herself unable to unleash her full might. She needed to find an opportunity to release the qilin, or... Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Lingxi regarding the chaos yin-yang orb. If she placed the blood-red demon orb within the chaos yin-yang orb, she could then release the qilin. Without hesitation, she executed her plan. After encasing the blood-red demon orb within the chaos yin-yang orb, she called upon the little pig. Little pig, once I release the qilin, you must suppress it, and then I will take care of it." The chaos yin-yang orb coughed lightly. "Ahem, that may not be feasible. This qilin has reached the pinnacle of divine emperor status. While I am merely at the immortal grade, I can confine it but cannot suppress it. Had it been in my era, with my strength far exceeding that of the divine emperor and my quality surpassing the immortal grade, I could have easily contained the qilin. But that is not the case now. Although she was forged from divine grade materials, her power had significantly diminished, allowing her only to confine the qilin rather than suppress it. Despite the potential to fully release her energy, she would be unable to return afterward. The chaos yin-yang orb pondered and suggested, "Perhaps we should call upon Xiao Xiu. His mastery over his own strength is unparalleled, far surpassing my own." With the mention of the sacred void, Yi Lingxi summoned the sacred void sword, startling the onlookers, who believed another danger had arisen. Subsequently, Yi Lingxi briefed them, informing them that the third courtyard had been resolved, and they could proceed to the fourth courtyard without waiting for her. The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to remain. With such a formidable ally by their side, they were unwilling to take further risks. "No matter, we shall await the divine lady here," they concurred. Two individuals of the sacred realm promptly vanished, unwilling to venture further. They reasoned that if they could forego this opportunity, survival was paramount. "I will keep watch here," Yi Lingxi declared, taking her position to oversee the third courtyard. As for the others, she could hardly be bothered with them. They were free to do as they pleased. Subsequently, Yi Lingxi entered the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl for the first time after its fusion. Previously, she had only entered with her divine consciousness. "Little Xiu, it's your turn now." Upon entering the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, the Holy Void Sword revealed its true form, clad in ancient black attire, with long hair cascading down, a visage exquisitely crafted, and a pair of deep, obsidian eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding an air of regal dominance. Following this, the power of the Holy Void Sword surged exponentially. The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl couldn't help but interject, "Brother Xianxiu, take it easy." The Holy Void Sword nodded in reassurance. The pearl could accommodate the peak power of a divine emperor at most. If the Holy Void Sword were to inadvertently elevate its power further, it would spell disaster for her. Yi Lingxi felt the Holy Void Sword's strength escalating uncontrollably, reaching heights beyond her comprehension. Once the Holy Void Sword attained the pinnacle of the divine emperor, it came to a halt. Is this the power of a divine emperor? In the face of the Holy Void Sword now, she felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in an ocean. The might of the Holy Void Sword was beyond description. Moreover, Yi Lingxi could clearly sense that the Holy Void Sword still had considerable room for enhancement, definitely surpassing the divine emperor. With a slow, deliberate motion, the Holy Void Sword raised a hand, unleashing a fierce sword aura towards the blood-red demon pearl. The qilin trapped within the pearl was forcefully expelled. The sudden ejection left the qilin bewildered. It glanced around, disoriented by the change in environment. After finally transforming the interior of the blood-red demon pearl into a fragrant paradise, it was now thrust into an entirely different setting. In a fit of rage, it let out a thunderous roar. Little qilin, you have two choices: surrender now, or I shall force you to submit. The moment the words left its mouth, the holy void sword released a terrifying aura, unleashing a tempestuous wind towards the qilin. Angered, the qilin glared at the holy void sword, suddenly hesitant to strike first. The reason was simple. The holy void sword was overwhelmingly powerful. Though they were both peak divine emperors, a palpable gap remained between them. You are but a mere artifact, unworthy of my submission, the qilin fumed. It is not merely to you that I would submit, but to my master. With that, the holy void sword gestured towards Lingxi. The qilin's gaze followed, only to furrow its brow at the sight of that seemingly weak human. Impossible. Her realm is one I have never even encountered. The qilin outright rejected the notion. However, before it could utter another word, it was met with a storm of devastation. With a mere flick of the holy void sword, a torrent of domineering sword energy descended upon the qilin like a rainstorm. Sensing the overwhelming might of the sword energy, the qilin attempted to retreat, only to find itself ensnared by an additional barrier, courtesy of the chaos yin-yang pearl, which trapped it in place. With no other choice, the qilin fought back with all its might, but gradually succumbed to the ferocious onslaught of the holy void sword. It had no opportunity to retaliate, suffering multiple injuries as blood stained the ground around it. The qilin, filled with resentment, roared once more, even in death, I shall not bow to a feeble human. Yet, the holy void sword remained unmoved, intensifying its assault. Despite the qilin's desperate resistance, its life force began to wane under the relentless barrage. Stop, please stop. The qilin could no longer withstand the assault. Though they were both peak divine emperors, the chasm between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth, insurmountable. Are you willing to submit? The qilin's eyes brimmed with humiliation, but with its life at stake, it had no choice but to relent. I am willing to submit. Lingxi stepped forward, gently touching the qilin's wounds, and a wave of gentle spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly healing its injuries. The qilin stared at Lingxi in astonishment. It had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile human possessed such capability. With a smile, Lingxi said, from now on, you shall accompany me. I shall not treat you poorly. The qilin huffed. However, I refuse to remain in this wretched place. I wish to leave. Lingxi nodded. Very well. But you must suppress your realm to below the emperor level. Allow me to handle it. The holy void sword emitted a beam of light, sealing away the qilin's excess power, leaving it with only half the strength of a peak emperor. Gradually, the qilin's massive form shrank, its malevolence dissipating. Ultimately, it transformed into a petite, delicate creature, its previously fierce demeanor replaced by a look of pitiful innocence as it gazed at Lingxi and the others. Lingxi approached, gently stroking the qilin, which began to nuzzle her hand like a docile kitten. The holy void sword returned to its normal state. The chaos yin-yang pearl sighed in relief. Brother Xianxiu, your sword is incredibly powerful. I nearly couldn't endure it. The holy void sword replied coldly. I have already tempered my strength. In the 114th chapter, the 7th entrance, the strong in Red Moon City, Lingxi emerged with the qilin. Upon seeing her, the onlookers were equally bewildered. After disappearing for a brief moment, she had returned with a mythical beast. Moreover, this creature exuded an extraordinary presence, undoubtedly a formidable beast. Little qilin, how adorable. The girl in red, Lingxi, reached out to pet the qilin, but it swiftly recoiled, evading her touch. However, her mere utterance sent a gasp of astonishment through the crowd. The divine beast qilin, a creature only spoken of in legends. The qilin, known as a divine beast, had no recorded accounts beyond mere oral tradition. All other creatures were merely deemed mythical beasts. Amidst the crowd's shock, the qilin suddenly spoke. Humph, do not touch me carelessly. Except for her. The qilin cast a proud glance at Lingxi. The crowd's eyes widened further in disbelief, astonished that the qilin could articulate words. Though they bore striking similarities, the qilin was still able to discern the differences. Lingxi chuckled. Quite the proud one, aren't you? The qilin ignored her, instead directing its gaze towards the statue of Tianxi, launching itself to strike at the effigy. In an instant, the statue shattered into countless pieces. Damn that Tianxi. I shall make you pay if I ever catch you. The qilin glared at the fragments on the ground, seething with rage. Thereafter, it followed Lingxi into the 4th entrance. Upon entering the 4th entrance, they were greeted by a multitude of wandering soul entities, an overwhelming number. each possessing the strength of a holy realm. The aura of Tianxi permeated the air. The Qilin, upon observing these soul entities, erupted into a furious roar, scattering them in sheer terror. As the souls dissipated, a crimson ghostly light emerged, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure, none other than Tianxi. Qilin, I did not expect you to be released, Tianxi sneered, then turned his attention to Lingxi. I shall await you in the final courtyard. I hope you can make it there. The little phoenix is also waiting for you in the last courtyard. With that, Tianxi burst into laughter. Die! The Qilin lunged forward in fury, but struck nothing but air as Tianxi vanished from sight. The Qilin gritted its teeth in frustration. Shaoling. A sense of foreboding surged within Lingxi's heart as she brandished her sword and charged into the fifth courtyard. Like the fourth courtyard, the fifth courtyard was a realm of spiritual entities. Tianxi observed the nearly frenzied Lingxi, a manic smile creeping across his lips. This was precisely what he desired, either a fervent desire or a complete loss of reason. Only in such a state could he manipulate the human heart more adeptly, subjugating and controlling them with greater efficacy. After observing Lingxi, his gaze shifted to Feng Ling, who hung suspended while blood dripped from her wounds. It seemed her vulnerability was tied to you. Thus, you must not perish now. Tianxi infused a sealing force into Feng Ling, imprisoning her powers entirely. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Lingxi and her companions had already arrived at the seventh courtyard. The swiftness of their advance startled Tianxi. Within the sixth courtyard, he had set up 3 formations, 6 restrictions, and an intricate 9-layer illusion. Even a being from the celestial realm would find it impossible to escape. A peculiar feeling washed over him. He was watching Lingxi, and she was watching him. Lingxi possessed a clear perception of everything in this place. Otherwise, how could they have traversed to the seventh courtyard without his notice? Absurd, truly absurd. A flicker of terror crossed Tianxi's face, yet he quickly regained his composure. With his hands forming seals, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted around him, reinforcing the 8th courtyard. As for the 7th courtyard, upon stepping inside, Lingxi immediately sensed 10 exceedingly terrifying presences. Among these 10, the weakest bore the cultivation of the early stage of the Emperor realm, while the strongest transcended the Emperor realm entirely, celestial beings. Lingxi cautioned her companions, be wary. There are those at the Emperor realm and beyond present here. She then stepped into the hall of the 7th courtyard. Inside, she beheld 10 venerable elders. The 2 seated at the forefront transcended the Emperor realm. The other 8, positioned on either side, included 2 who also surpassed the Emperor realm, while the remaining 6 were at the Emperor realm. At the forefront sat an elderly man with flowing white hair, who slowly spoke. Ah, the little child of the ancient Yi family has arrived. I did not anticipate you would make it this far. Lingxi did not respond. Instead, she conducted a systematic inquiry into their identities. The results were astonishing. The 2 at the forefront included Wan Yutian, the 17th Lord of Hanyue City, at the early stage of the human immortal realm, and his brother, Wan Jitian, who had reached the pinnacle of the mortal immortal realm. Next was Wan Jiaping, the 21st Lord of Hanyue City, at the mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm. Facing them was Wan Ziyi, the 28th Lord of Hanyue City, at the early stage of the mortal immortal realm. Among the 6 behind them, the foremost 2 were the 30th and 32nd Lords of Hanyue City, both having attained the 9th level of the Emperor realm. One of them was well known among the people of Hanyue City, the former Lord and the Grand Elder. This was indeed the great-grandfather of Ruan Qingfeng. The members of the Ruan family instantly recognized him. This is our former Lord. However, their former Lord paid them no heed, his gaze remaining cold and indifferent. The 4 behind him included Ruan Qingfeng's father, a Grand Elder, and 2 other elders. The latter 4 had been transported here by Tianxi following the suppression of the 9 continents' heavenly Tao. They were no longer their former lord, but rather puppets of Tianxi. After synthesizing her summoning cards, Lingxi informed them. The Ruan family members were perplexed. Tianxi's puppets? Lingxi advised, I suggest you keep your distance. Any one of them could obliterate you in an instant. The group exchanged glances. For while there were people from Hanyue City among them, the chilling aura left them profoundly unsettled. They all retreated from the hall. Meanwhile, Qilin unlocked part of the seal, stabilizing his power at the pinnacle of the mortal immortal realm. This was the utmost strength he could release, akin to a safeguard left by the Holy Void Sword. A Qilin at the pinnacle of the mortal immortal realm against a puppet at the first peak of the Emperor realm? A little girl at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Wan Yutian rose, declaring, Lord Tianxi has indeed overestimated you. He then waved his hand, and everyone's vision blurred as they were transported to another space. With a cold demeanor, Wan Yutian stated, let me resolve your fates here. Lingxi cackled, excellent. This place is quite suitable as your burial ground. Subsequently, she opened her system backpack and selected the summoning card section. Blue gold, platinum, 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 platinum. She directly utilized 5 of the highest tier summoning cards. As a blue gold light flashed, a puppet at the mid-stage of the human immortal realm materialized. Following that, came puppets at the pinnacle of the mortal immortal realm, mid-stage mortal immortal realm, mid-stage mortal immortal realm, and the 9th peak of the emperor realm. While not the absolute highest tier, it was more than sufficient. In chapter 115, words failed them. They simply opened fire. Yuan Yutian did not expect Yi Lingxi to summon puppets of a higher realm than his own. There were still 3 puppets at the mortal immortal level. The mere pinnacle of the cave heaven realm could command celestial puppets? It seemed Lord Tianxi was indeed correct. You must not be allowed to live. Yi Lingxi retorted with a cold laugh. Whether I remain is not for you to decide. With that, she commanded her puppets to advance towards Yuan Yutian and his companions. As Qilan's power surged, his form expanded, and he charged forth with a roar. Die all of you! With a single swipe of his claw, the space quaked, shattering the realm Yuan Yutian had constructed. They returned to the original hall. Under the might of that claw, Yuan Yutian was struck by the backlash of the fragmented space, suffering internal injuries. He had not anticipated that Qilan's spatial power would exceed his capacity to endure. So weak? Yi Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. She had expected that engaging in a battle within a newly opened space would be grandiose. Yet, it turned out he could not even withstand a single claw from Qilan. Yuan Yutian snorted coldly. Humph, I can resolve you here just the same. His intention to draw everyone into the spatial realm was merely to avoid collateral damage to his own people. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, in the external world, he could absorb the power of Hongyue to elevate himself. It is I who shall eradicate you. Qilan roared once more and charged forward, followed closely by the 5 puppets. It appeared that this was not their affair. Clad in red, Yi Lingxi observed their battle, retreating further back. Such a level of combat was beyond her ability to intervene. As the 2 sides clashed, energy fluctuations surged violently, tearing the space apart. Were it not for being within the Hanyue secret realm, such levels of spatial energy could have obliterated an entire continent. Of course, Yuan Yutian and his companions could draw upon energy from Hanyue. Faced with puppets of a slightly higher realm, they fought to a standstill, utilizing celestial-grade treasures. Just as the 2 sides found themselves in a stalemate, Hanyue suddenly radiated an enigmatic light. The glow enveloped Yuan Yutian, endowing him with a mysterious enhancement, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Without a doubt, this was Tianxi's intervention. I shall see just how much you can withstand against the onslaught of my puppets. Yi Lingxi opened her system backpack. Selecting the summoning card section, she utilized the remaining 2 platinum cards and 1 blue gold card, and then drew out her 98K. Accompanied by an explosion of azure and golden radiance, a pinnacle puppet of the human celestial realm emerged. Subsequently, 2 beams of platinum light manifested, heralding the arrival of a puppet at the peak of the mortal celestial realm and another at its later stage. Yi Lingxi exclaimed, "This is extraordinary fortune. 3 summoning cards, and 2 of them are the utmost elite. Go." With a decisive command, Yi Lingxi summoned the puppets to the battlefield. In an instant, the puppets seized the advantage. Regardless of the power bestowed by Tianxi, Yuan Yutian's innate talent and limitations were evident. He simply could not withstand an excess of energy. Faced with the puppet at the peak of the mortal celestial realm, he was utterly outmatched. Simultaneously, Yi Lingxi aimed her 98K at an elder of the 2nd level of the imperial realm. She chambered around and pulled the trigger. 1 shot, 1 kill. Next, she targeted another elder of the same realm, achieving the same result. The 2 who had been lurking in the shadows had no opportunity to react before they met their demise. An elder at the peak of the 5th level of the imperial realm, who had also been biding his time, was compelled to take the situation seriously. He dared not intervene in a battle of such magnitude. Even a mere shockwave could obliterate him. He noticed Yi Lingxi's presence. Without hesitation, she switched her 98K for a Barrett. The motion was seamless and fluid. She chambered around and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous crack, the elder from the Red Moon City collapsed, lifeless. 3 resounding shots heralded the fall of 3 imperial realm powerhouses. Anyone who witnessed this was left in utter astonishment, particularly the trembling individuals of the sacred realm, who were witnessing Yi Lingxi's fearsome prowess for the first time. Up until now, they had only heard tales, but now they beheld the terrifying reality. Meanwhile, Wan Zhunan, the father of Wan Qingfeng and a pinnacle sovereign of the 7th level of the imperial realm, was compelled to turn his attention towards Yi Lingxi. Those 3 individuals were esteemed elders of Red Moon City. The divine maiden of the ancient Yi family, is it? I've heard of you, the top prodigy blessed by the heavenly path. Wan Zhunan regarded Yi Lingxi with cold disdain. He had previously investigated her. Such prodigious talents were best nipped in the bud. And now, an opportunity had presented itself. All you puppets of Tianxi deserve to die. A cold smirk crept across Yi Lingxi's lips as she once again chambered around in her barret. The mere sound of the action startled Wan Junan, preventing him from advancing any further. He directed all his spiritual energy towards defense. Although he possessed the strength of a pinnacle imperial realm, fear gripped him, and he dared not take a gamble. Yet under Tianxi's control, he was compelled to attack. His previously autonomous defensive energy was repurposed into offensive power, converging upon the extreme imperial weapon in his grasp, aimed at Yi Lingxi. However, what awaited him was a searing bullet. The bullet pierced through Wan Junan's extreme imperial weapon, striking true to his brow. After a moment of dazed shock, he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. A pinnacle sovereign of the 7th level of the imperial realm, dispatched with such ease by a mere girl at the pinnacle of the cave realm. Even with an extreme imperial weapon, such an outcome seemed inconceivable. Both the sacred realm powerhouses of Red Moon City and those engaged in battle were left astounded. During this moment of astonishment, Wan Yutian was struck through the heart by the puppet, which then seized his heart and crushed it. This was the simplest method to eliminate a celestial realm powerhouse. Even with Tianxi's intervention, there was no room for salvation. Yet the puppet was even more terrifying. As it crushed Wan Yotian's heart, it simultaneously obliterated his very soul. Thus, Wan Yutian was denied even a chance for reincarnation. Tianxi was furious. He had painstakingly nurtured a human celestial level powerhouse, only for him to be killed by a puppet. Kill that girl. Eliminate that girl. Tianxi's enraged voice echoed from the Red Moon. At the same time, the brilliance of the Red Moon erupted, enhancing the remaining individuals' powers beyond their limits. Under such circumstances, if they did not swiftly resolve the battle, they would face catastrophic destruction. The sheer terror of this power was beyond what their spiritual roots could withstand. Yi Lingxi remained silent, merely pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! After 2 deafening shots, the Elder of Red Moon City fell lifeless to the ground, followed by another powerhouse of the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, the original team of 10 had been reduced to 3. Moreover, being within Tianxi's domain, they had no chance to tear through space and escape, forced to endure the onslaught passively. With a furious roar, the Qilin tore off Wan Jiaping's head, swallowing it whole. Soul and all. Chapter 116. The talisman emerges, and Tianxi is determined. At last, only one celestial realm powerhouse remained, left disheveled in the wind. They're all dead. No. Please don't kill me. Spare me. I've only just reached the celestial realm. He wished to kneel and beg for mercy, but Tianxi would not allow it. The power left within him by Tianxi directly commandeered his body. Even his pleas for mercy were in vain. Controlled by Tianxi, he rapidly condensed and compressed his spiritual energy into a single point. Clad in red, Yi Lingxi gasped. No, he intends to self-destruct. The self-detonation of a celestial realm powerhouse was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the confined space of the 7 Progressions Academy meant that once he self-destructed, all energy would be contained within. You will not self-destruct. 8 puppets surrounded the celestial realm powerhouse, their terrifying spatial power wreaking havoc, pinning him down so he could not release a single thread of spiritual energy. Subsequently, they forcibly breached Tianxi's blockade, dragging him into another space to self-destruct. The 7 Progressions Academy once again returned to a state of calm. Now, it was Tianxi who felt the tension. Even in his own domain, he sensed that Yi Lingxi, imbued with the aura of the 9 continents' heavenly Tao and her various extraordinary talents, exerted a certain suppression over him. This was precisely why he was so desperate to thwart her. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Lingxi stepped into the 8th Progressions Academy, the final courtyard of Tianxi's domain. Yi Lingxi and her companions arrived at the 8th Progressions Academy, while the remaining inhabitants of Red Moon City were frozen in place within the 7th Progressions Academy, too terrified to advance further. It was simply overwhelming. They had heard tales of the Tianxi Academy from the older generation, but the reality was far more terrifying than any description. They could only choose to remain where they were. The layout of the 8th Progressions Academy mirrored that of the other courtyards, yet it was desolate and forlorn. There were no formations, no restrictions, and certainly no spiritual entities or Wan family puppets. Yi Lingxi extended her consciousness, discovering nothing in her vicinity. Tianxi was in another realm altogether. The Qilin sniffed around nearby, confirming Tianxi's location. However, evading the rules to reach that space proved to be quite troublesome. The Qilin gritted its teeth in frustration. As it stood, capturing Tianxi was not an option. But if it was indeed evading the rules, then a solution was at hand. Yi Lingxi summoned the Holy Void Sword. The Holy Void Sword transcended even the Divine Emperor level, unbound by rules, capable of severing causality. The power to break through dimensions surged forth. In the grasp of Lingxi, the sacred void sword radiated a brilliant luminescence, emanating an overwhelming force of regulation from its blade. Subsequently, with a swift motion, she brandished the sacred void sword and softly uttered, "Open." A resplendent beam of sword light instantly cleaved through the seemingly empty void, which tore apart like fragile parchment, revealing a fissure that glimpsed into another realm, the very space where Tianxi resided. Tianxi, taken aback by Lingxi's ability to so effortlessly locate and breach his concealed sanctuary, displayed a visage of alarm. Emerging from that space, his true form bore the delicate phoenix ling, one of his life-preserving artifacts. Lingxi's heart ignited with fury at the sight of the weakened phoenix ling. With a sneer, Tianxi warned, "Lingxi, should you dare to take a single step forward, I shall ensure her soul is scattered." Gripping the sacred void sword, Lingxi's gaze turned icy. "Do you truly believe this can intimidate me? Should you inflict even a mere scratch upon her, today shall mark your demise." Tianxi's eyes flickered. He understood that Lingxi was a woman of her word. Thus, he could only gamble on the outcome. Beside them, the Qilin emitted a low growl, poised to spring into action at any moment. In the marketplace, Lingxi accessed the point store, inputting keywords related to space and time, hoping to discover something that could restrain Tianxi's movements. Ultimately, she stumbled upon a talisman named the Time Lock. This treasure could momentarily immobilize the target within its temporal realm, rendering all beings and objects within that space completely motionless for a fleeting 3 seconds, sufficient time, indeed. However, the cost in points was exorbitant, nearly depleting Lingxi of all her precious spirit stones, yet she unhesitatingly exchanged them to save Phoenix Ling. Seizing the moment while Tianxi was distracted, Lingxi discreetly activated the time lock. A ghostly azure light enveloped Tianxi, freezing him and the Phoenix Ling in place. The entire Tianxi Academy fell under this spell, with all entities rendered immobile. Tianxi, internally shaken, realized that even with his frantic exertion of regulatory power, he could not break through this layer of confinement. Instead, he could only watch helplessly as Lingxi rescued Phoenix Ling. The instant she secured her, Lingxi placed her within the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl and then swiftly struck at Tianxi with her sword. The blow was merely a superficial cut, inflicting no fatal harm. Just in time, the 3 seconds elapsed. "Master, Tianxi still possesses the strength of a celestial sovereign, which poses quite a challenge," the sacred void sword remarked. Having gauged his power after the strike, "The 7th realm within the celestial domain, a celestial sovereign, is it?" Lingxi mused, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. The sacred void sword continued, "Yet, it appears he dares not unleash his full might, for to do so would alert the 9 continents' heavenly path, which would obliterate him even from a distance, even through a secret realm. He can only exert the strength of a celestial spirit." "Master, it is akin to our previous encounter," Lingxi nodded, maximizing the use of her 8 spiritual roots while simultaneously unleashing a field of slaughter. The sacred void sword released a fraction of its power. "Master, bestow the illusionary void sword upon the red-clad Lingxi. She can equally withstand its might." As Lingxi's realm surged dramatically, she retrieved the illusionary void sword for her counterpart. Upon grasping it, the red-clad Lingxi also tapped into its power. In an instant, both reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, leaving Tianxi momentarily stunned. As he processed the recent time confinement, he immediately tended to the wound inflicted by the sacred void sword, but before he could fully recover, 2 more celestial spirits appeared. "You," Tianxi stammered, caught off guard, but in the next moment, his shock deepened. Celestial Void Nebula, Illusionary Void Nebula. The 2 immense nebulae manifested, their terrifying spiritual energy shattering the limitations of the Tianxi Academy, fracturing every spatial boundary within. The once isolated 8 major entrances reconnected, allowing for movement in all directions, even ascending to survey the entire Tianxi Academy from above. Yet, their thoughts were consumed by the sight of the colossal nebulae, with only Qin Pingan recognizing them as Lingxi's creation. Curiosity sparked among them, yearning to discern the nature of these entities up close. However, the mere presence of the nebulae exuded an aura that rendered them breathless, compelling all to retreat from the Tianxi Academy. In Chapter 117, witnessing such a phenomenon in one's lifetime was surely the sign of ancestral grave smoking, a portent of calamity. Despite being in Tianxi's domain, he felt no advantage against 2 celestial spirits, yet he remained unyielding, confident that without transcendent artifacts, they could not harm him. Return to origin. Lingxi infused her spiritual energy into the sacred void sword. Instantly, a formidable force emanated from the sword, radiating outward. This power, seemingly imbued with sentience, surged toward Tianxi. Upon sensing the threat, Tianxi's face betrayed a flicker of astonishment, but he had no time for contemplation, immediately erecting defensive barriers of spiritual energy before him. Nevertheless, Lingxi's assault did not relent. The sacred void sword traced an elegant arc through the air before charging at the barriers. With a thunderous crash, the spiritual barriers cracked, forcing Tianxi back several meters. Regaining his footing, he gazed incredulously at the sacred void sword. A transcendent artifact? How could such a thing exist? Impossible, it cannot be. Born at the dawn of the 9 continents, he was a product of the cosmos. Though his strength had waned, only a divine artifact could injure him. Yet, in this realm, the highest tier was merely divine. There could be no transcendent artifacts. Even if divine artifacts from other realms were present, they could not remain in the 9 continents domain. Congratulations, you've surmised correctly, but alas, there are no rewards, only punishment. A sardonic smile graced Lingxi's lips. Tianxi's eyes widened, a wave of intense resentment surging within him. At this moment, the red-clad Lingxi, assisting from the sidelines, formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Strange black and white ripples began to undulate through the surrounding space, followed by countless strands of black and white spiritual energy weaving toward Tianxi. Chaos energy? You possess a chaos spiritual root. Tianxi was once again taken aback. To coalesce a chaos spiritual root, one must absorb sufficient chaos chi, a substance birthed at the inception of the 9 continents realm. Now exceedingly rare. In the past, he had been deprived of a portion of it during the contention for the 9 continents heavenly path, while another fragment was refined by a mysterious figure. Now, he was confronted with someone who had managed to manifest a chaos spiritual root. Before he could contemplate further, he was compelled to defend once more. With all his might, Tianxi resisted the onslaught of the black and white chaos energy, yet its force was overwhelming, relentlessly battering his defenses. Despair engulfed him. Once, he had stood equal to the heavenly path, yet now he found himself besieged by 2 mere mortals, unable to retaliate. Cursed fate. Activate hidden reserves. Suddenly, Tianxi raised his hand high, elongating it until he grasped the crimson moon suspended in the sky. Most of his power had been allocated to the crimson moon. Regaining the strength within the crimson moon had significantly enhanced him, yet his ultimate realm remained that of the immortal spirit. He dared not transcend to the immortal sovereign realm. Should he do so, the secret realm of the crimson moon would be unable to withstand his power and would inevitably collapse. Sacred void, return to source. Lingxi adjusted once more and launched another assault. As she unleashed her attack, he bellowed, and the brilliance of the crimson moon surged forth, manifesting countless lunar shadow blades that shot towards Lingxi. With a flourish of the sacred void sword, Lingxi spun the blade, creating a vortex of spiritual energy that ensnared the lunar shadow blades within its grasp. Meanwhile, the figure clad in red, Lingxi, swiftly altered her hand seals, summoning an even greater surge of chaotic spiritual power that coalesced into a massive hand, striking fiercely towards Tianxi. Caught off guard, Tianxi was struck in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Without mobilizing all his strength, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the combined onslaught of the two. Who would have imagined that the Divine Lady was so formidable, rendering even Tianxi powerless against her? Indeed, the power they unleashed was something extraordinary, even from a distance. I could feel the suffocating pressure. Could it be that the inheritance of Tianxi was conducted in such a manner? I do not know. I am uncertain of the nature of Tianxi's inheritance, yet I can affirm that it is not like this. I suspect that the Divine Lady is not striving to attain Tianxi's inheritance, but is rather attempting to refine Tianxi. An elder, a seasoned Saint Realm expert, discerned a hint of truth. For Lingxi was not exerting her full power. She was expending Tianxi's strength. Tianxi's wrath could not possibly stem from an inheritance. Hence, it could only mean she was seeking an opportunity to refine Tianxi. Upon hearing this, some were perplexed. Refine Tianxi? Is not Tianxi an inheritance? Why would one seek to refine Tianxi? Indeed, if Tianxi is merely an inheritance, what shall become of it if she refines it? Could it be that the ancient Leaf clan seeks to monopolize the Tianxi inheritance? I believe that might be the case. Truly, such tyranny. The Tianxi inheritance rightfully belongs to Crimson Moon City. Why should an outsider monopolize it? Exactly. Whether it pertains to the Crimson Moon secret realm or the Tianxi inheritance, both belong to Crimson Moon City. If she were to refine it now, what shall we do in the future? No, we cannot allow her to refine Tianxi. The people of Crimson Moon City unanimously agreed with this sentiment. After all, they had yet to attain the Tianxi inheritance. However, they could only voice their grievances against Lingxi, for none dared to confront her directly. Shinpingyan, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Humph, even if the Divine Lady seeks to dominate Tianxi, so what? If you are capable, step forth." The Elder Saint Realm expert countered. While it may be impossible for me to confront her, our numbers can certainly deal with you, her lackey. In total, there were 8 surviving Saint Realm experts from Crimson Moon City, along with the ever-cunning Qian Duo. The entire Ancient Leaf clan had survived as well. Most importantly, they had not entered the Tianxi Academy. Is that so? Qin Ping and summoned the caged sparrow and the moon in the well, his aura surging dramatically. In a situation of equal strength, he faced the Saint Realm experts without fear. Who knows, perhaps behind him stood the 2 prodigies, Yi Chun and Yi Qin. The Elder Saint Realm expert had not anticipated Qin Ping and's impulsiveness. While they held an advantage, most were reluctant to engage, merely engaging in idle threats. If a battle were to commence, once Lingxi concluded her fight, she would undoubtedly turn her attention towards them. The elder contemplated, and in a bid to save face, coldly scoffed, "Humph, I do not wish to stoop to your level, you arrogant youth." Arrogance, indeed. Behold my sword. Qin Ping, who had previously been docile due to his sealed power, now unleashed it, no longer timid. Regardless of the circumstances, he would pierce through with unrelenting force. "I shall assist you." Qin Yuzhu also summoned her innate imperial weapon, fighting alongside Qin Ping. Qin Yuzhu's talent was comparable to Qin Ping and's, both possessing 9-star potential. Yet, to ensure her safety, she had been hidden away for years. Now that her brother had the strength to protect her, she no longer needed to hide. The Leaf siblings regarded the other Saint Realm experts with cold eyes. They did not dare to act, merely pretending not to see. These individuals were all from the City Lord's mansion. The Elder Saint Realm expert was merely an ancestor of a faction within Crimson Moon City. Even if they did not lend their aid, this faction would not dare to act against them. Qian Duo also feigned ignorance, observing the battle from the sidelines. This was a confrontation surpassing the Imperial realm. To witness such a spectacle in one's lifetime was a blessing indeed. No, it was an explosion of fortune. Chapter 118. The Crimson Moon on the brink of ruin, the heavenly path of the 9 continents in fury. Tianxi's countenance darkened. He was truly on the verge of collapse. One wielded chaotic spiritual power, while the other possessed a treasure surpassing divine quality. Without mobilizing all of his strength, he simply could not withstand them. Were they truly to reach such an impasse? Tianxi quailed. If a resolution could be reached amicably, it would indeed be fortuitous. How about we negotiate? You could grant the 2 a wealth of resources and the privilege of unimpeded access to the Crimson Moon secret realm. Lingxi chuckled softly. You are the greatest resource. It was only at that moment that Tianxi comprehended fully. Lingxi's target was none other than himself. A shock coursed through Tianxi's heart. He had not anticipated becoming the quarry in another's eyes. Clenching his fists, the red light flickered around him. Do not push me too far. While I do not wish for a total destruction, I shall not sit idly by. The figure in red, Lingxi mocked. In your current state, do you think you possess the capacity for resistance? Lingxi looked down upon him disdainfully. Dare you use your remaining strength? Tianxi fell silent. He was indeed hesitating. Within the Crimson Moon secret realm, he still held a sliver of hope. Should he exit the realm, it would be the end for him. Lingxi let out a sinister laugh. If that is the case, then submit obediently to my refinement. Shame. Such humiliation. You. Then let it be a fight to the death. Tianxi formed seals with both hands, reciting the ancient tadpole script. The ancient tadpole script encircled him. The sacred void sword suddenly spoke. Master, stop him. That is the primordial divine art. The primordial divine art. Lingxi furrowed her brow. However, there was no time for hesitation. Suddenly, the Crimson Moon erupted. At its center floated a blood-red orb, resembling the blood-red demon orb. The sacred void sword cautioned. That orb is where Tianxi stores his power. Then I shall not hold back. Lingxi soared into the air and summoned the chaos yin-yang pearl, intending to absorb the orb into it. Arrogance. Tianxi propelled himself upward, arriving at the same position as Lingxi, surrounded by a circle of ancient tadpole script, making him appear as grand as Lingxi's stellar form. Just as Lingxi was about to touch the blood-red orb, Tianxi suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, causing the ancient tadpole script to glow intensely, forming a barrier that shielded the orb. Lingxi's hand struck against the barrier, rebounding her. Humph, you wish to seize my source of power? It shall not be so easily done. Tianxi gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lingxi narrowed her eyes, her hands weaving intricate spells as the chaos yin-yang pearl emanated an even more formidable gravitational force. The blood-red orb trembled slightly. Observing this, the holy void sword pivoted and lunged towards Tianxi's back. Preoccupied with resisting Lingxi, Tianxi was caught off guard by the unexpected assault from behind, resulting in the holy void sword piercing his back, gushing forth a copious amount of blood. Tianxi's barrier of ancient tadpole script dimmed significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the crimson-clad Lingxi broke through the barrier and grasped the blood-red orb. However, at that moment, the orb suddenly unleashed a tremendous power, propelling Lingxi backward. Both of their spiritual energies were nearly depleted, particularly Lingxi's chaos spiritual energy, which could not be replenished through the natural energies of heaven and earth or spirit stones, relying solely on her own gradual recovery. In contrast, despite Tianxi's considerable expenditure of energy, he had already acquired the source of power. Ha ha ha, do not think I am oblivious to your situation. You have both exhausted yourselves significantly, and the recovery of chaos spiritual energy is exceedingly slow. Treasures surpassing divine grade are not so easily manipulated. Tianxi laughed heartily, then crushed the orb. A terrifying celestial energy erupted, instantly saturating the entire Crimson Moon secret realm. Upon witnessing this, the Qilin immediately shielded Qinpingyan. Such a level of celestial energy was beyond their capacity to endure. The orb contained 70% of Tianxi's power, and once released, the entire Crimson Moon secret realm would be unable to withstand it, already showing signs of fracturing. Tianxi ravenously absorbed the released power, and had it not been for his prolonged dormancy, he would have directly consumed the orb. Both Tianxi and the Qilin were absorbing the energy. As was the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, even the Holy Void Sword joined in. This power harbored the essence of celestial energy. If tens of thousands of peak Emperor Realm beings were present, they could all achieve breakthroughs on the spot. After sufficiently absorbing the energy, the Holy Void Sword returned to Lingxi's grasp. Holy Void returned to source, with one hand forming a seal and the other wielding the Holy Void Sword. Lingxi, though lacking in her own spiritual power, could harness Tianxi's might. She directly absorbed his power to vanquish him. Realizing her intent, Tianxi attempted to intervene, but was too late. The Holy Void Sword radiated dazzling light, weaving strands of energy from the surrounding forces toward Lingxi. Her momentum escalated continuously. After purifying Tianxi's celestial energy, it began to flow into the nebula body, reaching its pinnacle. Lingxi's previously pallid complexion gradually flushed with vitality. Tianxi, witnessing Lingxi's actions, was left agape. That was his power. Why could everyone absorb it? The audacity with which he shattered the orb stemmed from his belief that this power belonged solely to him, that others could not possibly absorb it. Yet now, the situation was precisely the opposite. Tianxi roared in fury, abandoning his absorption to charge at Lingxi. However, Lingxi was no longer the feeble opponent he had encountered earlier. She wielded the Holy Void Sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged towards Tianxi. Caught unawares, he was struck by the sword energy and sent flying backward. Just as Lingxi prepared to pursue her advantage, a rift in the Crimson Moon secret realm suddenly widened, generating a tremendous suction force. Clearly, the secret realm could no longer sustain itself and was beginning to connect with the 9 continents Dao Domain. The heavenly Dao also sensed the anomaly, being highly attuned to the essence of celestial energy. Tianxi, the heavenly Dao furrowed its brow, swiftly scanning the entire 9 continents Dao Domain, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Crimson Moon City. A cold smile crept across its face, displeased. Tianxi's power. Was this fellow attempting rebellion? It swiftly sealed the impending rift. Should the essence of celestial energy leak out, it would give rise to countless powerful beings, which it could not permit. After sealing, it continued to monitor the vicinity of Crimson Moon City, ready to act at the first sign of disturbance. Meanwhile, still within the 9 continents Dao Domain was Tianxi's sole remaining puppet, the city lord of Crimson Moon City, Wan Qingfeng, whose heart raced uncontrollably, especially after the sudden demise of his ancestor. What kind of power could lead to the simultaneous fall of several Emperor Realm ancestors? Chapter 119. Reverse utilization of Tianxi's refinement array. Within the Crimson Moon secret realm, Tianxi also sensed the power of the 9 continents Heavenly Dao. Since the 9 continents Heavenly Dao had discovered his location, he could no longer afford to delay. Should the 9 continents Heavenly Dao breach in, it would spell his complete undoing. Moreover, the 9 continents Heavenly Dao's efforts to seal the Crimson Moon secret realm confirmed his gamble was correct. It would never allow the essence of celestial energy to manifest. The thought of wielding his full power caused a chilling laugh to escape him. In the beginning, all returns to one. Tianxi's hands moved in complex patterns, unleashing several tadpole scripts that formed a series of talismans. These talismans swirled rapidly around him, each emanating a mysterious and potent radiance. As the talismans spun ever faster, the surrounding space appeared to rip apart, revealing black fissures. Chanting incantations, Tianxi thrust his hands forward, sending 12 talismans shooting like meteors toward the boundary of the Crimson Moon secret realm. Primordial 12 Heavenly Array. Positioning himself as the focal point, Tianxi combined his own energy with the celestial energy of the Crimson Moon secret realm to seal the entire area, preventing Lingxi from escaping and facilitating the refinement of all within. The Holy Void Sword warned, "Master, be cautious. This is a refinement array. He intends to refine everything here to counter the 9 continents' heavenly Tao." Of course, the Holy Void Sword itself could not be refined, but the crimson-clad Lingxi could. Especially the chaos spiritual energy she possessed. Once refined by him, she would gain the strength to contend with the 9 continents' heavenly Tao. The success or failure hinged on this moment. The primordial divine art, the primordial 12 heavenly array. Lingxi glanced at it and instantly comprehended. However, the threshold for the primordial divine art was exceedingly high. The primordial 12 heavenly array could not be initiated without the support of the primordial divine art, but it could be unraveled. Lingxi sensed Lingxi's intentions. The two formed an angular formation, retracting their nebula bodies. Lingxi channeled all her spiritual energy into the Holy Void Sword, while the crimson-clad Lingxi summoned her entire reserve of chaos energy. If Tianxi was the focal point of the array, then that made him the weakest link. Holy Void returned to source. The Holy Void Sword blazed with radiant light, transforming into a brilliant streak as it surged toward Tianxi's location. Simultaneously, a dense sphere of chaos energy materialized in the hands of the crimson-clad Lingxi, resembling a miniature sun, exuding an aura of apocalyptic destruction as it hurtled toward Tianxi. Yet, what astounded Tianxi the most was the presence of the primordial divine art. Lingxi parted her lips slightly, reciting the ancient tadpole scripts that began to encircle her, mirroring Tianxi's operation of the primordial divine art, albeit with less proficiency. Tianxi exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be. How can you also wield the primordial divine art?" But before he could ponder further, Lingxi and her counterpart had already closed the distance. Tianxi was deeply focused, employing both hands to balance the terrifying chaotic spiritual energy while simultaneously bracing against the sacred void sword. Lingxi steadied the sacred void sword with one hand while forming seals with the other. As the primordial divine art reached its zenith, the ancient tadpole script completely enveloped Lingxi. Impossible. Tianxi remained in disbelief, yet with such close observation, he could ascertain with certainty that it was indeed his primordial divine art. Throughout the 9-continent Tao realm, he was the sole practitioner of the primordial divine art. Even the 9-continent heavenly Tao could not match his prowess. Little Tianxi, fortunately, you laid out the primordial 12 capital heavenly array. Otherwise, I would still be at a loss on how to refine you. It was only at this moment that Tianxi realized he had been outmaneuvered, caught in a trap akin to a black tiger's heart extraction. As the timing approached, Lingxi's fingers transformed into claws. Simultaneously, a portion of the chaotic spiritual energy coalesced by the crimson-clad Lingxi was absorbed back into her being. The ultimate spiritual power reconvened at her fingertips, clawing towards the nexus of Tianxi's energy, which was precisely at the heart of the primordial 12 capital heavenly array. Tianxi was utterly unprepared. The array's focal point was swiftly seized by Lingxi. His strength diminished drastically, leaving him in a state of utter weakness, and he was directly sent flying by Lingxi's strike. The crimson-clad Lingxi had likewise exhausted her energy, retreating into the chaos yin-yang pearl. Observing the opportune moment, the Qilin unleashed the energy it had gathered, striking Tianxi once more with devastating force. Lingxi then swiftly seized control of the array's heart to commence the refinement of Tianxi, bolstered by the primordial divine art. Lingxi adeptly took command of the primordial 12 capital heavenly array. The primordial began anew, as all directions converged into unity. With the incantation and hand seals executed in unison, the primordial celestial energy of the entire Red Moon secret realm continuously flowed into the array's focal point. Tianxi was engulfed in terror. Within mere breaths, Lingxi had completely mastered the primordial 12 capital heavenly array with astonishing proficiency. Even he could not mobilize all his power in such a brief span, yet Lingxi handled it with remarkable ease. Damn it, let us perish together. Tianxi's eyes glowed crimson as he frantically compressed the remaining power within him, preparing for self-detonation. However, what awaited him was the Qilin's mighty paw. The entire power of the Red Moon secret realm had already been infused into the array's heart by Lingxi. She merely needed to transform this energy entirely to begin the refinement of Tianxi. After the Qilin sent Tianxi soaring with a single strike, it approached him once more, planting its foot firmly on Tianxi's head. The Qilin roared, "You wretched creature. Do you have any idea how many years I have waited for this moment?" Back when he was schemed against and imprisoned, Tianxi had been the one to stand over him in such a manner. The humiliation of the past was finally avenged. Were it not for Tianxi's remaining usefulness, he would relish the opportunity to crush him underfoot. Back in the day, when you had me strung up and drained of blood, could you have endured such treatment? Ha! Tianxi laughed heartily, yet in the end, he could only boast in vain. Outside the Red Moon's secret realm, the nine-continent heavenly Tao, having sensed the absence of Tianxi's power and the primordial celestial energy, finally withdrew its seal on the Red Moon's secret realm. Simultaneously, a wisp of divine consciousness slipped through the impending fissures into the Red Moon's secret realm. Within Red Moon City, Ruan Qingfeng felt acutely aware of his power dissipating rapidly. His cultivation realm plummeted from the initial stages of Semi-Emperor to the early stages of Saint Realm, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of the return to ruin stage. Ruan Qingfeng was utterly bewildered. The inheritance from Tianxi he had obtained within the Red Moon's secret realm had vanished. Upon entering the Red Moon's secret realm, the nine-continent heavenly Tao's divine consciousness immediately detected the primordial 12 capital heavenly array, causing him to retreat in alarm. He was also perplexed, wondering who had laid such a formidable array. There seemed to be nothing within that warranted such a grand design. Unable to enter the Red Moon's secret realm, he could not ascertain the situation inside, leaving him anxious and restless. Meanwhile, Lingxi had completely refined Tianxi's power and was poised to refine his true form. The Qilin had also stepped aside, shooting forth several iron chains from the void to firmly bind Tianxi. Lingxi formed seals with her hands and softly intoned, "Refine." Countless beams of light surged from the array's heart, entwining around Tianxi's essence, eliciting agonizing howls from him. Unwillingness, profound unwillingness. In the past, during the contest for chaotic spiritual energy in the nine-continent Tao realm, he had never been reduced to such a state. Now, he was to be refined by a mere girl. He found himself bereft of any means to resist. Absurd, it was truly ludicrous. Chapter 120, The Netherworld Continent, Absorbing Tianxi. Ding. Congratulations, host, on refining Tianxi. 5 premium super gift packs have been dispatched to your inventory. As the system's notification echoed, it marked the moment Tianxi was refined. Concurrently, the soul attacks within the Red Moon's secret realm were also refined, transformed into spiritual power, and drawn into the chaos yin-yang pearl. At the instant Tianxi was refined, the Red Moon's secret realm shattered completely. Everyone was randomly teleported to various locations across the nine-continent Tao realm. Those fortunate enough landed on the peerless continent, while the less fortunate might find themselves in a latrine or an intimate setting of others. Chun Pingyan and his companions, having huddled together, were all teleported to the central continent. The Qilin found itself transported to the Qingtian continent. The remaining powerhouses, lacking a group, were scattered across various locations, with some even arriving at intimate scenes, such as Qianduoduo. As for Lingxi, she was teleported to the Netherworld continent, a land shrouded in strangeness. Lingxi had previously learned about this continent. Although referred to as a continent, it was essentially a secluded super-island. So oppressive, is this the Netherworld continent? Lingxi released her divine sense, confirming the absence of danger before promptly entering the chaos yin-yang pearl. The immediate concern was to assess Feng Ling's recovery and absorb Tianxi's power. Although Tianxi had been refined, the power post-refinement had yet to be absorbed, lingering within the chaos yin-yang pearl. Upon entering the chaos yin-yang pearl, she swiftly approached the earthly essence and found Feng Ling squatting before it, voraciously consuming a 9th-tier spiritual herb. One bite of a 9th-tier spiritual herb, another bite of a 9th-tier spiritual herb, she exclaimed with delight. The 9th-tier spiritual herbs upon the earthly essence had nearly been devoured by Feng Ling. Lingxi approached with concern. "Little Ling, how are you faring?" Upon hearing her voice, Feng Ling turned around and, upon seeing her sister, leaped onto Lingxi, bursting into tears. It took a quarter of an hour for her to gradually calm down. Lingxi gently patted Feng Ling's back, soothing her softly. Through her sobs, Feng Ling recounted, "Sister Shi, you have no idea. That glowing red object hung me up and drained my blood incessantly. It was so much." Feng Ling clung to Lingxi, who supported her gently, listening to her grievances. Lingxi comforted, "Little Ling, do not cry, do not cry. That glowing red object has already been refined by me." Feng Ling replied, "I sensed it too. There's that power here, but it lacks vitality, and that power is incredibly pure. Sister Shi, quickly absorb it." Feng Ling hopped down from Lingxi, urging her onward. Lingxi affectionately responded, "All right, I shall do so at once. Master, I shall assist you in absorbing it." The chaos yin-yang pearl emerged, and in hand was a crimson orb, the refined essence of Tianxi, equivalent to a celestial-grade elixir. The power it emanated was formidable. One could only wonder if her spiritual roots could withstand such intensity. Yi Lingxi carefully attuned herself to the energy, realizing it indeed surpassed her limits. Initially, during the refining process, she felt little, but now, back at the pinnacle of her cave dwelling, she felt a hint of weakness. Draped in red, Yi Lingxi spoke. "Fear not, we shall share it, half for each." The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl nodded in agreement. "This is feasible. I shall assist you." In unison, they affirmed, "Excellent." Thereafter, the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl divided Tian-Si into two portions, one yin and one yang. With the balance of yin and yang established, they could confidently absorb the essence. Yi Lingxi took the yin essence, while her red-clad counterpart grasped the yang essence. Chaos energy surged forth. The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl simultaneously unleashed two streams of chaotic power, infusing both into their beings, suppressing the ferocious energy of Tian-Si. As the chaotic force coursed through them, Yi Lingxi and her red-clad counterpart began to absorb the power of Tian-Si at a gradual pace. Yi Lingxi felt a searing energy flowing through her meridians. Akin to fire, yet under the restraint of the chaotic force, this burning sensation remained manageable. Meanwhile, around the red-clad Yi Lingxi, an aura of coldness enveloped her, as if a thin layer of ice had formed in her vicinity. As a product of the yin-yang balance, she was invincible in physicality, albeit with a weakness in spiritual power. As the energy of Tian-Si was absorbed by the chaotic roots, it relentlessly battered against her sea of consciousness, threatening her soul. Without the cooperation of the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, she would have struggled to even take a breath. In contrast, Yi Lingxi remained unchanged. Her physical and spiritual strengths were formidable, although her 5 elemental roots were not as powerful as the chaotic roots. The synergy of her 8 roots allowed her to absorb the wild energy of Tian-Si with fervor. As time passed, the pace of absorption for both Yi Lingxi and her red-clad counterpart quickened. The 8 roots within Yi Lingxi radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, their brilliance intensifying until they formed a resplendent web of light, enveloping and rapidly assimilating the energy of Tian-Si. On the other hand, the coldness surrounding the red-clad Yi Lingxi thickened, crystallizing into a shimmering layer of ice upon her skin. Beneath this icy exterior, the yin energy of Tian-Si continuously infused into her soul, gradually fortifying her spiritual power. The red-clad Yi Lingxi had completely mastered the rhythm, utilizing the ferocious energy of Tian-Si to temper her soul, elevating her spiritual prowess to new heights. Nearby, Feng Ling, having nearly recovered, observed in silence. Eventually, her impatience grew, prompting her to exit the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl. Being inherently restless, had she not been recovering, she would have eagerly rushed out to confront Tian-Si. Upon stepping into the outside world, Feng Ling sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was oddly oppressive, exuding an eerie vibe. The critical issue was her uncertainty about how to return to the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl. Surely, there was no imminent danger. Feng Ling scrutinized her surroundings. Despite reaching the peak of the Saint Realm, this aura was still suffocating. As she felt a surge of anxiety, a melodious voice suddenly resonated through the air. A child of the Phoenix clan, the voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, piercing through the stifling atmosphere. Cautiously, Feng Ling followed the sound. She beheld a figure clad in black robes, standing atop a tree. Unable to discern his realm, she warily inquired, "Who are you?" The figure in black slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of deep, yet sinister eyes. "Little girl, the Netherworld continent has been isolated from the world since ancient times. Intruding here is perilous." Chapter 121, Driven Away. The figure in black approached Feng Ling, lifting a finger to draw a boundary, ensnaring her within. A phoenix with such pure bloodline. I have never encountered one before. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling felt a chill creep down her spine. Having just regained her strength, she feared she would once again be subjected to torment. With such pure blood, such youth, and such high realm, your fortune is indeed remarkable, the figure mused. Surprised by Feng Ling's true condition, though Feng Ling had surpassed 2,000 years of age, the beast clans differed from the human race. Their physical prowess was formidable, yet their cultivation speed lagged behind that of humans, especially the slow-growing dragon and phoenix clans. 2,000 years, when converted to human age, barely equated to 10. She was merely a child, if Feng Ling were placed among humans. A prodigy reaching the peak of the Saint Realm before 10 would certainly cause a stir throughout the 9 provinces. However, one must gain and lose. While Feng Ling was exceptionally gifted, she was naively focused on consumption. Her realm had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, but her mastery of spatial power was slightly inferior to that of Yi Lingxi at the cave dwelling's pinnacle. Otherwise, the figure in black would not have been able to ensnare her with such ease. "Little Phoenix, behave and return with me, lest you suffer physical pain." The figure in black cackled. "I advise you to release me. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Feng Ling retorted fiercely. The netherworld continent remains isolated. Even if you perish here, no one will discover your demise. Wait and see. My sister, she will arrive shortly. Feng Ling scoffed, though trepidation lurked within her. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding her, coupled with the encroaching presence, rendered her breathless. It was unbearable. Yield and surrender. Just as the figure in black reached for Feng Ling, an ethereal voice echoed from the void. 100 Chi Frost Finger. As the words fell, a finger of extreme cold, composed of condensed spiritual power, descended from the heavens. It repelled the figure in black and shattered the confines of his boundary. The figure staggered back several meters before halting, exclaiming, "Who dares? Someone here to eliminate you." Lingxi emerged from the void, clad in white, her attire billowing like an ethereal immortal. Upon her arrival, she wielded the holy void sword, charging forth. The figure in black was caught unawares. Seeing Lingxi, Feng Ling cried out, "Sister Shi, be cautious. This place is treacherous." The figure in black, upon recognizing Lingxi, exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman, yet alas, your realm is too low." With that, he waved his hands, attempting to draw another boundary to ensnare both Lingxi and Feng Ling. However, he underestimated Lingxi's capabilities. With a mere flick of her holy void sword, she shattered his boundary. Then, with a swift motion, she lunged at the figure in black. The figure, momentarily stunned, regained his senses just as Lingxi closed the distance. In a desperate bid, he summoned a treasure to counter her assault. A flurry of sword shadows ensued as their powers clashed, echoing with thunderous roars. Feng Ling watched anxiously from the sidelines, acutely aware that while Lingxi was formidable, the strength of the figure in black was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the environment was unsettling, imbued with a suppressive sensation. The figure in black warned, "Little girl, without the support of dark spiritual roots, you cannot linger here long. I advise you to surrender and return with me." The isolation of this continent stemmed from its status as an ancient battlefield, where the oppressive atmosphere lingered due to the fallen demonic entities whose essences could not dissipate. Ultimately, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the netherworld continent. The inhabitants of this realm had grown accustomed to it over the years, and due to their possession of dark spiritual roots, they experienced minimal restraint here. Lingxi let out a cold laugh, exclaiming in arrogance. As she spoke, the holy void sword in her hand radiated a brilliant light. Observing this, the cloaked figure swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. In an instant, countless tendrils of black mist surged forth, encircling Lingxi. Unperturbed, she lightly tapped the ground with her foot, propelling herself into the air, as the holy void sword sliced through the mist, dispelling it effortlessly. To possess such strength at the initial stage of the returning ruins was indeed surprising. Wait, could you be from the Yi family? Suddenly, the cloaked figure recalled something. With such a low cultivation, yet such extraordinary prowess, there could only be one person. The cloaked figure gazed at Lingxi in disbelief, realizing her identity. Terrified, he immediately retreated, creating distance between them. "My apologies for the offense. I take my leave." As soon as the words left his mouth, he tore through the fabric of space to escape. Only Feng Ling and Lingxi remained, caught in the chaotic winds. He fled in such a disheveled manner. Feng Ling, puzzled, inquired, "Sister Shi, what just happened with him?" Lingxi pondered for a moment and replied, "He must have deduced my identity. Judging by his last remark, it could only be this possibility." Feng Ling huffed indignantly. "Humph, it's good he knows his place. Otherwise, I would have made him regret it. However, this place feels rather eerie. We should depart." Under the oppressive atmosphere, even Feng Ling, with her peak sacred realm power, found it intolerable, especially as her vitality was still insufficient and not fully restored. Lingxi contemplated and decided against leaving just yet. She turned to Feng Ling and said, "Little Ling, you should enter the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl to recuperate." Lingxi was unfamiliar with the netherworld continent, particularly given its peculiarities. Even the ancient Yi family rarely ventured into this realm. Moreover, the geographical position of the netherworld continent was highly unique. Directly across the sea from the extreme south demon domain, frequently subjected to disturbances from the demon race. Feng Ling obediently nodded. All right. Once Feng Ling entered the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, Lingxi released her divine consciousness. This time, it was different from before. Having fully absorbed the power of Tianxi, Lingxi allocated only a fraction towards her cultivation, dedicating the majority to enhancing her spiritual strength, elevating it to an unprecedented height. Upon releasing her divine consciousness, she could see clearly within a 100-mile radius. 2 sects and 2 dynasties, all minor powers. It was the first time she had encountered this dynasty. Lingxi was curious about it, for she had not heard of such a dynasty on other continents. After all, a so-called dynasty was merely a joke in the face of prominent families. After determining her location, Lingxi tore through the void towards the nearest dynasty. Upon reaching the returning ruins stage, she was able to traverse space, significantly increasing her speed while consuming less spiritual energy. Of course, Lingxi still wished to ascertain whether there were any opportunities here. At present, breaking through was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 122, the Songhai Dynasty. The Netherworld Continent, the Netherworld mountain range, situated at the very core of the continent and the ancient battlefield, was also the territory of the solitary clan. This area perpetually exuded an ancient aura, with a desolate expanse of 1,000 miles where not a blade of grass could grow. The atmosphere was stifling, only bearable for the solitary clan. Upon entering, the cloaked figure proceeded directly to the highest peak of the Netherworld mountain range. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully reported, "Master, the Divine Maiden of the ancient Yi family, along with a little phoenix of pure bloodline, appears to be right within our territory." Solitary Xiangdi pondered for a long while before responding. "The Divine Maiden of the ancient Yi family? We have always maintained a peaceful coexistence with them. What brings her here?" As for the Phoenix clan, he dismissed it entirely. "Stay close to them." The cloaked figure's face turned pale at the thought of what he was about to say. Solitary Xiangdi furrowed his brow. The cloaked figure stammered, "Master, I cannot defeat her." Solitary Xiangdi, what? You, a peak sacred realm practitioner, cannot defeat a mere girl? She is only 15 or 16 years old, even if she is the Divine Maiden of the ancient Yi family. You claim you cannot overcome her? Solitary Xiangdi's tone turned icy, causing the cloaked figure to bow repeatedly in fright. The cloaked figure hurriedly explained, "Master, though her cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins, the sword she wields is terrifying, and her explosive spiritual power surpasses mine." Is this the so-called 10-star talent? Solitary Xiangdi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of interest passing through them. Such a situation is indeed remarkable. It seems the Divine Maiden of the ancient Yi family should not be underestimated. And what of that little phoenix? Ever since the suppression of the Emperor realm experts, Lingxi had been rampaging unchecked, with no one capable of standing against her. Of course, even without suppression, none could rival her. Since her birth, all the continents had been keeping a close watch on Lingxi, Solitary Xiangdi included. The cloaked figure quickly replied, "Master, that little phoenix seems to be severely injured. Her vitality diminished. Could they have been pursued here?" Solitary Xiangdi rose, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "Impossible. They entered the Red Moon's secret realm before arriving here. Considering today is the last day, they could not have appeared here unless Solitary Xiangdi suddenly recalled something and resumed his seat. The Red Moon's secret realm has collapsed, and they were swept into the turbulence of time and space, which is how they ended up here. He had once entered the Red Moon's secret realm himself, and, upon emerging, had researched extensively through ancient texts, discovering that such a peculiar realm was created by an entity akin to the heavenly Tao. Ultimately, Solitary Xiangdi reiterated, "Keep a close watch on them." Understood. The cloaked figure, feeling helpless, had no choice but to comply. He truly could not contend with her. Lacking even a suitable imperial weapon, in the Netherworld continent, northern region, Lingxi arrived at a city, and upon inquiring, learned that it was called the Songhai Dynasty, a small-scale dynasty comprising 26 cities. The capital city, where the highest ruler resided, was named Songhai City. The supreme ruler was merely at the hidden origin realm, inferior even to the weakest academy in her own family. Before even entering the city, Feng Ling could hardly contain her excitement and rushed out. Upon entering, the citizens, noticing Lingxi's extraordinary demeanor, cast curious glances her way. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure trailed at a distance, too apprehensive to approach, fearing detection by Lingxi. This task felt overwhelmingly daunting. He could not fathom why Lingxi chose to come to such a dilapidated place. Lingxi led Feng Ling into an inn, where an attendant warmly greeted them. "Young lady, would you like a room?" Lingxi nodded, tossing a few spirit stones. "Please prepare 2 premium rooms for us, along with some of your signature dishes." The attendant, receiving the spirit stones, was wide-eyed in disbelief, having encountered the legendary spirit stones, particularly high-quality ones. Such stones were beyond their usual reach. Who would have expected that a girl as beautiful as a celestial being would casually offer 3 top-grade spirit stones? How extravagant. "Certainly. My lady, right this way." After escorting Lingxi to the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, the attendant promptly informed the innkeeper. The innkeeper, also a practitioner, instantly recognized the exquisite spiritual stone. A woman of ethereal beauty? Having seen much of the world, he understood that even the royal family would not squander such a treasure. This was a supreme spiritual stone, and it was being used for dining. The attendant replied, "Indeed, innkeeper. They are likely not from around here. I am eager to see just how stunning she is." Setting aside his tasks, the innkeeper personally attended to the matter. After taking a few steps, he turned back to give further instructions, informed the kitchen to prepare the best dishes. He then tidied his appearance before making his way to the elegant chamber. As he walked, he felt a flutter of anxiety. Encountering royalty usually required a sense of trepidation. Today's guest might well surpass even that. If he could secure a favorable connection, his worries about sustenance in the next life would vanish, freeing him from the burdensome toil of the present. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered the chamber was already surrounded, teeming with onlookers. At that moment, realization dawned. He was late. This also confirmed the attendant's words. However, it presented him with an opportunity. The innkeeper cleared his throat and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you all gathered here?" The crowd was startled by his authoritative presence. Innkeeper," one individual attempted to ingratiate himself, only to be brusquely dismissed. The innkeeper retorted sharply, "Do not linger here. Return whence you came." Although these individuals were also guests, they paled in comparison to those within the elegant chamber. Merely refuse. No, not even refuse. The crowd, left with no choice, dispersed, albeit reluctantly, lingering nearby, eager for another glimpse of Yi Lingxi's unparalleled beauty. Once the rabble had been cleared away, the innkeeper composed himself and gently knocked on the door. "Esteemed guest, I am the innkeeper, here to bring you water." Inside the chamber, Yi Lingxi replied languidly, "Come in." Outside, the innkeeper gasped in surprise at the melodious quality of her voice, feeling a surge of nervousness as his hands trembled while holding the water. After steadying himself, he pushed the door open. As it swung wide, the curious guests outside craned their necks, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of her visage. Unfortunately, they were met with disappointment. Upon entering, the innkeeper kept his gaze lowered, too intimidated to meet her eyes, even as he approached Yi Lingxi. "Esteemed guest, your tea," he stammered. Trembling as he poured the tea, Yi Lingxi took a sip, gazing through the window, and inquired, "Innkeeper, I noticed the streets adorned with festive decorations. Is there a celebration in your town?" Maintaining a facade of composure, the innkeeper replied respectfully, "Esteemed guest, tomorrow marks a grand occasion for the royal family, the marriage of the royal firstborn daughter to the holy son of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect." At this, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A royal wedding? A lavish banquet?" The innkeeper continued, "Indeed, esteemed guest, the bride is the royal firstborn, and there will be public festivities with a grand feast lasting 3 days." Yi Lingxi quickly discerned that the public feast would be a simple affair, likely lacking the refinement of this and's offerings. Nevertheless, for many common folk, it would suffice. Yet, the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect piqued her curiosity. She wondered if it was as formidable as rumored. Having spent considerable time in this world, it was her first encounter with tales of the illustrious Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. The innkeeper, alarmed by Yi Lingxi's words, broke into a cold sweat. "Esteemed guest, please exercise caution. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect is the most powerful sect here, and its leader's strength is unfathomable. Do not speak lightly of them." Feng Ling, intrigued, remarked, "Is it truly that powerful? I must see for myself where the strength of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect lies." The innkeeper, trembling like a leaf, implored, "Oh dear ladies, you must not speak so recklessly. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect is beyond our capacity to offend." "Very well, you may leave." Yi Lingxi waved her hand dismissively, indicating he should depart. The innkeeper, repeatedly acquiescing, retreated while murmuring, Yes, esteemed ladies must not disrespect the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect." Before he could reach the door, it was suddenly kicked open, and the attendant guarding the entrance was swept down to the first floor. "How audacious to disrespect the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. You must wish to perish." Boom. Before the brash man could finish his tirade, Feng Ling hurled him out the window, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The innkeeper stood in stunned silence. That man was a long-standing member of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, a deputy next only to the overseer, with terrifying strength at the early Golden Core stage. Even the royal family treated him with deference. Yet now, he had been effortlessly cast aside, without a shred of resistance, by a mere child. "My esteemed guests, The innkeeper found himself at a loss for words, realizing he could not afford to offend anyone here. Initially, he had hoped to strengthen his ties with them, but now it seemed that dream had vanished, and his might soon face closure. "This matter does not concern you. Leave," Yi Lingxi commanded, tossing a few exquisite spiritual stones his way. "This is for the inconvenience caused to your window." Upon seeing the precious stones, the innkeeper's demeanor brightened instantly. With these, he could endure. If the enclosed, he would at least have the means to start anew. Outside, the deputy lay lifeless, and the surrounding crowd erupted in applause, each person giving a thumbs up. 13 members were stationed here from the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect, 1 Yuanying steward, 2 Golden Core deputies, and 10 Foundation establishment patrollers. Though they were tasked with maintaining peace and stability, they often indulged in excess, taking advantage of the local populace. The deceased deputy had been known for his drunken antics. harassing virtuous women, and resorting to violence without hesitation. The royal family could do little but turn a blind eye, for they were not to be trifled with. Who dares? Who has slain my Huan sect member? The steward, upon seeing the crumpled form on the ground, erupted in fury. The surrounding townsfolk scattered at the sight of upon the arrival of the Huan sect. The royal entourage followed closely behind, with none other than the crown prince himself in attendance. Tomorrow marks the day of the grand wedding, yet today a deputy has met with an untimely demise. This incident bears grave significance. As soon as the crown prince arrived, he furrowed his brow and turned towards the steward. Steward Tang reassured him, "Rest assured. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide your esteemed sect with a satisfactory resolution." The steward scoffed, "Your Highness, to have one of our Huan sect members killed here is a blatant affront to our dignity. You must identify the perpetrator today. We cannot allow this to overshadow tomorrow's nuptials." Despite his inner dissatisfaction, the crown prince maintained a facade of deference. He was acutely aware that the Huan sect had long been overbearing, and the entire dynasty had little recourse but to acquiesce. "Indeed, I shall uncover the truth of this matter today," he affirmed. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that the inn before him was teeming with people. Having identified his target, he commanded his troops to seal off the inn, permitting neither entry nor exit. With a cold snort, Steward Tang took the deceased deputy away, leaving behind 2 duty officers for oversight. The innkeeper immediately greeted the crown prince with a beaming smile, hastily approaching and kneeling before him. "I pay my respects to your highness." The crown prince coldly replied, "No need for such formalities." He then added with a disdainful huff, "How can you still smile when a life has been lost at your doorstep? Lead me to search the rooms immediately." "Yes, your highness, please follow me," the innkeeper responded, eager to comply. Although he had witnessed the chaos, he could not afford to offend either party and resorted to a conciliatory approach. On the second floor, the crown prince searched room after room. While termed a search, it was more akin to plunder. The 2 accompanying Huan sect officers also took advantage of the opportunity to seize items, hoping to quell their own simmering anger. They rifled through a total of 23 rooms, from room 1 of the Heaven series to room 2, leaving no stone unturned. Although the occupants of the elegant chambers were prominent figures, they dared not resist the Huan sect's authority. The crown prince's audacity stemmed from the knowledge that the invited guests had been arranged to stay in the royal inn, granting him a sense of impunity. Even if they failed to identify the culprit, this act of confiscation would likely placate their ire. Chapter 124, The Crown Prince's Fantasies. In room 1 of the Heaven series, a soldier was about to kick the door open when the innkeeper swiftly intervened, cautioning, my lord, there are 2 young ladies inside. Please, do not frighten them." The unfortunate deputy had met his end by such an unceremonious entry. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from kicking down the door and to adopt a more courteous approach. Perhaps there was room for negotiation. However, the soldier remained silent, allowing the 2 duty officers to take the initiative. Young ladies? Their excitement surged at the thought, believing they had been specially summoned for a reward. 1 on each side. They kicked the door open. The innkeeper gasped, "Ah, such a delicate fragrance." The duo inhaled deeply, succumbing to its allure. Yet before they could fully process their surroundings, a powerful pair of ethereal hands seized them and hurled them out the window. The innkeeper was left aghast, while the crown prince, though startled, feigned composure. After all, he was the crown prince and could not afford to lose face before his entourage. Nevertheless, his heart raced in trepidation. An individual of such strength could dispatch him as effortlessly as one crushes an ant. Moreover, the force behind this figure could be formidable enough that even the Songhai dynasty might not dare to provoke them. This was a manifestation of spiritual energy, a nascent soul expert. Who could this esteemed individual be? At that moment, a cool voice emanated from within the elegant chamber. Any further intrusion will result in death. Though soft, the tone carried an undeniable authority. The crown prince swiftly gestured for his companions to retreat and respectfully cupped his fists in a bow. "I am the crown prince of the Songhai dynasty. I apologize for the impertinence of my intrusion and seek your forgiveness. Might I inquire if you are inconvenienced in any way? Should you require assistance, the Songhai dynasty stands ready to oblige." After a brief silence, a response came from within. "No need for concern. We are merely passing through to rest. Do not engage in any further disrespectful actions." The crown prince quickly acquiesced. "Yes, esteemed lady, please rest assured." However, he noted that at least 1 nascent soul-level expert resided in the chamber. With such backing, he need not fear his younger brother usurping his throne. Moreover, he had yet to marry. Should he manage to wed someone of such caliber, perhaps he could persuade his father to abdicate early. With this thought, a surge of joy coursed through him. Yet, such powerful beings often had their own temperaments. He needed to find a way to engage them. After much contemplation, he hit upon an idea. Tomorrow would be his sister's wedding, and since they were merely passing through, they surely had not received an invitation. Was it not possible to extend an invitation in person? This could create an opportunity. Innkeeper, I have a task for you. The crown prince retrieved an invitation from his spatial ring and handed it to the innkeeper, instructing him to deliver it. He knew he could not present it himself, but the innkeeper could. Deliver this invitation. Yes, your highness, the innkeeper responded eagerly. I shall not delay. Wait. The crown prince produced another invitation. You must take this one as well. Thank you, your highness. The innkeeper hastily knelt and bowed. This was a tremendous opportunity. If he could establish ties with influential figures, perhaps his son could make strides in his career. Go now. After giving his instructions, the crown prince exited the inn. However, upon stepping outside, he was confronted with the sight of two lifeless bodies on the ground, prompting a recollection of his original task. This situation was already precarious, and now it was compounded by two additional corpses. The cause of death appeared to be linked to Room 1 of the Heaven series, complicating matters further. With a heavy heart, he resolved to return to the palace and consult his father. Meanwhile, Lingxi glanced at the invitation in her hand before closing it. Tomorrow would be a splendid opportunity for feasting and spectacle. Oblivious to anything beyond her own indulgence, she reveled in the thought. At the palace, the crown prince lingered outside, having received no summons and left to drink in the cold wind. Inside, the emperor of the Xianxia dynasty, the second ruler, and the former emperor, the first ruler, knelt trembling on the ground. Flanking them were a row of dancing maidens, also kneeling in servitude. On the throne sat the cloaked figure, his gaze coldly fixed upon them. His ambitions were too grand, too easily exposed. He could not risk following Lingxi himself. He would have the Xianxia dynasty carry out the task. Yet, even after assigning the mission, he did not depart. Within the clan, he would face reprimands, but here he was a figure of awe. Moreover, tomorrow was the day of the grand wedding, and he desired to partake in the festivities, perhaps to chastise the Hawan sect for their arrogance, which had grown unchecked over the years, even dismissing the Dugu clan. Leave now, commanded the cloaked figure with a wave of his hand, banishing them from the hall. The music resumed, and the maidens, trembling, stood and continued their dance and melody, while a few beautiful women flanked the cloaked figure, feeding him wine and fruit. How exhilarating it is! Outside the palace, the wandering crown prince unexpectedly collided with another individual. Enraged, he bellowed, "How dare you collide with me? Do you wish for your life to be forfeit?" Yet, upon raising his gaze, he was met with an imposing figure. A hefty blow sent him staggering 2 meters away. Regaining his composure, he realized it was none other than his father and grandfather. Immediately, he knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the emperor and to the grand emperor." The fright was palpable. Indeed, he was acutely aware of his father's temperament. A mere collision had distanced him further from his claim to the throne. Jiuzhou, your audacity has grown. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? You shall be dealt with according to family law. Grand Emperor Jiuzhou was equally incensed. After all, he was the grand emperor of a mighty dynasty, and today he found himself subjected to such indignity. Emperor Jiuzhou echoed, "You shall be dealt with according to family law." The mention of family law made Jiuzhou's complexion drain of color. A punishment of that sort would leave him bedridden for at least a month. Jiuzhou forced himself to regain his composure and stammered, "Father, grandfather, I have pressing matters to discuss." Before either could respond, Jiuzhou hastily recounted the events of the day, embellishing the tale with a touch of exaggeration. After all, the individual in question was a formidable nascent soul-level expert, potentially his future consort. Upon hearing this, Jiuzhou pondered the implications and inquired, "Is that so? Did that expert express any grievances?" Jiuzhou replied, "As of now, I have received no such news. I have invited them to the grand wedding tomorrow. They are likely to attend. As for the Hawan sect, I have my own means to handle them." Jiuzhou, recalling the Hawan sect, was equally furious. This was the perfect opportunity to leverage the black-cloaked individual against them. After all, the person they were to monitor was a woman. Chapter 125, The Bride Has Fled. The following day, early in the morning, the Hawan sect's wedding procession had yet to arrive, yet every street was already bustling with feasts. Even the impoverished districts of the western outskirts had been generously bestowed with food and drink, creating a lively atmosphere. Lingxi was summoned early by the innkeeper to board a beast cart bound for the palace. The carriage was drawn by a first-tier demonic beast, resembling a sturdy antelope, with 4 muscular legs and 2 horns atop a long head, known for its docile nature. Although it was a hassle, she accepted the ride, having never traveled in such a manner before. Yet, the antelope's legs trembled, and its pace was considerably slower than usual. The reason was simple. The pressure emanating from Feng Ling was utterly terrifying. Even hidden, the antelope could hardly withstand it. After all, Feng Ling's rank was comparable to that of an imperial beast, while the antelope was merely a first-tier creature. How slow. I could tear through space and arrive in a heartbeat. Feng Ling grumbled from within the sedan. Lingxi chuckled lightly. You ought to consider how intimidating you are. A mere first-tier demonic beast cannot bear the weight of your presence. I have already reined in my aura considerably. Feng Ling felt helpless. It was her first encounter with such a first-tier demonic beast, and she found it quite adorable. Hurry, hurry, she urged, channeling a sliver of her spiritual energy into the antelope, forcibly elevating its rank to second tier. Such a creature, with mediocre qualifications, would likely remain at first tier for its lifetime. With this surge of energy, the antelope's speed dramatically increased. The coachman, overhearing their conversation, was drenched in cold sweat. This first-tier demonic beast was akin to his own progenitor. He had cared for it for over a decade, fearing it might grow displeased. Yet, in their eyes, it was utterly inadequate. Why does it feel so strange? The coachman, a chi refinement cultivator, had raised the antelope for many years and was well aware of its capabilities. Suddenly, it was moving at a remarkable pace. Soon, they reached the palace. Upon arrival, the coachman examined the antelope and concluded that it had indeed been upgraded to second tier. Looking again, he found that the innkeeper had already vanished with Lingxi and Feng Ling inside the palace. The atmosphere was equally vibrant. Today marked the Xianxiahuan sect's arrival for the wedding, with their holy son personally leading the procession. An uncountable number of powerful individuals accompanied him. Most members of the royal family had never encountered such experts and had dressed elaborately for the occasion. Particularly, Ji Beiduan had been awaiting the arrival of his goddess since early morning. Although he had no knowledge of Lingxi's appearance, he was familiar with the innkeeper's visage. Lingxi was escorted back by the innkeeper, who had also been fortunate enough to secure a prime location. Surrounded by formidable beings, Ji Beiduan was the only lowly Karami among them. Lingxi and Feng Ling were seated at a separate table, while the royal family occupied the adjacent one. The princes and princesses, all of legitimate birth, had never encountered Lingxi and Feng Ling before and were taken aback by Lingxi's beauty. Even among the royal elite, they had never seen such an ethereal being seated at the most prominent position, one of higher status than themselves. Yet, the presence of so many powerful individuals deterred them from initiating conversation, for experts often possessed their own tempers. Ji Heshu and Ji Qisue gazed from a distance at Lingxi, both utterly astonished. Forgetting decorum, they promptly reported the matter to the black-cloaked figure. Upon hearing the news, the figure pushed through the throng of beauties and strode away, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed his presence unnecessary. You shall keep watch over them, he commanded before resuming his enjoyment. Ji Qisue and Ji Heshu could only withdraw and continue their surveillance. Ji Beiduan, feeling discontent as the auspicious hour approached, wondered why the Xianxiahuan sect had yet to arrive. Should they miss the timing, he could only imagine the ridicule he would face. The feast had commenced as scheduled, yet the Xianxiahuan sect was still absent. Ji Qisue sighed in resignation. We must wait. We cannot afford to offend them. Despite the mysterious black-cloaked figure's presence, it was impossible for him to remain indefinitely. The Xianxiahuan sect had to be treated with utmost respect. At the main table, Ji Heshu, Ji Qisue, and Ji Beiduan sat in silence, their gazes fixed on Lingxi, astonished by her beauty. No concubine in the imperial harem could compare. They were equally astounded by Feng Ling's prodigious appetite, for such a small creature had an insatiable hunger. As the three became entranced, Ji Qisue's personal eunuch hurried over, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing, Ji Qisue's already unappealing countenance darkened entirely. Ji Beiduan, sensing something amiss, immediately stood and respectfully inquired, Father, what is the matter? In a fit of rage, Ji Qisue exclaimed, Your bride has fled. Ji Beiduan. Ji Heshu. At this critical juncture, she had disappeared. To add insult to injury, the Xianxiahuan sect's wedding procession had finally arrived, breaking the tension. Enormous warships glided into view, adorned with the Xianxiahuan sect's banners. Go. Immediately seek them out. After issuing his command to the crown prince, Ji Qisue donned a smile and personally went to greet the wedding procession from the Xianxiahuan sect. Though he held the title of father-in-law, in the presence of the Xianxiahuan sect, he was but a mere minor figure. Leading the procession was none other than Du Dayun, the holy son of the Xianxiahuan sect, whose tall stature and handsome visage were tinged with a hint of wicked charm, clad in a resplendent red robe. Upon sighting the holy son, all ceased their activities, rising in unison to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the holy son. The chorus of nearly 1,000 voices echoed thunderously. Only Lingxi and Feng Ling remained unmoved, fixated solely on their meal. Du Dayun merely inclined his head, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling on Lingxi. A glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Having encountered countless women, This was the first time he beheld such a stunning beauty. She was as exquisite as a celestial maiden. In that instant, he found the eldest daughter of the Ji family less appealing. His heart stirred, indeed it stirred. Ignoring propriety and the dignity of the Songhai Empire, Du Diyun strode directly towards Yi Lingxi. Ji Qisui and Ji Hexu were taken aback, their faces paling. Just as Ji Qisui opened his mouth to intervene, he was halted by the guardian beside the Holy Sun. Your Highness has taken a fancy to this maiden. It is her fortune. Though Ji Qisui appeared shocked and indignant, internally, he was elated. His daughter was not escaping the marriage, and he was at a loss for an explanation. However, with this turn of events, matters would become far easier to handle. Rest assured, father-in-law, I shall still marry your daughter, but I require a maid to accompany her. Let it be her. Du Diyun pointed at Yi Lingxi and the maid beside her, Feng Ling. After speaking, he cast his gaze towards a maid in the corner. What say you, my lady? Du Diyun grinned mischievously. Ji Qisui and the others turned to look at the corner, where they saw a maid with her head bowed. Despite her attire and altered appearance, her bearing was far beyond that of an ordinary maid, unmistakably revealing her as the main protagonist of the day, the royal eldest daughter Ji Xiaolan. Ji Qisui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was it fitting for the bride to masquerade as a maid? Chapter 126. A snap of the fingers ignites a warship, resplendent as fireworks. Upon being recognized, Ji Xiaolan was promptly taken away to change into bridal attire. As she walked, her head remained bowed, and she dared not resist. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the reason for her bowed head was to conceal the tears streaming down her face. Du Diyun harbored no objections. After all, Ji Xiaolan bore the title of the most beautiful woman in the Songhai Empire, and her physique was particularly suitable for dual cultivation, which prompted his personal proposal. However, he was unprepared for the existence of an even more enchanting presence. Unaware of Yi Lingxi's identity, he hesitated to approach, exercising great caution. As he pondered, a distant wail pierced the air. No, I refuse to marry. I do not wish to wed him. Ji Xiaolan broke free from the maids on either side and sprinted to Yi Lingxi's side. With a thud, she knelt, grasping the hem of Yi Lingxi's garment. My lady, I implore you to take me away. She had overheard the day before that Yi Lingxi was not from the Yuming continent, but hailed from another realm. And this was her only hope. Yi Lingxi furrowed her brow slightly. She had no intention of meddling, merely coming to partake in the feast. However, the despair in Ji Xiaolan's eyes stirred something within her. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet Du Diyun was elated. This presented an opportunity to capture them all. Yi Lingxi surveyed the predatory eyes of the crowd, a cold smile gracing her lips. She gently helped Ji Xiaolan to her feet and said softly, We are strangers. Why should I take you away? As Ji Xiaolan wept, she replied, The holy son of the Hehuan sect is a beast, within 3 days of marriage. I would be tormented to death, and I do not love him. Ji Xiaolan's breakdown was genuine. She truly did not wish to marry, preferring death over such a fate. A beast? Where's the beast? Feng Ling finally paused her actions, scanning the surroundings. Du Diyun's expression darkened, while Ji Qisui and the others trembled with trepidation. The onlookers adopted a spectator's attitude, witnessing a scene rare in 100 years. Should the Hehuan sect unleash their wrath, the Songhai Empire might face a change in dynasty. Is it you? Feng Ling provocatively glanced at Du Diyun, dressed in his red robe. Du Diyun, incensed, pointed angrily at Feng Ling, his teeth clenched. Yi Lingxi remained unperturbed amidst the charged atmosphere. She shielded Ji Xiaolan behind her and smiled at Feng Ling, saying, My dear sir, do not act rashly. Though I wish not to intervene, I cannot bear to witness the innocent suffer such misfortune. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow, sizing up Du Diyun, who indeed resembled a beast. Du Diyun, consumed by fury, could hardly fathom such humiliation. You seek death, he warned. Feng Ling merely chuckled. Then let us see who meets their demise first. With that, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, 8 third-tier warships, 6 fourth-tier warships, and 1 fifth-tier warship in the sky erupted in a brilliant display akin to fireworks, adding a vibrant hue to the wedding. Du Diyun stared in disbelief at his own warships as they detonated. Without warning, they simply exploded. 1 fifth-tier warship, even an expert of the hidden Yuan realm could not destroy. Yet with just a snap of the fingers, they were obliterated. The crew aboard was lost without a trace. The shock reverberated not only among the Hehuan sect, but also within the royal family and all those present, leaving them utterly speechless. What kind of power could ignite so many warships with a mere snap? It was known that warships were exceedingly rare. Even the Songhai Empire possessed only 1 fourth-tier warship. Even the figure cloaked in black was drawn by the spectacle. Everyone was stunned into silence by the unexpected explosion. Du Diyun was similarly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such audacity, openly disrupting his wedding and causing such a commotion. Yet Lingxi remained composed. Feng Ling scoffed derisively, not convinced. Du Diyun's anger dissipated completely. How could he afford to offend someone capable of such destruction with a mere snap? Clenching his teeth in frustration, he managed to restrain his rage and clasped his hands together, saying, "Esteemed elder, your strength is formidable. I would not dare to act rashly. However, this maiden has already been pledged to me. I respectfully request that you refrain from interference." Lingxi smiled lightly. "If she wishes to accompany you, I shall not intervene. Yet, seeing her so terrified of you, why must you force her?" Ji Xiaolan trembled behind Lingxi, but her heart soared with joy. Finally, she would not have to marry. Feng Ling crossed her arms, declaring, "Today, we shall take this girl with us. If you object, feel free to seek me out." Although Du Diyun was reluctant, he continued, "My lady, I am the holy son of the Hehuan sect, the future sect leader. I kindly ask you to consider the prestige of my sect and allow me to take my bride. After all, this concerns the reputation of the Hehuan sect. If Ji Xiaolan is not returned today, how will we maintain our standing?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ling scoffed. "What is the Hehuan sect? I have never heard of it." Although Du Diyun was seething with rage, he managed to suppress his anger and forced a smile, saying, "My master, who is also the leader of the Hehuan sect, is a formidable figure of the cave heaven realm. I implore you, do not underestimate yourself." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, how frightening. I thought you were referring to someone truly remarkable, but it turns out to be just a petty cave heaven weakling." Her words dripped with nonchalance, yet her eyes sparkled with confidence, completely disregarding her opponent. I see you are heedlessly courting disaster. I have already informed my master. And you had better kneel and beg for mercy, or I shall annihilate the entirety of the Songhai." Du Diyun could no longer contain himself and erupted in a torrent of curses. Yet, in the face of absolute power, his fury was nothing more than a farcical joke, an exceedingly absurd one. Upon hearing this, Lingxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, such audacity." Feng Ling sported a mocking grin. "I'm terrified." Du Diyun was infuriated, yet he dared not strike back. The capability to detonate a fifth-tier warship indicated that Feng Ling's prowess was well beyond his own. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained. It was their first time witnessing a member of the Hehuan sect so flustered. However, upon hearing the threat of annihilating the entire Songhai, their amusement quickly faded, replaced by a desire to flee at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 127. The arrival of the big shot, or perhaps not. No one dared to utter a word, and certainly, no one dared to move. Ji Qi Sui felt as though the sky was collapsing. He fervently wished for Feng Ling to cease her provocations. Yet he lacked the courage to speak, merely trembling in silence. His father, on the other hand, was a different story. At his age, he only sought to extend his life by a few more years. "My lord, I implore you, please stop." Ji Hisu knelt down in supplication. Ji Qi Sui was rendered speechless, his face burning with embarrassment. He was well aware of his father's cowardly nature, but had not anticipated such a shameless display. Couldn't he at least stand by, trembling in silence? Before so many guests and nobles, he had openly knelt. How could they ever establish their standing among these prominent families now? Yet, the words of such insignificant figures went entirely ignored. Du Diyun was enraged. But he still did not wish to abandon Lingxi. Once his sect leader arrived, he would be in charge here. However, he could not shake off his irritation towards Feng Ling. "You arrogant little brat, do not be too presumptuous. My master will surely make you pay." Feng Ling scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Your master? Even if the most powerful being on this continent were to arrive, do not think you can stop me today." With that, a glimmer of spiritual energy flashed in her hand, conjuring a massive hand formed from spiritual power. The crowd instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. From a distance, the shopkeeper watched in stunned silence, recognizing the familiar technique. Feng Ling's spiritual hand, a hallmark of the Hehuan sect. She had only utilized 1% of her strength, moving deliberately slowly, affording him ample time to defend himself. Smack! With a single blow, Du Diyun was sent flying. Though he had defended with all his might, it proved futile. His face became grotesquely distorted. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Gasp! The holy son of the Hehuan sect, a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the void refinement realm, had been sent flying by a mere slap. This young lady is astonishingly powerful. What realm does she truly belong to? She cannot be that formidable, can she? She is so small. Who knows? To be able to manifest spiritual energy, she must at least be a nascent soul cultivator. And to send a practitioner at the initial stage of void refinement, flying with manifested energy, is unfathomable. Those standing at a distance exchanged whispers, utterly astonished, their worldviews shattered. A mere girl possessed such strength. What of the older women nearby? They all understood that a being of such celestial grace could not possibly be weak or ordinary. Feng Ling clapped her hands, as if she had accomplished a trivial task. The wedding procession stood frozen in shock, none daring to approach and check on Du De Yun's condition. Just then, a streak of light shot across the sky, rapidly approaching. The newcomer, clad in a white robe, exuded a profound aura akin to the depth of the ocean, none other than Du De Yun's master. He could traverse the air without the aid of spiritual wings and could shrink the distance between realms, a clear hallmark of a cave heaven expert. Following him were 3 others who, while also flying, lacked the ability to compress space, indicating they were only at the hidden origin level of strength. Behind them trailed a vast fleet, led by a 7th-tier warship. As the leader of the Hehuan sect, Xianxiaran, arrived, he was met with the sight of his disciple in a pitiful state. "Disciple, my disciple." Xianxiaran rushed to Du De Yun's side, examining him meticulously. "Your visage is ruined, and your meridians are severed. Who could be so ruthless? I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death." Xianxiaran was consumed by rage. The Hehuan sect had always been the aggressor, never the victim. How audacious! I see no reason for the Songhai dynasty to continue existing. Yet, Feng Ling stood unperturbed, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, declaring, "It was I, your great aunt, who did this. Come, take your best shot." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaran was filled with fury, unleashing a wave of shadowy spiritual energy. Such arrogance! You seek death. Just as that terrifying energy was about to erupt, it was forcefully contained. When Xianxiaran looked up, he saw Lingxi lightly tapping her finger, creating a barrier that imprisoned him. What? Xianxiaran was utterly bewildered. In this small northern domain, there existed an entity more powerful than himself. Lingxi smiled. "We are all civilized individuals. Let us discuss matters amicably." Her smile was enchanting, making her even more captivating. From a distance, Ji Baiduan pounded his chest in frustration, feeling utterly regretful. Initially, he had intended to find an opportunity to approach Lingxi, but now it seemed utterly impossible. He would never be worthy of even carrying her shoes. Feng Ling chimed in, "Exactly. We are all civilized people. No need to be so hot-headed." Xianxiaran pondered for a moment. With a thud, he knelt down. "My lords, please spare me." He had no desire to face death. Moreover, had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have come. A dead disciple could be replaced, but a dead master was truly dead. Lingxi chuckled. "Spare you? Weren't you just boasting moments ago? Show me another display of bravado." Xianxiaran was drenched in cold sweat, frantically bowing his head in repentance. "My lords, spare me. Spare me. I have an 800-year-old master above me and a host of wives and concubines below me. Please, spare me," he pleaded. "I am willing to offer half of my sect's resources as tribute." In a bid to survive, Xianxiaran was willing to go to great lengths. Resources could be replenished through the plunder of subordinate forces, but his life was irreplaceable. However, Ji Xiaolan, standing behind Lingxi, interjected, "My lord, he is lying. It is well known that he has sworn off desires for a century, and his master, the former leader of the Hehuan sect, has long been deceased for over 100 years. Lingxi possessed the strength to easily subdue Xianxiaran, enough to sweep across the entire northern domain, which bolstered her confidence. If she could eradicate the Hehuan sect, this malignant tumor, it would be even better. The entire northern domain could then enjoy peace, free from the oppression of the Hehuan sect. Whether it is the royal family of the Songhai dynasty or other clans and factions, all harbor the desire for Lingxi to eliminate Xianxiaran on the spot. They have grown weary of the oppressive reign of the Hehuan sect, and now presents itself as the most opportune moment to eradicate it. Xianxiaran, with great difficulty, lifted his head, only to find a young girl in the Qi training stage before him, and immediately retorted, "Adult, she is merely spouting nonsense." Simultaneously, he cast a warning glance at the others, urging them to remain silent. Yet, with so many present, at least one among them dared to take a chance. Should they manage to kill Xianxiaran, they could seize the entirety of the Hehuan sect's resources. It is worth noting that the plunder amassed by the Hehuan sect over the years is nothing short of astonishing. Lingxi regarded Xianxiaran with a frosty gaze and remarked, "Regardless of the truth of your words, the fact remains that your Hehuan sect has committed numerous atrocities. However, I do not intend to take your life today." Xianxiaran breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with Lingxi's next declaration. "But you must forfeit your cultivation and return with your people, never to set foot beyond your domain again." Upon hearing this, Xianxiaran felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What difference did it make to self-destruct his cultivation or to be killed? Once he relinquished all hope, the multitude present would surely devour him alive. Infuriated, he seethed, "You are pushing your luck." Feng Ling, with hands on her hips, scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, we are indeed bullying you. If you dare, come and fight me. You. Xianxiaran sprang to his feet, angrily pointing at Fengling. Yet he found himself unable to strike. Turning to his followers, he found them all frozen in shock, not daring to move an inch while their leader endured such humiliation. His fury intensified. Chapter 128. Hidden Agendas. The members of the Hehuan sect are not fools. They do not wish to fall victim to senseless sacrifice. With just a flick of her finger, Lingxi had subdued their leader. For them, the prospect of confronting her was akin to inviting disaster. Moreover, they discerned from the demeanor and attire of Lingxi and Fengling that their backing was undoubtedly formidable. Seeing their inaction, Xianxiaran bellowed, "If I perish, do you truly believe you will survive?" He commanded them to attack together. After all, they were merely 2 against many. However, his orders were met with silence as the disciples of the Hehuan sect exchanged glances, unwilling to act. Even the 3 hidden experts remained motionless, feigning ignorance. If Xianxiaran were to die, they would have the chance to ascend as the new leader. Why would they not welcome such an opportunity? Furthermore, Lingxi had explicitly stated he must forfeit his cultivation. Noticing their continued inaction, Xianxiaran continued to roar. Her cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. Ram her with a 7th-tier warship. This time, someone stirred. Yet it was not from the Hehuan sect, but rather from the onlookers. As soon as the mention of a 7th-tier warship was made, they promptly fled in terror. Such a collision would spell doom for them all. The 3 hidden experts, upon hearing this, also found it reasonable. After exchanging glances, one of them stepped forward and said, "Leader Yin, should the 7th-tier warship be deployed, not only would this place be reduced to ruins, but it may also incite the ire of surrounding sections. We shall not accompany you in your madness." Xianxiaran trembled in rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Lingxi smiled lightly. "Xianxiaran, look at you. You are now forsaken by all. It is wise to comply and self-destruct your cultivation." Fengling nodded in agreement beside her. Xianxiaran gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with resentment, yet the current situation was overwhelmingly against him. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. The 3 hidden experts, recognizing the approaching figure, immediately commanded the 7th-tier warship to prepare for impact. Simultaneously, a man clad in white robes slowly descended, coming to stand beside Xianxiaran. "Ah, Leader Yin, how have you found yourself in such a predicament?" Xianxiaran clung to him like a lifeline, exclaiming, "Master Yin, save me." Sure. Yanliang waved his hand, intending to break the spiritual prison. However, his gesture yielded no results. Another one has appeared. Lingxi lightly tapped her finger, drawing a prison identical to that of Xianxiaran. Yanliang stood in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the 7th-tier warship had already activated and was charging forward. Lingxi smiled slightly, commanding, "Little Ling, let us light up the sky with fireworks." "All right." Fengling raised her hand and snapped her fingers. With a crisp sound, the 7th-tier warship erupted in a dazzling explosion, far more magnificent than the previous 5th-tier warship. Following that, the 6th-tier warship, the 5th-tier warship, and eventually the 3rd-tier warship followed suit, their explosions resounding like thunder, echoing throughout the northern region. The brilliance of the explosions illuminated the terrified faces of the onlookers. Yanliang and Xianxiaran widened their eyes, realizing the sheer magnitude of the spectacle for the first time. Simultaneously, they gazed incredulously at Fengling. "Who exactly are you? What is your realm?" One snap of your fingers ignited a 7th-tier warship, and there remains an entire fleet behind it. Could it be that you are a powerhouse from the Guishu realm? Fengling giggled. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that none of you will escape today." Lingxi crossed her arms, gazing at Xianxiaran and Yanliang. "Since you have come, you shall all remain." Xianxiaran, still attempting to struggle, roared, "You dare to kill me? I have powerful backing." Lingxi scoffed disdainfully. "Backing? Could it be him?" With that, she pointed at the figure cloaked in black lurking in the shadows. The hidden figure was startled and did not dare to utter a sound. All eyes turned toward him, yet nothing could be seen. After all, their realms were insufficient. "Hee. Let us not play anymore." Fengling chuckled, her ethereal hands of spiritual power coalescing once more to grasp Xianxiaran. With a surge of energy, she hurled him towards the distant mountain peak, embedding him within it, similarly shattering his meridians. "As for you 3, Fengling addressed the 3 flustered hidden experts. The trio, filled with trepidation, immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "We are willing to serve you, milady, and will henceforth follow you faithfully." Thud, thud, thud. They bowed their heads repeatedly, desperately seeking to spare their lives. Fengling turned to Lingxi. "Sister Shi, what about them?" Lingxi replied, "They may still prove useful. Let them live." "Thank you, milady. Thank you, milady." The 3 bowed even more fervently. Yet Lingxi ignored them, instead focusing on Ji Xiaolan. Ji Xiaolan immediately knelt. her heart racing in the presence of such a formidable being. The casual act of eradicating the leader of the Hehuan sect made it difficult to fathom the true identity of her opponent and how terrifying it could be. Even as a royal princess, she felt dwarfed in comparison. "Thank you, milady. I have no means to repay you. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant." Upon hearing this, everyone grew tense. The royal family hoped fervently that Yi Lingxi would acquiesce, even as a servant. It would be a tremendous boon for the Songhai dynasty. Who knows, with just a modicum of resources from her, they could ascend to a status akin to that of the Hehuan sect. Agree with her, agree with her, agree with her. Ji Qisui's eyes were fixed on his daughter, inwardly urging her with great excitement. Yet others were quite different, eagerly wishing for Yi Lingxi to decline. Over the years, the royal family had shown signs of decline, and they all harbored ambitions of usurpation. If such a powerful figure were to accept the royal family's legitimate daughter, it would be a calamity. The Songhai dynasty would remain dominant over them for at least a millennium, if not longer. Reject her, reject her, reject her. Both factions harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi was assessing Ji Xiaolan's qualifications and talents, a 5-star aptitude, along with both ice and dark spirit roots. In a small locale, such aptitude was still commendable. Yet, her cultivation level was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, which was quite absurd. Chapter 129, Breakthrough of Talent. Your qualifications are commendable. Why then are you only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement? Yi Lingxi was perplexed. With a 5-star aptitude and being a princess, she should not have been limited to the 6th layer. However, Ji Xiaolan suddenly broke down in tears. After a moment's pause, she explained, "My lord, although I possess good aptitude, I have not received any cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi understood. Yet, in such a vast dynasty, to provide no resources at all was simply unacceptable. Achieving a 5-star aptitude in such a small place was already a rarity. For instance, the holy son of the Hehuan sect had only 6-star aptitude but was able to become the holy son of the foremost sect in the northern region of the underworld continent. A 5-star aptitude like Ji Xiaolan's, if placed within other forces, would undoubtedly be akin to a saintess. This was precisely why she had caught the attention of the holy son of the Hehuan sect. In contrast, Ji Baiduan, with only a 4-star aptitude, had reached the peak of foundation establishment through ample resources. Meanwhile, other princes with 3-star or even 2-star aptitudes had cultivation levels surpassing Ji Xiaolan's. This clearly illustrated the absurdity of the Songhai royal family's preference for males over females. To possess such talent yet receive no resources was a recipe for their downfall. Since this is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Yi Lingxi gently tapped Ji Xiaolan's forehead, infusing her with a gentle stream of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed in, it began to cleanse her marrow and spiritual roots. Ji Xiaolan could distinctly feel the changes in her body. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, Yi Lingxi couldn't help but murmur, "So many impurities." There were neither remnants of elixirs nor traces of poison within her body. The sheer volume of impurities was astonishing, indicating a haphazard approach to cultivation without understanding the transformation of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, as the spiritual energy continued to pour in, Ji Xiaolan's body began to transform. The previously blocked meridians started to clear, and her spiritual roots radiated a purer glow. Before long, she felt her strength surging, directly breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement and pushing towards foundation establishment. Those surrounding her, witnessing Ji Xiaolan's continuous elevation in realm and the enhancement of her aptitude, were filled with envy. Essentially, Ji Xiaolan's brothers were turning green with jealousy, feeling deeply resentful and envious. Why were they not the ones? They were not lacking either. Yet, they could only stand by and seethe with jealousy. Just as they were consumed by envy, a faint pressure emanated forth, signifying Ji Xiaolan's breakthrough into foundation establishment. At this moment, their defenses were thoroughly breached. It took them years of diligent cultivation to reach foundation establishment, while Ji Xiaolan achieved it in less than a quarter of an hour. Moreover, she showed no signs of stopping, continuously rising in power. With the ongoing cleansing, signs of enhancement in Ji Xiaolan's aptitude began to emerge. Although aptitude typically could not be increased after the age of 10, Ji Xiaolan's potential was vast. As the purification continued, her aptitude seemingly approached the 6-star realm. The crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. If she were to truly break through to a 6-star aptitude, it would be more painful for them than death itself. Yi Lingxi also wished for Ji Xiaolan to ascend to a 6-star aptitude, yet no matter her efforts, it proved futile. She sensed an obscure limitation, akin to a lock. Mobilizing her spiritual roots and energy, she attempted to breach that barrier. After offering a few words of encouragement, Yi Lingxi channeled the energy of the 5 elemental roots to envelop Ji Xiaolan's spiritual roots. Let us try my chaotic spiritual energy. From within the chaos yin-yang pearl, the red-clad Yi Lingxi summoned a strand of chaotic spiritual energy, which she infused into Ji Xiaolan's body alongside her 5 elemental energy. In an instant, the original limitations crumbled, and Ji Xiaolan successfully stepped into the realm of 6-star aptitude. Following this enhancement, her cultivation level also reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, Ji Xiaolan's entire demeanor transformed, achieving a complete transcendence. Although she could continue to improve, further enhancement would overwhelm her spiritual roots, given that they were merely ordinary. Nonetheless, a 19-year-old at the pinnacle of foundation establishment was already the envy of all. Ji Baiduan, at 22, had only barely reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment after years of resource accumulation. Yi Lingxi withdrew her spiritual energy, gazing at Ji Xiaolan with satisfaction. Although it had cost her some time and energy, she had discovered a method to break through the limitations of aptitude. At this moment, Ji Xiaolan, filled with gratitude, was about to kneel in thanks when Yi Lingxi gently raised her hand to stop her. There is no need for such formalities. You are inherently gifted, simply overlooked. Ji Xiaolan's eyes glistened with emotion as she resolutely declared, "The grace of your rebirth, my lord, is something I shall never forget. I shall follow you henceforth." Yi Lingxi nodded slightly, replying, "There is no need to follow. Once the leader of the Hehuan sect is gone, you shall take the position yourself." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially the families that had long held animosity against the Ji family, their faces flushed with indignation. To place a young girl at the pinnacle of foundation establishment as the leader of the most powerful sect in the northern region, was this not a jest? Any elder present was stronger than Ji Xiaolan at her current level. Even aside from them, the Hehuan sect had 3 hidden experts. Surely, they could not allow a young girl to assume such a position. The 3 hidden experts of the Hehuan sect were also left in stunned silence. Ji Xiaolan, feeling anxious, quickly refused, saying, "My lord, I only wish to follow you." With Ji Xiaolan's rejection, others began to voice their concerns. "My lord, please reconsider. She is a princess of the Zhanghai dynasty, and her cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. She is unsuitable for the position of sect leader." Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. These were the sworn enemies of the Ji family, engaged in a constant battle of wits. As local families, they resented the Ji family as outsiders, especially given how the Ji family had once suppressed them and established the dynasty to exploit them. It stands to reason. The Ji family is indeed an outsider and should not hold the position of leader in our foremost sect, especially not a young girl at the foundation establishment stage. Exactly. She is indeed unsuitable. Moreover, the Hehuan sect is not without strong figures. The position of leader should be chosen from among the 3 esteemed individuals. One voice after another chimed in, simultaneously suppressing Ji Xiaolan, while also leaving a favorable impression on the 3 hidden experts of the Hehuan sect. It was possible that if one of them were to become the sect leader, they would support them, propelling them to great heights. The 3 hidden experts remained silent, but inwardly, they reveled in their good fortune. With so many voices raised, the likelihood that one among them would assume the position of the sect master of the Huan sect had significantly increased. They were unwilling to live under someone else's roof, especially under the authority of a mere fledgling girl in the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 130, Reconstructing the Huan sect. However, what awaited them was an overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Lingxi herself. With a sudden thud, everyone collapsed to their knees, cold sweat cascading down their brows. "I am not here to negotiate, but to issue a command. Should you utter another word, you shall meet the same fate as him." As Yi Lingxi's words fell, a mere glance was sufficient to reduce the first speaker to ashes. The individuals kneeling beside him, pale with terror, trembled uncontrollably, some even losing control of their bowels. At that moment, no one dared to utter another word. Even Ji Xiaolan was startled. Feng Ling chuckled, "Little girl, just focus on being the sect master. If they dare to defy you, simply crush them." Ji Xiaolan nodded in agreement, yes. With this, there was no longer an option to refuse. "You 3, lead the way to the Huan sect." With a wave of her hand, Feng Ling made 6 individuals vanish without a trace. The remaining crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. It was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. They disappeared as if they were mere illusions. Were it not for the pile of duty yun on the ground as evidence, they would have thought it was all a dream. Still kneeling, they glanced around, ensuring their safety before helping one another to rise. Their legs continued to quiver, as this was the closest they had ever been to death. Only Yin Liang, trapped in the cage, murmured to himself, "Transcending to the sacred realm, transcending to the sacred realm. This is the method of transcending to the sacred realm." They are sacred realm powerhouses. Although Yin Liang spoke softly, most could hear him. Transcending to the sacred realm. For some, It was the first time encountering this term. Yet, the majority were simply astonished. The legendary Sacred Realm powerhouses had actually come to their humble corner of the world and were dining there. It was unfathomable. The strongest beings they had previously encountered were those in the Cave Heaven stage. They had never laid eyes on anyone at the Return to Ruin level in their lifetime. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. If a Sacred Realm powerhouse truly wished to annihilate them, no one would stand up for them. Death would be final, just as it was for Xianxiaran. You come here. Still in shock, Yanliang felt an immense force pulling at him upon hearing the voice. Suddenly, he plummeted as if into an abyss. The sensation of weightlessness left him gasping for breath. Ji Qisue and the others, observing Yanliang's instantaneous disappearance, understood that he had been taken by those two formidable beings. Perhaps there awaited a great opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed this. This is indeed an opportunity. Why not join me in heading to the Huan sect? Indeed, this was a remarkable chance. With the Huan sect poised to appoint a new sect master, and with a mere girl at the helm, the landscape would undoubtedly shift, presenting us with potential gain. Forget about merely gaining. With the elite forces of the Huan sect nearly obliterated, it was evident that the sect was lacking in personnel. Joining the Huan sect at this juncture would equate to an ascent to the heavens. Not merely an ascent. With the current state of the Huan sect, we would be privy to abundant resources, and that is the crux of the matter. Each person chimed in, yet no one took action. Especially after they learned of Yi Lingxi's true level, they could only engage in idle chatter. Some were too intimidated to even speak. They merely observed, awaiting the actions of others. Listening to their exchanges, Ji Qisue smirked. Have any of you considered that she is my daughter? However, no one echoed his sentiment. Your daughter? She doesn't even acknowledge you, and you dare to claim her as yours? Indeed, if you would sell your own daughter, what authority do you think you possess? The Huan sect is the foremost power in the northern domain. Soon, your Songhai dynasty will have to pay tribute to the Huan sect. Ha. That would indeed be the greatest joke of the underworld continent. A father paying tribute to his daughter. Such a legacy you would leave behind. The crowd engaged in a chorus of taunts directed at Ji Qisue. He was left speechless, unsure how to retort, especially as he faced a multitude. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. Finally, someone took action. With the first moving, the second, third, and fourth soon followed, all heading in the direction of the Huan sect. Ji Qisue, taken aback, followed suit. He believed his daughter would not be so heartless. Upon reaching the Huan sect, Yi Lingxi utilized her divine sense to survey the entire sect with clarity. As her perception passed over a dungeon, she discovered it filled with individuals, men and women alike. These people were ragged and dazed, as if they had suffered torment. So many imprisoned? Yi Lingxi frowned, addressing Feng Ling. Why does the Huan sect still hold so many captives? They appear to be ordinary mortals. After conducting her own investigation, Feng Ling snorted coldly. It seems the Huan sect has committed numerous misdeeds in the past. These individuals are of low cultivation and are likely captured to serve their nefarious practices. Yi Lingxi furrowed her brow and turned to the three hidden experts, inquiring, what is the situation with your dungeon? Why are so many held captive? The three stammered, unsure how to respond. I know. At that moment, Yanliang stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to impress before the Sacred Realm powerhouses. My lord, there are many practicing evil arts within the Huan sect, particularly some perverts who even require training alongside men. Liang Yanghua. As he spoke, Yanliang glanced at one of the hidden experts, who was drenched in cold sweat. This was not a secret, yet he was uncertain of Yi Lingxi's stance. If she disapproved, he would surely meet his demise. Yi Lingxi frowned. Is that so? However, before she could say more, the hidden expert was reduced to ashes. Feng Ling clapped her hands. How can such a twisted individual exist? Yanliang, isn't that a bit too direct? And you too? Feng Ling then turned her gaze to the other two. Both immediately pleaded for mercy. My lord, we merely practice normally, as is well known. Yanliang nodded. That is indeed true. Very well, Feng Ling agreed. Yi Lingxi commanded, I entrust you with a task. Expel all disciples practicing evil arts. The Huan sect shall no longer engage in such practices, and release all those imprisoned within the cages, providing them with care. The two responded in unison, yes, and began their work. The atmosphere was heavy with an unshakable darkness, calling for further transformation. Chapter 131, Speak again, and you shall die. Most disciples of the Huan sect, still in a state of confusion, were driven out. Elders, what is happening? Why are we being expelled? We haven't done anything wrong. Why must we be forced out? Is this a command from the sect master? Indeed, elder, why have you driven us away without reason? We have devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to the sect and have never betrayed it. Today, you have seized 3 young boys and girls, which is an undeniable contribution to the sect. What justification do you have for expelling us? As soon as this individual finished speaking, he was instantly executed by the elder in the hidden element stage. The onlookers were utterly astounded. The usually amiable elder had publicly committed murder with such a brutal method. Elder Gu, are you attempting to rebel? Do you not fear the punishment of the sect master? I suspect Elder Gu has been bribed by other factions to deliberately target us. Let us join forces and slay him. The crowd expressed their outrage, each voice rising in anger. Yet, what awaited them were successive executions. An immediate silence fell over the group. Their fury simmered beneath the surface, for it was not that they wished to leave, but that they were unable to do so. They had relied upon the name of the foremost power in the northern region to act with impunity. If they were expelled, they would surely be beaten to death. I shall give you but a quarter of an hour. Those who do not depart shall face death. As the words left his lips, those who had just spoken were immediately executed. Blood sprayed forth, a horrifying spectacle. Faced with Elder Ge's ferocity, they were compelled to relent. Remaining now would mean certain death. Leaving, however, might offer a chance to live on incognito. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, another elder brought several first and second-tier alchemists to treat them, ensuring that each individual was out of mortal danger. They were filled with trepidation, yet under the elder's oppressive authority, they could do nothing but endure the treatment. What a picturesque place, now shrouded in malevolence. Lingxi clapped her hands, purifying the ominous atmosphere before transforming the original 7-tier protective array of the Joyous Sect into a pinnacle 9-tier defense formation. She also rearranged the positions of the sect's underground mid-grade spirit vein and large low-grade spirit vein. Concurrently, she exchanged for an ultra-large premium spirit vein from the points marketplace. The emergence of this ultra-large premium spirit vein left Yan Leong, who had been following Yi Lingxi, utterly speechless. He had never even seen a superior spirit vein, let alone a premium one. Yet, Yi Lingxi's first move was to summon an ultra-large premium spirit vein, its enormity nearly spanning the entire Joyous Sect. It became clear why she had expended so much effort to relocate the Joyous Sect's original spirit veins outside the sect. Truly a grand gesture. Yan Leong praised from the sidelines. An absurd thought crossed his mind, to abandon his previous sect and join the Joyous Sect. However, Yi Lingxi paid him no heed. Following these renovations, the entire Joyous Sect appeared much more inviting. With the replenishment of spiritual energy from the premium spirit vein, the sect blossomed with vitality. Yet, the expelled disciples were incensed. They felt utterly betrayed. Had they been driven out merely for this transformation? They could sense the terrifying power of the premium spirit vein. Merely inhaling its essence invigorated them. If they continued to cultivate here, they could surely soar to new heights. Furious and undeterred by the threat of death, the expelled disciples charged toward the gates of the Joyous Sect, demanding an explanation. However, with Elder Gu stationed there, their tumultuous efforts were in vain. The elite members of the Joyous Sect had vanished, leaving behind only these minor figures. Elder Gu, observing the reckless charge, let out a cold huff. With his hands forming seals, a formidable spiritual barrier materialized before the mountain gate. Those at the forefront collided with it, instantly rebuffed and spitting blood. Do you think you can re-enter? The Joyous Sect is no longer what it once was. Your kind is no longer needed. Elder Ge's frigid voice rang out. The rebuffed disciples were unwilling to accept their fate. One shouted, by what right? We have also served the Joyous Sect, yet you hoard all the benefits for yourselves. Indeed, it is unjust. You must be abusing your power. We demand to see the sect master. Yes, we must see the sect master and seek an explanation. At that moment, Yi Lingxi stepped forth. Elder Gu immediately bowed, my lady. She regarded the furious disciples with calm eyes and stated, when I tell you to leave, you shall leave. There is no room for further debate. As the disciples attempted to argue, Yi Lingxi waved her hand, unleashing a force that sent them staggering back several paces. Speak again, and you shall die. The expelled disciples exchanged glances, realizing the futility of their situation. Some sighed in resignation and turned to leave, while others glared maliciously at the direction of the Joyous Sect, ultimately retreating in disgrace. Most were left in a state of shock. When did the esteemed Joyous Sect of the northern region fall under the command of a woman? Even Elder Gu now bowed in deference. Where had their former sect master gone? Could it be that a rebellion had occurred while the sect master was away? Yet, even if a rebellion were true, they were powerless to resist. At that moment, another elder approached. My lady, all those in the dungeon have been returned, along with some wealth and healing elixirs. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi nodded. She then raised her finger, placing a seal upon their spiritual roots. The trio, taken aback, looked at her in shock. Yi Lingxi coldly stated, this seal will follow you for life. Should you harbor any treasonous thoughts, your spiritual roots will be instantly detonated. They paused, then fervently vowed, we swear to remain loyal to you until death. With this layer of restraint in place, even Ji Xiaolan, despite her lower cultivation, could control them. Lingxi then addressed Ji Xiaolan. Little Lan, the joyous sect, is now under your command. You shall also determine the roles of these three. This space ring contains various cultivation techniques, spiritual skills, elixirs, and treasures for you to distribute. She also handed her another space ring, filled with items exchanged from the points marketplace. Ji Xiaolan was astonished, receiving the space ring with reverence. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations. Very well. Lingxi replied with satisfaction. This marked the first significant power of the ancient Yi family on the Netherworld continent. Previously, the Yi family had no martial academy on this continent, nor had any of their kin established a branch here. The reason was simple. Few from other continents could adapt to the environment and the pervasive eerie aura. Chapter 132, The Eerie Path. Atop the main peak of the joyous sect, the summit towered into the clouds, exuding a magnificent presence. This was the most imposing and spectacular mountain within the entire joyous sect. The peak, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial realm, captivating all who beheld it. Yet, amidst this splendor, Lingxi felt a strange and inexplicable sensation. Despite having purified the joyous sect, this peculiar feeling lingered, compelling her to refrain from departing hastily. Thus, she resolved to remain within the joyous sect for a couple of days, ensuring that all was indeed well before making her exit. After all, this can be considered the first stronghold of the Yi family on the Netherworld continent. The spatial passage will be opened in the next couple of days, allowing for a direct connection to the ancient Yi family, which will undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. Lingxi reclined on a lounge chair, gazing up at the starry sky while rummaging through her backpack. It was then that she discovered she still had 5 exquisite super gift packs yet to be opened. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten in the midst of all this busyness? Lingxi took a deep breath. These are 5 exquisite super gift packs. After some contemplation, she made up her mind to go all in. It was just the right opportunity to replenish her summoning cards, as she had nearly exhausted them, leaving only a few worthless ones. With a swift motion, she opened all of them at once, eager to see what treasures awaited her. Upon increasing the count of exquisite super gift packs to 5, she double-clicked to open them. A golden light flashed, accompanied by a series of delightful sounds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. She received 4 black summoning cards, 12 gold summoning cards, 6 platinum summoning cards, and 3 blue-gold summoning cards. Looking at these summoning cards, Lingxi felt quite pleased. Obtaining 3 blue summoning cards was already a remarkable outcome. Next, she acquired 3 imperial weapons, 6 imperial pills, and 2 celestial pills. Additionally, there were 4 Gatling fragments, 5 Barrett bullets, and 2 98K bullets. These items were rather commonplace and could frequently be found in various levels of gift packs. It wasn't until later that she stumbled upon something truly valuable: 3 summoning card sublimation opportunities. Lingxi's spirits lifted suddenly. Summoning cards could be sublimated? These 5 exquisite super gift packs yielded such rewards overall. However, she remained curious about how the sublimation of summoning cards worked. Upon accessing her system backpack, Lingxi navigated to the summoning card section and located the summoning card sublimation card. She clicked to examine it. Summoning card sublimation card. Upon use, it can enhance the quality of summoning cards, extending the online time of puppets to a minimum of 1 minute, with a maximum of 15 minutes. After reading the usage instructions, Lingxi realized the value of this item. Extending the online time of the puppets would maximize their effectiveness. The only downside was the reliance on luck. If fortune were unkind, they might only last a minute. It was once again a moment of chance. Lingxi clicked on one sublimation card and then double-clicked to use it. A flash of white light ensued. 10 minutes. Lingxi sighed in relief. 10 minutes was quite satisfactory. She proceeded to use another one. 3 minutes. Another one followed. 2 minutes. With 3 cards totaling a quarter of an hour. Plus the original quarter hour, they had accumulated half an hour. Not too shabby, she reassured herself. At least it wasn't all just 1 minute. After all, the puppets were inherently unafraid of death. An additional quarter hour would significantly enhance their utility. Lingxi intended to continue exploring the system, but was interrupted by the voice of Feng Ling's sister Shi. Sister Shi. Upon hearing this voice, Lingxi exited the system. Xiaoling's sister Shi. I just roamed the entire Huan sect, and it felt strange, an indescribable sensation. After Feng Ling spoke, she sniffed the air. Yes, it's just odd. Lingxi furrowed her brow. You feel it too? If even Feng Ling sensed something amiss, then it was clear there was an issue here. Feng Ling was taken aback. Ah, Sister Shi, you feel it too? Lingxi nodded. Yes, but I can't pinpoint the source. Her unease deepened. Perhaps this was why the people of Huan sect emanated such malevolence. Their actions might be influenced by this inexplicable aura. Lingxi then stood up, addressing Feng Ling. Xiaoling. We should investigate further. Feng Ling responded. I can sense that the source is in the dungeon, but I just went there and found it completely empty, as if a layer of restrictions were shielding it. After detecting the aura, she had gone to the scene for inspection, but upon arrival, there was nothing but the empty dungeon. Lingxi, intrigued, proposed, "Then let's take another look. We must see what peculiarities lie within this little dungeon." Subsequently, the two attempted to tear through space to reach their destination, only to discover a layer of restrictions that sealed off the area, preventing direct access. They could only fly there. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Before them lay an exceedingly narrow path, seemingly endless. This path was concealed among lush foliage, exuding an eerie and uncanny atmosphere. As night descended, the surroundings grew increasingly sinister and foreboding. The once bright moonlight was now obscured by dense leaves, allowing only a few faint rays to struggle through the darkness. In the profound silence, the occasional whisper of the wind broke the stillness, rustling the leaves with a soft, shushing sound. Each tremor of the leaves felt like a harbinger of an unsettling omen, sending chills down their spines. Feng Ling clutched Lingxi's arm, voice trembling with anxiety. "Sister Shi, why is it so terrifying? Could there be ghosts?" Lingxi coughed lightly, chuckling. "Ahem, you being a peak saint-level powerhouse should be the one instilling fear in ghosts." Feng Ling, still nervous, replied. "It wasn't like this when I came during the day. It's far too frightening at night. I feel a chill running down my back. And if there really are ghosts, I break through space to escape, but here, I can't." Feng Ling's words made Lingxi feel a shiver run down her spine as well. There was indeed a strange aura pervading the atmosphere. Surely, there couldn't be ghosts? Lingxi was uncertain. She had just released her consciousness, but saw nothing amiss. Only an eerie sensation lingered. After all, there had been spiritual entities in the Crimson Moon secret realm. Perhaps something similar existed here as well. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the dungeon, dispelling the chilling aura. Yet the strangeness remained. Lingxi and Feng Ling stood side by side, both wearing expressions of deep concern. Throughout the entire night, they had thoroughly searched the dungeon, yet had failed to uncover any valuable clues or discoveries. They hadn't even located the layer of restrictions. The unsettling, indescribable aura still lingered, akin to an invisible specter lurking in their midst. "What do we do? We've searched every place we could find, yet we remain empty-handed." Lingxi's brow furrowed, her tone betraying a hint of anxiety. The sparkle in her beautiful eyes had faded, replaced by worry and confusion. Feng Ling sighed softly, shaking her head in exasperation. "I don't know either. This feeling is too peculiar. It appears to be an ordinary dungeon, yet why does it emanate such an eerie aura?" As she spoke, she looked around once more, attempting to uncover any clues hidden within this seemingly mundane environment. Lingxi furrowed her brows tightly, her face etched with worry as she exclaimed, "There exists an extraordinarily advanced and immensely powerful barrier here. Although I can distinctly sense the presence of this barrier, I am perpetually unable to locate its core." Her voice brimmed with helplessness and anxiety. It is essential to understand that such a predicament is exceedingly vexing. Typically, if one can detect the barrier's existence, it can be unraveled through comprehension of its mechanisms. Yet, the current circumstance is that the barrier remains elusive, akin to gazing at flowers in a fog, rendering any action utterly futile. This truly represents an intractable dilemma. Lingxi could not help but let out a long sigh, feeling despondent. Feng Ling, equally helpless, remarked, "I can feel it too, but I simply cannot find its core. I will try again. If that fails, I shall conduct further research." Lingxi scoffed, her disbelief evident. "With so many methods at our disposal, how can we not locate such a small barrier?" Subsequently, she summoned the sacred void sword and inquired, "Little Xiu, do you possess the confidence to uncover the barrier here?" The sacred void sword replied succinctly no. It continued, "Perhaps the chaos Yin pearl could assist." Upon hearing this, Lingxi called out, "Little pig, little pig." The chaos Yin pearl pondered for a moment before responding, "It is somewhat troublesome. This barrier is quite unique. Established in the primordial era and is exceedingly ancient. I might not have even been forged during that time." Lingxi inquired, "Older than you?" "Indeed," the pearl affirmed. "Before the primordial era, there was a brief period known as the Eternal Era, during which my first master, the progenitor of the Yi family, was born. In that time, there were few formidable beings, and even fewer people. Those who reaped the initial benefits possessed unparalleled strength, realm, and luck. According to my memories, which are interwoven with the essence of chaos, there existed a malevolent entity known as the extraterrestrial demon. It is likely that the underworld continent was where that batch of powerful beings vanquished and suppressed the extraterrestrial demons, and this place may be a site of their confinement. As for this barrier, it was established by a superlative being from the Eternal Era, employing special methods to conceal it. Beneath the barrier, there should be a formation, a formation of the highest caliber. Given the ravages of time, this formation and barrier have surely diminished in strength, leading to the peculiar aura seeping through, which has also caused the members of the Hahuan sect to become aberrant. Of course, most of these individuals are inherently twisted, which allows the strange aura to stir their deepest perversions. The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl elaborated extensively, drawing upon its profound understanding and memories of the chaotic essence. These invaluable recollections were not haphazardly stored, but were meticulously etched into the faint, elusive essence of chaos. Once the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl concluded its lengthy exposition, Lingxi listened intently to all the information, nodding gently to indicate her comprehension of the intricacies involved. She murmured to herself, "I see, but clearly. The barrier here cannot be easily dismantled. Yet, this strange aura continues to leak incessantly. If left unchecked, it will not be long before the current Hahuan sect repeats its past mistakes and once again becomes a source of terror." Contemplating this, Lingxi felt a wave of headache wash over her, her brows knitting together as she pondered strategies for resolution. How exceedingly troublesome. Feng Ling also wore a troubled expression. Her delicate brow furrowed as she lamented, "Oh dear, what are we to do? This aura is truly unbearable, as if countless insects are crawling all over me, rendering me utterly uncomfortable. I can only continuously circulate my spiritual energy to resist it, which offers a modicum of relief. It is no wonder no one from other continents seeks to develop here." The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl began to rotate slightly, emanating a faint glow as if contemplating something. After a while, it finally spoke, "I have thought of a method. We can establish a formation to reinforce the seal. However, this approach is somewhat tricky, as the process of setting up the formation may provoke disturbances, causing a considerable surge of strange aura to leak out in a short span." Upon hearing this, Lingxi responded without hesitation, "Even so, we must fortify it. We cannot afford to delay. If new members arrive, the situation may worsen. Therefore, even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we must endeavor to try." "All right." The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl acquiesced and transmitted the formation to Lingxi. The pinnacle imperial level formation, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Array. It appeared remarkably sophisticated. Lingxi examined the formation closely. It was indeed advanced and intricate. As for the materials required for the formation, she directly exchanged them in the point store. The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl remarked, "This formation was devised by my first master specifically to suppress the extraterrestrial demons and requires substantial spiritual energy support. I recommend laying down an additional spiritual vein to prevent the extraterrestrial demons below from breaching it. Simultaneously, it can synergize with the original formation for maximum effectiveness." Lingxi nodded and commenced the arrangement of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Array. A swift resolution was imperative, many matters awaited her attention, and the recruitment was about to begin. In the 134th chapter, the disturbance of the strange power commenced. Lingxi first followed the guidance of the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, venturing to several concealed locations to gather the special items required for the formation, enhancing them with her spiritual energy. Feng Ling assisted her, and together they swiftly prepared everything. The pinnacle imperial level formation was indeed challenging to set up. Lingxi took a deep breath and began the arrangement. She focused intently on the array materials before her, her slender fingers gracefully dancing in the air as she chanted incantations, her hand gestures flowing smoothly as if they were clouds and water. Each incantation she cast radiated points of spiritual light, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, cascading softly onto the array materials. These materials seemed to sense the power of the incantations Lingxi invoked, beginning to tremble slightly and emit a faint glow. As more and more spiritual light infused them, their brilliance gradually intensified and became dazzling. Simultaneously, the strange power relentlessly assaulted the original formation. Just then, an extraordinarily potent backlash surged forth like a tumultuous wave from the yet-to-be-formed array. Lingxi was struck directly, the sudden force hitting her with tremendous impact. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if a heavy burden pressed down upon her, rendering her breath laborious. Instantly, her complexion turned pale as paper, devoid of color, and her body involuntarily staggered backward a few steps. How terrifying this strange power is! Lingxi was utterly astonished, never having anticipated the strange force below to be so formidable. It continued to thrust against her with rhythmic precision, launching full-force assaults at critical moments. Feng Ling hurriedly rushed forward to support her, anxiously asking, "Sister Shi, are you all right?" Lingxi shook her head and declared, "I am fine. This formation must be completed." After adjusting her state of being, Lingxi took a deep breath, then focused intently as she attempted once more to infuse her spiritual energy into the formation. This time, she dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness or negligence. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she summoned the spiritual energy within her, carefully guiding it to flow forth. Each strand of energy moved like agile serpents, winding through the air as they converged toward the center of the array. Meanwhile, Lingxi remained acutely aware of the energy's movement, ever ready to address any potential issues. She endeavored to steer the energy away from the formidable backlash she had encountered previously. Beside her, Fengling watched with unwavering attention, her expression tinged with palpable anxiety. She too refrained from any semblance of laxity, continuously harnessing her own energy to stabilize the already arranged array flags, ensuring that the formation remained impervious to the strange disturbances below. However, at that moment, the seemingly tranquil aberrant force beneath them began to stir restlessly. It appeared to sense the actions of the two above, churning and roiling as if poised to break free from its restraints, threatening to unleash chaos upon them. More troubling still was the fact that the backlash seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of its surroundings. No matter how skillfully Lingxi altered the trajectory of her energy, it invariably discerned her intentions and responded with lightning speed, thwarting her efforts with overwhelming force. Faced with such a tenacious adversary, Lingxi gritted her teeth, beads of perspiration beginning to dot her forehead, yet she refused to yield, silently vowing, "I will breach your defenses." The sacred void sword came forth. Lingxi grasped the sacred void sword and plunged it into the center of the formation, seeking to suppress the aberrant force. Had it not been for the potential retribution from the Tao of Heaven for invoking the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, the suppression would have been somewhat easier with the sacred void's might. Nevertheless, the aberrant power was formidable, though restrained by the formation and barriers. This otherworldly demonic force remained undiminished, still in its peak condition. The aberrant energy surged violently, and the sacred void sword trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum as it appeared to bear immense pressure. Lingxi swiftly formed seals with her hands, casting intricate incantations upon the sacred void sword in an attempt to bolster its suppressive strength. Fengling, not to be outdone, unleashed her own treasured artifact, merging it into the formation as a streak of light. Yet, the aberrant force erupted violently, conjuring a swirling tempest of darkness that surged toward Lingxi and Fengling. Lingxi's eyes narrowed as she positioned herself protectively in front of Fengling, channeling all her spiritual energy to erect a protective shield. The tempest collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar. Lingxi felt her energy waning, her legs growing weak. In that critical moment, a voice echoed in her mind. The Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl urged her, "Use your essence blood and that of the little phoenix upon the sacred void sword." Lingxi furrowed her brow, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. A drop of crimson essence blood flew forth, landing upon the sacred void sword. Simultaneously, she called to Fengling, "Little Ling, a drop of your essence blood on the sacred void sword, please." "Of course." Fengling nodded, quickly squeezing out a drop of phoenix essence blood to let it fall upon the sacred void sword. In an instant, the sacred void sword blazed with brilliant light, a surge of extraordinary power coursing through the barriers and formation, subduing the otherworldly demons while simultaneously quelling their aberrant energies. The strange force, as if struck by a devastating blow, gradually subsided. At that moment, the Tao of Heaven manifested. The power was so overwhelming that even a mere breath of its presence startled the Tao. Yet by the time it arrived, it was too late. The force had vanished without a trace. It had been observing Lingxi's array all along. Hurry, faster. The energy expenditure required to establish a peak imperial level formation was astonishing. Coupled with the two previous disturbances from the aberrant force, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. "I shall assist you." The figure clad in red, Lingxi, channeled chaotic spiritual energy through the Chaos Yin-Yang Pearl, joining her energy to establish the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Formation. The emergence of her chaotic energy left the Tao of Heaven astounded. This was a power he believed only he possessed, yet it was manifesting elsewhere. Such a presence was intolerable to him. With chaotic energy came the potential for opposition against him, equating to a threat to his supremacy. However, the Tao did not act immediately. Instead, it awaited the completion of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Formation by Lingxi. The Tao also harbored disdain for these otherworldly demons, which could not be eradicated entirely despite being imprisoned. They could only be kept under perpetual suppression. Chapter 135, Recruitment of the Hahuan Sect. Once notorious and mired in controversy, the Hahuan sect has undergone a series of sweeping reforms and restructuring, emerging with a renewed visage. Particularly after expelling the previously malevolent disciples, the sect has garnered widespread relief and approval. Many have taken the opportunity to exact revenge. Stripped of the support from their formidable backing, they are rendered powerless. After seeking retribution, Joining the Hahuan sect becomes their most viable choice. Furthermore, news of two powerful saints residing within the Hahuan sect has circulated widely. In no time, word spread like wildfire. The reformed Hahuan sect, now with saintly protectors, offers a notable affiliation. Such an alliance is indeed a source of pride. Villagers from nearby have gathered, forming a queue at the sect's entrance. Those from the Songhai dynasty have also arrived, especially thrilled upon learning of the recruitment announcement. They believe that since they hail from the same place as the sect's leader, they are certain to receive special consideration. Sect leader. Nearly 1,000 people have congregated at the entrance, Yin Liang reported to Ji Xiaolan in the main hall of the Hahuan sect. Despite Ji Xiaolan's status as only a peak foundation establishment cultivator while he was mid-ascension, he still showed her utmost respect. Ji Xiaolan frowned. Shall we wait a little longer? Can we find the two saintly beings? Although she was the sect leader, she held Yi Lingxi in high esteem. Without Yi Lingxi, she would not dare to recruit haphazardly. Yin Liang replied, No, sect leader, it seems they may have left. Saints can traverse space at will. Should we commence the recruitment without them? After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xiaolan nodded, permitting the recruitment to begin. Primarily, the crowd was already at the entrance, and it would be impolite to keep them waiting too long. Moreover, she was inexperienced in such matters. She had spent the previous night diligently studying under Yin Liang to grasp the intricacies of the recruitment process. At the Hahuan sect's testing square, the candidates awaited the commencement of the assessment. Two concealed experts had taken their places, accompanied by several seasoned veterans. Alongside a few ordinary individuals, the entire Hahuan sect, when tallied, comprised merely 9 individuals. However, the combat prowess can be said to be the strongest in this netherworld continent. Elder Go, are you truly convinced to have a young girl at the peak of foundation establishment as the sect leader? Beside Elder Go, an outer sect elder whispered. Elder Go chuckled. Peak of foundation establishment? Do you not know that she is supported by 2 formidable beings of the sacred realm? The outer sect elder pressed on. Did you witness this with your own eyes? He remained skeptical, doubting that legendary sacred realm experts would deign to visit such a remote place, let alone take an interest in their modest sect. It seemed implausible. Elder Gu, visibly displeased, replied, How can it be impossible? I have seen it with my own eyes. That esteemed individual even tore open the fabric of space. Can you not feel the rich spiritual energy here? The outer sect elder chuckled softly. He could indeed sense it, but still found it hard to believe that a sacred realm expert would take notice of their small sect, much less go to such lengths to transform it. Just as Elder Gu was about to retort, a voice declared, The sect leader has arrived. Instantly, all gazes were drawn toward the source of the voice, captivated by the mysterious and powerful presence. 2 resplendent beams of light streaked across the sky, descending rapidly like shooting stars. Following that, a figure, graceful and ethereal, landed delicately in the center of the testing square, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. This figure was Ji Xiaolan, clad in a gown as pure as snow, the hem fluttering in the wind like a blooming lotus. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, lightly brushing the ground and exuding a subtle fragrance. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, compelling all to be entranced. Ji Xiaolan slowly raised her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars. She surveyed the surroundings, and an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present. It felt as if a towering mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts, causing them to involuntarily hold their breath and refrain from movement. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this grand spectacle was orchestrated by Yin Liang, meticulously crafted to showcase Ji Xiaolan's unparalleled grace and composure before the audience. After all, mere peak foundation establishment was not particularly impressive. It would be unseemly for a sect leader to approach without the ability to traverse the skies on a flying sword. Once Ji Xiaolan steadied herself, she cleared her throat, and Yin Liang understood, lifting the pressure from those around. With the weight lifted, the remaining 1,000 disciples respectfully bowed. We pay our respects to the sect leader. Ji Xiaolan nodded gently and spoke. Today marks the day of recruitment for the Hahuan sect. It brings me great joy to see you all here. Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated throughout the square. Subsequently, Elder Gu explained the procedures for the sect's recruitment. As it was the first recruitment, the requirements were relatively simple. Silence. Elder Gu stood solemnly on the high platform, his resonant voice booming like a great bell, echoing across the venue. He slowly extended his hands, gently pressing downwards, and the previously bustling crowd fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixed upon Elder Gu. Satisfied, he nodded and cleared his throat to continue. The requirements for our sect's recruitment are quite straightforward. Anyone under the age of 24 with a talent of 2 stars or above may join the outer sect. Those with 3 stars or above qualify to become inner disciples. At this point, he paused briefly, surveying the eager and anxious young faces below. It is worth noting that this threshold had significantly lowered compared to the past. In earlier times, there were strict requirements for talent and corresponding realm standards, along with a ladder test. However, for the disciples below, it still felt daunting. After all, they hailed from nearby villages and territories, and most were unaware of their own talent levels. They could only rely on luck. With that, the testing commenced. The first to step forward was a young lad, visibly nervous. According to the procedure, the first step was to test for talent, and those who passed could then register their realm. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a fierce wind howled. As the crowd gasped in shock, an old man in a black robe appeared out of thin air. Chapter 136. A sword settles the 9 continents. Yanliang, upon seeing the newcomer, instinctively stepped back and lowered his head, concealing his aura. No. Upon further reflection, the Hahuan sect was protected by a sacred realm expert. Why should he fear? The black-robed elder scanned the crowd, snorting coldly. A mere Hahuan sect dares to make such a grand display in recruiting. Elder Gu stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you to disturb our recruitment?" The elder sneered, "I am a messenger of the demon cleansing cult. Surrender Yanliang and become a subordinate sect of the demon cleansing cult, or face the consequences." Ji Xiaolan furrowed her brow, but stood undaunted. The affairs of the Hahuan sect are not for others to meddle in. If you do not depart, do not blame us for being impolite. The black-robed elder was taken aback by the boldness of one at the peak of Foundation establishment, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yanliang scoffed. "So you are from the demon cleansing cult. Are you not aware that our Hahuan sect is backed by a sacred realm expert?" "Humph, Yanliang, you ungrateful wretch. As an outer elder of the demon cleansing cult, how dare you shamelessly join another sect?" The demon cleansing envoy was furious at the sight of Yanliang. Yanliang laughed heartily. "When did I become an outer elder of your demon cleansing cult? Do not slander me." Yanliang was unafraid, knowing he had a sacred realm expert to back him. The envoy's expression darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, "Despicable! How dare you be so shameless?" With that, he swung his hand sharply, and a black beam of energy erupted from his palm, surging forward like a ferocious black dragon, emanating an overwhelming force. At that moment, the once clear sky darkened abruptly, heavy clouds surged like a tide, swiftly engulfing the entire horizon. Within the clouds, dazzling lightning danced like silver snakes, occasionally slashing across the darkened sky, accompanied by deafening thunder that seemed to shake the very heavens. A heavenly tribulation. The demon cleansing envoy was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. Someone was undergoing a tribulation at this moment. Moreover, judging by the intensity and ferocity of this heavenly tribulation, it was far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could provoke. Realizing this, the envoy halted his attack, his gaze fixed intently on the roiling thunderclouds, pondering deeply. After all, Yanliang had just asserted that the Hahuan sect was protected by a sacred realm expert, capable of attracting such a heavenly tribulation. It was likely not a simple matter. The aura of the heavenly tribulation surged like a torrent, escalating in intensity with each passing moment. That immense and violent power far exceeded the limits of what the demon cleansing envoy could endure, surpassing the comprehension of everyone present. The crowd stared wide-eyed, their faces painted with astonishment as they beheld the terrifying spectacle in the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars. It was as if the very earth and sky were shaken by this colossal sound. Before them, bolts of lightning, robust as mighty dragons, writhed menacingly within the dense clouds. The onlookers were profoundly astonished by this spectacle. Many had never before witnessed the onset of a thunder tribulation, their hearts brimming with a mixture of fear and reverence. Even the seasoned Yanliang found herself momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the lightning above, murmuring, "What kind of thunder is this? It exudes such a terrifying pressure that it is nearly suffocating." That location seemed to be in the direction of the dungeon. Elder Gu also wore a puzzled expression. The dungeon was devoid of any presence, so how could the fabled thunder tribulation be summoned? Moreover, the overwhelming force of the thunder tribulation weighed heavily upon them. As the crowd pondered, a figure swiftly ascended from the dungeon's direction. The surrounding thunder's power seemed to be drawn towards her. Due to the distance and the interference of the thunder, it was impossible to discern who she was, save for the sword she wielded. The demon messenger's eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this woman to invoke such a thunder tribulation? Yanliang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within her. It was as if she recognized this being as a formidable presence from the sacred realm. This realization resonated with everyone, including the demon messenger, who now comprehended that a sacred realm powerhouse indeed presided there. He quickly glanced around, noting that all eyes were fixated on the thunder, oblivious to his presence. Thus, he promptly made his escape. However, it was not long before he collided with the protective formation of the Hahuan sect, creating a commotion that drew everyone's attention. Yet, upon a mere glance. They returned their focus elsewhere, for Lingxi had already confronted the first bolt of the Nine Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Divine Thunder. Sacred Void returned to origin. Lingxi's ethereal voice resonated throughout the Hahuan sect. In an instant, the blade of her Sacred Void sword erupted in a dazzling purple light, clashing with the Nine Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Divine Thunder. The moment they met, time itself seemed to stand still. A blinding radiance erupted, its brilliance so intense that it was nearly unbearable to behold, akin to the light released from countless suns exploding simultaneously. The overwhelming luminosity rendered all present unable to open their eyes, utterly incapable of enduring such an intense assault of light. Moments later, as the blinding glow diminished slightly, the onlookers cautiously reopened their eyes to gaze into the sky. Lingxi remained poised in midair, her stature unwavering like a resilient pine, entirely unaffected by the cataclysmic collision. After the first thunder tribulation was thwarted, the heavenly Tao amplified the power of the Nine Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Divine Thunder. Although he understood that Lingxi could withstand this formidable thunder, he still decreed its descent. After all, a peak emperor-level formation was not something he would permit to exist, especially with the chaotic spiritual energy that unsettled him. This served as a warning to Lingxi. With a thunderous roar, Lingxi gazed at the still churning lightning, channeling the energy of her 8 spirit roots into the Sacred Void sword. One sword to subdue the 9 continents. This strike was specifically directed at the heavenly Tao. The Sacred Void sword, radiating an endless pressure, shot forth like a meteor cleaving the heavens, imbued with the terrifying spiritual power of her 8 spirit roots. Aimed at the storm clouds. In an instant, the two forces collided, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue, and the space trembled violently, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of being torn asunder by this overwhelming force. Subsequently, ripples of energy, tangible in nature, emanated from the point of impact, swiftly radiating outward. Where they traversed, space warped and collapsed. This reached the critical threshold of what this area could endure. The once menacing and all-encompassing storm clouds were torn open like mere parchment, creating a vast rift through which countless purple lightning bolts and storm clouds intertwined and flickered, unable to consolidate into form, gradually dissipating into the void, ultimately vanishing completely. Chapter 137. The Test Stone That Astonished All, Talent Assessment. As the terrifying storm clouds dissipated, the sky returned to clarity, along with the eerie atmosphere that had vanished. At this moment, the Hahuan sect stood in a state of perfection. Simultaneously, Lingxi's presence ignited even greater fervor among the observing disciples. Such a powerful figure, capable of contending with the heavens and cleaving through the skies with a single sword, embodied their lifelong pursuit. I hear there has been some disturbance? In an instant, Lingxi appeared beside Ji Xiaolan, while Feng Ling leaped from a spatial rift. Thud! The demon messenger knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in contrition. Please spare my life, my lord. I am merely following orders. In that moment, he had truly lost his bravado, especially upon witnessing Lingxi's swift descent from the distant sky and Feng Ling's emergence from the rift. Fully comprehending that the Hahuan sect was indeed guarded by a powerhouse from the sacred realm, 2 of them, no less. Lingxi frowned slightly, her icy gaze fixing upon the demon messenger. Whose orders do you serve? The demon messenger trembled, stammering, It is the leader of the demon sect. He heard of the demise of the Hahuan sect's master, and with Yin Liang suddenly joining your ranks, he commanded me to retrieve Yin Liang and, in the process, seize control of your sect. Upon finishing, the demon messenger quaked in fear. Confronted with such a formidable presence, the pressure was simply overwhelming. Lingxi let out a cold laugh. Is that so? The demon sect truly possesses audacity beyond measure. Whoosh! An invisible pressure descended upon him. The demon messenger was instantly paralyzed with fear, bowing fervently in repentance. Please spare me, my lord. It was all the leader's idea. I was merely following orders. Lingxi coldly snorted. Return and tell your leader to clean his neck. With that, she gently struck the demon messenger, sending him flying out of the Hahuan sect. This blow was delivered with controlled strength. Although the demon messenger was a peak existence in the cave heaven realm, even her casual strike could severely injure him. Should he return with embellished tales to report, it would lead to undesirable consequences. After dealing with the demon messenger, Yin Liang's confidence soared as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, a minor incident has occurred. Let us resume the tests. Initially, Yin Liang had been concerned about the potential pursuit from his original sect. Now he was relieved, considering the very existence of the demon sect was now questionable. With this thought, he felt an immense satisfaction. Indeed, in times of good fortune, one must seek new opportunities. The spirit root testing commenced promptly. A youth of approximately 16 years approached Elder Go. Elder Go produced a palm-sized testing spirit stone. Is it this small? Yi Lingxi paused momentarily, finding the item rather unimpressive. The testing spirit stones from her family were 2 to 3 meters tall. Elder Go sighed, my lord. This is the largest and finest spirit stone available in the entire domain. Please wait. After Yi Lingxi spoke, she accessed the point's marketplace, locating a testing spirit stone nearly 2 meters high. The price, however, was exorbitantly steep. Nevertheless, the testing spirit stone was a symbol of prestige. And it must be the best, the largest, the most robust, and the most aesthetically pleasing. She clicked to purchase, confirming her choice. A radiant burst of multicolored light flashed, and the testing spirit stone materialized within Yi Lingxi's system backpack. Subsequently, Yi Lingxi withdrew the testing spirit stone and placed it directly at the center of the testing square. Once she had positioned the stone to her satisfaction, she declared, "This is the new testing spirit stone. Henceforth, we shall utilize this stone for testing." What? This is the testing spirit stone? Yin Liang could scarcely believe his ears, even during his time at the Demon Mara sect. Their testing spirit stones were merely the size of 2 palms. Yet, the stone before them towered an impressive 2 meters high. 2 meters. And it was of the finest quality. Yi Lingxi remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, the previous one was rather unsightly. This stone is more aesthetically pleasing. So we shall use this one from now on. Both Yin Liang and the other original members of the He Huan sect stood in stunned silence, their jaws agape. Such a colossal testing spirit stone was unheard of. Even superpowers might not possess a stone of this caliber, unless it was from an ancient family. The mere thought sent Yin Liang into a frenzy. The ethereal beauty before him hailed from an ancient power. He had only heard whispers of such forces, but had never truly encountered one. Now, he understood the source of her formidable strength and profound heritage. It was utterly terrifying. Yin Liang felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not having acted recklessly in the past. He was now a vice-sect leader under an ancient power, his status soaring to unprecedented heights. Even the leader of the Demon Mara sect would have to regard him with deference. After all, a single powerful individual dispatched by the ancient power could annihilate the entire Demon Mara sect. The others were equally astonished, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Only Ji Xiaolan wore a bewildered expression. She had never seen a testing spirit stone and was unfamiliar with its significance, merely finding it beautiful. Amidst the shock, Yin Liang seized the opportunity to flatter, "Your Excellency, this is indeed a grand display. Such a magnificent testing spirit stone is rare in this world." However, Yi Lingxi merely nodded and stated, "Well then, let us commence the testing." "Yes," Elder Gu promptly replied, taking charge of the talent assessment. In the past, he had overseen all talent tests, and thus was quite adept at it. "Esteemed guests, the talent testing shall begin. Please approach in an orderly fashion." As Elder Ji's words echoed, a boy of around 15 stepped forward. He was clad in rough, homespun garments, his complexion pale and gaunt, presenting a pitiful sight. Many present were of similar plight, hailing from nearby villages or the impoverished districts of large cities. Surviving under the oppression of various factions was a stroke of luck in itself. Now that the He Huan sect had transformed and reopened its doors for recruitment, it was their chance to change their destinies. The boy suppressed his excitement, slowly approaching the testing spirit stone. Elder Gu explained, "Place your hand upon the testing spirit stone and infuse it with your spiritual energy." Following the elder's guidance, the boy placed his hand on the stone and channeled his energy into it. In an instant, a black light flashed, revealing 2 horizontal bars on the stone. Dark Spirit Root, 2-star talent, eligible for entry into the outer sect. The boy was overjoyed. Gaining admission to the outer sect of the He Huan sect meant a stable future, no longer enduring a life of hardship and hunger. After completing his test, he proceeded to register, and those behind him felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing his spirit root and talent. Mixed Spirit Root, 1-star talent, eligible for menial disciple status. Mixed Spirit Root, no talent, eliminated. Mixed Spirit Root, no talent, eliminated. Mixed Spirit Root, no talent, eliminated. Dark Spirit Root, 1-star talent, eligible for menial disciple status. The overwhelming majority possessed mixed spirit roots, with very few qualifying for sect entry. However, this was to be expected. The land was too barren. With a low concentration of spiritual energy, a single peak of the Cave Heaven realm could dominate the entire northern region, all while being exploited by various factions, particularly the numerous dynasties that were especially ruthless. The common folk had no hope of rising above their station. Yet now, even possessing a 1-star talent allowed entry into the northern region's foremost power. Even menial disciples were better off than the meager charity offered by dynasties. After the first round of testing concluded, only 47 individuals met the requirements for entry into the sect. Among them, Only one possessed both Dark Spirit Root and Fire Spirit Root, achieving a 3-star talent. 6 bore Dark Spirit Roots, attaining a 2-star talent. The remaining 40 held 1-star talents, most hailing from various families or dynasties, with the impoverished still lacking any talent. They were merely average, in comparison to the ancient Yi family, which frequently produced 6-star and 7-star talents. They were utterly incomparable. The talent testing continued, at times tedious and dreary. Some disciples, though filled with anticipation, gradually displayed disappointment as time passed. After all, talent in the cultivation world was akin to an insurmountable chasm, difficult to traverse. Just as the crowd believed the outcome was settled, an unusual ripple surged through the assembly. A young girl gracefully approached, her figure as light as a butterfly, her countenance as cold as snow. As she placed her hand upon the testing stone, an extraordinary brilliance erupted, revealing an unprecedented tricolored light. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Even Elder Gu, responsible for the testing, widened his eyes in disbelief. This girl possessed dark, thunder, and water spirit roots, a 6-star talent, and was at the mid-stage of foundation building. The girl slightly lifted her gaze, her expression serene as water, as though this remarkable event had no bearing on her. Her presence instantly shattered the previously somber atmosphere. Yi Lingxi was equally pleased. At last, a talent of considerable merit had emerged. Not bad. What is your name? Replying to your excellency, I am called Lei Yin, the girl replied, her voice as melodious as pearls cascading onto jade, clear and enchanting. Lei, are you from the Lei family of Xuanli Island? Yi Lingxi inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Lei Yin nodded, affirming, indeed. Yi Lingxi continued, your Lei family is also part of an ancient power. Why choose to join such a modest sect? Your excellency, Lei Yin responded, though I hail from Xuanli Island, I am but a branch member and lack substantial resources. Thus, I ventured forth to seek opportunities. Furthermore, I possess a dark spirit root, which is why I have come to the Netherworld continent to hone my skills. Also, the Hehuan sect is now under the leadership of the Divine Lady Yi. I believe that following her will afford me a better path. Yi Lingxi smiled, surprised that her identity had been recognized even before she had revealed it. In that case, you may remain. Upon hearing this, Lei Yin immediately knelt, exclaiming, I humbly beseech the Divine Lady to accept me as your disciple. She then performed a deep bow, her sincerity palpable. Though you possess 3 spirit roots, only one belongs to the 5 elements, and your talent is merely 6-star, with your cultivation level not particularly high. Yi Lingxi stated pointedly. Lei Yin continued to bow, remaining prostrate as she earnestly declared, I implore the Divine Lady to take me as your disciple. Yi Lingxi observed Lei Ying's earnestness, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, you shall first cultivate within the sect. Once you attain the hidden origin realm, we shall assess your performance. Upon hearing this, Lei Ying bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, thank you, Divine Lady. Although Yi Lingxi had not given a definitive answer, there remained a glimmer of opportunity. After all, she was wary of being too demanding. Meanwhile, Yan Liang was consumed by thoughts, pondering which faction the esteemed Lady Yi might belong to. He was aware that the Yi family had numerous branches scattered across the 9 continents. Could it be that the Lady Yi was the one from the legendary tales of 15 years ago? Yan Liang's mind raced, as he seemed to stumble upon a momentous revelation. The talent assessment continued, following the emergence of the dual wood-fire spiritual roots and a 4-star talent. No other 4-star talents had appeared. Those possessing dual wood-fire roots were inherently gifted alchemists. However, the Hehuan sect lacked alchemists, necessitating the recruitment of one from the Yi family. Soon, over 1,000 disciples completed their assessments, leaving only 136 remaining. This was under the most lenient of criteria. Had the standards been raised even slightly, the number would not exceed 50. After the talent assessment concluded, the qualified disciples remained and were allocated according to their innate abilities and strengths. The roles included miscellaneous disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples. Miscellaneous disciples performed menial tasks such as cooking, mining, chopping wood, and fetching water and waste, yet for them, being a miscellaneous disciple in the northern domain was a supreme honor. Despite their status, they had the potential to ascend to outer sect or even inner sect disciples, contingent upon their performance. The outer sect disciples, while exempt from the more arduous duties, had access to limited resources. The lower grade and middle grade spiritual veins had been categorized as outer sect resources by Yi Lingxi. Compared to the past, outer sect disciples now held a status akin to that of inner sect disciples. With diligence, they too could aspire to become inner sect disciples. 2 hidden origin elders served as the overseers of the outer sect, managing the miscellaneous disciples beneath them. The inner sect, however, comprised only 4 individuals, personally led by Yan Liang. After the talent assessment, Yi Lingxi selected a tower as the starting point for establishing a spatial passage. However, she did not undertake the task herself, as the distance was considerable and she had yet to reach the Saint Realm, rendering her incapable of constructing such a long-distance spatial passage. Instead, she exchanged points in the marketplace for a spatial formation disk, a rare item. With the Taixu Yi family possessing only 4 or 5, most of which were antiquated, Yi Lingxi infused spiritual power and spatial energy into the spatial formation disk, while Feng Ling fervently contributed her own formidable spatial energy. Although she was not adept at constructing spatial passages, her spatial prowess was exceptional. Together, their combined efforts, along with the newly acquired formation disk, were sufficient to forge an exceedingly robust spatial passage, unlike the previous occurrence of spatial collapse. As they continuously channeled spiritual and spatial energy, Yi Lingxi inscribed the location of the Taixu Yi family's spatial tower onto the disk, and a spatial passage spanning continents was ultimately completed, provided the formation disk was sufficiently new and the infusion of spiritual and spatial energies ample. The creation of such a passage was a matter of mere moments. Chapter 139. A moment of indulgence from the spatial tower of the Taixu Yi family. A powerful surge of spatial energy erupted. The guarding disciples were taken aback, and upon entering, they beheld the formation of a spatial wormhole. The initial emergence of the wormhole signified the completion of the spatial passage connecting to their tower. Once the spatial wormhole materialized, the forces within could advance unimpeded. Just as 2 guarding disciples were about to raise the alarm, the elders and the clan leader arrived, accompanied by a heavily armed contingent to secure the spatial tower. What is happening? Yi Xian and the Grand Elder approached to investigate. A thread of consciousness penetrated the anomaly, causing both to simultaneously gasp in astonishment at the exquisite spatial energy. At that moment, the spatial wormhole stabilized further. Yi Xian and the elders summoned their life treasures, readying themselves for any eventuality. Suddenly, a blinding beam of white light flashed, and 2 figures emerged from the spatial wormhole, one tall, the other short. This is... Yi Xian and the elders squinted, sensing familiarity, but the light had yet to dissipate, obscuring their view. After blinking in realization, Yi Xian exclaimed, "It's Xiaoxi and Xiaoling." With Yi Xian's proclamation, the assembly collectively grasped the situation, recognizing the pair and exhaling in relief as they sheathed their treasures. As the brilliance faded, they finally discerned the 2 figures, and Yi Lingxi's gaze immediately fell upon her father and the gathered elders. The spectacle was quite overwhelming. Regaining her composure, Yi Lingxi called out, "Father." Yi Xian's face lit up with joy at the return of his precious daughter. "Xiaoxi has returned. This is wonderful." He promptly relayed the news to Min Sheyuan. The Grand Elder inquired curiously, "Xiaoxi, did you construct this spatial wormhole?" The other elders were equally intrigued, aware of Yi Lingxi's extraordinary talent, yet puzzled as to how she could have created a spatial wormhole without reaching the Saint Realm. Indeed, this spatial wormhole leads to the Hahuan sect on the Netherworld continent. Yi Lingxi then recounted the entire saga of the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing her account, the elders were enlightened, particularly astonished by Yi Lingxi's possession of a spatial formation disk. Even the Yi family's disks were relics from the past, as the current materials for forging such disks were scarce. As they conversed, Yi Lingxi mentioned her modifications to the Hahuan sect, ensuring that even those without dark spiritual roots could thrive there. She intended to ascertain if any within the clan wished to venture to the Hahuan sect, planning to send a contingent for 2 main reasons: to exert a high combat force to suppress rival factions, and to mentor the newly recruited disciples. As the divine lady of the Taixu Yi family, she held the authority to do so, though such decisions required the knowledge of the clan leader and the elders. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. "That is certainly feasible. Xiaoxi, select whom you deem suitable, and simply assign them to the task. It would be beneficial for these young ones to undergo some trials." While Yi Lingxi had been actively seeking experiences, the majority of the other disciples had grown accustomed to a life of comfort within the clan. Even those attending the martial academy were similarly complacent. Though some did venture out for training, the overwhelming strength of the Yi family deterred most factions from initiating conflict. Even the martial academy, established between the Dragon Phoenix continent and the Qingtian continent, rarely faced assaults from beasts. The Netherworld continent, however, was an entirely different matter, a realm where even the mightiest of the Yi family seldom tread. For the younger generation, it represented an exceptional opportunity for growth. "Grand Elder, I will require at least 5 from the returning ruins, 10 from the cave heaven, 20 from the hidden origin, and 6 alchemists and artifact masters of levels 1 to 6. I appreciate your assistance." "Not a problem," the Grand Elder nodded, recognizing that such numbers were but a trifling request for the Taixu Yi family. "Then I shall trouble the Elder," said Yi Lingxi. Although she could issue commands, The 6 elders were not otherwise occupied, so it was prudent to enlist their assistance. A moment of idleness for herself was a moment well spent. The group engaged in lively conversation, quickly disseminating news of their impending journey to the netherworld continent. I will take my leave to find my mother, Lingxi declared, before departing with Yixian. As for Fengling, she ventured off to enjoy herself. Upon arriving at the courtyard where Min Xiaoxuan resided, Lingxi was met with great delight. "Oh, my precious daughter," Min Xiaoxuan exclaimed, pulling Lingxi into the house. "How long are you back this time?" Lingxi smiled and replied, "This visit is to send several disciples to the new force I have established. We should be departing tomorrow." She then recounted the matters concerning the Hahuan sect to Min Xiaoxuan. Upon hearing about the netherworld continent, Min Xiaoxuan's expression markedly shifted. After listening attentively, she finally sighed in relief. "Little she, the netherworld continent is exceedingly perilous. Although I have never set foot there, I have heard tales from the older generation about its dangers. Without a dark spirit root, survival there is incredibly challenging. Moreover, those without a dark spirit root have their lifespans halved compared to other continents, rendering it exceedingly dangerous." Yi Xian interjected, "Indeed, during my past training, I merely passed through the netherworld continent and could sense its eerie aura. The terror of that atmosphere is beyond description. Although the Hahuan sect has been transformed, the surroundings remain unaltered. Prolonged exposure will undoubtedly have repercussions." This was precisely what concerned Min Xiaoxuan the most. Lingxi affectionately clutched Min Xiaoxuan's arm, playfully assuring, "Father, mother, you need not worry. I have the means to transform the Hahuan sect and protect myself from that ominous aura." Observing her confident demeanor brought some solace to Min Xiaoxuan's heart. The trio exchanged pleasantries, and at that moment, the elder had selected several suitable disciples for Lingxi, including Yi Chun and Yi Qin. Upon hearing the news, Yi Chun and Yi Qin were immediately filled with excitement. Their progress since entering the Guishu realm had been exceedingly slow, and they still had a considerable way to go before reaching the mid-stage of Guishu. This was primarily due to a lack of practical experience, opportunity, and insufficient personal insight. While the clan possessed ample resources, those who emerged from mere resource accumulation were often insipid. Even the most gifted talents could easily be outmatched by seasoned practitioners of the same level. Thus, the journey to the Hahuan sect was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity. Before long, the elder confirmed the participants: Yi Chun, Yi Qin, and 3 seasoned Guishu practitioners, each separated by only a minor realm. They were all eager to travel to the Hahuan sect, particularly as it lay in a territory seldom traversed by the Yi family. This was chiefly due to Lingxi having established a force that promised their long-term survival. Chapter 140, The Invasion of the Demonic Cult. At the Hahuan sect, Yanliang gazed at the spatial wormhole before him, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic phenomenon. As one only at the mid-stage of Dantian, he had never encountered such a sight, but could keenly sense the immense power emanating from it. He racked his brain, searching for any mention of it in ancient texts. Elder Gu, standing nearby, inquired with curiosity, "Deputy sect leader, do you know what this is?" After a moment of contemplation, Yanliang replied, "Judging by its shape, it resembles the legendary spatial wormhole. It must be that." He nodded gravely, merging his knowledge with the prowess of Lingxi to conclude that it was indeed a spatial wormhole. "What? A spatial wormhole?" Elder Gu exclaimed, astonished. He had never anticipated witnessing such a legendary phenomenon in his lifetime. It was a gratifying experience, encountering the extraordinary through Lingxi's arrival, whether it be the colossal testing spirit stone or the current spatial wormhole. For practitioners from remote regions like them, merely encountering one of these wonders in a lifetime was a stroke of immense fortune. Yanliang pondered aloud, "I wonder where this spatial wormhole leads." A spark of inspiration struck Elder Gu. "Shall we venture inside to find out?" To be honest, he was quite intrigued. The other elders nodded in agreement, equally curious and eager to experience the legendary wormhole. "Shall we give it a try?" Yanliang assessed the group. Alone, he would have hesitated, but with so many present, it felt different. As they prepared to step into the spatial wormhole together, an alarming bell signifying an invasion rang out, instantly tightening their nerves. Just 2 days after establishing the sect, how could there be an invasion? Crucially, Lingxi and Fengling were absent, and the invaders' cultivation levels remained a mystery. Above the Hahuan sect, several Guishu practitioners hovered in the air. The leader of the demonic cult, Yanliang, felt a chill run down his spine. The intruder was none other than the leader of the demonic cult, Yu Binhong, flanked by 2 elder guests of the cult and a vice leader, all Guishu practitioners. Each of them, should they choose to engage, could easily decimate the entire northern region. The arrival of 4 formidable figures was indeed a grave matter, especially with the leader being a late-stage Guishu expert. Soon after, Ji Xiaolan emerged. Although she was the sect leader, her presence held little weight against such formidable opponents. Upon spotting Yin Liang, the demonic cult leader's expression darkened as he surveyed the Hahuan sect. After all, the strongest presence here was merely Yin Liang, which provided him a measure of relief. Had there been a saint-level expert, he would have assumed they were there to congratulate the Hahuan sect on its establishment. Without such a figure, however, Yu Binhong thundered, "You Yin Liang, how audacious to sever ties with the demonic cult and establish a sect upon our territory. Do you seek death?" His voice resonated like thunder, shattering the clouds and echoing throughout the Hahuan sect. The roar carried an air of unyielding authority and rage, causing all who heard it to tremble involuntarily. The newly inducted disciples, who had just crossed into the Hahuan sect, stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sudden and overwhelming sound. As they regained their composure, their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and trepidation as they gazed toward the source of the voice. Not only the newcomers, but even Yin Liang, who was usually composed, was momentarily taken aback. Since when has the northern region's Hahuan sect become your demonic cult's territory? Yet, Yin Liang responded with a faint smile, unhurriedly replying, "Leader you truly possess a sense of humor. The Hahuan sect has existed here for several millennia, its history far surpassing that of your esteemed cult. Could it be that your visit today is merely to jest with us?" With that, Yin Liang gently shook his head, a subtle hint of derision playing on his lips. In the absence of Yi Lingxi and Feng Ling, he dared not raise his voice too high, opting instead for quiet mockery. Yu Binhong's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he scoffed. "Humph, if I declare this to be mine, then it is undoubtedly mine." His unwavering confidence and arrogance stemmed primarily from his discovery of an exceptionally rare spiritual vein hidden within the Hahuan sect. The richness of the spiritual energy contained in this vein was beyond imagination, as if it were the very essence of the world's spiritual aura coalescing into a singular form. Having lived for so long, Yu Binhong had encountered countless treasures, yet he had never before laid eyes on such a premier spiritual vein. At this moment, his greedy gaze was fixed intently on the vein, his mind racing with schemes to claim it as his own. After all, to allow such a precious resource to fall into the hands of others would be a gross misappropriation of nature's gifts. Moreover, the Hahuan sect was merely an inconsequential minor force, wholly unworthy of possessing such a rare treasure. Therefore, no matter the cost, he was determined to wrest this spiritual vein from their grasp and make it his own. It was, after all, a premier spiritual vein. Possessing such a rare and valuable resource would undoubtedly bring transformative changes to his sect, the Masha Jiao. Given a mere century, the overall strength of the Masha Jiao would surely achieve an astonishing exponential growth. He might even seize this fortuitous moment to successfully break through to the legendary saint realm. Every time he contemplated this prospect, an indescribable joy surged within him, causing the corners of his mouth, already slightly upturned, to rise uncontrollably higher. However, Yin Liang retorted with equal disdain, "Lord Yu, I advise you to retreat quietly, otherwise, your Masha Jiao will be eradicated from the Yoming continent." Yu Binhong erupted into laughter at this remark, exclaiming, "You think you can stop us? Not only will I seize the spiritual vein today, but I will also flatten your Hahuan sect." With a wave of his hand, a guest elder behind him surged forward. Just then, a powerful force erupted from the spatial wormhole, and Ye Lingxi and Feng Ling emerged from within. Ye Lingxi cast a cold smile at Yu Binhong, taunting, "What audacity! Do you believe this is your playground?" Initially startled by her appearance, Yu Binhong soon regained his composure. Merely a young girl, he thought, mistaking her for a top-tier expert. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Ye Lingxi. He had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly beautiful, and the thought of claiming her as his own was tantalizing. Chapter 141, A Sense of Imminent Threat. In the skies above, Ye Lingxi and Feng Ling floated gracefully, their forms ethereal and light, as if they were one with the heavens. Dressed in flowing white garments, Ye Lingxi resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her strikingly beautiful visage exuded an air of nobility and inviolability, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a glacial peak, an object of reverence that one dared not approach. Yu Binhong's eyes widened as he gazed intently at Ye Lingxi and Feng Ling, his mouth watering involuntarily. She was simply too beautiful. At that moment, the tranquil space rippled, and a massive wormhole slowly materialized. Waves of formidable energy emanated from within, sending shivers through those present. Subsequently, a figure stepped out from the wormhole, followed by an array of extraordinary experts appearing one after another. The terrifying aura radiating from these powerful beings instantly elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Leading them was Ye Guangliang, the former holy son of the Taiguya family, a peak expert of the Guishu realm. Following him was Ye Dantong, the former holy maiden of the Taiguya family, a late Guishu realm expert. Then came Ye Gaomin, the former holy son who had reached the mid-Guishu realm. Lastly, Yichuan and Yaqin rounded out the group. Behind them stood the younger generation of the Ye family's powerful members. The appearance of these Ye family experts jolted Yu Binhong back to reality. Goddess, goddess. As numerous Ye family members appeared, they all bowed respectfully to Ye Lingxi. There were 5 Guishu experts, 10 Dongtian experts, and 20 Inyuan experts, creating an overwhelming presence. Merely standing there rendered Yu Binhong breathless. The members of the Ma Shijiao were not the only ones astonished. Even those from the Hehuan sect were taken aback. This was their first encounter with so many top-tier experts. Could this be the profound foundation possessed by the legendary Taigu forces? Yin Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the multitude of powerful figures suspended in midair. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Utterly stunned by the sight before him, he had never imagined that a single faction could possess such terrifying strength. It was only at this moment that Yin Liang comprehended why Ye Lingxi had mysteriously vanished the previous day. She had returned to her family to summon reinforcements. Moreover, the sheer number of powerful allies she had brought back was beyond his wildest dreams. A mere glance revealed dozens of inscrutable experts, each exuding a calm, yet formidable presence. Even more astonishing was their youth. They were exceptionally young. Such young top-tier experts could only emerge from the finest talents and resources of the Taiga forces. In contrast, he had toiled for over 3 centuries to barely reach the mid-Dongtian realm. Among them were Ye Lingxi and Feng Ling, both already having stepped into the Saint realm. It was important to note that in the entire Yoming continent, only the Dugu family and a few superforces could boast of individuals who had reached the Saint realm. My lord, may I inquire which faction you hail from? This territory is governed by my Ma Shijiao. Despite his desire to possess Ye Lingxi, Yu Binhong dared not act carelessly in the face of such formidable forces. However, having already issued threats, he could only steel himself to press on. Ye Lingxi let out a cold laugh. Your territory? Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure radiated from her. The faces of the 4 Guishu experts from the Ma Shijiao turned pale, realizing they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, an exceedingly formidable one. A mere late Guishu dared to utter such arrogance. It seemed they would require a lesson in humility. So, the Ma Shijiao is it? First, we shall deal with you, and then we will turn your territory upside down. The disciples of the Ye family were eager to seize this rare opportunity, as their adversaries had presented themselves so conveniently. They were determined to deliver a crushing blow. Ye Gaomin inclined his body slightly toward Ye Lingxi, stating, Rest assured, goddess, we shall take care of these trash. Ye Lingxi nodded in approval. With her endorsement, Ye Gaomin's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he began to chant a spell. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from within him, illuminating the entire battlefield. This radiance was his Life Imperial artifact, a verdant longsword. With the Life Imperial artifact in hand, Ye Gaomin surged toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning, causing the very air to tremble and the winds to howl. The sense of imminent threat was palpable. Simultaneously, Yichuan and Yaqin refused to be outdone. They shouted in unison, summoning their respective treasures. In an instant, a dazzling array of spiritual lights erupted, filling the air with a spectacular display that left onlookers in awe. The numerous disciples of the Hehuan sect watched with envious eyes. The formidable figures opposite, including Yu Binhong, were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such directness. The fight commenced without hesitation. However, these seasoned warriors quickly regained their composure. Yet, before they could devise a counter-strategy, Ye Gaomin had already darted forward like a specter, delivering a fierce kick that landed squarely on Yu Binhong's chest. With a resounding crash, Yu Binhong soared backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, flying dozens of yards away. The remaining strongmen gasped in shock, their hearts echoing with astonishment. What terrifying strength! Even without defenses, Yu Binhong was a formidable figure at the late stage of the returning ruins realm. To be sent flying by a mere kick was astonishing. It had been a long time since they had engaged in cross-boundary combat. They hoped not to be disappointed and urged him to quickly summon his treasure. Ye Gaomin's face bore a wicked grin as he regarded Yu Binhong. What is that? An imperial weapon? Yu Binhong's eyes widened. Fixated on the shimmering green sword in Ye Gaomin's hand, a tempest of tumultuous emotions surging within him. As a well-traveled expert, he had certainly heard of ninth-tier treasures. But this sword before him was unlike any he had previously known. It emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Yu Binhong understood that a treasure of such terrifying might could only belong to the legendary imperial weapons. However, what left him incredulous was that the wielder of this imperial weapon was a youth of a lower realm than himself. It was common knowledge that imperial weapons were among the most powerful and rare treasures in existence, typically wielded by those standing at the pinnacle of strength. Yet, Here was this seemingly ordinary young man effortlessly summoning such a divine artifact, truly unfathomable. Furthermore, as he glanced at Yi Chun and Yi Qin behind him, he noticed they too held imperial weapons. Particularly, the one in Yi Qin's hand was distinct and beyond his comprehension. This. Yu Binhong had lost all will to fight, although he possessed a slightly higher realm. The presence of an imperial weapon in the hands of his opponent rendered him incapable of contending. His own possession was merely a peak 8th tier treasure. He dared not make a move, realizing that his adversaries must surely belong to some ancient power. Chapter 142, A New Spirit Technique, The Duality of Ice and Fire. Esteemed lords, I was blind to the greatness before me. I humbly beseech you to spare my life. Yu Binhong conceded defeat outright. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Yi Qin had already engaged in combat, a 2 against 3 scenario favoring the duo. Spare your life? Too late. Yi Gaoman, seeing Yu Binhong's lack of recognition, disregarded him entirely and charged forward with his sword drawn. Yu Binhong, feeling utterly helpless, could only summon his peak 8th tier great blade to defend himself. However, Yi Gaomin's swordplay was fierce, and within moments, he had sent Yu Binhong's blade flying. Just as the situation grew dire, a terrifying spatial fluctuation enveloped Yu Binhong, pulling him into the void before reappearing elsewhere. Upon seeing this, Yu Binhong's heart soared with hope. "Master, save me," he cried out, recognizing the figure in black robes as a peak Holy Realm expert from the Dugu family of the underworld. Yet, the black-robed figure paid him no mind, and instead turned to Yi Lingxi and the others. Yi Lingxi's gaze sharpened as she recognized him as the black-robed individual encountered upon her initial arrival in the underworld. "Lady Yi, I implore you to show mercy," the black-robed man said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, his tone congenial. "We are all part of ancient powers. Please spare this Yu Binhong. He is one of our own from the Dugu family." "Ah, it's you. It's rather unfortunate that I let you escape back then. I never expected you would present yourself now," Yi Lingxi remarked, a flicker of interest igniting within her. The other returning ruins experts held no intrigue. A single strike could obliterate them. Only a Holy Realm expert was worthy of her engagement. The black-robed man laughed nervously. "Lady Yi, this was all a misunderstanding. The Hahuan sect rightfully belongs to you, and in the future within the underworld, the Dugu family will ensure your safety." Yi Lingxi's lips curled into a frosty smile, coldly interrupting, "Humph. Your words are rather excessive, are they not? You were the ones who instigated the conflict, and now you dare to plead for peace? Truly delusional. It is far too late." With that, she flicked her wrist, and the holy void sword materialized in her grasp. The blade gleamed with a chilling radiance, brimming with boundless power and authority. Yi Lingxi was fully aware of the black-robed figure who had shadowed her all this time. He had previously concealed his presence, refraining from acting impulsively. Now that he had chosen to reveal himself, she would not let this opportunity slip by. The black-robed man felt a tightening in his chest. Hastily clearing his throat and adopting a tone of near supplication, "Lady Yi, please, do not be angry. I truly mean no offense to the Yi family. Everything that transpired was merely a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding." However, despite his flattering words, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Yi Lingxi, prompting his subservient demeanor. After all, challenging her directly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, standing beside her was another peak Holy Realm expert, and the sheer terror of the ancient Yi family's profound heritage compelled the Dugu family to tread carefully, wary of provoking them. The ancient Yi family boasted a lineage steeped in history, with countless masters within their ranks and influence spanning the globe. The Dugu family had been established after the Yi family's rise and could not be compared, especially since Yi Lingxi had opened a spatial passage between the central continent and the underworld. The Dugu family dared not act arrogantly. Their sudden appearance was also a result of orders from their leader, the strongest member of the Dugu family, sent to apologize and seek to ease tensions. Yet, Yi Lingxi showed no inclination to grant him any opportunity. She charged forward, sword raised. The other disciples of the Yi family followed suit, eager to seize the moment before it slipped away. Falling flowers, snowflakes, 13th form, first stance. Yi Lingxi infused the holy void sword with the spirit energy of the ice spirit root. Instantly, countless crystalline formations, resembling snowflakes, swirled around the sword, propelled forth by her blade to strike at the black-robed figure. The black-robed man was taken aback, swiftly channeling all his spirit energy, his hands forming seals to conjure a dark shield before him. The snowflake-like spirit crystals collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds that reverberated through the surrounding space. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Gaoman maneuvered around the black-robed man's defenses, charging straight toward Yu Binhong. Yu Binhong's eyes widened in terror as he frantically summoned his treasure to resist. He realized he truly could not contend with them. He had hoped that the arrival of the peak Holy Realm expert from the Dugu family would turn the tide in his favor. To my astonishment, the individuals from the Dark Abyss Dugu clan exhibit such cowardice. Their initial approach was exceedingly courteous, entirely contrary to the clan's renowned demeanor. The figure in the black robe once more pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Lady Divine, please temper your ire." However, his entreaty was met with the second form of the falling flowers and snowflakes, 13 styles. Countless ice crystals surged forth, striking directly at the black-robed man's obsidian shield, which began to fissure. How vexing! Was he not merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins? How could he possibly possess such formidable strength? Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man withdrew a talisman radiating a ghostly light from his pocket. This talisman was a life-saving artifact of the Dark Abyss Dugu clan, capable of temporarily enhancing one's power. Upon activating the talisman, his aura surged dramatically, forcibly breaking through the encirclement of the snowflake energy. Yet, Lingxi remained unfazed, disdainfully stating, "No matter the number of tricks you employ today, they will prove futile." With that, she summoned the power of her fire spirit root and infused it into her sword. The blade shimmered with a fusion of ice and fire, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Concurrently, Lingxi comprehended a new spiritual technique. "You are fortunate. Witness my latest skill, Ice and Fire, Twin Heavens." The black-robed man, feeling the tremendous pressure, was engulfed by despair. He realized that even with the talisman's enhancement, he could hardly withstand the might of this Ice and Fire Twin Heavens. He was bewildered. How could Lingxi, despite being at the initial stage of the returning ruins, unleash power surpassing his own? Chapter 143. The Pinnacle of the Dark Abyss Dugu Clan's Might. "Ice and Fire, Twin Heavens," Lingxi proclaimed sharply. In an instant, the emanating spiritual energy split the sky in twain. One half blazed with fiery crimson flames, while the other was enveloped in a bone-chilling, icy azure mist. The extreme forces of ice and fire intertwined, clashing violently, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. As the fire blazed in its scarlet glory, the ice shimmered in its frigid blue hue. The Holy Void Sword was ensconced within this duality of power. Break! A crisp sound resonated. Lingxi's figure flickered like a specter, appearing with remarkable swiftness. Clad in a flowing white gown, her grace resembled that of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. The Holy Void Sword in her hand radiated a chilling brilliance, instilling dread in all who beheld it. With the speed of lightning, she surged toward the black-robed man. Each swing of her sword was imbued with unparalleled momentum and ferocity, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that howled through the air. How infuriating! How could her spiritual energy be so astonishingly boundless, appearing inexhaustible and terrifyingly potent? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the black-robed man's expression turned grave as he began to weave intricate hand seals, reciting an ancient and enigmatic incantation. As his voice resonated, the surrounding air became tumultuous and restless. In the blink of an eye, a dense black mist surged from all directions, akin to a colossal black beast opening its gaping maw, sweeping toward Lingxi with a heart-stopping aura. The black mist seemed to possess its own consciousness and life, clawing and pouncing toward her with ferocity. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Lingxi did not exhibit a trace of fear. She elegantly pivoted, her movements reminiscent of a graceful fairy in flight. Simultaneously, the disparate powers of ice and fire within her began to meld and converge, creating a dazzlingly radiant and formidable light. In that fleeting moment, two streams of potent energy collided with tremendous force, erupting in a cataclysmic roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The resultant shockwaves, akin to a tempest, radiated outward, shattering the very fabric of space, creating deep, dark rifts in the void. The black-robed man, positioned at the core of this energy, bore the brunt of the onslaught from the ice and fire. He felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder, overwhelmed by anguish. Moreover, the two extreme forces rampaged through his body, relentlessly assaulting his spirit roots and meridians. "Lady Divine, please show mercy." A phantom materialized in the void. As it appeared, it expelled a surge of spiritual energy, purging the ice and fire from the black-robed man's body. An external incarnation, at the pinnacle of power, no less. Lingxi furrowed her brow, realizing that even in the dark abyss, there existed beings of such remarkable strength. This posed a significant complication. Furthermore, this external incarnation had reached the threshold of the heavenly Tao suppression without invoking the cataclysmic divine retribution of the nine heavens. The external incarnation smiled lightly and said, "It seems, Lady Divine, that you are well informed. Though your Yi clan boasts of being of pinnacle strength, the two continents are separated by great distances. If I were to act now, I fear you would meet your demise here. You have miscalculated." Lingxi retorted. Do you not recognize that I bear the rare 8 spirit roots? The spiritual energy within me flows like an unending river, ceaseless and abundant. When this energy is compressed to its utmost, its power grows exponentially. In the face of the external incarnation, Lingxi displayed no semblance of fear. A brilliant light enveloped her, gathering all the maximally compressed spiritual energy into the holy void sword. In an instant, a cataclysmic aura erupted from her being. The external incarnation's countenance shifted dramatically. He had observed Lingxi in battle before. Puzzled by her ability to wield power surpassing that of a pinnacle holy realm practitioner despite being at the initial stage of the returning ruins. Even the most prodigious genius could only hope to cross one major realm in combat. Yet, astonishingly, Lingxi had transcended an entire major realm and 3 minor realms, firmly maintaining the upper hand and establishing herself as the absolute dominant force in this fierce confrontation. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Lingxi, sweeping forth like an unstoppable torrent. Even this external incarnation, having reached the pinnacle of power, could not help but feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Gazing upon Lingxi, whose aura surged like a tempest, he found himself engulfed in a peculiar delusion. Were it not for the celestial being's intervention in this world, Lingxi might indeed possess the extraordinary talent to sweep across the entirety of the 9 continents, rendering her invincible. Though esteemed as the divine maiden of the ancient Yi clan, you are not the divine maiden of my dark abyss Dugu clan. The external incarnation paused momentarily and continued. Since you are establishing your influence in my dark abyss, why do we not each take a step back? It was indeed a mistake on the part of my clan's younger generation, and I offer my apologies. Lingxi scoffed derisively. Do you believe that is feasible? There are no free lunches in this world. You targeted me from the outset, and now you wish to feign remorse. Such good fortune does not exist. Your Dark Abyss Dugu clan boasts considerable arrogance, thinking you can strike at will and seek peace at your convenience. Lingxi's gaze was as frigid as snow. The external incarnation's face flickered with embarrassment before regaining composure. Lady Divine, you are aware that this Dark Abyss is not your Yi clan's territory. One must always leave a semblance of leeway. Leave leeway? Lingxi retorted. Had I not possessed some means earlier, I might have already fallen victim to your black-robed minions. To speak of leaving a thread of mercy at this juncture seems rather tardy, does it not? Lingxi let out a cold snort, her Saint Void sword humming ominously, as if resonating with its mistress's ire. Her external incarnation gritted its teeth. If the divine lady was unwilling to relent, it would be difficult to conclude this day amicably. Although your spiritual power is formidable, the depths of the netherworld continent are profound. Should we engage in a battle, neither side would emerge unscathed. Surely, you do not wish for 2 continents to go to war. Furthermore, you are aware that my continent serves to suppress the extraterritorial celestial demons. Once conflict erupts, it may very well unleash these malevolent beings upon us. Upon hearing this, Lingxi chuckled softly. Why must 2 continents clash? I alone possess the strength to upend the entirety of the netherworld continent. This proclamation left both her external incarnation and the gathered disciples utterly astounded. The energy of an entire continent is not something even the most supreme of beings would dare to claim for a one-on-one confrontation. Lingxi, at the mere early stage of the return to void, audaciously uttered such bold words. Chapter 144, Thunder and Lightning Abound. The external incarnation was momentarily dumbstruck. After all, it was a peak powerhouse. How could it be so readily constrained by a mere junior? Not only was the external incarnation baffled, but everyone present shared the same sentiment. Even the members of the Yi family were bewildered. To challenge an entire continent single-handedly? Even the ancient Yi family would need to weigh its options. Without the intervention of an emperor, such arrogance was simply unwarranted. Junior, since you refuse to heed good counsel, allow me to impart a lesson, the external incarnation declared, raising its aura once more, seemingly intent on breaking through the heavens. However, the Tao of Heaven reappeared, once again suppressing it. Even the Tao of Heaven dared not strike down. You are indeed quite audacious. Lingxi snorted coldly. Since he had elevated his aura to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, she would not hold back. It was time to see just how double-standard this Tao of Heaven truly was. Saint Void Nebula. With a single hand gesture, Lingxi summoned a colossal nebula body identical to her external incarnation. Its aura surged to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, even slightly surpassing that of the external incarnation. The Tao of Heaven, seemingly helpless, quietly observed the unfolding events below. Meanwhile, those with keen perception and considerable strength among the Emperor Realm experts vaguely sensed a powerful Emperor-level aura re-emerging across the 9 continents. This overwhelming presence instilled hope within these experts. leading them to believe that the Tao of Heaven had ceased its suppression of Emperor-level beings, prompting them to break free from the earth. However, just as they emerged from their subterranean confinement, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Then came a thunderous roar. The lightning, akin to a ferocious dragon, descended upon the group of Emperor-level experts. This abrupt turn of events caught the Emperor Realm experts off guard. In an instant, the entire 9 continents was enveloped in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Thick bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, intertwined and danced in the air, striking down upon the 9 continents. Neither towering mountains nor expansive plains, nor bustling cities or dense forests could escape the wrath of this thunderous onslaught. In a moment, the heavens darkened, the winds surged, as if the apocalypse was upon them. Lingxi sensed the anomaly. Lightning struck everywhere. Yet, she paid it little mind. The external incarnation, however, was distinctly troubled. This was its domain, and it would suffer the consequences of its devastation. Such a barren northern region could hardly withstand a strike from a peak Emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, it was perplexed by Lingxi's actions. How could one at the early stage of return to void manifest an identical incarnation? Even with the support of 8 spiritual roots, this seemed implausible. For a fleeting moment, it genuinely felt outmatched. Saint Void return. Lingxi wielded the Saint Void sword. Charging forward, a mere flicker of spiritual energy caused the space to fracture. Yet, perplexingly, the shattered space swiftly mended itself. Such a technique. The external incarnation could not help but gasp in astonishment. Now it understood why Lingxi appeared so unfazed. She could instantly restore what was broken. What a remarkable tactic. The external incarnation immediately summoned its spiritual power to counter her. Were it not for certain limitations, it would have summoned imperial energy directly. Although startled, the external incarnation maintained a composed facade. With swift hand seals, a pale blue shield materialized before it, blocking Lingxi's fierce strike. Just a trivial trick, it remarked coldly. Lingxi, however, remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips. Is that so? Then receive another move from me. With that, the Saint Void sword radiated a dazzling light, as surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. World-cleaving force. This strike contained the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, aimed directly at the external incarnation. The external incarnation furrowed its brow, sensing that this blow might far exceeded the previous one. With a fierce shout, it unleashed a powerful aura, preparing to withstand the strike head-on. As the sword collided with the shield, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, spreading outward. At this moment, the Tao of Heaven seemed unable to stand idly by. A gentle force descended, mitigating the impact of their clash and preventing the land from being utterly obliterated. Yet, it appeared futile. The 5 elements' spiritual power automatically repaired the fractured space. So powerful, so formidable. The external incarnation marveled. After all these years, it was the first time it encountered someone capable of matching its strength. Yet this was merely a 15 or 16-year-old junior. Of course, these 2 exchanges had consumed the majority of Lingxi's spiritual power. Farewell. The external incarnation sensed the precarious situation, taking along its sacred realm powerhouse and making a hasty retreat. Lingxi, why the sudden flight? She watched the direction of the external incarnation's departure, choosing not to pursue. She knew her current spiritual energy was severely depleted, and chasing after them would likely yield no advantage. She sheathed the Saint Void sword and turned to survey her surroundings. The fierce battle had left this area in ruins. The members of the Yi family gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence. Divine Lady, you were truly magnificent. One of the Yi family disciples exclaimed. It was the first time they had witnessed Lingxi exert her full strength, facing such a formidable adversary. The realm of that figure was something they had never even heard of. Yet, the mere motion of their being could fracture space, a testament to their might. Sister Shi, are you all right? Are you injured? Feng Ling rushed forward, inspecting Lingxi from all angles. Fortunately, there were no injuries. After the examination, she sighed in relief. Lingxi casually replied, I'm fine, merely a tad drained of energy. Had it been his true self, it wouldn't have been such a significant issue. Feng Ling inquired, what shall we do next? If we leave, will he return to seek vengeance? Lingxi responded, we shall pay a visit another day. Feng Ling chuckled. I think that's a splendid idea. We can see if they have any delectable spiritual herbs. In this barren land, Feng Ling had yet to find a single 7th-grade spiritual herb, which was quite absurd. Let us take a good rest today, and also rearrange the protective array for our clan. Lingxi gazed upon the shattered protective formation of her sect, contemplating how to enhance its defenses. The pinnacle of the 9th-tier array proved inadequate against the formidable Dugu clan from the netherworld. Merely a trace of their aura had been sufficient to dismantle the formidable array. Had it not been for this ninth-tier formation, the entirety of the Hahuan sect would have been obliterated by that single breath of energy or swallowed into the void. Chapter 145, The Battlefield of Gods and Demons, A Land of Burial. Atop the towering peak of the Hahuan sect, shrouded in mist, stood an exquisite pavilion. At this moment, the moonlight cascaded like liquid silver upon the tranquil summit, illuminating the entire peak. Lingxi reclined in a chaise longue, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. Nearby, Fengling lay quietly on another chair, both of them gazing up at the vast, starry sky. The night sky twinkled with stars, resembling a multitude of resplendent gems embedded in the dark canvas above. How tedious. Sister Shi, when shall we visit the Dugu family? Despite having just finished their battle, she could hardly contain her eagerness to see the Dugu household. Lingxi pondered for a moment and replied, "There's no rush. We must first ensure the complete fortification of our sect to prevent any further assaults from more powerful forces." Fengling pouted. "All right then. Let us check if there's anything else to arrange tomorrow." The two lay in silence until the system's sudden notification broke the stillness. Ding! An escape of the extrinsic celestial demons from the boneyard of the netherworld has been detected. A new mission is now issued. Exterminate the extrinsic celestial demons from the boneyard. Completion reward, Dark Spirit Root, and 3 premium super gift packs. The moment she heard the mission notification, Lingxi sprang to attention, reading the details closely. Extrinsic celestial demons have escaped? She was puzzled. Had they not been securely sealed? Indeed, host. The recent battle with your external avatar destabilized the space of the boneyard, allowing lower-tier extrinsic celestial demons to escape. Though these demons were sealed, they have continually sought ways to break free, and their innate strength remains intact. Once an opportunity arises, they are compelled to act. Much like when you were setting up the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Array. The sealed extrinsic celestial demons would fiercely resist, as the more the eerie aura leaked, the quicker it eroded the seals, facilitating their premature emergence. Upon understanding this, Lingxi realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder the addition of an imperial tier formation elicited such a strong reaction from the sealed demons. She then inquired, "System, what kind of place is the boneyard?" It was essential to comprehend the nature of this location before venturing there, as well as to ascertain its suitability for the disciples of the Hahuan sect to train. If it proved appropriate, she would bring them along. Boneyard, the second battlefield of gods and demons from billions of years ago, a significant site of demonic sealing. The eerie aura of this place is terrifying, and few dare to tread upon its grounds. Depending on one's cultivation level, the areas one can access vary. To enter the core region of the boneyard, one must possess peak prowess, while even the outer circle requires at least the hidden Yuan realm to approach. It is the largest soul training ground, highly favored by alchemists and artifact masters. Those with weak soul strength risk their consciousness exploding upon entry. Moreover, the boneyard is considered a semi-secret realm. After reviewing the system's introduction, Lingxi comprehended that it was indeed a semi-secret realm and a place for soul cultivation. Naturally, while it could facilitate soul training, it could equally inflict harm upon the soul. Having determined her objective, Lingxi declared, "Xiaoling, tomorrow we shall venture to the boneyard." Fengling was momentarily taken aback before curiously asking, "Ah, what is the boneyard?" Lingxi thought for a moment and succinctly relayed the system's description to Fengling. Upon hearing it, Fengling clapped her hands in delight. "Great. Let us go there tomorrow." Additionally, host, the boneyard is exceptionally perilous, particularly the core region. Even peak experts do not dare to enter casually, as it harbors various bizarre life forms born of the eerie auras and remnants of ancient, even primordial powers may linger there. Lingxi queried, "Primordial powers?" The system elucidated, "Indeed. There are 2 great battlefields of gods and demons in the Jiuzhou Dao Domain, both of which are beyond the jurisdiction of the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dao, which dares not intervene. They exist as lawless territories, and as long as the beings within do not exceed their designated boundaries, the Jiuzhou Heavenly Dao turns a blind eye." Gasp! Lingxi was astonished yet intrigued. Pressing further, "Such places exist? Where, then, is the largest battlefield of gods and demons?" The system responded, "The largest battlefield is located beneath the netherworld continent, in the extreme southern demon domain, a realm untouched by humans. It is inhabited by creatures covered in red fur. Exceedingly strange and powerful, no one knows their origin or why they appear in the extreme southern demon domain." Red-furred creatures? Lingxi was somewhat astonished. The mention of these red-furred beings reminded her that such entities also existed in this realm, which was quite fascinating. Setting this aside, she decided to first explore the boneyard. Lingxi rose from her chaise longue. The system tactfully cleared its throat. "Ahem, host, please do not rush. Wait 3 more days. The boneyard is akin to a semi-secret realm, and it shall open in 3 days. Once it does, the soul's erosion will be somewhat diminished. Lingxi retorted. System, you are truly insufferable. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You've made me overly excited for nothing. Subsequently, Lingxi also cleared her throat tactfully. Xiaoling. We shall head to the boneyard in 3 days, for the conditions there will be akin to a secret realm, and the soul's erosion will be less severe then. 3 days? That is perfect. We can visit the Dugu family in the meantime, Feng Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With 3 days to spare, they could indulge in a feast at the Dugu household, renowned as an ancient power, surely brimming with treasures. Lingxi nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall go tomorrow. Feng Ling clapped her hands joyfully. Hooray, hooray. But wait, Sister Shi, I sense that eerie aura again. Is the formation unable to contain it? Feng Ling sniffed the air once more, affirming, indeed, there is a faint eerie aura, very subtle, as if deliberately concealed, yet I can still discern it. An eerie aura? Lingxi unleashed her consciousness to scan the entirety of the Hehuan sect, finding no trace of the unsettling energy Feng Ling described. Even the 9 heavens demon suppression array stood firm, and the dungeons were devoid of any strange presence. The external eerie aura could not possibly penetrate their defenses. Since Feng Ling possessed a natural sensitivity to such matters, it suggested that a terrifying entity had indeed infiltrated the Hehuan sect. Chapter 146. The Eerie Returns. Lingxi concentrated her mind, summoning an even more formidable spiritual awareness, akin to an invisible beam of scanning light, meticulously probing every nook and cranny of the Hehuan sect. Time and again, she repeated this action, traversing back and forth over 10 times, yet each time yielded the same result. No abnormalities whatsoever. Moreover, she did not neglect the area beyond the isolation formation surrounding the Hehuan sect, conducting a thorough sweep with her spiritual perception. However, wherever she directed her attention, tranquility reigned, devoid of any suspicious signs or unusual fluctuations. What could possibly be amiss? Lingxi furrowed her brow, pondering internally. Despite her diligent and meticulous search, she found herself empty-handed. Yet, Feng Ling had distinctly claimed to have detected a strange aura. Lingxi had always held deep faith in Feng Ling's extraordinary olfactory abilities. With a slight frown, she gazed into the distance, lost in profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, she spoke softly. Xiaoling, for some reason, I cannot shake off the feeling that something is amiss. An ominous premonition lingers in my heart. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling shuddered, her face betraying fear, her voice trembling. Could it be that there are indeed spirits lurking? Lingxi gently shook her head, offering comfort. Surely not. However, this inexplicable unease is indeed unsettling. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, enveloped in silence, the only sound being the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. Lingxi slowly approached a chaise longue, settling into its embrace. She closed her eyes slightly, her mind racing through various potential scenarios. In that unervingly serene moment, Feng Ling's sharp senses suddenly detected a hint of an unusual aura. Could it be an otherworldly demon? The thought flickered through Lingxi's mind. However, it seemed improbable. If it were truly an otherworldly demon, it should not be able to escape the burial ground. Or perhaps it was the 9 heavens suppression formation. Do not fear. Let us investigate the dungeon. Lingxi suddenly felt something was awry. The emergence of this strange aura could very well be directed towards the 9 heavens suppression formation, potentially compromising its integrity. Shall we go now? To be frank, even Feng Ling felt a tinge of fear. Nonetheless, she accompanied Lingxi to the dungeon, compelled by an insatiable curiosity. The unsettling aura could not simply appear without reason. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon but refrained from entering, instead focusing their spiritual energy to probe the entire area several times. Narrowing their focus, they finally made a new discovery, a petite figure, though its identity remained obscured. This entity emitted a thread of eerie energy, cunningly concealing itself. Had it been a tad more adept, it might have escaped detection altogether. Regrettably, impatience had betrayed it. Feng Ling inquired, Sister Shi, have you uncovered anything? Lingxi replied, indeed, I have spotted a diminutive figure that seems somewhat familiar. Let us observe what it is doing. Lingxi was intrigued by how this individual had infiltrated the Hehuan sect. Perhaps they had mingled in during the recruitment event today. The mysterious figure moved like a specter, its actions silent yet imbued with a disquieting presence. It hovered near the 9 heavens suppression formation, pacing back and forth, as if clandestinely searching for some secret. From a distance, one could discern its furtive movements, suggesting ulterior motives. It occasionally approached the formation's edge, scrutinizing the runes and energy flow within, then retreating to ponder before advancing once more. Clearly, This enigmatic individual was attempting to ascertain the location of the formation's focal point while diligently seeking any potential flaws. Yet, even if it were to uncover a weakness, it would be futile. The Nine Heavens Suppression Formation was among the most powerful and exquisite of the Imperial-level sealing arrays. Its complexity was beyond imagination, with countless intricate runes interwoven to create an impenetrable defensive system. To easily identify a flaw within it was a Herculean task. Even those proficient in array techniques would feel utterly powerless when faced with such a formidable formation. Even if this individual were to painstakingly identify a weakness in the Nine Heavens Suppression Formation, attempting to breach it would be akin to chasing a mirage. This was due to the fact that the entire Nine Heavens Suppression Formation was intimately connected to a supreme spiritual vein lying beneath the Hahuan sect. This vein brimmed with boundless, potent spiritual energy, continuously feeding into the formation to bolster its strength. Hence, even the slightest damage inflicted upon the formation would prompt it to swiftly absorb energy from the vein to restore itself. Thus, to dismantle the Nine Heavens Suppression Formation, one would need to exert overwhelming force to obliterate it entirely in one fell swoop. Here it comes, Feng Ling discerned. Realizing he was intent on damaging the Nine Heavens Suppression Formation, having been by Yi Lingxi's side for a considerable time, she had gleaned a thing or two about formations, frequently inquiring out of curiosity. Yi Lingxi suddenly had a whimsical idea to startle him. "All right," she replied, and in an instant, the two appeared behind the figure. Upon reaching his rear, they finally recognized his true identity, Lei Yin. No wonder he seemed so familiar. At this moment, Lei Yin was utterly absorbed, oblivious to the presence of Yi Lingxi and Feng Ling, lost in his quest to find a flaw in the formation. It was not until Lei Yin abruptly turned around that he caught sight of the two standing before him, causing him to jump in shock. "Ah!" His piercing scream echoed throughout the dungeon. "Enough! Silence!" Yi Lingxi swiftly struck him, sending Lei Yin sprawling. He remained in a state of bewilderment. Yet the eerie aura he emitted only intensified, concealed deeply. Had it not been for the sealing formation she had established, she would never have suspected him to be an otherworldly demon. Yi Lingxi summoned the Holy Void Sword, for Lei Yin's aura was continually escalating. This unsettling energy was repugnant. As Lei Yin underwent complete demonic transformation, his entire body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. The once normal hue of his skin was instantly devoured by an abyss of darkness, rendering him pitch black, as if he had emerged from the depths of the most profound night. At that moment, Lei Yin towered to a staggering 3 meters, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Two thick, sharp horns sprouted from his head, glinting ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. His grotesquely contorted face bore a pair of pitch-black fangs, resembling 2 razor-sharp daggers. Upon further examination of his hands and feet, each finger appeared as resolute as steel, exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing through stone. Such terrifying claws, merely a glance was sufficient to instill fear and evoke a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Lei Ying's physique swelled dramatically, his garments, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, disintegrated into mere dust, leaving him exposed in all his rawness. A sight that was somewhat jarring to behold. Yi Lingxi gazed at the bare Lei Yin, who, at that moment, had been entirely possessed by the otherworldly demon. With a sinister cackle, Lei Yin proclaimed, "Cackle, cackle, cackle. Release the 9 Heavens Sealing Formation, and I shall consider sparing your life." Feng Ling, with a hint of mockery, retorted, "So impressive, I'm utterly terrified." The demonized Lei Yin, although at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, posed no real threat. Yi Lingxi scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "A mere peak Saint Realm." With that, she summoned the power of her Thunder Spirit Root. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and streams of blue electricity surged from her body like lively serpents, gradually converging. In the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, appearing as a goddess bathed in the glow of thunder. Simultaneously, the holy void sword in her grasp began to radiate a brilliant light. As she continuously infused it with the power from her Thunder Spirit Root, the originally unadorned blade became shrouded in a dense layer of electricity, crackling with life. As if the thunder itself danced upon the sword, emanating a spine-chilling aura. The demonized Lei Yin, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but change his expression slightly, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. After all, the power of lightning was known to be particularly effective against malevolent entities, posing a significant threat to the otherworldly demons. Holy Void returned to source. Yi Lingxi, wielding the Holy Void Sword, shot towards the demonized Lei Yin like a bolt of lightning. Her speed stirred a fierce wind, ripping through the surrounding air. As she swung the Holy Void Sword, the space in her wake cleaved apart like fragile parchment, revealing a dark, profound void. The demonized Lei Yin, sensing her aggressive approach, brandished his razor-sharp claws, and lunged at her. Yet, at the very moment of imminent collision, Lingxi vanished as if she had melded into the void, leaving no trace behind. Caught off guard by her uncanny movement, the demonized Laying found himself momentarily bewildered. Before he could regain his composure, a searing pain suddenly pierced through him from behind. His eyes turned crimson, radiating a dreadful aura as he opened his maw wide. Unleashing a thunderous roar of rage, with an abrupt twist, he surged forward, driven by an insatiable desire to annihilate Lingxi, resembling a ferocious beast. In the face of this onslaught, Lingxi swiftly evaded, retreating like a specter. Simultaneously, she plunged the holy void sword into the ground and began to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation. As her words echoed, the previously tranquil earth quaked violently. Columns of dazzling lightning erupted from the ground, as if serpentine dragons were breaking through the soil, soaring towards the demonized Laying. These lightning pillars flickered with a heart-stopping brilliance, carrying cataclysmic power as they raced towards the demonized Laying with astonishing speed. Although he was formidable, the sheer density and might of the lightning assault left him with little room to evade. The air reverberated with thunderous booms as multiple bolts of lightning struck his form, enveloping him in billowing black smoke, tearing through flesh, and causing blood to spatter. Yet, despite sustaining severe injuries, the demonized Laying refused to relent, fiercely struggling to continue his assault on Lingxi. So tenacious, Lingxi observed coolly as she gathered the electricity anew. Heavenly Thunder Palm. With a commanding voice, a radiant blue thunder orb materialized in her palm, crackling with electric arcs. The demonized Laying, sensing the overwhelming pressure of the orb, momentarily flickered with fear, only to be swiftly consumed by madness as he charged recklessly towards Lingxi, intent on disrupting her incantation. Too late. Seizing the moment, Lingxi hurled the thunder orb towards the demonized Laying. With a resounding explosion, the orb detonated, its blinding light engulfing him. As the brilliance faded, the demonized Laying lay incapacitated on the ground, the aura of the otherworldly demon dissipating, and Laying gradually returned to his former self. At that moment, dozens of Saint Realm presences suddenly materialized above the Hahuan sect. Lingxi glanced up, spotting no fewer than 32 Saint Realm powerhouses. Among them a few familiar auras, several elders from the Yi family. Xiaoxi, the Grand Elder, stepped forward to greet her, concern etched across his features. Are you all right? The other Saint Realm members of the Yi family quickly gathered around her, accompanied by those from other ancient powers. It's nothing, Lingxi replied, shaking her head. Reassured by her words, the Grand Elder then inquired, what transpired here? Why is there such potent demonic energy? Indeed, another voice chimed in. The sudden influx of demonic energy frightened me terribly. Aren't the otherworldly demons sealed away? After all these years, how could there still be remnants of otherworldly demons? Could it be that some seal has weakened, allowing them to escape? The crowd's expressions turned grave, fearing that a seal had indeed faltered. They lacked the power to repair such seals, and should an otherworldly demon descend, the entire 9 provinces would be doomed. As Lingxi recounted the events, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. At that moment, Laying slowly began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself surrounded by numerous Saint Realm powerhouses, a sight that startled him profoundly. The Grand Elder meticulously checked Laying for any issues, and upon confirming his safety, exhaled a sigh of relief. Are you one of the Lei family? However, curiosity lingered among the crowd. If the otherworldly demons were sealed, why had someone been possessed? The Grand Elder speculated. It seems the Xuanli Lei family harbors secrets. How could an ordinary person be overtaken by an otherworldly demon? Furthermore, there are no otherworldly demons left in the 9 provinces. Even the extreme south demon domain lacks their presence. How is it possible for an otherworldly demon to appear in the netherworld continent and seize the body of a young girl? The only plausible explanation is that the Xuanli Lei family possesses undisclosed secrets. The Xuanli Island is yet another secluded isle, and the Xuanli Lei family is shrouded in greater mystery than even the Yuming Dugu family, more enigmatic than the netherworld continent itself. The esteemed elder of the Dugu clan proposed, esteemed colleagues, since there are no apparent issues here, let us escort this young lady to Xuanli Island and demand an explanation. I concur, for it is entirely possible that Xuanli Island harbors secrets best left undisturbed, particularly concerning the matters of the extraterrestrial demons, a subject not to be taken lightly. With this in mind, we shall proceed together to preempt any potential underhanded maneuvers by the Lei family of Sunli. Everyone unanimously agreed on the necessity of confronting Xuanli Island for clarification. Subsequently, the Grand Elder turned to Lingxi and inquired, Little Shi, since this young lady belongs to your Hahuan sect, do you wish to take her to the Lei family of Xuanli? The decision rests solely with you. At this, all eyes turned towards Lingxi. The exploits of Lingxi were well known among these esteemed beings, and none dared to underestimate her. Without her nod, they would not dare to take Lei Yin away. Lingxi pondered for a moment. This situation indeed bore grave implications. Xuanli Island was, after all, an isolated realm, suspended in the skies, seldom graced by the presence of outsiders. Should the entirety of Xuanli Island have fallen under the dominion of extraterrestrial demons, it would spell significant trouble. Very well, Lingxi affirmed with a nod. They were bound to journey together, and she too wished to behold the nature of this aerial island. The leader of the Mount Guardian sect declared, in that case, we must depart immediately without delay. The head of the Wu family concurred. I share the same sentiment. Everyone expressed their agreement. In an instant, a series of sharp cracks echoed as the void was torn apart like parchment, revealing a multitude of startling spatial rifts. The Grand Elder flickered into action, swiftly grasping Lei Yin and leading the charge. Meanwhile, Lingxi and Feng Ling followed closely behind, traversing the void with haste. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a vast expanse and arrived within the domain of Xuanli Island. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the entirety of Xuanli Island unfurled before them like an exquisite tapestry. This enigmatic isle was composed of 24 floating land masses, with a grand and imposing main island standing at the center, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. The remaining 23 smaller islands encircled it, each varying in size and shape. Some resembled colossal dragons coiled in repose. Others evoked the image of phoenixes taking flight, while still others bore the likeness of Kylans proudly rearing their heads. Each island emanated a unique aura, captivating all who beheld them. Lingxi gazed upon the ethereal beauty of Xuanli Island, whispering, is this truly the legendary Xuanli Island? She had indeed heard tales of this secluded paradise, which was notoriously averse to outsiders. The Grand Elder sighed. It seems something is amiss. The eerie silence enveloping Xuanli Island is certainly indicative of trouble. Despite our prolonged approach, the guardians of Xuanli Island have yet to emerge to drive us away, suggesting that something has gone awry within the Lei family. As other powerful beings arrived, they too sensed the disquieting atmosphere. The entire island lay in an unnerving stillness. Little girl, could you enlighten us on the situation? All eyes turned to Lei Yin. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, panic evident in her demeanor. I do not know, Lei Yin stammered. I left Xuanli Island a decade ago, and I am merely a collateral branch, lacking the qualification to enter the main island. This admission left others at a loss. Indeed, collateral branches were typically barred from the main island. One of the esteemed beings suggested, shall we venture forth together to investigate? After all, we are dealing with extraterrestrial demons, and caution is paramount. Regardless of the risks, they were compelled to explore Xuanli Island to prevent the resurgence of extraterrestrial demons in the 9 continents, which would lead to dire consequences. In that case, let us proceed together. Faced with the threat of extraterrestrial demons, each individual was notably cautious, none willing to take the lead. Fear of the demons loomed large, despite the fact that none had ever encountered them firsthand. Nevertheless, it was the solemn duty of ancient and supreme powers to thwart their emergence. Any faction that failed to heed this mission would face collective wrath. Let us not dawdle. Grand Elder, let us enter. Lingxi could no longer contain her impatience, observing the hesitance of these formidable beings. Very well, the Grand Elder nodded, leading Lei Yin towards the main island of Xuanli. The other esteemed beings, feeling the heat of embarrassment, followed suit. As they set foot on the main island of Xuanli, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The surrounding silence was so profound that one could only hear the sound of their own breathing, and in the shadows, it felt as though countless eyes were watching their every move. Upon entering Xuanli Island, all the esteemed beings acutely felt the island's eerie nature. Under normal circumstances, Xuanli Island was not a battleground for gods and demons, making its current strangeness all the more unsettling. Lingxi, too, heightened her vigilance, subtly gathering her spiritual power in preparation to summon the sacred void sword at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, followed by a group of individuals clad in dark robes. The leader bellowed, "Who dares to trespass upon Xuanli Island?" The Grand Elder stepped forward, declaring, "We have come to seek clarity on why the inhabitants of Xuanli Island are possessed by extraterrestrial demons." The man's expression shifted, and he coldly retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. How could Xuanli Island be associated with extraterrestrial demons?" Just then, Lei Yin suddenly clutched her head in anguish, a faint black glow emanating from her form. The signs of possession reappeared, startling everyone. The representative of Xuanli Island displayed a look of alarm, as if burdened by unspeakable secrets. Chapter 149, The Return of the Demon. The hazy night enveloped Xuanli Island like a vast black curtain, casting an ominous pall over the landscape. Beneath the inky darkness, a stifling tension permeated the air. The inhabitants of Xuanli Island felt their heartbeats quicken involuntarily, their eyes darting with an unmistakable sense of unease. They were acutely aware that the situation they faced was dire. A misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The gathered individuals were not mere amateurs. They were formidable forces in their own right, with over 30 esteemed beings having reached the sacred realm. The terrifying auras emanating from these powerful figures intertwined, creating an invisible pressure that instilled fear in all. Particularly noteworthy were the sacred realm experts of the Yi family, each wielding weapons of unparalleled rarity, known as extreme Dao Emperor weapons. It is worth noting that within other ancient factions, even the slightly more advanced Emperor weapons were exceedingly rare treasures. Despite the presence of more than 30 sacred realm experts, none dared to breach the threshold of Xuanli Island. The reason was clear. The Lei family of Xuanli possessed an incredibly formidable strength and a profound legacy. Their lineage had endured the passage of countless ages, amassing knowledge of rare techniques, secret arts, and divine weapons. Moreover, the Lei family had consistently produced exceptional talents, with each generation boasting top-tier experts capable of commanding respect from all. Thus, other factions were hesitant to provoke them. Furthermore, the entirety of Xuanli Island was intricately woven into a colossal and formidable array, a potent formation crafted through the tireless efforts and resources of the Lei family's past masters, imbued with boundless mysteries and lethal intent. The transformation of Lei Yin was markedly evident at this moment, yet an inexplicable force restrained her mutation. The members of the Xuanli Lei clan, however, exhibited no reaction, instead coldly fixating their gaze upon her. At the rear, Lingxi turned to Feng Ling and inquired, "Xiaoling, do you sense anything unusual?" Standing idly here, engaged in trivial chatter, would yield no results. Moreover, the ambience and aura of this place spoke volumes. Even if Lei Yin were to become fully demonic on the spot, there would be no recourse as long as the Lei clan denied it. What was required was merely a piece of evidence. Feng Ling shook her head and replied, "No, there is a shielding formation here that completely conceals everything. But I can assure you that there are definitely otherworldly demons present." As the tension among the group escalated, Lei Yin suddenly emitted a cry of anguish. A dark radiance surged around her, and the force that had been suppressing her transformation appeared to waver. The expressions of the Xuanli Lei family shifted slightly, while the leading saint-level experts from the Yi family stepped forward, ready to seize the opportunity to strike. At that moment, an elder from the Lei family bellowed, "Matters pertaining to my Lei family are not to be meddled with by outsiders." With that, he formed hand seals, and a surge of array light erupted, temporarily quelling Lei Yin's momentum. Nevertheless, her condition continued to deteriorate. Her eyes gradually turned blood red, veins bulging on her forehead, and her horns re-emerged as she exhaled black mist. Her body began to tremble violently, as if she were enduring immense agony. Simultaneously, a powerful malevolent aura emanated from her, causing the surrounding air to thicken. Just as Lei Yin succumbed to her demonic transformation, it seemed that the otherworldly demons within the bodies of the Lei clan members were stirred by some mysterious force, beginning to awaken. Once Lei Yin fully transformed, her figure swelled to several times its original size, towering like a small mountain before the onlookers. Even more colossal than during her time at the Hahuan sect. Enveloped in dense demonic energy, swirling black mist twisted and churned, at times morphing into grotesque visages, and at others coalescing into sharp demonic claws, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Faced with such a horrifying spectacle, the assembled saints were filled with trepidation. Despite their considerable prowess, this was their first encounter with the legendary otherworldly demons, and the one before them had reached the semi-emperor level. The elder of the Yi family declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, along with our comrades from the Lei family, let us unite to suppress this threat." The more than 30 saint-level experts who had come were already poised for action. In contrast, the members of the Xuanli Lei clan took a step back, seemingly allowing Lei Yin the space to unleash her power. The Yi family elder cast a cold glance at the distant Lei family saints and stated, "Though she is of your Xuanli Island, she has been overtaken by an otherworldly demon. According to the ancient accord, any entity that discovers an otherworldly demon, regardless of their allegiance, is obliged to act against it. Such an anomaly speaks volumes. A distant disciple was akin to an ant within Xuanli Island, easily eliminated at will. How much more so for a collateral disciple whose body has been commandeered by an otherworldly demon?" One of the saint-level experts from the Xuanli Lei family interjected, "We are indeed aware of the accord, yet this girl's situation is exceptional. We must investigate further." Though they spoke thus, all understood that the Lei family harbored intentions of protection. Just as they were about to further chastise the Lei family saints, the demonic Lei Yin charged toward them. Lingxi, however, disregarded the unfolding conflict. She had suddenly sensed a subtle, yet anomalous fluctuation of spiritual energy at the edge of the formation. She felt a surge of joy. This might be the key to the formation's heart. Just as she intended to approach stealthily, the transformed Lei Yin lunged in her direction, sensing an unsettling power emanating from her. Perhaps out of a deep-seated hatred stemming from her prior suppression by Yi Lingxi, the demonic Lei Yin now targeted her. Xiaoxi, be careful. The elder shattered a spatial barrier, immediately positioning himself before Yi Lingxi. The other saint-level experts of the Yi family swiftly gathered around her. Despite the presence of 6 saint-level figures from the Yi family, they were woefully inadequate against a semi-emperor-level otherworldly demon. The remaining experts hesitated, each with their own ulterior motives. Were it not for the ancient accord, they would be reluctant to engage. The otherworldly demon had been thoroughly subdued. Even if it were to arise, it would merely be at the saint or semi-emperor level, unable to stir any significant turmoil. With a series of swift motions, the saint-level experts of the Yi family summoned their imperial weapons. The elder, in particular, unleashed an ultimate imperial weapon. A thunderous boom reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as the demonic Lei Yin, imbued with an overwhelming aura of brutality, unleashed a devastating punch that descended like a meteor. In an instant, the ground shook violently, dust and debris billowing into the air, causing the entire world to tremble. The foremost targets were the elder of the Yi family and several other top-tier saint-level experts behind him. They were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, blood spewing from their mouths, their appearances utterly ghastly. It is important to note that these individuals were among the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet even so, they crumbled before the might of a semi-emperor-level otherworldly demon. At this moment, other saint-level experts from various factions witnessed this heart-stopping scene, rendered speechless in shock and disbelief. What had once been a flicker of hope now faded into a profound sense of fear and despair. If even the most formidable and tyrannical members of the Yi family suffered such a devastating defeat, what chances did they possess? Suddenly, Yi Lingxi, as if sensing something amiss, abruptly opened her eyes wide. Her once tranquil eyes now shimmered with an unusual brilliance, fixated intently on the southwestern horizon. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed an exceedingly faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from that direction, tinged with a hint of demonic aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingxi barely spared a thought for Lei Ying, who was still ensnared in a state of demonic transformation, and her figure darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the southwest. Before long, Yi Lingxi arrived at a seemingly ordinary location. However, as her gaze fell upon an ancient and enigmatic stone tablet before her, a surge of joy welled up within her heart. Her intuition whispered that this was the crucial key she had been seeking. The stone tablet was intricately inscribed with a multitude of peculiar runes, as if concealing boundless secrets and powers. Taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she began to channel her spiritual energy with all her might. Her hands moved with increasing speed, and a flurry of complex characters shot forth from her fingertips like meteors, radiating brilliant spiritual light as they surged towards the ancient stone tablet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. Immediately, the once impregnable barrier began to show visible fissures, which spread and expanded at an alarming rate. Boldly, the previously indifferent members of the Lei family realized that Yi Lingxi was dismantling their protective array. Panic ensued. Should the barrier be breached, the demonic energy enveloping the entire Xuanli Island would become manifest. In an instant, Lei Lisin, the patriarch of the Lei family, sprang into action. Yet as he did, the demonic energy within him surged uncontrollably. Sensing the misalignment, Lei Lisin quickly restrained himself, his voice laced with fury. Do you comprehend the calamity your actions will unleash? Yi Lingxi smirked coldly, retorting, your family seals away demonic energy here while secretly exploiting it to enhance your own power. Such malevolence shall not go unchallenged. Lei Lisin's expression shifted dramatically, warning her not to speak foolishly as he launched an attack against her. Yi Lingxi adeptly evaded, her incantations continuing as she pressed the assault on the barrier. Everyone, seize her. With Lei Lisin's command, the assembled elite warriors of the Lei family sprang into action. As they did, their own demonic energy became exposed. Yi Lingxi chuckled. Ah, can you not contain yourselves? The other elite warriors began to sense the shift. The emergence of demonic energy from the Lei family was a clear sign. Come forth. Yi Lingxi summoned the Holy Void Sword, pointing it at Lei Lisin. Let's resolve this matter with you first. Despite being a mere early-stage Guaishu, Lei Lisin dared to boast with confidence. He fully displayed his cultivation level, revealing himself to be at the pinnacle of semi-emperorship, bolstered further by the support of demonic energy, rendering him even more formidable. As he unleashed his demonic energy to its utmost, the air around him darkened ominously. With a swift motion, he sent forth a black blade of light toward Lingxi. Lingxi's gaze sharpened as she countered with several sword energies from the Holy Void Sword, creating a dazzling clash of spiritual and demonic energies that illuminated the surroundings. Aware that although Lei Lisan's demonic energy had just begun to manifest, his strength was not to be underestimated, she deftly retreated several paces, reciting an incantation. The Holy Void Sword trembled, splitting into dozens of smaller swords that fanned out in the air. Go! With a delicate finger, Lingxi sent the small swords cascading towards Lei Lisan like a rain of arrows. Lei Lisan scoffed, summoning a shield of demonic energy to defend himself. The small sword struck the shield, igniting showers of sparks. At that moment, other powerful figures from various factions were not idle either. Observing the Lei family's slip, they swiftly coordinated to form an alliance. I had no intention of revealing myself, but you leave me no choice. Lei Lisan sneered, fully succumbing to his demonic transformation. Following this metamorphosis, his physique expanded several times, resembling the transformed Lei Ying, with a pair of enormous demonic wings sprouting from his back. He clearly embodied a higher tier of outworldly demon. Subsequently, with a powerful flap of his wings, a tempest erupted, scattering all of Lingxi's small swords. Reaching the air, he unleashed a torrent of dense demonic flames, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. Lingxi's expression grew grave as she quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a crystalline shield of spiritual energy before her. The demonic flames collided against the shield, emitting a sizzling sound. Intriguing, she mused, though still at the pinnacle of semi-emperorship. You are clearly of a different caliber. With a swing of the Holy Void Sword, she cleaved through the demonic flames. Now you recognize my power, Lei Lisan declared, erupting into raucous laughter. With so many elite warriors, I shall feast well today. Chapter 151, The Great Sun Golden Light Sword Formation. All 8 elite warriors of the Lei family unleashed their demonic energy, yet they did not undergo the same transformation as Lei Ying. Had they fully transformed, the extent of their power would have been unfathomable. Moreover, this was merely a handful of the Lei family's elite. Their foundation undoubtedly ran deeper. If even Lei Ying harbored an outworldly demon within, it was certain that others in the Lei family did as well. Your strength truly exceeds my expectations. A mere early-stage Guishu can unleash power rivaling that of the first heaven of the imperial realm. Lei Lisan levitated in midair. A sinister and grotesque smile etched upon his face, punctuated by chilling laughter that echoed as if from the depths of hell. Quickly, he transformed his hand seals, sending forth streams of mysterious light from his fingertips, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, vanishing into the void ahead. These lights intertwined in the air, forming intricate and ancient sigils. Not good. Everyone be cautious. He intends to activate the Xuanli Guiyuan formation on Xuanli Island. This formation wields immense power, and should it be fully activated, the consequences will be dire. Xiao Shi, quickly retreat from the confines of Xuanli Island. The elder of the Yi family suddenly paled, shouting urgently. Before his words could fully resonate, he vanished in a flash, retreating like a streak of light. Simultaneously, the other elite warriors of the Yi family awoke from their stupor, unleashing their utmost abilities, racing away from Xuanli Island at breakneck speed. Witnessing the panic of the Yi family, the elite warriors of other factions grasped the gravity of the situation. Fear etched on their faces. They hastily emulated the Yi family's actions, racing to escape the confines of Xuanli Island, fearing that any delay would lead to irrevocable doom. Only a few elite warriors remained ensnared by the eerie and fearsome Lei Ying, struggling desperately to break free from his grasp, yet they were met with relentless failure. Their faces drained of color, drenched in cold sweat, they were clearly nearing their limits. In the distance, the elder's voice rang out, filled with urgency as he called to Lingxi. Xiao Shi, the situation is dire. Retreat at once. Do not delay any longer. His voice echoed through the heavens. However, before Lingxi could respond, a chilling, maniacal laughter erupted. Kik, now you wish to flee? It is too late. Before me, the once handsome visage of Lei Lisan contorted into a grotesque mask of malice. He extended a slender, serpent-like tongue, languidly licking his lips, while his elongated eyes fixated on Lingxi, as if she had become the fish upon his chopping board, ready for slaughter. Form the formation swiftly. With the Grand Elder's commanding voice, the assembled saints sprang into action. He regarded the unfolding situation with grave concern, inwardly lamenting the impending crisis. Initially believing that Lei Lisan's activation of the Xuanli Guiyuan array was merely a standard defensive maneuver, it now became apparent that the opponent was well prepared. With intentions clearly aimed at Lingxi, standing a short distance away, Lei Lisin wore a sinister expression, his hands deftly manipulating the Xuanli Guiyuan array. The array shimmered ominously, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy toward Yi Lingxi. The Grand Elder, refusing to be complacent, quickly initiated his most adept formation, the Great Sun Golden Sword Array, chanting incantations. He deftly adjusted his hand seals. Simultaneously, the 5 other powerful saints beside him channeled their immense spiritual energy, continuously infusing it into the array. In an instant, the heavens darkened, and a tempest brewed. Countless beams of golden sword light converged from all directions, swirling in the air like mighty dragons. These beams intertwined and fused, ultimately forming a magnificent and resplendent sword array, radiating a brilliance that could overshadow even the sun. In a mere blink, the Great Sun Golden Sword Array was fully established. This formidable array, imbued with boundless killing intent, was the Grand Elder's magnum opus, one of his most relied upon strategies in confronting formidable foes. The clash of the Great Sun Golden Sword Array against the Xuanli Guiyuan Array unleashed a dazzling interplay of golden and dark energies, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Positioned at the center of this tempest, Yi Lingxi's beautiful eyes gleamed with determination. Though she was merely at the early stage of the returning ruins, she regarded Lei Lisin with utter disdain. Yet, the impact of the Great Sun Golden Sword Array against the Xuanli Guiyuan Array yielded no discernible effect. Cursed be it. The level of the Xuanli Guiyuan Array is far too high. The Grand Elder exerted every ounce of spiritual energy, but against the Xuanli Guiyuan Array, it proved futile. In the depths of despair, a gentle blue light suddenly emanated from Yi Lingxi, infused with countless minuscule bolts of lightning. This blue light, as if possessing its own sentience, gradually spread, effectively countering the assault of the Xuanli Guiyuan Array. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lei Lisin's eyes. The 9 Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Thunder? He sensed the presence of the 9 Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Thunder within the blue light. Only this formidable force could withstand his onslaught. Moreover, the Xuanli Guiyuan Array, modified by him, had transformed from a defensive formation into an offensive one. However, this altered Xuanli Guiyuan Array was deeply fearful of lightning, particularly that of the 9 continents' strongest. The 9 Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Thunder. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Yi Lingxi's lips. Did you truly believe this modified array could trap me? With that, she formed seals with her hands, and the blue light surged with increasing intensity, the power of lightning roaring forth. Like a summoned entity, the 9 Heavens Purple Mansion Annihilation Thunder emerged, with more bolts of lightning spiraling from the void to merge into the blue light. Furrowing his brows, Lei Lisin intensified the infusion of demonic energy into the Xuanli Guiyuan Array. Simultaneously, the remaining powerful saints of the Lei family contributed their own dark energy to the array. The Grand Elder seized the moment, exclaiming, "Now is our chance. Attack the Xuanli Guiyuan Array together." In unison, the crowd responded, channeling their combined strength toward the array. In a panic, Lei Lisin summoned the demonized thunder sound, relinquishing its hold on the saints to protect himself. Yet those saints would not let this opportunity slip away. Instead, they turned to restrain the demonized thunder sound. Seizing the moment, Yi Lingxi directed the blue light toward Lei Lisin. Taken by surprise, he was struck by the blue light. Hurtling backward and spitting blood, roaring, the demonized thunder sound seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, ravenously absorbing the demonic energy from Xuanli Island. Not good. It is about to self-destruct. The Grand Elder summoned the ultimate imperial weapon, uniting the strength of all to strike a singular point on the Xuanli Guiyuan Array. Aiming to create a breach, Xiaoxi quickly come out. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's call, Yi Lingxi swiftly darted toward the gap. As the demonized thunder sound absorbed a substantial amount of demonic energy, its form swelled dangerously, poised to explode. Just as Yi Lingxi was about to escape through the breach, Lei Lisin lunged at her, his eyes alight with madness. You think it will be that easy to flee? Yi Lingxi sidestepped deftly, but Lei Lisin grasped her ankle. The breach was narrowing rapidly, and the spiritual energy of the Lei family's saints was nearly depleted. Faced with the most formidable defensive array in the 9 continents Tao Domain, the Grand Elder found himself powerless. Even expending every ounce of strength, they had merely managed to create a small opening in just a few breaths. Chapter 152, Conspiracy. Xiaosu. In the distance, a radiant sword light, akin to a flash of lightning, sliced through the sky, hurtling towards Yi Lingxi with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Void sword had firmly positioned itself beside her. Grasping the hilt, Yi Lingxi felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she softly intoned, "Power of the Realm Breaker." As her words fell, the very space around her seemed to tremble. Following this, Yi Lingxi summoned the 5 elemental spiritual energies within her, with the most dazzling being the ferocious lightning energy, roaring like a purple thunder dragon, asserting its dominance. With a flick of her wrist, the holy void sword, imbued with unparalleled might, struck toward Lei Lisin's outstretched hand. A crisp crack echoed, sparks of lightning erupted, and Lei Lisin's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated such ferocity from Yi Lingxi's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingxi swiftly maneuvered, ghosting toward the front of the Xuanli Guiyuan array. Again, she swung the holy void sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword chi that howled toward the array. In that instant, the entire Xuanli Guiyuan array convulsed violently, its brilliance flickering erratically. Finally, amidst a thunderous roar, the array was forcibly cleaved open, creating a massive fissure. The trapped saints within the array beheld this scene, their eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. Without hesitation, they unleashed their full powers, charging desperately toward the breach. Fully aware that this was their singular opportunity for escape. Should they miss it, a fate of eternal damnation awaited them. Yet, how could Lei Lisin allow them to escape so easily? Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain coursing through his body, he began to channel his dark energy. With hands clasped together and murmuring incantations, he thrust forward, unleashing a jet of inky black demonic light that surged like lightning toward his foes. This demonic light was immensely powerful and swift. Those who were slightly slower in their movements had no chance to react. In an instant, they were struck by the dark energy, reduced to ashes before they could even leave a trace behind. Faced with such a terrifying assault, panic gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Just then, Yi Lingxi scoffed, "Humph, mere trifles. Break for me." The holy void sword traced a brilliant arc through the air, aimed directly at the demonic light. In an instant, the clash of sword light and demonic radiance erupted with a deafening roar. Following this, the seemingly indomitable demonic aura was cleaved apart by Yi Lingxi's sword energy, dissipating into countless specks of darkness that vanished into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Lingxi swiftly dashed out of the Xuanli Guiyuan formation, leaving the others ensnared within to fend for themselves. Once she exited the formation, the demonic thunder could no longer withstand the overwhelming magical energy and erupted violently. However, Lei Lisin did not retract the Xuanli Guiyuan formation. The entire explosion occurred within its confines. The few who remained trapped were instantly reduced to ashes. After the explosion, the entire Xuanli island activated its defense mechanism, a unique feature of the island itself. The island vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Disappeared? Yi Lingxi had intended to launch an attack on Xuanli Island, but was taken aback by its sudden absence. This was the island's defensive mechanism. When subjected to significant attack, it would autonomously retreat into the void until the danger was averted, reappearing randomly in any location within the 9 provinces. Though how it determined that the crisis had passed remained a mystery, the Grand Elder explained, equally astonished by witnessing the island's defense for the first time. This was, indeed, the most vexing aspect. Currently, Xuanli Island had been entirely seized by the demonic forces from beyond realms, and should it materialize above another faction's territory, peril would ensue. The emergence of Xuanli Island was utterly unpredictable. Even the Yi family could not foresee its arrival. If Xuanli Island were to appear above the Yi family's domain, it would spell trouble. Thus, Yi Lingxi nodded in understanding. There was indeed no lingering trace or aura of Xuanli Island here. In light of this, we shall take our leave. Although Xuanli Island had retreated into the void, the threat had not yet dissipated, and vigilance against its sudden reappearance was still required. Indeed, my Lin family has suffered the loss of 2 saint-level powerhouses, so we shall bid farewell for now. Following this cataclysmic battle, the once mighty factions, each boasting their own saint-level guardians, now found themselves shrouded in a pall of despair. Every individual wore a furrowed brow and a countenance of sorrow, as if the very world had crumbled around them. It must be noted that these were indeed saint-level powerhouses. They represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm, second only to the semi-empirical beings. The fall of these saint-level guardians was undoubtedly a grievous blow to all factions. In stark contrast stood the Yi family. Although they had also incurred significant costs in this fierce conflict, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet they suffered no other substantial losses. Such an outcome was indeed astonishing, and it unbalanced the scales in the hearts of the other factions. Witnessing the Yi family standing unscathed while their own forces had lost their saint-level guardians, they could only depart with drooping heads and disheartened expressions, leaving behind forlorn silhouettes. Xiaoxi, we should take our leave as well, the Grand Elder sighed softly. The re-emergence of the demonic forces from beyond realms must be reported to the ancestors. Such matters can only be determined by them. Yi Lingxi pondered for a moment before responding. Grand Elder, you may return first. I intend to remain in the Netherworld continent for a few more days. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Very well, but Xiao Shi, exercise caution. The resurgence of the demonic forces from beyond realms may be part of a long-conceived conspiracy. It was implausible that the demonic forces, sealed away for so many years, could simply reappear without forewarning. The previous Divine Demon War had eradicated the lower-tier demonic entities from beyond realms, while the higher-tier ones had been securely sealed away, with no possibility of escape. The only conceivable scenario was that this plot had been hatched during the Divine Demon War. Chapter 153, The Burial Ground. At the main peak of the Hawan sect, reclining on a chaise lounge, Yi Lingxi's enchanting visage was shrouded in a thick veil of sorrow, her brows knitted in deep concern, and her eyes reflecting profound anxiety. Meanwhile, Lei Yin, who appeared utterly unremarkable and harmless, concealed within him a terrifying demonic entity from beyond realms. Yet, this demonic presence initially gave no hint of its existence, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Even when the group arrived at the enigmatic Xuanli Island, they could still not uncover the lurking demonic forces hidden within the Lei family members. The only palpable sensation was the eerie atmosphere that pervaded the entire island, a chilling aura reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down their spines. Nevertheless, despite this, they remained oblivious to the identity of the host harboring the demonic entity. This silent, stealthy demonic presence was undoubtedly the most terrifying of all. It resembled a hidden time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment, unleashing a one-sided massacre. With this thought, Yi Lingxi's anxiety intensified. "Sister Shi, what troubles you?" Feng Ling inquired, noticing Yi Lingxi's troubled expression and approaching her with concern. Yi Lingxi sighed. "These demonic forces from beyond realms are exceedingly vexatious. They cannot be detected under normal circumstances." Feng Ling blinked. "That is indeed troublesome. What if someone close to us?" She trailed off, casting a worried glance at Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, let us not entertain such thoughts. We return together, after all." Feng Ling replied, "Oh right." With that, Yi Lingxi opened the points marketplace. After searching, she found no equipment for detecting the demonic entities from beyond realms. "Host, such items do not exist, but customization is possible." "Customization?" Yi Lingxi inquired. "Yes, the first customization is free." The prospect of free customization for the first time sparked an idea in Yi Lingxi's mind. As she seized upon the loophole in the wording, it merely stated that the first customization was free, without any mention of a limit on the quantity. "Then let us customize 100 units? She proposed tentatively. "You cannot soar alongside the sun. Do you really need 100 units? With a sense of resignation, Yi Lingxi replied, "All right then, 99 units will suffice." "What difference does that make? Let me try." The customization process will just take a bit of time. Initially, the system had assumed she only wanted 1 unit and was unprepared for her request for 100. However, since this was her host, it felt the need to negotiate. "I believe in you. You can surely do it." Yi Lingxi beamed with pride upon hearing the system's agreement to attempt it. Normally, there should be no issue. Now, all that remained was to await the system's good news. As the night quietly passed, silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a sound to disturb the tranquility. When dawn broke and the eastern horizon began to glow pearly white, the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the veil of darkness like a sharp blade. Yi Lingxi and Feng Ling gradually awakened, blinking their drowsy eyes as they adjusted to the sudden brightness that flooded their vision. First, her eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes, akin to two blossoms unfurling in the sunlight, gradually revealing their enchanting radiance. Feng Ling sat up, stretching languidly. "Good morning, Sister Shi." Yi Lingxi also stretched, replying, "Good morning. Xiaoling, we might arrive at the Dugu family a bit later. Tomorrow marks the day the Graveyard of Bones' secret realm opens, and we must first visit the graveyard." Yi Lingxi calculated the time. Less than a day remained until the secret realm's opening. Furthermore, they needed to arrive early to inspect it. Upon hearing the mention of a secret realm, Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. A secret realm? Surely there must be many treasures within. Yi Lingxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, there should be. The Graveyard of Bones is an ancient battlefield, though one can only speculate about what lies inside. Very few have trodden upon this ancient battleground, so there must be numerous artifacts, though after enduring the ravages of time, one wonders what state they are in now." "Shall we go and take a look now?" Feng Ling asked eagerly. "Let us go." Yi Lingxi considered her initial intention of bringing other disciples for training, but decided against it, thinking that such a place was best left for another time. They could arrange for the others when the next secret realm opened. The Graveyard of Bones was devoid of any sacred-level presence, making it perilous to approach. The two hastened their steps, soon arriving at the ominous exterior of the Graveyard of Bones. Looking up, they beheld an area shrouded in dense, oppressive gloom, with a thick, ink-like fog enveloping the surroundings as if to swallow everything whole. Occasional gusts of chilling, eerie wind howled past, resembling the weeping of malevolent spirits or the wails of lost souls, sending shivers down their spines. Lingxi remained vigilant, swiftly channeling her internal spiritual energy, which manifested as a faint glow surrounding her, forming a solid shield for protection. Following closely behind, Feng Ling mirrored her movements, her expression tense and grave. The two cautiously stepped into the enigmatic graveyard of bones, and in an instant, the scenery around them transformed dramatically. The initially obscured vision cleared, revealing a horrifying tableau. Countless pale bones lay haphazardly piled together, forming eerie, towering hills. These hills rose and fell, some resembling monstrous beasts, others like clawing demons, appearing ever more sinister under the dim light. Suddenly, without warning, a ghastly white skeletal arm burst forth from the ground, lunging directly toward Lingxi's delicate ankle. The abrupt attack rendered the air around them almost palpable. Yet, Lingxi reacted swiftly, nimbly sidestepping the bone arm's advance like a graceful butterfly. Simultaneously, with a flick of her hand, the sacred void sword materialized in her grasp. With a resounding clash, the skeletal arm was reduced to countless tiny fragments under the sword's force, scattering into the wind. However, before they could exhale in relief, the ground began to tremble violently. A myriad of grotesque skeletal creatures emerged from the earth, their shapes varied and terrifying, lunging toward Lingxi and her companion. Unfazed by the multitude of fierce adversaries, Feng Ling shouted defiantly, swiftly forming hand seals to conjure her mastery of flames. Instantly, a roaring inferno ignited, enveloping Th.